Chapter 1, Kicked Out of the House. Jiang Yan, you beast. You knew Xiaochen was about to break through, yet you still dared to tamper with his qi and blood pill? He's your brother, how could you be so vicious? What the hell? Jiang Yan opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, slightly dazed. What's going on? Did I try the airplane sleep method too hard last night and start hallucinating? Without waiting for Jiang Yan to react, a slap suddenly hit him in the face. How dare you pretend to be dead? Apologize to Xiaochen immediately, or I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat for a week. The burning pain woke Jiang Yan up instantly, and at the same time, a large number of memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind like a tide. Traveled through time? The woman beside him looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes full of disappointment. Jiang Yan, you've really gone too far this time. As an older brother, you don't know how to give in to your younger brother, but you actually dared to do such a thing. Do you want to kill Xiaochen? At this moment, Jiang Yan finally sorted out the memories in his mind. He had indeed traveled through time, and the original owner was also called Jiang Yan. The original owner was the young master of the Jiang family in Donghai province. He was accidentally lost when he was a child and was abducted into the mountains, where he lived a miserable life of going hungry for 9 meals 3 days. It was not until he was 14 that the Jiang family found him. I thought things would get better, but the reality is not so good. Half a year after he went missing, the Jiang family adopted a boy and named him Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was afraid that he would lose his current affluent life after Jiang Yan came back, so he repeatedly targeted and framed him. Jiang Yan tried to defend himself, but the Jiang family never distinguished right from wrong. Jiang Yan also tried to please them, but was ignored in return. Even his own parents thought that he had bad intentions and would only do such despicable things. To the extent that the original owner's status at home was even lower than that of the dog. The dog at home had to eat 4 dishes for every meal, and the doghouse was even a large flat. He could only sleep in the basement and eat steamed buns and pickles. This time he was beaten because Jiang Chen failed to break through due to his own lack of strength, but he falsely accused the original owner of tampering with his elixir. The Jiang family gives people the feeling that they have cerebral palsy caused by inbreeding. They believe whatever Jiang Chen says and never investigate the truth of the matter. Through the original owner's memory, Jiang Yan also learned some information about this world. In the world of high-level martial arts, spiritual energy has revived, and warriors have become the mainstream. Everyone needs to participate in an awakening ceremony at the age of 14 to stimulate their own qi and blood. If they awaken successfully, they can become warriors. The original owner's physical fitness was too poor, and insufficient blood and qi in his body led to the failure of awakening, while his adopted son Jiang Chen awakened successfully. When Jiang's father learned about it, he was very happy and spent a lot of money to buy Jiang Chen a lot of training resources. As a result, Jiang Chen became a first-level 6th-level warrior just when he turned 18. As for the original owner, he was already living a life worse than a dog, and this failure to awaken was even worse. In a rage, Jiang's father had him locked in the basement. After reading the memories in his mind, Jiang Yan was speechless. This family is full of talented people. They don't care about their own son who has been lost for more than 10 years, but instead care so much about an adopted son. Jiang Yan stood up and brushed off the dust on his pants. He was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots and turned around to leave. At this moment, an angry voice was heard. Rebellious son, who told you to stand up? Get down on your knees. The one who spoke was the original owner's father, Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Idiot. What did you say?" Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Jiang's father's face suddenly turned gloomy. The second sister Jiang Shaoan angrily scolded, "Asshole, how dare you talk to father like that?" The fake young master beside him also said in a teasing tone, "Brother, I know you are jealous of me because of your failed awakening. It's okay, but how can you talk to dad like this?" After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Jiang Yan just felt extremely disgusted. Jiang Yan pretended to vomit. "Alright, stop pretending. Isn't it disgusting for a grown man to talk like that? I suggest you go to the vet and get it neutered." Jiang Chen was stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Yan to dare to speak like that. Then tears started to flow and he pretended to cry. Seeing this, Jiang's mother felt very distressed and hugged Jiang Chen in her arms and began to comfort him. Father Jiang looked furious. "Rebellious son, haven't we been good enough to you? Why do you have to pick on your brother?" Jiang Yan sneered after hearing this. "Be good to me? The dog at home can eat 4 dishes for every meal, but I can only eat steamed buns and pickles. The dog even has its own room, while I can only live in the storage room. You call this being good to me? Hearing Jiang Yan's answer, everyone present was stunned. Jiang Shaoan reacted immediately and retorted, impossible. With so many rooms in the house, how could I let you live in the utility room? And you're still lying. Jiang Yan looked at her like she was an idiot and tapped her head with his fingers. If you really can't do it, go to the hospital and get an appointment to see if your brain is okay, okay? All the servants in the house know about it, won't you go and ask? Jiang Shaoan obviously still didn't quite believe what Jiang Yan said, but she still called the servant who was cleaning over. Has Jiang Yan been living in the utility room all these years? Yes, second miss, young Master Jiang Yan has been living in the utility room since he returned to the Jiang family. There are so many empty rooms in the house, why let him live in the storage room? Jiang Shaoan's voice was a little angry. The servant quickly explained, this is what the master meant. He said that Jiang Yan just came back from outside and needs to temper his character, so... After hearing the servant's answer, Jiang Shaoan fell silent. She obviously didn't expect that what Jiang Yan said was true. Jiang's mother reached out her hand to pull Jiang Yan, but was slapped away by Jiang Yan. Don't touch me. Jiang's mother's face turned pale, and then tears flowed, revealing a heartbroken expression. Father Jiang yelled at Jiang Yan, you bastard, she's your mother. Apologize to your mother and your brother right now, or get out of the Jiang family. Jiang Yan scoffed, okay. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Jiang Tianlong showed a hint of pride on his face, thinking that he had him under control. He then said, be more polite. Once you apologize, I'll arrange for someone to clean up your room. Jiang Yan looked at him like he was an idiot. What I said is that I am leaving the Jiang family. From now on, you go your way and I go mine. There is no connection between us anymore. If he doesn't run away now, when will he run away? Birds of a feather flock together. If Jiang Yan stays with idiots for too long, he's afraid he'll become an idiot himself. Jiang Tianlong flew into a rage when he heard Jiang Yan's answer, then get out of here now. Goodbye. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he walked towards the gate without looking back. Everyone present was silent. They had never expected that Jiang Yan, who was usually timid, would dare to treat them in such a manner. Rebellious son. If you have the guts, don't come back. From today on, no one is allowed to go to him without my permission. I want to see how long he can stay out there penniless. Dad, calm down first. Jiang Yan really went too far this time. Mom and Dad, please let my brother come back as soon as possible. Even though he tampered with my medicine, it's okay, it's okay. I've already forgiven him. Jiang Chen's tea-like conversation made the Jiang family feel even more distressed. Xiaochen, you are too kind. Don't worry, a loser like him will come back in less than 2 days. After hearing what the Jiang family said, Jiang Yan shook his head and sighed. No one in the Jiang family looked like a human being. Chapter 2, Immortal Cultivation System? Jiang Yan walked out of the Jiang family's gate when a voice came from his head. Congratulations to the host for being driven out of his home and escaping from the sea of suffering, and successfully activating the Immortal Cultivation System. Hearing the voice in his head, Jiang Yan seemed calm. After all, he had traveled through time and space, so it was reasonable to have a system. What functions does the system have? Jiang Yan asked in his heart. The host can obtain a certain amount of points or rewards by signing in and completing tasks that are released from time to time. Points can be exchanged for various items in the system store, and can also be used for lottery draws. There are many other functions that the host is welcome to explore on his own. The novice gift package has been distributed, please collect it in time. Jiang Yan arrived in the south of the city and found an abandoned factory to stay temporarily. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and then a system panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Get the newbie gift pack. As Jiang Yan finished speaking, a bottle of elixir, a manual of martial arts and 5,000 yuan in cash appeared in his hands. Jiang Yan sat on the ground and began to study these two things. The name of the pill was Cleansing Marrow Pill. As the name suggests, Cleansing Marrow Pill can cleanse the meridians in marrow, remove impurities from the body, and enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. Jiang Yan picked up the martial arts manual and saw 6 big words written on it, the essentials of qi refining. Only then did Jiang Yan realize that he had traveled through a high-level martial arts world where spiritual energy had revived, and the system was a system for cultivating immortals. Ding, reminding the host, this world has 2 cultivation systems, physical cultivation and magic cultivation. However, magic cultivation is extremely difficult to practice and only a very small number of people can succeed, so physical cultivation has become the mainstream in the world. Hearing the system's reminder, Jiang Yan raised the corner of his mouth. Is it extremely difficult to practice? He is a man with a system, so practicing is easy for him. Jiang Yan put the things away and then opened the host panel. Name, Jiang Yan. Age, 18. Current cultivation system, Dharma cultivation. Dharma cultivation realm, mortal body, chi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, celestial being, demigod, Mahayana, ancient times, master. Host's current state, mortal body. After understanding the general functions of the system, Jiang Yan took the cash given by the system and rented a small room nearby to stay temporarily. After settling down, Jiang Yan went to the bathroom and sat cross-legged, then put the pill into his mouth. The moment the pill was swallowed, a warmth came from the dantian, then traveled to the meridians throughout the body and continuously nourished the whole body. Not only that, the old wounds on his body also began to heal. Because the process was very comfortable, Jiang Yan closed his eyes and began to enjoy it. As time passed, Jiang Yan's forehead began to ooze out of sweat, and all the impurities in his body were discharged through his skin. The smell was so pungent that it almost made Jiang Yan faint. Jiang Yan quickly took a shower, cleaned up, and went to the room to start practicing his skills. Thanks to the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, Jiang Yan is now extremely sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A large amount of spiritual energy around began to gather towards Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan's body began to absorb the spiritual energy continuously like a vortex. As a large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, Jiang Yan's cultivation level actually broke through from a mortal body to the 4th level of chi refining stage. However, being at the chi refining stage is far from enough. Only by successfully building the foundation can one enter the world of immortal cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully entering the chi refining stage. Mission completed. 1,000 points rewarded. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Jiang Yan opened the system store and completed today's sign-in task, earning another 300 points. Now he has 1,300 points. Looking at the various martial arts techniques above, since Jiang Yan is only in the chi refining stage, the store only unlocks the martial arts techniques in the chi refining stage column. Jiang Yan thought about it carefully and chose a bodybuilding technique and a sword technique. Gurgle. The hunger in his stomach forced Jiang Yan to put his practice aside temporarily. Since I didn't practice fasting, I still needed to rely on food to replenish my energy. Arriving at the most luxurious snack street in the south of the city, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to see the various snacks in front of him. When people have been poor for a long time, they will choose revenge consumption once they have money. Jiang Yan just started shopping, including fried noodles, barbecue, pork trotter rice, and milk tea. He ate until his mouth was full of oil. Jiang Yan patted his stomach contentedly and started walking towards home to continue practicing. After returning home, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged and continued his retreat and practice. At the same time, in the Jiang family villa, everyone at the table was talking and laughing, as if Jiang Yan's departure had no effect on them. At this time, Jiang Qin pretended to be worried and said, "Mom and Dad, I wonder how my brother is doing out there. How about I go and find them? Don't mention that evil creature." Jiang Tianlong's face suddenly darkened. Hasn't he grown wings? I want to see how long he can stay out there without my Jiang family. Jiang Shaowan smacked her lips and said with disdain, "In 2 days, he'll come back crying. How could he be willing to give up such a good life in the Jiang family?" Jiang Chen hummed, his eyes filled with uncontrollable pride. "Jiang Yan, even if you are my biological son, so what? As an ant, you should have the awareness of an ant. You should die outside." Time quickly came to the next morning. After a whole night of practice, Jiang Yan's cultivation had reached the 7th level of chi refining. Jiang Yan opened the system and completed today's sign-in. Congratulations to the host for completing today's sign-in, and reward 300 points. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered that points could also be used for lottery, so he opened the lottery interface. Jiang Yan looked at the prizes in the prize pool. There was everything, including various skills, weapons, pills, cash, daily necessities, and even purple moods. Jiang Yan currently only has 1,600 points, which is just enough for 10 consecutive draws. After careful consideration, Jiang Yan decided to draw the lottery. After firing 10 times in a row, there was only one purple light, and the rest were blue lights. Jiang Yan took out all the rewards. The blue light ones were daily necessities and were not particularly useful, while the purple light one was a long sword. Alas, there is only one purple in 10 consecutive draws. The explosion rate is so low. I thought I could get a gold one. Jiang Yan sighed. Ding, new mission released. Host, please go to the D-level secret realm on the eastern edge of the city and kill 50 monsters. Completing the mission will reward you with 500 points. When Jiang Yan heard the task issued by the system, he remembered it. Due to the revival of spiritual energy, a large number of secret realms have appeared all over the world. According to the degree of danger inside, the secret realms are divided into 5 types: S, A, B, C, and D. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters inside, but risks and opportunities coexist. Although there are powerful monsters in the high-level secret realms, there are also many good things. It just so happened that Jiang Yan was also very curious about his chi refining stage cultivation level here. Jiang Yan took out the long sword from the system space, walked to the bus stop outside and got on the bus to the east of the city. Chapter 3: Entering the Secret Realm. The bus slowly drove to the vicinity of the secret place. Jiang Yan got out of the car and found the entrance to the secret realm according to the system's instructions. Many students in school uniforms also gathered outside the secret realm. Most of these people were first-level or second-grade warriors who came here to participate in the practical assessment arranged by the school. This secret realm has already been conquered by the warrior guild, so you need to wear a bracelet before entering the secret realm so that you can be teleported out immediately if you encounter an emergency. Come in when you're ready. As the teacher finished speaking, the students taking the test entered the secret realm one by one. Jiang Yan was not in a hurry. He waited until everyone entered the secret realm before he walked over slowly with his sword. At this time, the school's leading teacher saw that Jiang Yan was not wearing a bracelet and reached out to stop Jiang Yan. "Student, where is your bracelet? You still need to wear it before entering the secret realm." Jiang Yanchong smiled at the teacher and said, "Sorry, I'm not a student of your school, so I don't have a wristband." The teacher was a little surprised to hear Jiang Yan's answer. After all, even if a warrior was not a student of their school, he could get a bracelet from the local warrior association. The teacher in charge motioned Jiang Yan to wait a moment, turned around and went to the car to get a brand new bracelet and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Put this on. Once you enter the secret realm, be sure to pay attention to your safety. If you encounter danger that you can't resolve, don't hesitate and teleport out immediately. Got it? Thank you. I'll keep an eye on it." Jiang Yan thanked him and turned to enter the secret realm. The dazzling halo in front of his eyes made his eyes uncomfortable. After a while, when Jiang Yan opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in an abandoned city. The surrounding high-rise buildings had long been dilapidated and their exteriors were covered with a large amount of plants. As Jiang Yan walked on the road, he could only hear the faint sound of the wind. The whole city was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. Jiang Yan knew very well that the quieter it was, the more problems there were. In the corners that you can't see, countless eyes are staring at you. As soon as you let your guard down, they will rush out and tear you into pieces. While Jiang Yan was walking on the road, he was also constantly observing his surroundings. At this time, a strange roar came from the front. Jiang Yan looked forward and saw a wolf demon staring at him from behind an abandoned car. The wolf demon opened its bloody mouth and revealed its fangs. Perhaps it had not eaten flesh and blood for too long. Jiang Yan could feel that the wolf demon in front of him was particularly excited. The wolf demon howled and rushed towards Jiang Yan like crazy. It wanted to tear the man in front of it into pieces and then have a good meal. Jiang Yan suddenly flashed forward and appeared in front of the wolf demon in an instant. Then he grabbed the wolf demon's neck and smashed it down. Bang! The ground shattered instantly, and Jiang Yan broke the wolf demon's neck with a snap without hesitation. The entire battle process took less than 10 seconds. Jiang Yan took out a tissue and wiped the blood off his hands. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Jiang Yan felt a little disappointed. "I thought he was so cruel, but it turns out he couldn't even withstand one of my moves." At this moment, bursts of howling sounds were heard in the distance. Jiang Yan looked forward and saw more than a dozen wolf monsters gathered in the distance, and behind the wolf pack there was a huge wolf monster. It is estimated that this wolf demon is the leader of this pack of wolves. With a roar from the leader wolf, the wolves rushed towards Jiang Yan with a roar. "You've arrived just in time." Jiang Yan drew out his long sword, the sword body flashed with silver light. Jiang Yan activated his skills, and his figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew forward with a whoosh. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. In a team battle, you must attack from the rear. Jiang Yan decided to kill the leader first. The leader wolf didn't seem to expect Jiang Yan to be so brave that he actually dared to rush directly towards it. The wolf leader's sharp claws slapped towards Jiang Yan, who dodged it with a flash. Then he suddenly jumped into the air and infused the sword with spiritual power, then slashed out 4 or 5 sword energies. The protruding ruins on the ground were chopped into pieces by the sword energy. The leader wolf jumped to the side to avoid the attack. When he looked up into the sky again, Jiang Yan's figure had disappeared. Jiang Yan had already hidden behind the wolf leader without him noticing. "Look behind you." Hearing the sound, the wolf leader reacted. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all and pierced the wolf demon's body with a sword. He turned his wrist and used the sword to cut off the wolf's head. The whole process was done in one go without any delay. Seeing the death of the leader wolf, the remaining wolf demons were not afraid, but instead pounced on Jiang Yan even more ferociously. Just in time. Jiang Yan began to gather his spiritual power, and the long sword in his hand flashed with silver light. He just casually swung the sword a few times, and all the remaining wolf monsters were killed like cutting melons and vegetables. Jiang Yan called up the panel to check the progress of the task, hunting 50 random monsters, current progress 15. The mission is still a long way from completion. The view from a high place is much wider, which is conducive to observing the surrounding environment. So Jiang Yan jumped up and quickly reached the roof with the help of the surrounding ruins and began to observe the surrounding environment. That's? The noise coming from afar caught Jiang Yan's attention. Upon closer inspection, he found that some students from the martial arts school were fighting with a group of monsters. However, these monsters are far stronger than the wolf monster just now, and many of them have reached the chi refining stage. Jiang Yan just watched them fight quietly. After a long battle, some students gradually became unable to cope. Several students at the front of the team were still fighting desperately when a huge roar came from behind the monster. This roar caused the entire ground to tremble. At this moment, all the students present were shocked. It was a black bear about 10 meters tall, with hair all over its body like steel needles, and it just slapped the ground with one palm. With a loud bang, the monster in front of the black bear was blown away and slammed heavily against the walls on both sides. His combat power is already approaching the 5th level of chi refining? That's interesting. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised at the strength of the black bear in front of him. After all, this was just a D-level secret realm, and there was actually a monster whose combat power had reached the 5th level of chi refining. Looking at the powerful monster in front of them, the students' faces turned pale in an instant. They were already lacking in strength before, and now they felt even more desperate. Several students were ready to press their bracelets to teleport out of the secret realm. Ding, system mission released, kill the black bear and receive a Foundation establishment pill as a reward. Jiang Yan had no intention of taking action, but the task suddenly issued by the system made him stop. Moreover, the reward from the system this time would be of great use to him. Jiang Yan jumped to the ground without any hesitation. With a bang, dust flew up on the ground and Jiang Yan appeared in front of the students like a savior, with the sword in his hand pointing directly at the black bear. Chapter 4, I just killed a bear monster, why was it broadcast live? Jiang Yan clenched the long sword in his hand, exhaled a breath of foul air, and released all his strength of his 7th level of chi refining. In an instant, Jiang Yan's body emanated huge spiritual power fluctuations. A cultivator in the chi refining stage, the students around him exclaimed. They were all shocked by Jiang Yan's strength. After all, everyone present was a warrior and the strongest was only at the 4th level of the 1st rank. The young man in front of him looked only about 17 or 18 years old, but he was actually a cultivator. Some students even opened a certain audio platform to prepare for live broadcast, after all, monks are so rare. Jiang Yan's figure disappeared instantly. In just a breath of time, Jiang Yan appeared above the black bear and then slashed out with a sword. The black bear couldn't dodge in time and took the sword energy head-on. The black bear let out a cry of pain. I saw a wound several meters long suddenly appear on its body, and blood was even oozing out. The black bear was extremely angry and slapped Jiang Yan with both palms with terrifying force. Jiang Yan activated his skills and disappeared from the spot again. At this moment, the black bear felt a chill on its back. Looking back, it saw that Jiang Yan had already accumulated several sword energies for it. The black bear knew the power of the sword energy very well, and hurriedly fled towards the tall building nearby, but Jiang Yan would never let it do so. With the help of the broken walls around him, Jiang Yan leaped to the side of the black bear. He gathered his spiritual power in his legs and kicked the black bear hard. The black bear was kicked directly in the face by the sword energy. Ah! The black bear fell to the ground in pain. It never imagined that the tiny human in front of it would possess such strong power. Due to the live broadcast, the battle between Jiang Yan and the black bear has been seen by many people. The number of people online in the live broadcast room reached 10,000. Holy crap, this black bear's strength must have reached the level of a first-order 9th level warrior. He actually defeated him so easily. To be able to resolve it so easily, this young man must have broken through to the 2nd level warrior. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. Such a young 2nd level warrior, it seems that my great Xia country will soon have another master. Everyone in the live broadcast room thought Jiang Yan was a warrior. After all, cultivators are rarer than endangered animals. At the same time, everyone in the Jiang family also watched this live broadcast. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Seeing the strength Jiang Yan displayed in the live broadcast just now made him jealous and crazy. Why? You're a loser who failed to awaken, how can you be so strong? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with uncontrollable hatred, but he couldn't show it and had to pretend to be worried. Didn't my brother fail to awaken? Could it be that he used some special method to recover? Jiang Shaowan nodded in agreement with Jiang Chen's opinion. Although there have been cases of warriors experiencing a second awakening in history, the probability is only 1 in 10,000 after all. How could a peasant like him possibly be 1 in 10,000? So this beast must have used some despicable means. John's mother wiped her tears and said, "Dad, it's all your fault. If you hadn't kicked Shaoyan out of the house, he wouldn't have gone astray. Mom, there's no need for you to be sad for this kind of person. He's just jealous of Xiaochen. Our Xiaochen is the best. A loser like him isn't even worthy of carrying Xiaochen's shoes." Jiang Shaowan said sarcastically. Father Jiang looked furious. This evil creature is nothing but a disgrace to us. He should have died outside. Don't worry, mother. He's nothing without the Jiang family. He'll come back when he can't make it any further. This time, I'm going to make him kneel outside the door for a week, or he won't be able to enter. Jiang Yan chopped off the black bear's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Please check it out. After receiving the system reward, Jiang Yan practiced his skills and disappeared instantly. The students of the martial arts school wanted to thank Jiang Yan for his help, but found that Jiang Yan had already left. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. A student sighed. At this time, Jiang Yan had already arrived in the wilderness. Since entering the secret realm, Jiang Yan had noticed that the spiritual energy inside the secret realm was richer than that outside. The spiritual energy in the D-level secret realm is already more concentrated than that in the outside world. If it is a higher level secret realm, how concentrated would the spiritual energy be? Jiang Yan murmured. Seeing that there were still dozens of monsters to kill before the mission was completed, Jiang Yan stopped thinking about anything else and began to focus all his attention on killing the monsters. For a moment, Jiang Yan's figure shuttled through the forest like a ghost. An hour later. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the monster hunting mission, reward points 500. Jiang Yan stretched his body. The monsters nearby had been cleared out. So he sat cross-legged and continued practicing. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and put himself in a state of emptiness with rhythmic breathing. The surrounding spiritual energy began to gather towards Jiang Yan, and then he started to practice his skills. Jiang Yan's body was like a whirlpool, madly absorbing the spiritual energy. Because the spiritual energy in the secret realm is quite rich, after only practicing for a short while, Jiang Yan felt that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. After a while, Jiang Yan's cultivation successfully broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. Gurgle. Because the previous battle had consumed a lot of physical energy, Jiang Yan's stomach was growling at this moment. Jiang Yan had no choice but to put down his cultivation temporarily and pressed the bracelet to teleport out of the secret realm. As soon as Jiang Yan walked out of the secret realm, a burly man appeared in front of him, as if waiting for him to come out. Jiang Yan was about to walk around him and leave when the man reached out to stop him. Is there something wrong? Jiang Yan asked. The man patted his face and smiled kindly. Hello, classmate. My name is Liu Yang and I'm the coach of the Yunshui No. 1 middle school team. Are you interested in joining our Yunshui No. 1 middle school team? Jiang Yan was a little surprised to hear the man's answer. After all, in the original owner's memory, he had nothing to do with this school. Reason. I hope you can join our school team to participate in the college exchange competition in a month. Our school team needs talents like you. Why me? Because you are very strong. Lu Yang said and turned on the live broadcast replay for Jiang Yan to watch. Jiang Yan looked helpless after watching it. How could it be broadcast live just because he killed a bear monster? Looking at Lu Yang, whose face was full of anticipation, Jiang Yan asked, "What benefits will joining the school team bring me?" Lu Yang patted his chest and said, "As long as you join our school team, I guarantee that you will be able to obtain the best training resources. And if you perform well in the college exchange competition in a month, you will have the opportunity to enter Lingwu University, one of the top 5 schools in Daxia country." Jiang Yan thought about it and decided to give it a try since he had nothing else to do. It wouldn't be a loss anyway. "Okay, I'll join." "Okay, it's getting late now. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning to handle the formalities." Chapter 5, Meeting the Zhang family again. Time quickly came to the next morning. Lu Yang drove to Jiang Yan's building and handed Jiang Yan a piece of information when getting in the car. "These are the information of the school team members, take a look." Jiang Yan took the information and glanced through it. The strongest member of the school team was actually a cultivator. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refining, and the rest of the members were all warriors at the 7th or 8th level of the first stage. Jiang Yan was a little surprised when he saw the name on the last piece of information. "Is this Jiang Chen also from your school team?" Lu Yang nodded. Originally, his ability wasn't good enough to join the school team, but his father is one of the school's shareholders and donated several buildings to our school, so, the principal let him join our school team. After hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. He used so many training resources but couldn't even get into the school team, and he had to rely on that old guy Jiang Tianlong. The car quickly drove into Yunshui No. 1 Middle School, and under the guidance of the teacher, the procedures were completed quickly. Lu Yang took out an ID card from the drawer and handed it to Jiang Yan. "This is the ID card for the school team members. You'll need it to enter and exit the campus and the dormitory. You can spend the rest of your time getting familiar with the campus. I've already made arrangements with the school team." Jiang Yan put away the access card, said thank you and left the office. Jiang Yan started strolling along the road and soon arrived at the training ground, where members of the school team were sparring. "Jiang Yan, why are you here?" Jiang Yan turned around and saw that it was Jiang Shaoan. Jiang Yan ignored her and continued to watch the school team members compete. Seeing that Jiang Yan ignored her, Jiang Shaoan became very angry and raised her hand to hit Jiang Yan in the face. Out of instinct, Jiang Yan dodged to the side, then slapped Jiang Shaoan hard in the face with his backhand. With a pa sound, the slap directly knocked Jiang Shaoan to the ground, and a particularly obvious slap mark appeared on Jiang Shaoan's face. Jiang Shaoan covered her red and swollen face and looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? I'm going to fight you." Jiang Shaoan stood up and wanted to attack Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan would not tolerate her and kicked her to the ground. "Ah!" Jiang Shaoan lay on the ground, holding her stomach in pain. "You beast! You are so lawless that you even dare to attack Shaoan." An angry shout was heard. Jiang Tianlong arrived at the martial arts field without knowing when, with Jiang Chen following behind him. Jiang Chen pretended to be sad and said, "Brother, I know you feel bad about being kicked out of the house, but how could you hit me? I am doing this for your own good." After saying that, Jiang Chen lowered his head, his eyes full of pride. He wished that Jiang Yan would completely break up with the Jiang family. Mother Jiang kept wiping away her tears. "Xiao Yan, she is your sister. Even if she was at fault, you shouldn't have hit her." Jiang Yan looked at Jiang Tianlong with cold eyes. "Mr. Jiang, let me remind you that I have been kicked out of the Jiang family. I am no longer a member of the Jiang family. If you call me a beast again, I will break your legs." Jiang Tianlong was so angry at Jiang Yan's words that he was shaking all over. He was about to curse, but when he saw Jiang Shaoan still lying on the ground, the word evil creature was swallowed back into his mouth. "Is this a place where people like you can come? Where's the security? Get him out." Jiang Tianlong's voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of some students present. They all came over curiously and prepared to eat melons. Seeing some students watching gave Jiang Shaoan some confidence. She covered her injured stomach and stood up with difficulty. Then he exaggerated the story of Jiang Yan being kicked out of the house. According to her, Jiang Yan was jealous of Jiang Chen's talent and deliberately tampered with Jiang Chen's elixir, which led to Jiang Chen's failure to break through. He was kicked out of the house and it was all his own fault. Jiang Shaoan even accused Jiang Yan of abusing the family dog, stealing her underwear and doing that kind of thing, etc. At the end, she even cried and portrayed herself as a victim. The onlookers present began to whisper. Ah, this Jiang Yan is so disgusting, he actually did such a thing. That's right, he even beat up his sister. This is simply CS. Some XXN were overwhelmed with sympathy. When they saw Jiang Shaoan crying, they instantly exploded and started to curse at Jiang Yan. There were also some more rational students who did not believe Jiang Shaoan's one-sided statement. Looking at the dramatic scene in front of him, Jiang Yan was not in a hurry to prove himself. After all, the person who wronged you knows how wronged you were better than you do. Jiang Yan's voice was calm, but revealed a sense of sadness. Jiang Yan directly told about his miserable life in the Jiang family. At the end of his speech, Jiang Yan even revealed the wounds on his back. Looking at the shocking scars, everyone present fell silent. Jiang Yan had a calm expression, but he was very disdainful in his heart. It was just playing the victim, he could do it too. After a while, a student reacted. Jiang Yan said he is the Jiang family's biological son, and that Jiang Chen is just an adopted son. Seeing that the Jiang family did not refute, the crowd suddenly became lively. It's against the will of heaven. Instead of loving your own son who has been lost for over 10 years, you favor an adopted son. That's right, Jiang Yan is so miserable. The dog at home eats 4 vegetables for every meal, but he can only eat steamed buns. Look at how skinny he is. Hearing everyone's discussion, Jiang Tianlong became angry and shouted, "Shut up! Rebellious son, are you satisfied now? You have brought shame to the Jiang family." Jiang Yan looked disdainful and said sarcastically, "Why are you so anxious? I'm just telling the truth. What's the matter? Only the governor can set fires but the people can't light lamps?" Jiang's mother wiped her tears with red eyes. "Shayan, we are your family. Even if we are wrong, you can't treat us like this." These words successfully made Jiang Yan laugh. Okay, good. Putting the facts aside, aren't you right? Jiang's mother didn't say anything, but just kept wiping her tears. Jiang Tianlong began to comfort Jiang's mother, while shouting, "Where are the security guards? How could anyone get in? Get this guy out right away." The security guard behind him stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry, classmate, please leave immediately, otherwise we will have to take compulsory measures." Jiang Yan took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. "I'm a new member of the school team. My information is on it." The security guard took the ID card and began to check the information. "Impossible, you must be lying." Jiang Shaoan obviously didn't believe that a waste like Jiang Yan could enter the school team. Jiang Chen also said in a teasing tone, "Brother, I know you were just jealous that I made it to the school team. Apologize to mom and dad, and they will definitely forgive you." Jiang Tianlong was also full of disdain. "Rebellious son, you've only been out of the Jiang family for a few days and you've already learned to lie. Who can prove that this is true?" "I can prove it." At this moment, a voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 6, The Shameless Jiang Family Seriously Injured Jiang Chen. Lu Yang slowly walked out of the crowd. Lu Yan looked at the Jiang family and said, "I specially recruited Jiang Yan to join the school team. Do you have any questions?" Jiang Shaoan questioned, "How can a person with bad behavior be admitted to the school team?" Lu Yang sneered, "Everything requires evidence. Empty words are not enough. What right do you have to accuse my students of misconduct?" Jiang Tianlong questioned, "This rebellious son clearly failed to awaken before, so why is he able to cultivate again? He clearly used some shameful means." Lu Yang slowly said, "If a warrior fails to awaken, there are only 2 ways to start practicing again. One is a second awakening, and the other is taking special medicine. But this drug will have a huge impact on the body. After taking it, obvious red spots will appear on the body, and life expectancy will be shortened. As you saw just now, Jiang Yan didn't have any red spots on his body." After hearing Lu Yang's answer, the Jiang family fell silent. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. It's not that they haven't thought about this possibility, but because of their prejudice against Jiang Yan, they are unwilling to believe it. Lu Yang patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and looked at him with admiration in his eyes. "I didn't expect that you would awaken for the second time. This really surprised me." Jiang Yan smiled and said nothing. When Jiang Chen saw this scene, his back teeth were about to break, and jealousy and anger filled his heart. The fingers hanging by his side turned white from exerting too much force. Zhang Xiaowan noticed that Jiang Chen was in a bad mood and hurried to comfort him. Xiao Chen is fine. Even if he awakens a second time, so what? Trash is trash after all. Sister believes in you. Zhang Tianlong nodded and looked at Jiang Yan with confidence on his face. As long as you are willing to admit your mistake, you can return to the Jiang family today. We are still your family. Zhang Tianlong is certain that Jiang Yan cannot let go of his feelings for the Jiang family. Jiang's mother also spoke up, Xia Yan, as long as you promise not to fight with your brother, I will buy you whatever you want. Looking at the ugly faces of the Jiang family in front of him, Lu Yang felt that his 3 views were refreshed. How can people be so shameless? Jiang Yan's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Jiang, I have made it very clear before, I have nothing to do with your Jiang family anymore. Jiang's mother's eyes were red. You were born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could you be so heartless? We are doing this for your own good. Zhang Tianlong was very angry. Rebellious son, we have already spoken to you so humbly, and you are still not satisfied. What on earth do you want to do? Jiang Yan stretched out his pinky finger to scratch his ear. Why are you yelling so loudly? I've already severed ties with you guys. It's you who are shameless enough to stick to me. Zhang Xiaowan pointed at Jiang Yan's nose and angrily scolded, Jiang Yan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've awakened for the second time. People like you are not even worthy of carrying Xiaochen's shoes. Sooner or later, Xiaochen will step on you. Don't cry and beg us when that happens. Jiang Yan's face was full of disdain. Stop fantasizing about it. If you have the guts, let's go to the martial arts arena and fight. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, Jiang Yan decided to resort to provocation. Are you afraid? That's right. What kind of ability can someone who got in through the back door have? He used so many resources, but he still had to use the back door to get into the school team. He's truly a loser. Jiang Yan successfully angered Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Jiang Yan fiercely. Seeing Jiang Chen getting angry, Jiang Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Zhang Xiaowan sneered, Jiang Yan, don't be so complacent. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Zhang Xiaowan leaned over to Jiang Chen's ear and said, Xiaochen, you don't need to hold back. Just use all your strength. It would be best if you can cripple him. As long as you don't kill him, the coach won't say anything. Zhang Tianlong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Chener, do as your second sister said and teach this evildoer a lesson. Jiang Chen nodded, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Yan became more vicious. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at him, then walked onto the martial arts arena with his hands in his pockets and whistling. Jiang Chen stood on the other side of the martial arts arena, sword in hand. He was too lazy to act anymore and sneered, Jiang Yan, so what if you're my biological son? The Jiang family only cares about me. Are you afraid of me if you don't even take up your weapon? Jiang Yan raised his middle finger at him and said, do I need weapons to fight a loser like you? Hearing Jiang Yan's ridicule, Jiang Chen's forehead veins bulged. You're looking for death. The game begins, the coach said. Jiang Yan's figure disappeared instantly, and only a whoosh sound was heard in the air. Everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yan, who was still standing in the same place, instantly turned into a shadow and rushed forward. At the same time, Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power in his hand and then threw a punch. Boom! This punch was incredibly powerful and contained immense force, and it instantly reached Jiang Chen. All I could hear was a whistling sound in the air. Deliberate punch. Jiang Chen felt a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him. Along with the threat of death. Jiang Chen hurriedly held his sword across his body to block the attack. Boom! The moment the fist touched the sword, due to the huge difference in strength between the two sides, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was directly knocked away and stuck in the ground. The fist, which contained astonishing power, hit Jiang Chen's chest directly, followed by a crisp sound of bone cracking. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was blown away by the huge force, and then slammed heavily into the edge of the martial arts field. Aha! A painful wail came from Jiang Chen's mouth. This punch actually broke his ribs directly. Jiang Chen lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Jiang Yan's speed was so fast that his figure could not be seen at all. Jiang Chen just drew his sword to block it out of instinct. The scene was dead silent. Even the Jiang family members who were ready to laugh at Jiang Yan were so shocked that they were speechless. Lu Yan looked at Jiang Yan with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. At this time, Jiang Yan did not stop, he slowly walked in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen struggled to raise his head and saw Jiang Yan smiling harmlessly. Jiang Chen's face showed fear. What are you going to do? Don't come over here. Jiang Shaoan rushed onto the stage, yelling, asshole, stop it. Ha, it's too late. Take my trampling in the war. After the words fell, Jiang Yan gathered his strength and jumped, stepping hard on it. Aha! Poof! A huge pain swept through his body. Jiang Chen fainted from the pain from Jiang Yan's step. Evil creature! My son! Jiang's father and mother rushed onto the stage. They never expected that Jiang Chen would lose and be so seriously injured. Jiang's mother hugged the unconscious Jiang Chen and burst into tears. Evil creature! Jiang Tianlong, who was furious, came up and was about to attack. Lu Yang shouted angrily, enough! This is a martial arts training ground, not a place for you to run wild. If you have the energy to do this, you might as well take him to the hospital for treatment. Jiang Tianlong had no choice but to give up, and his expression became more ferocious as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan wouldn't let him down, so he walked over and got right in front of him. I just like the way you look like you can't stand me but can't get rid of me, ha 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 ha. You. Jiang Tianlong was extremely angry at this moment, but he couldn't do anything to Jiang Yan. I had no choice but to quickly take everyone away to the hospital. Chapter 7: The Bride in the Old House. As soon as Jiang Yan walked down the martial arts field, a group of people surrounded him. Mr. Jiang, you're so awesome. You knocked Jiang Chen out with just one punch. That's right, I blinked and the battle was over. Mr. Jiang, what's the secret to your strength? Seeing Jiang Chen being beaten, they felt relieved. After all, Jiang Chen relied on his family's wealth to make things difficult for students in the martial arts class. Jiang Yan said a few perfunctory words and then found an excuse to slip away. He really didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation. After Jiang Yan received the school team member subsidy, he walked out of the school gate and was about to take the bus back to his rental house when the voice of the system came into his mind. Ding, system mission released, host, please go to the sea-level secret realm outside the northern suburbs of the city to kill the evil ghost bride. Mission reward, 1,000 points, 10,000 swords technique. Ghost bride? Are there still ghosts in this world? Jiang Yan felt a little confused when he heard the task issued. Seeing the generous mission rewards, Jiang Yan always felt something was wrong. System, you won't cheat me, will you? Jiang Yan asked in his heart. How could this be, host? This system is so pure and kind, how could it possibly do something deceptive? After thinking it over again and again, Jiang Yan decided to go and take a look. If something went wrong, he would run away immediately. Jiang Yan took a taxi. The online taxi was very fast and soon arrived near the secret realm. Jiang Yan got out of the car and arrived at the gate of the secret realm according to the system's instructions. When I pushed open the door in front of me, what I saw was still darkness. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and walked in slowly. He was enveloped in endless darkness, and a light not far away seemed to be guiding him forward. Jiang Yan continued to grope forward, and the moment he reached the light, the darkness around him dissipated. Jiang Yan found himself in a bamboo forest shrouded in fog. The time in the secret realm is different from that in the outside world. It is already late at night in the secret realm, and there is a winding path stretching into the distance in front of you. With the help of the bright moonlight, Jiang Yan walked on the road and began to observe the surrounding environment. There was silence all around, with only the faint sound of the wind in my ears. After walking for a while, a dilapidated old house appeared in front of us. Under the moonlight, the whole old house looked very gloomy. Jiang Yan walked forward, and at this time a strong wind blew, and the door in front of him slowly opened with a creak. Jiang Yan walked in. The air was filled with the smell of rotting corpses. The smell was so uncomfortable that Jiang Yan had to take out a mask from the system space and put it on. Not knowing where the ghost bride was hiding, Jiang Yan had no choice but to explore everywhere in the house. There was a faint firelight in one of the rooms. When I pushed open the door, the weak candlelight barely illuminated the room. The furnishings in the bridal chamber were covered with a thick layer of ash, the candles were almost burned out, the rouge box on the table was open, and the rouge inside had long since turned into a hard lump, like a piece of coagulated blood. The bedding on the bed had turned black, and a tattered piece of red silk was hanging in the corner. When the breeze blew, it made a sound, as if someone was pulling it. Just then, a faint swana sound was heard, and a chill seeped in from the crack in the door. Jiang Yan felt a chill down his spine. Based on his experience with horror movies in his previous life, the more serious the situation, the more he couldn't look back. Jiang Yan looked at the bronze mirror on the dressing table, and a face without eyes and wearing a red veil instantly appeared in the mirror. Oh my god! Jiang Yan was frightened by the sudden appearance of the face and punched out directly. With a pop sound, the bronze mirror in front of him shattered instantly. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if someone was blowing at him. Jiang Yan reacted quickly, almost in an instant, activated his skills, and flashed out of the window. He instantly flashed to the center of the yard. He was really scared just now. Jiang Yan was about to run away when he heard the strange swona sound again and the door behind him slammed shut. Jiang Yan looked towards the corner of the yard and saw a silhouette of a person wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe. Her face was pale, her skin had ulcerated and was unrecognizable, and her eyeballs had fallen out. This is the face of the person who just appeared in front of me. In just a blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. This thing was really weird. In the blink of an eye, the ghost bride appeared again, walking slowly towards Jiang Yan, and the ghost bride was in a looming state. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all. He drew his sword and slashed directly at the ghost bride, but he didn't expect the attack to penetrate directly. No entity? Jiang Yan frowned. This thing had no physical form, and ordinary weapons could not hurt her at all. The ghost bride's hands were like sharp claws, attacking Jiang Yan fiercely. Jiang Yan instinctively held the sword in front of him to block it. But the ghost bride's hands went straight through the sword and pointed directly at Jiang Yan's heart. Oh no! Jiang Yan quickly used his own spiritual power to form a shield to block the attack. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and Jiang Yan was directly blown away by a huge force. The great perfection of qi refining. Jiang Yan didn't expect that the strength of this ghost bride was actually equivalent to the perfection of qi refining. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Jiang Yan suddenly rushed out. On the way to escape, Jiang Yan kept an eye on the ghost bride and started cursing the system. You bastard system, are you kidding me? I can't hurt this ghost bride, but she can hit me. Isn't that shady? Hee, host, don't be afraid. Although her realm is higher than yours, you run faster than her. She won't be able to catch up with you in a short time. Grass. This dog system failed at the critical moment. Just when he was about to escape to the entrance of the secret realm, the surrounding environment changed instantly and the entrance to the secret realm disappeared. Jiang Yan looked back and saw that the ghost bride had caught up with him. I'm giving you face, right? Jiang Yan condensed his own spiritual power, and then a ball of light blue flame appeared in his hand. Jiang Yan raised his hand and waved it forward, and the flames flew directly towards the ghost bride. The ghost bride dodged sideways but was still hit by the flames. In just a moment, the flames instantly ignited. Aha! The ghost bride screamed in pain. Seeing the ghost bride being injured by the flames condensed by spiritual power, Jiang Yan suddenly realized. Yes, this thing is just a soul, and what the soul fears most is the fire condensed by spiritual energy. The ghost bride screamed in pain and fled towards the old house. Jiang Yan showed a sneering smile. It's like when you play a horror game, before you get the weapon, where can you hide? After you get the weapon, where can you hide? She ran and he chased her, but she couldn't escape even if she had wings. During the pursuit, Jiang Yan frantically condensed flames, and the flames in his hands grew bigger and bigger. The ghost bride had just breathed a sigh of relief after escaping into the old house, but when she looked back, she saw a huge ball of flame condensed in Jiang Yan's hand. The ghost bride still wanted to escape, but Jiang Yan would not give her the chance. A huge flame blasted out. Aha! The ghost bride's figure was enveloped by the flames and disappeared in just an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ghost bride. 1,000 points rewarded, 10,000 swords technique. Chapter 8 Cursing Zhang Huang. As the ghost bride disappeared, the surrounding fog gradually dissipated. The ancient house also disappeared at this moment, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed at all. The exit of the secret realm is not far away. Jiang Yan looked back, then slowly walked towards the exit. Inside Yunhai Hospital. In the high-end VIP ward. The room was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Jiang Chen, who was seriously injured by Jiang Yan yesterday, was still in a coma. Jiang's mother kept wiping her tears, and Jiang Shaoan comforted her softly. Jiang Tianlong paced back and forth at the door of the ward. Dad, how is Xiaochen now? Jiang Huang, the eldest sister who was doing business abroad, received the news that Jiang Chen was seriously injured and rushed back without stopping. Seeing Jiang Huang, Jiang Tianlong stopped and said, "Xiao Chen is fine now, but he's still in a coma. The doctor said it will take a few days for him to wake up." Jiang Huang walked into the ward and saw Jiang Chen lying unconscious on the bed, and his heart suddenly tightened. "I was away from home for only half a month, and such a big thing happened at home." Seeing Jiang's mother still sad, Jiang Huang walked over and sat down beside her. "Mom, what's going on?" Jiang's mother said nothing and just kept crying. "Sister, this is the situation." Jiang Shaoan told Jiang Huang everything that had happened in the past few days. Jiang Huang's expression instantly turned cold after hearing this. Is Jiang Yan trying to rebel? Not only did he not apologize for his wrongdoing, he also severed ties with the Jiang family and even severely injured Jiang Chen. He's completely outrageous. It seems that taking him home was a wrong choice. Jiang Tianlong, who was outside the ward, also walked in, his face full of resentment. "This evil creature, wasn't it just a matter of tempering him a little? I didn't expect him to have such a vicious heart." Jiang Huang looked at the name on the phone and thought for a while, then walked out of the ward and dialed the number. At the same time, Jiang Yan was eating skewers crazily. It was a real enjoyment to take a bite of mutton and then drink a sip of beer. The night gave me. The cell phone rang. Jiang Yan took out a tissue to wipe his hands, took out his cell phone, and was slightly stunned when he saw the word "Big Sister" on the screen. Jiang Huang, the original owner's elder sister. In the original owner's memory, Jiang Huang took over the Jiang family's company right after graduating from university, and under her leadership, the market value of the Jiang family's company rose rapidly. A true businesswoman. After the original owner was taken back to the Jiang family, he followed her around all day like a little fanboy. But Jiang Huang never treated the original owner well, and the original owner thought that she was not doing well enough, so she tried harder to please her. But all he got in return was this: "I only have one brother, Jiang Chen. As for you, you are just an outsider with blood relationship." Thinking of this, Jiang Yan hung up the phone directly. The other party called again without giving up. Jiang Yan felt impatient and had to answer the call. "Ill?" There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if no one expected Jiang Yan to say that. After a while, Jiang Huang's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jiang Yan, you've really gone too far this time. You actually hurt Xiao Chen like this. If you can't afford to lose, just say so. Isn't it normal to get hurt during a sparring match?" Jiang Yan curled his lips. Jiang Huang was instantly furious after hearing this. "What do you mean by injured? Xiao Chen hasn't woken up yet. Get over here right now. Who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? You call your mother a mother?" Jiang Huang was stunned when he heard Jiang Yan's words. Is this still the same timid Jiang Yan from before? He actually dared to scold her so harshly. Jiang Huang suppressed his inner anger and said, "Jiang Yan, don't forget the money the Jiang family spent on you. Now that you have left the Jiang family, you must return the money to them." These words made Jiang Yan laugh. "Money? How dare you say that? I don't even have the right to sit at the table to eat in the Jiang family. I can only eat steamed buns and pickles. Impossible. The Jiang family gives me pocket money every month. How dare you say you don't have money?" Jiang Huang asked back. "How did a moron like you become the CEO? Don't you just believe everything others say?" Jiang Yan's words left Jiang Huang speechless. Jiang Huang recalled that she had never investigated before. She subconsciously thought that Jiang Chen would not lie, so she chose to believe whatever Jiang Chen said. "You weren't like this before. You were so honest before." Jiang Huang was interrupted by Jiang Yan before he could finish his words. "Are honest people not human beings? Do honest people deserve to be bullied by you?" There was silence on the other end of the phone again. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Jiang Yan hung up the phone and blocked him. Jiang Huang looked at the hung-up phone and felt very unhappy. Jiang Huang returned to the ward and looked at Jiang Tianlong and asked, "Dad, have you ever given Jiang Yan money?" "Money? He's eating and sleeping at home, why would he need money? I've never given him any money anyway." Jiang's mother took out a tissue and wiped her tears. "I thought old Jiang gave him pocket money every month. I was afraid that he would learn bad habits if he had too much money, so I didn't." Jiang Huang looked at Jiang Shaoan, who also shook her head. "He has been bullying Xiao Chen all the time. How could I possibly give him money? Zhang Huang was shocked when he heard the answers from several people. After all, they have 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, but Jiang Yan doesn't have any. Although she doesn't like Jiang Yan, he is also his parents' child. Seeing Jiang Chen lying on the hospital bed and thinking of what Jiang Yan had just said on the phone, a terrible answer rose in his heart. Mom and Dad, I have to go out first. After Zhang Huang finished speaking, he turned and left the ward, walked to the garage and drove towards home. After returning to the Jiang family, Zhang Huang didn't know which room Jiang Yan lived in, so he asked the nanny. Which room does Jiang Yan live in? The nanny who was cleaning led Zhang Huang to the utility room. Miss, young Master Jiang Yan has been living here. Zhang Huang's eyes were full of disbelief as he pushed open the door of the utility room. All that came into view was a pile of neatly arranged junk and an empty bed, nothing else. The room was small but cleaned very well. Seeing all this, Zhang Huang felt sad. She seemed to understand why Jiang Yan's personality changed so drastically. Anyone who came here would not be able to endure it for long, but he actually endured it for 4 years. Zhang Huang stood in the utility room in silence for a long time. She had always thought that Jiang Yan lived the same life as them in the Jiang family, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Zhang Huang took out his phone and wanted to apologize to Jiang Yan but found that he had been blocked. Zhang Huang walked out of the room feeling somewhat lost. After a while, Zhang Huang calmed down and called his secretary. Help me investigate. Chapter 9, Second Kill of Deputy Captain Fong Yun. After Jiang Yan returned to the rental house, he prepared to start practicing. There is less than a month left until the college exchange competition, so we have to hurry up and build our foundation. As Jiang Yan was practicing his technique, the spiritual energy around him began to gather towards him. As time passed, Jiang Yan could feel that his cultivation was slowly increasing. An hour later, Jiang Yan successfully broke through and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refining. At this time, the message alert on the mobile phone rang. Jiang Yan opened the phone and saw that Lu Yang asked him to go to school. Jiang Yan had no choice but to put aside his cultivation for the time being and go out to take a bus to school. After arriving at the school, the martial arts field was very lively, with many students sitting in the audience. Lu Yang saw Jiang Yan coming and walked over to him and said, "Today is a competition between students from the martial arts class. Members of the school team can also participate. Are you interested?" Looking at the students sparring on the stage, Jiang Yan shook his head. "No, I'm not interested." Hearing Jiang Yan's refusal, Lu Yang didn't know what to say. Just as Jiang Yan was about to leave, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Boy, are you scared?" Jiang Yan turned around and saw a young man wearing the school team uniform looking at him with a mocking expression. Jiang Yan's face was calm. "Who are you?" "Fong Yun, the vice captain of the school team." "Oh." Fong Yun's face instantly turned gloomy. He had never been looked down upon like this before. "It's just defeating the weakest one in the school team. Is that something to be proud of?" Fong Yun raised his eyebrows. Jiang Yan looked at him like he was a fool. "Am I proud? You're jumping out like a lunatic to show off your presence. You don't think you're cool like this, do you? You." Fong Yun was so angry that he was shaking all over. As a member of the school team, Jiang Yan was nowhere to be seen in school all day long and did not even participate in training. He really couldn't stand Jiang Yan's aloof look. "Do you dare to fight me on the field? If you lose, kowtow to me 3 times and yell, 'Brother Fong, I was wrong.'" Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. "What if you lose?" Fong Yun said confidently, "There's no way I can lose." The reason why he is so confident is that Fong Yun has successfully broken through the peak of the 1st level and his cultivation has now reached the 1st level of the 2nd level. He also watched the live broadcast of Jiang Yan killing the black bear. There was too much water in the online news and it couldn't be fully believed. As for defeating Jiang Chen with 1 punch, Jiang Chen is the weakest one in the school team, and it would only take 1 punch for him to beat him. Therefore, in his opinion, Jiang Yan is indeed powerful but he definitely cannot beat him. Thinking of this, Fong Yun couldn't help laughing. He could already imagine that Jiang Yan would have to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to him after losing, with a look of humiliation on his face. When Jiang Yan saw Fong Yun like this, he made the same expression as the old man on the subway looking at his phone. He turned to look at Lu Yang and tapped his head with his fingers. Is there something wrong with his brain? Lu Yang smiled awkwardly and said nothing. The news that Jiang Yan was going to compete with the vice captain of the school team spread throughout the campus in no time, and soon the audience seats were full. The other members of the school team sat at the front of the audience. One of the girls wearing glasses looked at the girl with a high ponytail and said, "Sister Yaya, do you think Fong Yun will win?" Before Chin Yu could say anything, the boy next to her answered first, "We're guaranteed to win. Brother Fong has already reached the first level of the second stage, and his strength is second only to the captain. But Jiang Yan won't lose badly either." Chin Yu shook her head. "Fong Yun will lose, and lose quickly." In the martial arts arena, Fong Yun was holding a long sword with high spirits. He first waved to Chin Yu in the audience, and then looked across. On the other side of the martial arts field, Jiang Yan was playing with a wooden stick in his hand with a calm expression. Then comes the familiar pre-match rhetoric. "Jiang Yan, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my sword," Fong Yun said sarcastically. Jiang Yan just smiled faintly. "If you say another word, I'll hang your mother from a tree and whip her." Fong Yun was angered by this sentence. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Jiang Yan, I hope you can still laugh later." After saying that, he drew his sword and pointed it at Jiang Yan, sneering, "Your strength isn't great, but your talking skills are top-notch. Let me teach you how to behave." Jiang Yan's face was filled with disdain. "You're the one who's yelling the loudest. Do you like showing off? If you do, I'll make you fly." The game begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, the stick in Jiang Yan's hand cut through the air like a bullet, turning into a shadow and attacking Fong Yun. Fong Yun slashed at the wooden stick with his sword, and with a clang sound, the wooden stick and the sword collided. A huge force burst out, and Fong Yun was surprised to find that his sword could not cut the wooden stick. What he didn't know was that Jiang Yan had added spiritual power to the entire body of the wooden stick. Fong Yun mobilized all his energy and blood to barely take the blow. Fong Yun looked across and saw that Jiang Yan had already disappeared. "Where are you looking?" Jiang Yan's voice came from behind. "Not good." Fong Yun cried out inwardly. Quickly turned around to resist. Unfortunately, his reaction was a little slow, and Jiang Yan elbowed Fong Yun on the chin. Fong Yun flew up directly, and then Jiang Yan turned around and kicked him sideways, kicking him out like a football. Fong Yun flew backwards. He thrust the sword into the ground in mid-air, but the huge inertia still made him fly backwards for a distance. Fong Yun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. "Damn it! This guy is so strong, I can't lose." Fong Yun stood up and mobilized his energy and blood, ready to give it his all. But how could Jiang Yan give him a chance? He rushed in front of him in an instant and punched him. Boom! The punch hit Fong Yun in the face, and Fong Yun only saw a huge fist coming towards him. At the same time, he felt the breath of death. Fong Yun's pupils suddenly shrank, and the fear of death instantly engulfed him. A feeling of powerlessness swept over his body, the sword in his hand fell off, and his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Jiang Yan's fist stopped when it was only 0.01 centimeter away from his face. Jiang Yan looked at Fong Yun, who was kneeling on the ground with cold sweat, with an expressionless face. Fong Yun had not recovered yet at this moment. He didn't dare to think about how miserable he would be if he was hit by the next punch. "It's over, you lose." Jiang Yan's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire training ground. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that they were speechless. Except for Chin Yu, the school team members were also staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Vice Captain Fong Yun, the number one person under the school team captain Chin Yu, actually lost? The entire battle process took less than a minute. Jiang Yan shook his head and sighed. Why not learn something else at such a young age? Why not imitate others and act cool? There was no deep hatred between him and Fong Yun, so he just taught him a lesson. If Jiang Chen were here, he would just touch my head like an immortal and open my spiritual world with just a little strength. Jiang Yan turned around and was about to leave when Fong Yun called out to him. "Wait a minute, I, Fong Yun, am not the kind of person who can't stand losing." After saying dong dong dong, he kowtowed 3 times on the ground. "Brother Jiang, I was wrong." Jiang Yan walked off the stage and looked towards the audience, and happened to meet Chin Yu's eyes. Out of politeness, Jiang Yan nodded and then walked towards the dormitory of the school team members. Looking at Jiang Yan's departing back, Chin Yu didn't know what was going on in her mind. Chapter 10: The Truth. Jiang Group. In the president's office, Jiang Huang kept looking through the surveillance records at home. Many days of surveillance videos were deleted, but the people who deleted the videos seemed unaware that every surveillance video would be automatically backed up. Jiang Huang kept typing on the keyboard and soon found the backups of the deleted videos. Jiang Huang began to watch the surveillance video carefully, fearing that he would miss some details. She didn't believe that her younger brother Xiaochen would do such a thing, so she wanted to investigate the truth of the matter. But after watching each video, her face became paler. The surveillance footage above clearly recorded how her good brother framed Jiang Yan. No, this is not true. Xiaochen, how could it be possible? Jiang Huang tried to comfort himself, but the truth was this. Jiang Huang now felt that she was having difficulty breathing. The truth was weighing her down so much that she was almost suffocating. She couldn't imagine that the brother she had loved for more than 10 years would be such a person. Thinking of what Jiang Chen had said before, that he was locked up in the basement by Jiang Yan, and that she had tied Jiang Yan to a tree in the yard and whipped him for an hour without any reason, she felt a little unsteady on her feet. No wonder Jiang Yan's personality changed drastically and he severed ties with the Jiang family. Thinking back to the time when Jiang Yan always followed behind her and sweetly called her big sister. But he believed Jiang Chen's lies and beat him up until he was covered in bruises. He curled up on the ground helplessly, his voice weak. Sister, it hurts. I really didn't bully my brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Huang felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone had cut a piece of flesh from it alive. She forced herself to watch the last surveillance video. The video recorded the conversation between Jiang Chen and the servant very clearly. In the video, Jiang Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and the servants opposite him lowered their heads and dared not speak. Jiang Huang remembered that this servant resigned last month. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, "Do you know what you should and shouldn't say?" I know. The servant replied respectfully. Very good. Think about your family and children. Don't do anything stupid, okay? The servant nodded. Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Jiang Huang paused the video. She was in great pain at the moment. At this time, the phone vibrated. When Jiang Huang opened the phone, he saw that it was a voice message from Xiaowan. He clicked it. Sister, Xiaochen has woken up. The doctor checked and there's nothing wrong. He just needs to rest. We're home now. Come back when you have time. Jiang Huang adjusted his mood, took his computer and rushed home. Jiang family villa. The villa was brightly lit at this time, and the Jiang family members were sitting in the living room. Jiang Huang pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Chen walked over to him with a delighted look on his face. Big sister, you're back. Jiang Huang looked at Jiang Chen expressionlessly, walked around her and went straight to the living room. Jiang Chen was stunned and didn't understand what was wrong with his elder sister. Seeing his elder sister carrying a computer, a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. Everyone here, let me show you something. After saying that, Jiang Huang turned on the computer and placed it on the coffee table. Jiang Chen saw the content of the video clearly, his face was terrified and his legs went weak with fear, and he almost fell to the ground. He didn't understand how his elder sister found the surveillance video when he had clearly deleted it. Mom and Dad, everything here is fake. Someone is deliberately framing me. Jiang Chen shouted. Jiang Huang looked at Jiang Chen with disappointment. He was still lying at this point. Jiang Tianlong fell silent after watching the video. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said nothing. Jiang Xiaowan looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Thinking of what she had done to Jiang Yan before, she became so angry that she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Huang quickly stepped forward and helped him sit down on the sofa. Jiang Chen walked forward trembling and burst into tears. Mom and Dad, I'm just too scared. I'm afraid that if my brother comes back, you will no longer want me. In the past, whenever Jiang Chen cried, they would come forward to comfort him out of heartache, but now they just watched coldly. Seeing that no one reacted, Jiang Chen's legs went weak and he was about to kneel down, but was stopped by Jiang's mother. Xiaochen might just be confused for a moment, he is not. Mom! You're still protecting him at this time. Jiang Huang felt sad. She didn't understand why she was still on Jiang Chen's side even after all this. Jiang's mother quickly explained, everyone makes mistakes, right? I believe Xiaochen was just too scared. At this moment, she was very conflicted. On one side was her biological son, and on the other side was her adopted son whom she had raised for more than 10 years. No matter which one she chose, it would be unfair to the other. Jiang Huang didn't understand why his mother was still speaking for Jiang Chen even after all this happened. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? Once or twice would be fine, but Jiang Yan had only been home for 4 years, and Jiang Chen had already been targeting and framing him for 4 years. Enough! Stop talking. Jiang Chen was definitely wrong in this matter. Does that mean that rebellious son was not wrong? Zhang Tianlong put out his cigarette and spoke. Dad, what are you talking about? What did Jiang Yan do wrong? Zhang's father's words instantly made her anxious. I'm his father. Even if I'm wrong, he can't disobey me. This matter ends here. As long as he is willing to take the initiative to bow his head, the Zhang family will welcome him back at any time. The authority of the head of the Zhang family cannot be challenged. Zhang Huang just felt suffocated. Why did his good home become like this? She now completely understood Jiang Yan, but at the same time she was in great pain. She really wasn't a qualified sister, she was sorry for Jiang Yan. Zhang Huang returned to her room in a state of despair. She really wanted to say sorry to Jiang Yan. Zhang Xiaowan felt very uncomfortable when she saw Zhang Huang's distraught look. Turning around and seeing Jiang Chen still wiping his tears, she used to feel distressed, but now she only felt disgusted. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but when he met Zhang Xiaowan's cold eyes, he had no choice but to remain silent. Jiang Chen hated Jiang Yan to the extreme at this moment. He had already kicked out of the Jiang family, so why? Why did he still mess up his life? At this moment, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. An extreme idea came into his mind: he must kill Jiang Yan. As long as Jiang Yan died, everything in the Jiang family would be his. When Zhang Huang returned to the room, she saw a photo of her and Jiang Yan on the bedside table. Seeing Jiang Yan's bright and sunny smile in the photo, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. After a while, she adjusted her mood and decided to find Jiang Yan tomorrow. She wanted to apologize to Jiang Yan sincerely. Chapter 11: Jiang Huang's arrival and unexpected gains. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. In the dormitory of the school team members. Jiang Yan opened the system space, looked at the skills rewarded for completing the last mission, clicked on the introduction next to it and began to study. The system's voice rang out: 10,000 Swords Technique. This technique utilizes one's own spiritual power. This sword technique has 3 levels. At the first level, one can condense one's own spiritual power into a spiritual sword to injure others. At the second level, one can condense dozens of spiritual swords to kill others. Those who have mastered this sword technique can transform plants, trees, bamboo, and stone into swords. After listening to the introduction of the system, Jiang Yan was shocked. For those who have mastered the sword technique, grass, wood, bamboo and stone can all be turned into swords, and this sword technique also allows for free hand skills. If I succeed in cultivating to perfection, thousands of swords will appear from the sky with a wave of my hand. Imagine that you are sparring with someone, and the other person is still fiddling with his weapon. Then you wave your hand and a huge sword formation appears in the sky. What is the psychological impact on the other person? This is not in to me. Jiang Yan sighed, raising one hand to release his spiritual power. Light blue spiritual power began to gather in his hands. Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of foul air and tried to control his spiritual power. As time passed, the spiritual power in his hand began to slowly condense into a flying sword. Jiang Yan was very excited looking at the flying sword in his hand. He gathered his spiritual power in his hands again and wanted to condense another flying sword, but no matter how he tried, the spiritual power was like loose sand and could not take shape. It seems that with my current cultivation level, condensing a flying sword is already the limit. Jiang Yan withdrew his spiritual power and the sword in his hand disappeared. Then he felt sleepy, and Jiang Yan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in a short while. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yan slept until noon the next day. He woke up from his sleep when he heard continuous knocking on the door. He rubbed his messy hair. He felt a little dazed because he had slept for too long. Who is it? Jiang Yan stretched and patted his face to wake himself up. There was no sound from outside the door. Jiang Yan walked forward and opened the door. Xiao Yan. Zhang Huang, dressed in casual clothes, was standing outside the door, and Jiang Yan's face instantly turned cold. What brings you here, Miss Jiang? Jiang Yan didn't know what was going on in her head. Zhang Huang felt a pang of pain in her heart when she heard Jiang Yan call her Miss Jiang. Xiao Yan, can you come home with me? I've already investigated the truth of the matter. It was all my fault before. Can you give me a chance to make amends? Hearing her say this, Jiang Yan immediately understood. I just said it casually when I was scolding her, but I didn't expect her to actually investigate it. Jiang Yan looked at her calmly. Are you done? If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Jiang Yan was about to leave when Zhang Huang reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Her tone was very humble. Xiao Yan, I really know I was wrong. Just come home with me. Don't worry, no one will bully you when you return to the Jiang family. Jiang Yan shook off her hand and walked downstairs. Zhang Huang watched Jiang Yan leave and hurriedly chased after him. Zhang Huang followed Jiang Yan all the way, but Jiang Yan didn't bother to pay attention to her. As long as it didn't affect him, she could do whatever she wanted. As he walked, Jiang Yan came to the outside of the Sutra library, where only school team members and teachers could enter. Jiang Yan took out his ID card. After the system successfully recognized it, the door slowly opened and Jiang Yan stepped in. Zhang Huang was naturally stopped outside the door because she didn't have an ID card, but she didn't leave. She wanted to wait here until Jiang Yan came out. She had done so many wrong things and she had to make Jiang Yan forgive her. Jiang Yan walked into the Sutra library, where a variety of martial arts collected since the establishment of Yunshui No. 1 Middle School were collected. Students could purchase rubbings and study them by paying the corresponding price in daxia coins. The Sutra repository has a total of 5 floors. Most of the items on the first and second floors are first-level martial arts, with only a few second-level martial arts. As for the third and fourth levels, they are second-level martial arts and above, and are only open to school team members, teachers, and students who have reached the fifth level of the first level. As for the fifth floor, most students have no idea what is on it. Only teachers and a few students know. Jiang Yan stood in front of the huge electronic screen and began to choose a martial art that suited him. First-level martial arts, cloud-breaking spear technique, 50,000 great xia coins. Second-level martial arts, flowing water rock shattering fist, 100,000 great xia coins. Second-level martial arts, ghost shadow mystery, 100,000 great xia coins. Jiang Yan spent a long time selecting and found only martial arts, not a single technique for practicing magic. But this cannot be blamed on the school. After all, monks are so rare, and the techniques they practice are naturally few. Jiang Yan looked around. Most of the students were on the first and second floors, a few were on the third and fourth floors, and there was no one on the fifth floor. Don't you have any suitable martial arts, Jiang Yan? A female voice came from behind. Jiang Yan looked back and saw a sweet-looking girl wearing glasses and a team uniform looking at him curiously. Who are you? Su Xiaoxiao. The girl said. When Jiang Yan heard the girl's name, he felt somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Su Xiaoxiao. Jiang Yan murmured, and it took him a while to realize that Su Xiaoxiao was a member of the school team. Jiang Yan reacted quickly and greeted him politely. Hello, senior. We are all classmates, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Xiaoxiao or senior sister. Su Xiaoxiao said. I see you've been choosing for a long time. Is there nothing suitable? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Jiang Yan nodded, then pointed to the fifth floor and said, Senior Su, what's on the fifth floor? I don't think anyone has been there. There are no martial arts on the fifth floor, only a few books of exercises suitable for cultivators to practice, so no students will go there. Su Xiaoxiao smiled. Kung Fu. Jiang Yan was very excited when he heard Su Xiaoxiao say there was a martial arts method. He suppressed his excitement and spoke. Can I go up and take a look? Su Xiaoxiao nodded. After all, there was no rule prohibiting students from entering the fifth floor. Thank you. Jiang Yan thanked him and walked towards the fifth floor. Looking at Jiang Yan's departing back, Su Xiaoxiao followed him out of curiosity. When we reached the fifth floor, since few people came here, a thin layer of dust had accumulated on the displayed martial arts techniques. Looking at the few martial arts techniques, Jiang Yan cleaned the dust off them and began to select them carefully. As he was picking, the martial arts technique placed in the corner caught Jiang Yan's attention. Jiang Yan picked it up and saw 5 big words written on it, the secret of seeing every tree and grass as an enemy. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from the side. These are the techniques practiced by cultivators. Are you interested in them? I'm quite curious about the cultivator's cultivation method. How much does this cultivation method cost? Wait a moment, I'll check for you. Su Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone and searched. The information was found quickly. The art of seeing every tree and grass as an enemy, a foundation building technique, only costs 20,000 great xia coins. 20,000? How can it be sold cheaper than a first-level martial art? Jiang Yan was a little surprised. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, after all, only monks can practice. Our school's captain is the only monk, so it's sold at a low price. Do you want to buy it? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Jiang Yan nodded and immediately scanned the code to complete the payment. Goodbye, senior. After saying that, Jiang Yan went to the self-service area at the front desk to get the rubbing version. Bye. Watching Jiang Yan leave, Su Xiaoxiao always felt something was strange. Chapter 12 Simple Bad Breath, Ultimate Enjoyment. After taking the rubbing, Jiang Yan walked out of the sutra library. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Zhang Huang still sitting on the steps opposite. Seeing Jiang Yan coming out, Zhang Huang quickly stood up and walked forward, her tone very humble. Xiaoyan, I really know I was wrong. Come back with me, okay? I will buy you whatever you want. Jiang Yan just looked at her calmly and said softly, we are all adults and must be responsible for our own actions. I have made it very clear since the day I left. There is no connection between me and the Zhang family anymore. Don't come again. No, I don't agree. Zhang Huang was so excited that his voice unconsciously increased, causing the students passing by to turn their heads and look over here. The classmates passing by thought that the scumbag wanted to break up with his girlfriend and his girlfriend disagreed, so they started whispering about it. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Yan was speechless. Rumors are deadly. Can't you, a bunch of spectators, understand the truth of the matter before discussing it? Zhang Huang realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, you all misunderstood. I'm his sister and he's my brother. Things are not what you think. Zhang Huang wanted to continue explaining, but when he turned around, he found that Jiang Yan had already walked away. She had no choice but to give up explaining and hurried after him. Time quickly came to 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yan was already starving because he had not eaten for 2 meals. He walked to the Shaxian snack bar opposite the school and ordered a bowl of duck leg rice, and the boss brought the rice to him. Just as Jiang Yan was about to eat, a hand reached out and took away his chopsticks. Turning around, he saw that Zhang Huang had followed him here despite not giving up. Zhang Huang said in a slightly reproachful tone, Xiaoyan, how can you eat such useless food? Come home with me, and I'll nourish you. When the boss heard the woman say it was not nutritious, his face instantly turned dark. I was thinking, you went to a Shaxian snack bar and said Shaxian is not nutritious, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Jiang Yan said sarcastically, it has carbohydrates, protein, vegetables, and meat. It's much better than eating steamed buns and pickles. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Zhang Huang felt very guilty. Yes, Jiang Yan only eats steamed buns and pickles at home, and his food is even worse than this. What qualifications do I have to say that these are not nutritious? Since Zhang Huang was standing there, Jiang Yan lost his appetite and immediately paid the bill and left. Seeing Jiang Yan about to leave, Zhang Huang reached out and grabbed him. Jiang Yan was about to shake off her hand when he turned around and saw her tearful eyes and humble face. She didn't look like the decisive female CEO in the business world at all. But Jiang Yan didn't feel anything and just pulled his hand out. After walking out of the door, Jiang Yan thought about it and decided to go back to the Zhang family. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely break up with the Zhang family, so that these people would not come to him every few days. Where's your car? Didn't you want me to go back to the Zhang family with you? Let's go. Xiaoyan, have you forgiven your sister? Zhang Huang was very emotional when he heard Jiang Yan say that he was going back to the Zhang family. Xiaoyan, please stay here for a while. I'll go drive right away. After saying that, Zhang Huang quickly ran towards the parking space. After a while, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped next to Jiang Yan. Holy crap! Look what that is, bro. A Rolls-Royce. Not only is he rich but he's also so good-looking. Please support me, sister. Look at me, mom. I'm your little puppy. Under the envious gazes of the people around him, Jiang Yan opened the back door and got in. Zhang Huang considerately fastened his seatbelt before getting in the driver's seat and preparing to drive. Zhang Huang sent the news that Jiang Yan was going home to the family group. Zhang Xiaowan was very happy after receiving the news. Jiang Yan was going back to the Zhang family. Does it mean that Jiang Yan has forgiven her? Jiang Yan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Along the way, Jiang Huang always brought up topics intentionally or unintentionally, but Jiang Yan kept his eyes closed and ignored him. Zhang Huang was not angry when she saw this. She was already very happy that Jiang Yan could go home with her. This was a good start. She believed that it would not be long before Jiang Yan would forgive them. The car quickly drove to the Jiang family's gate. Jiang Huang got out of the car, opened the door, and walked inside holding Jiang Yan's hand. As soon as I entered the door, the Jiang family members were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Jiang Yan coming back, Jiang's mother walked up and wanted to hug Jiang Yan in her arms. Jiang Yan reached out and stopped her. Stand there and don't move. Mother Jiang's body trembled slightly, and she looked at her own son who was cold to her with tears in her eyes. Xiao Yan, I'm your mother. Can you hug me? Jiang's mother knew that she had let Jiang Yan down, so she wanted to compensate him. That's not necessary. Jiang Yan's voice was flat and no emotion could be heard. If it were the original owner, he would definitely be very excited if Jiang's mother wanted to hug him. After all, how could he not hope for family affection when he has been lacking love since childhood? It's a pity that he is not the original owner now. Jiang Yan just feels that the person in front of him is particularly hypocritical. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Yan with hatred in his eyes. He thought he could teach him a lesson, but he never expected that he would almost be beaten to death by him. Jiang Chen suppressed the hatred in his heart, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. Jiang Yan noticed the hatred in Jiang Chen's eyes and curled his lips. Clown. Since you're back, let's go out for dinner. Jiang Tianlong said. Everyone arrived at Zhuhezhuang very quickly. After receiving the notification, the waiter at the door waited outside early for the Jiang family to arrive. After entering the box, Jiang Yan found a seat in the corner and sat down. He was not very interested in this meal. How can I deepen the conflict with the Jiang family? Or give that old man Jiang Tianlong a good beating? While he was thinking, Jiang Shaowan and Jiang Huang sat down on his right. Xiao Yan, can you please sit next to your mother? Seeing Jiang Yan sitting in the corner, Jiang's mother hurriedly asked him to sit over. Jiang Chen, who was sitting to Jiang's mother's left, had a gloomy expression before he smiled. Yes, brother, you should sit next to mom. Is it because of me that you're sitting in the corner? I'm sorry I took your seat. I'll leave now. After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up and pretended to leave. Jiang's mother felt a little distressed and quickly held him back. Jiang Yan couldn't stand this bitch anymore and started cursing. You're just pretending to be a bitch. If a man keeps playing the green tea bitch trick, I'll stuff that chopstick and cement into your ass. With a bang, Jiang Tianlong slapped the table. You bastard, how can you talk like that? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. If you don't kneel down and apologize today, you will never be able to return to the Jiang family. Jiang Huang even hugged Jiang Yan and told him to stop talking. It took a lot of effort to persuade him to come back, but now the conflict has deepened again. Xiao Yan, you, stop talking. You are both your mother's favorite children. You should apologize to your father first. John's mother couldn't help but burst into tears. She didn't understand why the two brothers couldn't live in harmony. Fuck you. I'm not wrong. Jiang Yan was immediately furious. He looked at Jiang Tianlong. He said he didn't say you, right? Do you think I want to stay in your Jiang family? If beating people is not against the law, I would have beaten you to death. You evil creature, you. Jiang Tianlong was so angry that his blood rushed to his head and he couldn't stand steadily and was about to faint from anger. Dad. Jiang Shaowan hurriedly supported Jiang Tianlong. Jiang Yan turned around and left without hesitation, and Jiang Huang hurried forward to stop him. Get out. This single word exuded a powerful pressure that directly knocked Jiang Huang to the ground. Jiang Yan simply opened the door and left. No. No. Shayan, don't go. Jiang Huang's painful voice came from behind. Chapter 13, Born with a Strange Phenomenon, Breaking Through the Foundation. Jiang Yan walked out of Zhuhezhuang, and he was in a very happy mood. As expected, when I am in a bad mood, I still have to curse to feel better. While walking on the road, Jiang Yan could clearly feel that his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy had become more acute. It seems that good or bad mood also has a certain impact on spiritual practice. Feeling the cultivation in his body, Jiang Yan murmured, "It's time to break through the foundation." After saying that, Jiang Yan rode his horse at full speed to the deep mountains behind the school. Normally, no one comes here, so it's more suitable for breaking through. The reason why Jiang Yan didn't choose the dormitory was because he was afraid that the noise would be too loud when he broke through the foundation building stage and would directly destroy the dormitory. Jiang Yan opened the system store and bought a chi gathering powder. The chi-gathering powder was made from the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth and contained a large amount of spiritual power. Therefore, this pill was sold at a high price, costing 800 points. Jiang Yan had no time to feel sorry for his points. He swallowed it in one gulp. The moment he swallowed the pill, a powerful spiritual power enveloped him. High-purity spiritual energy began to flow through Jiang Yan's body. In just one breath, the spiritual energy filled his entire body. Gradually, Jiang Yan felt his whole body getting hot, and his cultivation level showed signs of a breakthrough. Just a little bit more. Jiang Yan thought to himself, then he started to practice his skills and suddenly began to absorb the spiritual energy around him, and a large amount of spiritual energy entered his body. With a boom, a huge wave of power burst out from Jiang Yan's body. Ha! It's thundering? The student at the foot of the mountain looked up at the blue sky. The loud noise just now made him think it was thunder. Jiang Yan successfully broke through, and at this moment his cultivation had reached the great perfection of qi refining. Jiang Yan took out the foundation building pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. The pill melted in his mouth, and a powerful medicinal power exploded in his body. At the same time, Jiang Yan felt as if a switch in his body was turned on. In order for a cultivator to break through the foundation building stage, he needs not only the assistance of the foundation building pill but also a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Jiang Yan clearly felt that the spiritual energy within a radius of dozens of miles was constantly gathering towards him. Boom! A huge tide of spiritual energy appeared above him. The sky, which was boundless blue just now, is now covered by darkness, and the light blue spiritual energy tide in the air is particularly eye-catching. All the students of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School and passers-by nearby noticed the strange sight in the sky. They also clearly saw the endless spiritual energy rushing madly into the sky. In the principal's office. Puff! Wang Defa, who was drinking tea, spat out the tea in his mouth, then suddenly stood up and looked at the strange scene in the sky. At the same time, the school team members and Lu Yang, who were training outdoors, also looked up at the sky in surprise. Lu Yang looked at the strange scene in the sky, his eyes full of shock, and he murmured in a low voice. Is this a spiritual energy tide? Could someone be breaking through to the foundation building stage? He had only seen this kind of phenomenon in the introduction of the book. When a cultivator breaks through the foundation, it will cause a strange phenomenon in the sky and the earth, and a huge spiritual energy tide will form in the air. He never thought that he would be able to see such a wonderful sight in his lifetime. Lu Yang's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. It's not his fault that he lost his composure. After all, cultivators are extremely rare, and those with high levels of cultivation are even rarer. Seeing this direction as the back mountain of the school, could it be a student from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School? There is actually a genius in the school? Then why have we never heard of it? Is he just holding back? If so, this kid has a bright future. Fang Yun didn't quite understand the situation, so he looked at Su Xiaoxiao next to him and joked, "Great, it's the end of the world. We're doomed." Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Idiot, this is the spiritual energy tide caused by the cultivator's breakthrough to the foundation." Oh, I don't know much about monks. Let me ask, are there very few monks? Fang Yun asked. Of course. Lu Yang's voice came from the side. Lu Yang looked at them and continued to explain. The number of monks is very small, and there is a huge difference in the cultivation between the two. Warriors cultivate their qi and blood, tempering their bodies, and practicing various martial arts techniques, while cultivators use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as a guide to cultivate various magical techniques and supernatural powers. A cultivator's killing power is stronger than a warrior's, and as long as he wants, a warrior of the same realm cannot get close to him. The most important thing is that one realm of a cultivator is equivalent to 2 realms of us warriors. Fang Yun couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. This is too much. Lu Yang was very excited at the moment. The school team captain Qin Yu's strength had reached the great perfection of qi refining. If this cultivator was really a student of their school, then in the exchange competition 20 days later, they would definitely crush the neighboring Songshan No. 1 Middle School. At the same time, Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of foul air, and the tide of spiritual energy rushed towards Jiang Yan like a tsunami. Huge spiritual power fluctuations emanated from around Jiang Yan. The enormous pressure of the tide made it almost impossible for him to breathe, and at the same time, this pressure was constantly nourishing Jiang Yan's body. Finally, the pressure lasted for about 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Jiang Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of blue flashed in his black eyes. Feeling the abundant spiritual power in his body, he finally established his foundation and embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the foundation building and receiving a reward of 1,500 points. Current points are 2,500. Jiang Yan was very excited at this moment, he felt full of power. Looking at the mess around him, Jiang Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. If he really broke through in the dormitory and destroyed it, it would be a disaster. Jiang Yan dusted off his body and walked towards the dormitory. Not long after Jiang Yan left, Lu Yang and other school team members rushed here. Lu Yang couldn't wait to see who this genius was. Looking at the messy scene around him, Lu Yang began to look for someone, but after searching for a while, he didn't see a single person. Lu Yang sighed and prayed in his heart that this guy must not be their opponent, otherwise it would be terrible if they met him. Xinyu stood where Jiang Yan had just left, looking towards the dormitory thoughtfully. Jiang Yan returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 14 Expelled from the school team. Zhang Family Villa. Zhang Tianlong took out his cell phone and called Wang Defa. 2.5 minutes later, he hung up the phone with a cold tone. Rebellious son, you have brought this upon yourself. If I wanted to, no school in the entire Yunqiwei city would accept you. Dormitory for school team members. Jiang Yan took out the printed version of the martial arts technique he bought from the Sutra library, turned to the introduction page and started browsing. The art of turning plants into soldiers. This technique uses spiritual energy to transform plants into a means of combat. Every blade of grass and tree in the world possesses spirituality. If a practitioner can stimulate this spirituality, they can form a formation. Inspire the spirituality of plants and trees and transform it into one's own combat power? Jiang Yan was a little confused when looking at the introduction of the technique. At this time, a system panel appeared in front of Jiang Yan with a few words written on it. The art of seeing enemies in every tree and grass unrealized. Do you want to consume 500 points to comprehend the mind method? Current points, 2,500. Jiang Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system had such a function. What's the difference between this and cheating? Jiang Yan chose to consume 500 points without hesitation. Ding! Successfully consumed 500 points. Begin to comprehend the every tree and grass sees enemies technique. It is estimated that the comprehension time will take 2 hours, please wait patiently. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to speed up your comprehension of the mind method? My comprehension is only 500 points, and you dare to charge me 1,000 points for the comprehension speed. Isn't this pure profiteership? Jiang Yan decisively chose no. The mind method is being comprehended. Time passed by minute, and after a long wait, 2 hours finally passed. Ding! The comprehension time is over, and the every tree and grass sees enemies technique has been successfully comprehended. Is this the end? Seeing the comprehension displayed on the system panel, Jiang Yan decided to go to the back mountain to give it a try. Jiang Yan went to the back mountain and found a place with lush vegetation. He then practiced his skills to release some spiritual power, but the surrounding plants did not react at all. Why is there no response? Jiang Yan was a little confused. Could it be that I released too little spiritual power? With doubts in his mind, Jiang Yan directly released a large amount of spiritual power. The plants that had been motionless just now began to sway wildly as if they came alive. It turns out that it's a problem of too little spiritual power. Jiang Yan then tried to control these plants. After a while, he was surprised to find that these plants could move according to his wishes. Jiang Yan clasped his hands together and the vines in the bushes instantly rushed out and tightly wrapped around the tree in front. Receive! At Jiang Yan's command, the vines slowly returned to the grass. This technique is indeed amazing, but it consumes too much spiritual energy. After just a short while, Jiang Yan felt like he was almost drained of energy. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. Jiang Yan took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Lu Yang, saying that there was something important and asked him to go to the principal's office. Jiang Yan put away his phone and rushed to the principal's office. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yan knocked on the office door. Come in. Jiang Yan pushed the door open and walked in. The atmosphere in the office was a little serious at this moment. Seeing Jiang Yan come in, Lu Yang sighed. I'm sorry, classmate Jiang, for some reasons, I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave our school team. Principal Wang Defa said. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned when he heard the principal's words. He didn't understand why he was suddenly asked to leave the school team. What's the reason you mentioned? Wang Defa looked at Lu Yang, and Lu Yang leaned close to Zhang Yan's ear and spoke. It was your father who put pressure on the principal. If you weren't removed from the school team, he would withdraw his investment in the school. I'm sorry, I've argued with the principal, but it's no use. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Yan. Everyone thought he would be angry and complain about injustice, but he remained calm. Wang Defa apologized, I'm really sorry, but for the long-term development of the school, I have no choice but to ask you to leave the team. Zhang Yan nodded to show his understanding, then took out his ID card and a copy of the Every Tree and Grass Sees Enemies from his pocket and handed them to Lu Yang. Then he pushed the door open and left. Seeing Zhang Yan leave, Lu Yang couldn't help sighing. How could such a good child have such a beastly father? Walking out of the office, Zhang Yan saw other members of the school team walking towards him not far away. Zhang Yan walked up to them and greeted them. They had all heard about Zhang Yan's situation and expressed sympathy for his plight. Su Xiaoxiao was a little worried about Zhang Yan, afraid that he might do something extreme. Are you okay? Zhang Yan smiled at her and said, it's okay. So do you have somewhere to go now? What are your plans for the future? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I rented a house by myself. As for my plans, I'll just let things take their own course. I never thought about joining the school team, so it doesn't matter to me whether I leave or not. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I wish you good results in the exchange competition. Zhang Yan waved goodbye to them. As Zhang Yan walked out of the school gate, he noticed a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. Seeing Zhang Yan coming out, Zhang Huang hurried over. Xiao Yan, you were expelled from the school team. Actually, Dad didn't want this to happen either. Go home with your sister first and I'll go and plead for you. Maybe. Zhang Yan didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly. Seeing Zhang Yan like this, Zhang Huang felt very distressed. No. It's okay if you don't want to go home. Get in the car and I'll rent you a house. It's the best house in the city. Don't worry about the rent, I'll pay it for you. Don't worry, I have a place to live. Do you have any money on you? I'll give you some. The resources you need for your cultivation now cost quite a bit of money. No need. I can live better without you. Zhang Yan said and left. You can live a better life if you leave us. Zhang Huang kept repeating what Zhang Yan had just said. This is indeed the case. In the Zhang family, he doesn't even have the right to sit at the table for dinner. Zhang Yan had already left, so Zhang Huang had no choice but to drive away. Zhang Huang returned to the Zhang family in frustration. Seeing that Zhang Huang was the only one there, Zhang Tianlong asked, that rebellious son still refuses to come back? Zhang Huang nodded without saying anything. Zhang Tianlong snorted coldly, this rebellious son, I want to see how long he can hold out there. Zhang Huang looked at the person in front of him and felt that he was becoming more and more unfamiliar. When Zhang Chen learned that Zhang Yan was kicked out of the school team, he was so happy that he almost flew away. He spat on the ground, Zhang Yan, you brought this upon yourself. This is what happens when you go against me. Zhang Chen took out his phone and called someone, help me do something. Remember to handle it thoroughly. I'll put the 500,000 yuan deposit on your card later, and I'll give you another 500,000 yuan after the job is done. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen took out a knife and stabbed it fiercely at the photo on the wall. Chapter 15 Joining a Guild. After leaving school, Zhang Yan began to wander aimlessly on the street. As he walked, a few large characters on a plaque not far away caught his attention. Yunshui City Warrior Guild, what is this for? Zhang Yan pushed the door open with doubts. At this time, there were many people queuing in the hall. Seeing them all queuing up to get the tickets, Zhang Yan walked to the back of the line and patted the shoulder of the man with glasses in front of him. Brother, what are you doing? The man with glasses turned around and looked at Zhang Yan. Seeing that Zhang Yan was dressed like a student, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes and then he turned around and continued to queue. Damn it! Zhang Yan was very upset by the disdainful look of the man with glasses. He was about to teach him a lesson, but then he thought that he was a man of principles and it would be bad to destroy other people's venues here. So after the man with glasses walked out of the door, he dragged him into the alley and beat him up. Zhang Yan walked to the side of the hall, where an electronic screen was playing information about the Warrior Guild. After reading the information for a while, Zhang Yan finally understood what the Warrior Guild did. Since the revival of spiritual energy, a large number of secret realms have appeared all over the world. When a secret realm appears, the spiritual energy in the surrounding area will be extremely unstable, and if it is not dealt with for a long time, spiritual energy turbulence may occur. In order to protect the lives and property of its citizens, the Great Xia Kingdom has ordered each city to establish a warrior guild responsible for conquering the secret realm. Warriors who want to join a guild need to go to the local guild for a strength assessment. If their strength meets the requirements, they can fill in the information to join. After conquering the secret realm, they can receive corresponding rewards based on their level. After learning the information, Jiang Yan thought that since he had nothing to do at the moment, it would be okay to join a guild and participate in strategy guides to earn some money. Jiang Yan walked to the back of the line and waited patiently in line. When it was his turn, the staff handed him the form and gestured for Jiang Yan to go to the room on the right for a strength assessment. Jiang Yan walked into the room and there was an instrument in front of him. Put your hand on it, then release your own cultivation level, and the instrument will accurately display your current realm, said the staff. Jiang Yan placed his hand on it and released some of his spiritual power, but the instrument did not respond at all. Broken? Jiang Yan was very confused. Put. The man with glasses burst out laughing when he saw that the instrument had no response. The staff bit their lower lip hard to prevent themselves from laughing. You are such an interesting student. You don't have any skills at all, yet you dare to come and join the guild. Do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my huabe? The man with glasses taunted. You're laughing at your mother. Jiang Yan really couldn't stand this idiot anymore and released all his cultivation. A powerful spiritual power burst out. At the same time, a huge pressure directly pressed the man with glasses to the ground. The man with glasses felt as if there were 1,000 pounds of weight on his back. This pressure made him unable to move. Monk, the staff exclaimed. The movement in the room attracted the attention of people outside. When they heard the word monk, everyone in the hall rushed over. As soon as the door opened, they felt an extremely strong spiritual power, and the man with glasses fell to the ground, unable to move. Jiang Yan looked at the man on the ground with cold eyes. The man with glasses was extremely frightened at this moment. He originally thought that the student in front of him was just a useless person with no cultivation at all, but he didn't expect that he was actually a cultivator. And his strength is so formidable. It's over, it's over. If I knew he was a cultivator, I wouldn't dare to provoke him even if I had 100 courages. Jiang Yan slowly walked up to the man, who looked panicked and wanted to beg for mercy. Jiang Yan pointed his finger and sealed his mouth with his spiritual power. Seeing his mouth was sealed, the man struggled frantically and tried to ask for help from people around him. The onlookers just watched coldly, and no one was willing to dissuade them. A few people began to whisper. Don't these glasses deserve it? Now they've hit a wall, they'll behave themselves. Glasses said, I have honestly begged for mercy. Even if this handsome boy is only a cultivator at the first level of the chi refining stage, he is not someone he can afford to offend. Cultivators are always protected wherever they are. Jiang Yan looked at the man who was being pinned down and smiled harmlessly. Since you are unreasonable, I know a little bit about martial arts. After saying that, Jiang Yan raised his leg and was about to kick the man with glasses hard. Slow down. Leave your life behind. A man's voice came from outside the door. A middle-aged man in a suit rushed in hurriedly. The man ran up to Jiang Yan and bowed. Little brother, we can discuss anything. Why don't you try and hurt the relationship? Who are you? The man straightened his clothes and said respectfully, I am Su Wenxiang, the president of the Yunxue City Warrior Guild. We will do our best to meet your needs. Su Wenxiang was having a good massage in the club, but when he heard that a cultivator had come to the guild, he rushed over without stopping. I thought it was some senior who came to visit, but I didn't expect the person to be so young. Such a young cultivator with such powerful strength, if he could join the guild, it would be a great help to the development of the guild. Su Wenxiang looked at Jiang Yan and asked, Excuse me, what's your name? Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, how can I help you? Jiang Yan said calmly, I was curious about the guild, so I came in to take a look and think about joining. But this guy taunted me twice, so I wanted to teach him a lesson. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Su Wenxiang looked at the man on the ground with an angry expression. Then he looked at Jiang Yan again and said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, you are a great man and don't bear grudges. Let's go to my office to talk. I have some fine tea. We can drink it while we talk. Is that okay with you? I refuse. Jiang Yan said in a flat tone. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to beat him up? If so, I can do it for you so that you don't get your hands dirty. Need not. Okay. Su Wenxiang hurriedly cleared everyone else out of the room, but was stopped by Jiang Yan just as he was about to leave. Don't bother with that. I'm a principled person. I can handle this kind of small matter myself and won't cause you any more trouble. After saying that, Jiang Yan dragged the man out of the gate and into an alley where there was no surveillance. Aha! A shrill scream came from deep inside the box. No one knew what he had suffered. Hearing the screams, Su Wenxiang couldn't help but tremble all over. Jiang Yan walked out of the alley, stretched, and returned to the guild hall. Su Wenxiang respectfully led Jiang Yan to the office. After entering the office, Su Wenxiang brought the brewed tea to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, your paperwork has been processed by our staff. Since our equipment can only test warrior strength, we apologize for the inconvenience this may have caused you. It's okay. You should just call me Jiang Yan or Xiao Jiang. I'm still young and I'm not used to being called Mr. Jiang. Okay, Jiang, first, Jiang Yan. By the way, Jiang Yan has a sea-level secret realm that needs a strategy tomorrow. Do you want to join us? Okay, I'll act alone after entering the secret realm. Don't send anyone with me. Okay, I'll send a special car to pick you up tomorrow. Chapter 16 Entering the Secret Realm. Time quickly came to the next morning. Su Wenxiang's personal driver Zhang Wei drove to the downstairs of Jiang Yan's building. Seeing Jiang Yan coming down the stairs, Zhang Wei walked up to him, bowed, and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Zhang Wei, President Su's personal driver. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. I'll be taking you to the secret realm today." After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he respectfully opened the car door and waited until Jiang Yan was seated before getting into the driver's seat and driving. Zhang Wei drove the car attentively along the way, while Jiang Yan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later the vehicle arrived at its destination. Jiang Yan got out of the car. At this time, dozens of people had gathered outside the entrance to the secret realm. Jiang Yan walked towards the crowd, and when they saw Jiang Yan coming, everyone's eyes were focused on him. A middle-aged man stepped forward and extended his hand towards Jiang Yan. "Hello, I'm the captain of the Yunshui Guild strategy team. My name is Zhao Lei." "Hello." Jiang Yan responded with a handshake. "The president already told me the situation yesterday. This should be your first time conquering a secret realm." "I guess so. I've only been to the secret realm and killed monsters before." Zhao Lei cleared his throat and said, "Let me first tell you about our team's main mission and some information about the secret realm. The strategy team is mainly responsible for entering the secret realm and conquering it. After entering the secret realm, you can use the teleportation bracelet developed by the Research Institute. When you encounter danger and cannot cope with it, you can be teleported out in time. The captured areas will be used as combat assessment sites for martial arts schools, or as resource points for mining teams to extract resources needed in daily life. Conquering a secret realm is actually like conquering a boss in a game. There is a most powerful monster in each low-level secret realm. As long as we kill it, our mission is completed. The next step is for the Research Institute to install a large teleportation array in the secret realm to test the teleportation function. It is said that secret realms of B level and above contain many extremely powerful monsters." After listening to Zhao Lei's story, Jiang Yan nodded. He looked at Zhao Lei and asked, "The secret realm is so large, it would be very time-consuming to find the boss alone, right?" Zhao Lei patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and sighed, "You're right. If you're lucky, you can conquer the boss in one day. If you're unlucky, you may not be able to find the boss in half a month. So we're divided into several teams. If we encounter any special situations, we'll fire flares to notify you. Are you sure you want to act alone?" Jiang Yan waved his hand to signal him not to worry. Seeing this, Zhao Lei didn't know what to say. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm opened. Zhao Lei led everyone into the secret realm. After everyone entered, Jiang Yan slowly walked over. Jiang Yan walked to the entrance of the secret realm and paused for a moment, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then stepped into the secret realm. After Jiang Yan entered, several sneaky figures also followed him into the secret realm. There was still darkness in front of me, but after a while the darkness gradually dissipated. Jiang Yan found himself in a forest, and the spiritual energy around him was particularly rich. The secret realm is very large, and it may take a while to find the boss. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Jiang Yan took out his sword and started flying. Jiang Yan was flying quickly in the air, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. At this time, a city in the distance caught his attention. Jiang Yan flew quickly forward. When he reached the edge of the city, he jumped directly off the sword. With a click, Jiang Yan stood steadily on the ground. He looked at the city in front of him with some surprise. The buildings in this city were surprisingly well preserved, unlike the dilapidated city in the previous secret realm. Jiang Yan was walking on the street. After a while, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him about 800 meters behind him. "You're here so soon? Interesting," Jiang Yan murmured. Jiang Yan was still walking casually on the road. When he passed an alley, he flashed inside and disappeared in an instant. When the man in black saw Jiang Yan disappear, he rushed over directly. He looked into the alley but couldn't see Jiang Yan. "Are you alone? Where are your accomplices?" a voice came from behind the man. He turned around and saw Jiang Yan leaning against the wall not far away, looking at him with a playful expression. The man's face was gloomy. "When did you notice me?" "You guess." A terrifying aura burst out from the man, and without a moment's hesitation, he punched Jiang Yan with all his strength. His intuition told him that if he didn't use all his strength, he would most likely flip over. Just as he was about to hit the other party slowly stretched out a finger. Boom! There was a loud explosion and a cloud of smoke rose around. The man only felt that the punch seemed to hit a hard alloy. When the smoke cleared, I thought the opponent was killed by a single punch. The next second, Jiang Yan's voice rang out. "That's it?" The man was horrified to find that his full-strength attack was blocked by an invisible barrier. The intelligence was wrong, this guy isn't even level 2. He used only one finger to block the full-force attack from the 5th level of the second stage. "Run! Run!" The man quickly moved away and tried to run away. Jiang Yan grabbed the man from the air, and as soon as the man ran away, he was caught back by an invisible force. Jiang Yan tightly gripped the man's neck. The man's expression was extremely painful. He wanted to resist, but he was firmly held by Jiang Yan. "Have you always been this brave? Don't you know I'm a cultivator?" At this moment, fear and death enveloped the man. "I thought I could easily control Jiang Yan's life and death, but I didn't expect that he was actually a cultivator." The man continued to struggle and began to threaten, "Jiang Yan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let you go. Oh, then you should be dead." Snap! Jiang Yan directly twisted the man's neck. Jiang Yan threw the body to the ground and wiped his hands with a tissue. The man was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open with an expression of agony, as if he had died with his eyes open. "Since you want to kill me, I have to leave you a gift." Jiang Yan directly used the long sword to cut off all the hands and feet of the corpse. The corpse began to ooze blood. Jiang Yan raised his hand to control one of the broken arms, and wrote the word waste on the ground with blood. After finishing, Jiang Yan felt that it was still not quite enough. After a brief thought, he made it into a human pig and found a rope from the alley. He wrapped the rope around the neck and hung the body under the streetlight. After doing all this, Jiang Yan flew directly to a tall building nearby on his sword. Now he just needed to wait slowly for everyone to arrive. It was soon night, and Jiang Yan sat on the top of the building, looking at the corpses below and complaining. "Why haven't you come yet? The flowers are almost withered waiting for you." Jiang Yan had just finished speaking when he noticed several figures rushing towards him from a kilometer away. Chapter 17 Killer Squad. Soon, a team of 7 arrived here. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes and with a scar on his face. They looked at the body hanging from the streetlight in shock. The corpse's hands and feet had all been chopped off, and a large pool of blood on the ground had long since dried up. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood mixed with a foul odor. The cruel and bloody scene before their eyes made everyone present feel uncomfortable. One of them couldn't help but ran to the side and vomited. "Brother! Wang Hu, he is actually dead." A man's face was filled with terror, and he couldn't stop shaking as he looked at the corpse in front of him that had died in a terrible state. Although Wang Hu's realm was the lowest among them, he had reached the 5th level of the second stage. He didn't expect to die like this. The man was so vicious that he even cut off all his hands and feet. The leading man was also very angry at this moment when he saw the word waste written in blood on the side. At this moment he could no longer hold back and roared out, "Ah!" Wang Hui's death already made him angry, but the murderer dared to openly provoke him. He swore to kill this man to avenge his brother. Brother, what should we do now? Find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I'm going to find this beast. I'm going to tear him into pieces. At this time, a woman with a graceful figure came out. Wang Long, calm down first. This guy is no ordinary person. Judging from the situation at the scene, Lao Wu should have been defeated by that person in one move. Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? He is my brother. Wang Long was very excited at this moment. His brother died just like that, and the murderer even cruelly cut off his hands and feet. He regretted very much at this moment that he should not have let Wang Hu act alone. The woman kept observing the situation around her. This person's strength is probably not inferior to yours. From now on, everyone should not act alone. I think this person has not gone far. Wang Long adjusted his mood and looked at the others. Old Two is right. From now on, no one should act alone. 4th and 5th brothers, you stay here. 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers, the 3 of you go investigate the area together. If you find anything amiss, retreat immediately and report back. The 2nd brother and I will go to the city center to investigate. Zhang Yan was sitting on the edge of the roof, and he could hear everything the group of people said clearly. He watched Wang Long and others leave quietly. After those people walked away, Zhang Yan jumped and landed steadily in the alley. Who? The 4th brother heard the noise and looked into the alley. Swish, a cold light flashed and a flying sword attacked. The 4th brother reacted and turned his head to avoid it, then turned his head again to look. Zhang Yan's figure appeared in front of him in an instant. Just as the 4th brother was about to resist, Zhang Yan grabbed his neck tightly. You're looking for death. When the 5th brother saw Zhang Yan pinching the 4th brother's neck, he immediately mobilized all the energy and blood in his body and attacked Zhang Yan with all his strength. Zhang Yan directly threw the 4th brother towards the 5th brother. Boom! The 2 men smashed the wall hard, and the wall cracked instantly. The 2 men spat out blood at the same time. The blow actually broke all their ribs. Oh no! The 4th and 5th brothers are in danger. Hearing the noise here, the 3 people who were investigating nearby hurried over here. Zhang Yan slowly walked towards the 2 people lying on the ground, holding a long sword. The 4th brother was seriously injured and fainted. Lao Wu kept struggling, feeling extremely terrified. No! Don't kill us. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 6-year-old child. Please let me go. If you will let me go, I will give you a large sum of money and tell you who sent us to kill you. Zhang Yan stopped and looked at him calmly. Seeing Zhang Yan stop, Lao Wu quickly spoke up. There's a guy named Zhang Chen who approached our boss. He paid a 500,000 yuan deposit first and will give us another 500,000 yuan after the deal is done. You're done? Then you can die now. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, he chopped off the heads of the 2 men with a sword. Lao Wu's head rolled to Zhang Yan's feet, and Zhang Yan kicked it away. At the same time, the 3 of them finally arrived. As soon as they came over, Lao Wu's head rolled to their feet. Ah! The 3 of them screamed at the same time. Seeing Zhang Yan not far away, his body began to tremble involuntarily. They didn't expect that the 4th and 5th brothers would die in such a short time. Seeing Zhang Yan standing there with a sword in his hand, they were terrified. He was obviously just a student, but Zhang Yan gave them the feeling of a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Run! Lao Lu shouted. The 3 of them ran away madly with all their might. Seeing that Zhang Yan was still standing there and hadn't chased after them, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. You think you can get away? Zhang Yan clasped his hands together and activated the every tree and grass is in soldier technique. A large number of vines broke out of the ground and attacked the 3 people. Fuck! This guy is a monk. Looking at these strange vines, Lao Lu exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, he had already cursed all 18 generations of Zhang Chen's ancestors in his heart. Isn't it simply suicide for a warrior to fight a monk? If they had known that the person to be killed was a monk, they would never have taken on this task. The 3 of them looked at each other and decided to escape in 3 different directions, but they still underestimated this skill. A large number of plants around them began to break out of the ground and directly entangled the 3 people. The 3 of them tried to circulate their energy and blood to break free from the restraints, but after a struggle, the vines only tightened around them. Zhang Yan came flying on his sword, looking at the three people who were tightly entangled with an amused look on his face. Don't waste your energy. I've applied spiritual power to the vines. If you're below level 4, don't even think about breaking free. You. Lao Lu was in great pain at this moment. He regretted it. He shouldn't have participated in this operation. Lao Ba had a fawning look on his face. Little brother, it's us who didn't recognize Mount Tai, and we didn't recognize 2.58 million people. We are all from Disya country, can you please give us a way out? Jiang Yan flashed in front of him. Snap. Jiang Yan directly twisted Lao Ba's neck. You all come here to kill me, and you still want me to let you go? Jiang Yan said coldly. Seeing Jiang Yan's ruthless look, Lao Qi was scared to death. There was a foul smell coming from the lower body. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at him coldly. Daddy! Please let me go. I didn't mean to kill you. They forced me to come here. If I didn't come, they would kill my parents. The seventh brother kept begging for mercy. Wow, you even yelled for mercy. Brother, I despise you. I'll kill you first, then go out and kill your parents and reunite your family. That way you don't have to worry about your parents being killed by them. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he killed the seventh brother with a sword in the throat. It's your turn next. Jiang Yan put the sword to Lao Lu's heart. Chapter 18. If they don't die, will I die? Lao Lu closed his eyes in despair at this moment. He was ready to be killed. At this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared. A sharp whoosh sound. The man in black attacked with a spear. The pitch-black spear burst out with a dazzling light, piercing through the air and instantly coming to Jiang Yan's side. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. Just when the tip of the gun was about to pierce Jiang Yan's body, Jiang Yan stepped back, grabbed Lao Lu's body and blocked it in front of him to take the blow. Puff! Lao Lu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The shot was so powerful that Lao Lu died instantly. Jiang Yan threw the corpse aside and looked at the person who came with cold eyes. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to kill so many of my brothers, and you even killed my younger brother. The person who came was Wang Long. Nonsense, if they don't die, then I will die? Jiang Yan looked at Wang Long with a playful expression. Jiang Yan curled his lips and said, so many people were chasing me, but I ended up killing them. If this doesn't work out, just go home and farm. Wang Long was extremely angry at this moment, and at the same time he hated Jiang Chen very much in his heart. If the information he provided had not been wrong, his brothers would not have died, and his younger brother would not have been turned into a human pig. Wang Long looked at Jiang Yan. He wished he could skin Jiang Yan alive. Noticing Wang Long's vicious look, Jiang Yan was very disdainful. The man in front of him looked exactly like the first person he killed. Jiang Yan reacted instantly and realized that the first person to die was his younger brother. After thinking for 2.5 seconds, Jiang Yan decided to add fuel to the fire. The first person to die was your brother. How dare you come and kill me alone? I regret it now. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. I shouldn't have strangled him. I should have tied him up and then chopped off his hands and feet with a sword to make him into a human pig. I'm sure he would have felt great. Ha 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 ha. You are looking for death. Wang Long exuded a terrifying aura. Wang Long rushed over in an instant with a spear in hand, and tore the surrounding air with a whimpering roar. 100 strikes to set the prairie on fire. Jiang Yan was not panicked at all. He just watched the spear coming towards him quietly. How arrogant! Wang Long shouted angrily. Just when the spear was only 10 centimeters away from Jiang Yan's body, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him that blocked the attack. No matter what Wang Long did, the spear tip could not move forward. Then an astonishing force burst out, directly knocking him away. Jiang Yan flashed forward and punched Wang Long in the upper body. Boom! This punch hit Wang Long's ribs directly, and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. This punch actually caused Wang Long's ribs to cave in, and the whole person was directly smashed against the wall on the side of the road by this force, and the wall shattered instantly. Ah ha ha! A painful scream came from Wang Long's mouth. The pain from his broken ribs made his expression become ferocious. Puff! Wang Long spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but the pain that swept through his body made him unable to exert any strength. He looked at Jiang Yan with disbelief in his eyes. He was a 3rd level 4th level warrior, and his full strength attack couldn't even get close to him. Instead, he was hit by a punch that broke all his ribs. Damn! How strong is this guy? Jiang Yan slowly walked towards Wang Long with a long sword in his hand, exuding a strong murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent, Wang Long's whole body turned cold, but he was seriously injured and could not resist at all. Call out! A cold light shot towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan dodged it by slightly turning his head and clamped it with 2 fingers. It turned out to be a dagger. Jiang Yan tilted his head to look into the darkness and stretched out his hand to grab. The person hiding in the darkness was directly sucked over by a huge force. A woman in black was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Yan. You're still a little naive when it comes to sneak attacks, Jiang Yan said in a cold tone. Wang Long was completely desperate at this moment, and his attempt to have Lao Er hide in the dark and launch a sneak attack also failed. Jiang Yan threw the man to the ground, raised his hand and released spiritual power to restrain the man's feet. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Long and slashed with his sword without hesitation. Wang Long was directly cut in half by this sword. Seeing Jiang Yan's murderous look, the woman couldn't stop shaking all over. The person in front of me is clearly a student. How could he kill people without any hesitation? Jiang Yan turned his head to look at the woman, who felt cold all over. Wang Long was at the 4th level of the 3rd order, but he died just like that. I am only at the 1st level of the 3rd order and am still imprisoned. It is simply a fantasy for me to resist. The woman took a deep breath, reached out and took off her clothes, revealing her graceful and plump figure. Her 2 big white rabbits were still shaking up and down, and she was moaning. The woman firmly believed that although Jiang Yan was a ruthless killer, he was also a hot-blooded young man, and she would surely succeed as long as she used seduction. She licked her lips and placed one hand in front of her body, kneading it continuously. Her voice was extremely charming. As long as you are willing to let me live, from now on I will be yours. As long as you want, I can satisfy you anytime and anywhere. I can play with you however you want, in any position, whether it is deep. Swish. Before the woman could finish her words, Jiang Yan chopped off her head with a sword. Ding dong. A knife fell from her other hand to the ground. Playing seduction? Bah! I'm not that sexually repressed junior who only thinks with his lower body. Looking at the naked woman lying on the ground, Jiang Yan spat on the ground. Looking at the corpses, Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared at his fingertips. Go ahead. The flames scattered and flew towards the corpses, and soon they started burning. Because the fire was a combination of spiritual energy, the corpses were quickly burned to ashes. Jiang Yan flew away from this place on his sword. During the flight, a strong murderous intent gradually emerged from Jiang Yan's body. First, Zhang Tianlong had kicked him out of the school team, and now that bastard Jiang Chen actually dared to hire someone to kill him. Very good, you have found a way to die. But now is not the time. His current strength is not enough. If he kills people outside, he will definitely be caught by the law enforcement alliance. Jiang Yan adjusted his mood, and the murderous intent in his body gradually dissipated. Let these two jump around for a while longer. When I become a celestial being, that will be the end of their lives. Chapter 19 Killing the Silver Moon Wolf King. Time soon came to evening. Jiang Yan slowed down his flying speed and began to observe the surrounding situation. The faint glow of fire in the distant forest caught Jiang Yan's attention. Jiang Yan increased his flying speed and rushed over. After rushing to the fire, I found out that they were people from the guild. Seeing Jiang Yan coming on a sword, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Jiang Yan landed on the ground and greeted them, and only then did everyone come back to their senses from their shock. Jiang Yan, you can actually fly with a sword. One of the team members looked at Jiang Yan with envy. Zhao Lei was also very surprised. The president had told him before that Jiang Yan was a cultivator. He thought that Jiang Yan's cultivation was only at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining. But Jiang Yan came here on a sword, which meant that his cultivation had at least reached the great perfection of qi refining. He has already achieved the great perfection of qi training at such a young age. He is truly a monster. Zhao Lei saw some blood on Jiang Yan's clothes and asked, "Are you injured?" "We brought a medical kit. Come over and we'll bandage you." Jiang Yan shook his head. "I'm fine. I just killed a few animals and got some blood on me." "What's the situation?" Jiang Yan asked. Zhao Lei said solemnly, "The situation isn't very optimistic. Before you arrived, we fought a group of wolf demons. The average strength of these wolf demons was above level 2, and there were simply too many of them. We had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Jiang Yan looked at everyone, and everyone was injured to some extent. Zhao Lei said, "The monsters around here have been cleared out. We can rest for a while." We decided to wait until daybreak before setting off. Jiang Yan nodded and found a seat to sit down. At this time, the girl with twin ponytails took out a loaf of bread from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yan. "It's been 2 days since we entered the secret realm. I see you didn't bring any food with you. Eat something to replenish your energy." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "No, you eat, I'm not hungry." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to rest. Jiang Yan had already been practicing fasting when he broke through the foundation building stage, so naturally he did not need to eat. The girl felt a little embarrassed when she saw this, but she still put the bread in front of Jiang Yan. Zhao Lei asked the team members to rest first, and he was responsible for the night duty. It was midnight. A whoa! The originally silent forest was interrupted by the shrill howling of the wolf. "Everyone, pay attention. There is a monster nearby." Zhao Lei's shout woke everyone present from their sleep. Jiang Yan stood up and looked at the cliff in the distance. On the top of the cliff, there was a snow-white wolf demon howling. Under the moonlight, the wolf demon's body emitted a dazzling light. A large group of wolf demons gathered at the foot of the mountain. Ding, system task released. Host, please kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward, 1,500 points for the skill 1 Chi transforms into 3 purities. Jiang Yan was a little dazed when he heard the voice in his mind. After all, it had been only a few days since the system last issued a task. Zhao Lei saw the large group of wolf demons and his expression became very serious. "Everyone, get ready. We are in big trouble." Jiang Yan slowly walked to the front of the crowd, holding a long sword. The Silver Moon Wolf King's cultivation has reached the 4th level, which is the level of the foundation establishment period, while the average cultivation level of the group of wolf monsters is around the 2nd level. The Silver Moon Wolf Demon roared, and a huge pressure burst out. This powerful pressure made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. "It seems that this group of wolf monsters are companions of the ones we fought before," Zhao Lei said in a deep voice. Zhao Lei stepped forward and whispered, "Jiang Yan, if we can't defeat you later, just leave and don't worry about us. You're a cultivator and you can't die here. This wolf demon has reached the 4th level of strength and already possesses the strength of the foundation building stage. So if something goes wrong, just run away, understand?" Zhao Lei didn't look down on Jiang Yan, but cultivators were too rare, so he had to protect Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at him. "I'm avoiding his attack? My sword isn't weak either." Zhao Lei wanted to speak up to dissuade him. "Oh whoa!" At this time, the Silver Moon Wolf King howled, and the wolf demon at the foot of the mountain attacked them frantically. "Prepare for battle." Jiang Yan made a hand gesture with one hand. "The grass and trees are all enemies." In the blink of an eye, a large number of plants broke out of the ground, and Jiang Yan disappeared on the spot with a long sword in his hand. The wolf demon rushing in the front was directly entangled by the plants. Jiang Yan flashed in front of it and slashed with a sword. Swish! Just like cutting melons and vegetables, Jiang Yan instantly took care of the wolf demon in the front. The wolf demon next to him opened his bloody mouth and rushed forward to tear Jiang Yan to pieces. A figure stepped forward and kicked him away. The person who came was Zhao Lei. The team members behind him also rushed into the wolf pack and fought with the wolf monster. "All of you beasts, get out of here. Take my elbow." Seeing this, Jiang Yan raised his hand and released a large amount of spiritual power. In just a moment, the plants controlled the wolves. "Damn, is this a monk?" "That's too awesome," the team members exclaimed. After a while, the wolf demon in front of them was completely dealt with by the team members. Jiang Yan looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King not far away and said calmly, "Everyone stand back. I will deal with this Wolf King myself." After hearing this, everyone quickly retreated 100 meters to the back. Jiang Yan raised his hand and 5 spiritual swords appeared in front of him. Go! The spirit sword stabbed directly at the Wolf King. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of the Wolf King in just one breath. The Wolf King slapped the spirit sword with one claw. Snap! The spiritual sword shattered instantly. Oh! The Wolf King opened his bloody mouth and spit out an energy ball containing a large amount of spiritual power towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan dodged it with a quick move. Boom! The rocks next to it shattered instantly. Jiang Yan came in front of the Wolf King with a sword in an instant and slashed with the sword. A huge wound instantly appeared on the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King cried out in pain, his eyes turning blood red. This sword had completely enraged the Wolf King. The Wolf King roared to the sky, and a huge energy wave burst out. Jiang Yan condensed several fireballs and blasted them at the Wolf King, who jumped to the side to avoid the flames. Boom! The vegetation behind the Wolf King suddenly caught fire, forming a sea of fire in an instant. Jiang Yan flashed forward, then gathered all his spiritual power and punched out. The Wolf King was blasted into the sea of fire like a kite with a broken string by this punch. The flames engulfed it in an instant. Oh! The Wolf King was in great pain, and his silver-white hair was instantly burned to charcoal. The Wolf King gathered his strength and jumped out of the sea of fire, but Jiang Yan had been waiting for it for a long time. Jiang Yan jumped into the air and kicked the Wolf King hard in the abdomen, and the Wolf King fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose around him, and Jiang Yan slashed at the Wolf King's neck with his sword without hesitation. But the Wolf King bit the sword directly. Jiang Yan kicked the Wolf King in the abdomen again, then let go of the sword and punched the Wolf King in the head. The Wolf King's head was blown to pieces, and a large pool of blood splashed onto Jiang Yan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward, 1,500 points for the skill 1 Chi transforms into 3 purities. The reward has been issued, please check it. Chapter 20 Wang Defa's Regret. After the Silver Moon Wolf King was killed, the exit of the secret realm appeared not far away. Seeing the Wolf King being killed by Jiang Yan, everyone in the guild hurried over. Jiang Yan's strength shocked everyone present. Everyone present thought that Jiang Yan's cultivation level was only at the Qi refining stage, but they didn't expect that he was already a foundation establishment stage cultivator at the age of 18. Zhao Lei leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and asked, "Jiang Yan, I didn't expect you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that the strange phenomenon you saw a while ago was caused by you?" Jiang Yan chose not to answer this question. He looked at the exit of the secret realm not far away and said, "The exit of the secret realm has appeared. Does this mean that the secret realm has been conquered?" Zhao Lei nodded, "Yes, the exit will automatically appear after successfully conquering the secret realm. Then I'll leave first if nothing else. By the way, remember to keep my cultivation secret." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Okay. When we walked out of the secret realm, night had already fallen. Jiang Yan looked at the large bloodstain on his clothes, and the strong smell of blood made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yan hurried back to the rental house and took a comfortable hot bath. Jiang Yan sat on the bed, opened the system space and began to study the skills rewarded by the system. Looking at the name of the technique, Jiang Yan was a little surprised. 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones? It can't be what I think it is, right? Jiang Yan clicked on the introduction on the side, which only contained a few sentences. The practitioner of 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones can use his own spiritual power to condense 3 clones that are identical to the original body, and their combat power is equal to the original body. The combat power is equivalent to the main body. Jiang Yan could no longer sit still after seeing the last sentence. Why are the skills rewarded by this system so terrible? It's okay that you can condense 3 clones, but the combat power of this NM is the same as the original body. Do you want others to play with you? Wow, it's obvious that the system is using cheats for itself. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement deep in his heart. 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones unrealized. Consumable points to gain. Remaining points, 3,500. Do you choose to consume 1,000 points to comprehend? Looking at the text on the system panel, Jiang Yan chose to consume points to comprehend without any hesitation. It is a sure win deal to comprehend a martial art with 1,000 points. Ding! Consuming 1,000 system points. Remaining points, 2,500. Begin to comprehend the 1 Chi transforms into 3 pure ones technique. It is estimated that the comprehension time will take 4 hours. Do you want to spend 2,000 points to skip the comprehension time and comprehend directly? 2,000 points? Too expensive. Jiang Yan complained. What's so expensive about it? 500 for 1 hour, 2,000 for 4 hours. Is this the price for everything? Don't be so careless. This system is also very difficult. Look for the reasons within yourself. The system's voice appeared in my mind. Forget it, It's only 4 hours. I'll practice in seclusion for a while, and the time will pass quickly. Zhang Yangang was about to choose no. The system's voice came again. Mr. Zhou, the famous success guru, once said, all in is a form of wisdom. The less money you have, the more you should dare to go all in. Think about it, host. Spending 3,000 points to directly master a technique is a sure win. You'd better get out of here. If you believe him, you'll have it in your life. Jiang Yan complained. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and began to practice. In the Baijinhen Club, Su Wenxiang and Wang Defa were enjoying the technician's service with great pleasure. Lao Su, why did you think of asking me for a massage today? Su Wenxiang opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. I'm in a good mood today, so I'd like to ask for a massage. What did you do to make you so happy? Wang Defa asked. I forgot to tell you before, there's a cultivator who joined the guild. He joined the raiding team the day before yesterday and conquered a C-rank secret realm today. Is this true? I didn't expect that there would be another cultivator joining the guild. Who is he? Wang Defa's tone was full of envy. He's not a senior, he's a student who just turned 18. What did you say? Wang Defa, who was lying on the chair, sat up directly, which scared the massage technician. Su Wenxiang asked him to calm down, then waved his hand to signal the technician to leave first. Old Su, you are too unkind. Shouldn't you let such a young monk join our school team? Can you blame me for this? He chose our guild on his own. There are not many monks. When he joined the guild, I gave him the same benefits as me. Su Wenxiang said. Really? Then you are so lucky. Wang Defa's back teeth were almost broken at this moment. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that he will drive a Land Rover. Do you have any information? Let me see it. Su Wenxiang sent Jiang Yan's personal information to Wang Defa. Wang Defa exclaimed after seeing the message, Jiang Yan. How could it be him? Seeing Wang Defa's surprised expression, Su Wenxiang asked, what's the matter? Do you know Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan was expelled from the school team by me some time ago. Wang Defa looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Huh? Are you okay? Why did you fire him? I can't do anything about it. Who knew this kid could hide so deeply? Wang Defa told everything about Jiang Yan's previous experience in the school team. Su Wenxiang was filled with resentment after hearing this. I didn't expect Jiang Yan to be Zhang Tianlong's son. Zhang Tianlong must be mentally ill. He doesn't care about his biological son and puts all his attention on his adopted son. Old Wang, you're also wrong about this. You fired Jiang Yan just because Zhang Tianlong wanted to withdraw his investment. Is that fair to Jiang Yan? Isn't it just the loss of investment? It's not a big deal. Wang Defa was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier that Jiang Yan was a cultivator, he would not have expelled Jiang Yan even if Zhang Tianlong put a knife to his neck. Wang Defa sighed, you're right. As the principal, I didn't consider the students. No, I'm going to find Jiang Yan right now. No matter what conditions he puts in place, as long as he's willing to return to the school team, even if it means crawling around the playground and barking like a dog, I'll be willing. After saying that, Wang Defa put on his clothes and rushed out the door. Seeing Wang Defa's anxious look, Su Wenxiang shook his head and said, Old Wang, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Wang Defa drove hurriedly to Jiang Yan's rental house. Boom boom boom. Jiang Yan was in seclusion practicing at the moment. When he heard the knock on the door, he couldn't help but frown. Who is here so late at night? I didn't even order takeout. Could it be that someone from the Zhang family came looking for us? If they are really members of the Zhang family, then I have to move to another place. Jiang Yan walked up and opened the door. You're not done with your mother, are you? When Jiang Yan saw who it was, he was a little surprised. Chapter 21 Wang Defa's Request. The person who came turned out to be the principal Wang Defa. Jiang Yan was very confused as to why he came here. Without waiting for Jiang Yan to ask, Wang Defa bowed to him 90 degrees. This time Jiang Yan was at a loss as he didn't understand what Wang Defa was going to do. Student Jiang Yan, I asked you to leave the school team before. This was my poor consideration. I solemnly apologize to you here. Jiang Yan was even more confused after hearing Wang Defa's words. Principal, are you going to? Wang Defa stepped forward and excitedly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan, although I know that what I'm doing is quite immoral, I'd beg you to return to our school team. As long as you're willing to come back, and as long as the request isn't against the law, you can ask for anything. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yan finally understood the purpose of Wang Defa's visit. Didn't you just fire me? Why are you begging me to come back now? Jiang Yan pulled his hand away. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through before. Mainly because I didn't know you were a cultivator, so. Wang Defa said a little embarrassedly. You mean I'm wrong? Jiang Yan said with a somewhat unhappy tone. No. I don't mean that. Wang Defa hurriedly explained. Jiang Yan could actually understand Wang Defa's approach. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, and profit is paramount. If you can't create value for him, he will naturally kick you out. And Wang Defa's attitude is at least better, not that bad. Jiang Yan joined the school team on a whim before, but after being expelled, he lost interest in it. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Defa and slowly said, Principal, I was just impulsive before. Now I have no interest in joining the school team. Please go back. No, classmate Jiang Yan, you can ask for anything you want. If you're still angry about being expelled from the school team, you can beat me up to vent your anger. Hearing Jiang Yan's refusal, Wang Defa was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Jiang Yan waved his hand. No need. I've made it very clear. If you came here just to say this, you can leave now. Jiang Yan was about to close the door after he finished speaking. Thump! Wang Defa actually knelt down directly. Jiang Yan was also very helpless when he saw this. Principal, why are you doing this? There are many better people out there. Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree like mine? Wang Defa didn't say anything but just knelt quietly on the ground. Jiang Yan shook his head inside, and the commotion here also attracted the attention of the tenants next door, and they all leaned out to watch the fun. Oh, I'm convinced. Jiang Yan was afraid of a bad influence, so he dragged Wang Defa indirectly. Bang! Jiang Yan closed the door. The two sides were in a stalemate, and time passed by minute by minute. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the technique 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yan looked at Wang Defa who was still kneeling on the ground. He had been kneeling there for so long. Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire Wang Defa's perseverance. After kneeling for a long time, Wang Defa felt like he was about to collapse, but he was still struggling to hold on. Wang Defa's sincere attitude successfully impressed Jiang Yan. Okay, I agreed to return to the school team. Really? Wang Defa was very excited. He didn't care about the pain in his knees at this moment. He was so happy that he almost flew up. If the school team wins the championship, there doesn't seem to be any other benefits except the opportunity to enter Lingwu University. Jiang Yan asked. No, that's not the case. Let me explain it to you in detail. After winning the championship, you will have the opportunity to be directly admitted to Lingwu University, but I suggest you don't choose Lingwu University. Why? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Lingwu University ranks last among the 5 top universities in Daxia. After the college exchange competition, there is also an annual martial arts exam. With your ability, you have a chance to enter the top 3 universities. Martial arts exam? Jiang Yan patted his head, wondering how he could have forgotten about this. This world also has the college entrance examination, but it is divided into liberal arts and military subjects. Those who fail to awaken should just take the civil service exam honestly and find a job after graduation. Warriors and monks take martial arts exams and enter martial arts universities to continue their training and studies. Wang Defa's throat was sore, and Jiang Yan handed him a bottle of water. After drinking it all, Wang Defa continued to speak. The top 3 institutions are Tiandao Academy, Zhaixing Academy, and Jingtian Academy. Tiandao Academy is the strongest in terms of faculty resources and overall strength. You are a cultivator. Tiandao Academy is divided into 2 academies, one is the Warrior Academy and the other is the Monk Academy. The Monk Academy has 7 teachers with nascent soul cultivation and a celestial dean. Tiandao Academy is the most suitable school for you. After listening to what Wang Defa said, Jiang Yan began to think. Yuanying teacher and Tian Ron Dean? From this perspective, Tiandao Academy is indeed the most suitable for him. What are the contents of the martial arts exam? Jiang Yan asked. In previous years, we entered the secret realm wearing scoring bracelets and hunting monsters to gain points. The assessment lasted for 3 days, and candidates were allowed to compete with each other for the bracelets. Once the assessment time was up, the portal would naturally appear in front of us. Wang Defa replied. Does that also allow killing people to steal the bracelet? Of course not. Killing someone to get the bracelet is forbidden. The most you can do is seriously injure the person and take the bracelet. Wang Defa leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and whispered, but if the examinee is killed by a monster, there is a death indicator in the martial arts exam, so you understand. Jiang Yan was not a fool, so he naturally understood what Wang De meant. Jiang Yan's mouth corners rose slightly, and an idea appeared in his mind. By the way, when I went to the provincial government for a meeting a while ago, I mentioned that this year's assessment might need to be changed. In previous years, we went to a C-level secret realm, but this year we might choose a B-level secret realm, so please pay attention to it. I understand. I'll go back to the school team tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow. If you have any other needs, just let me know. I'll definitely satisfy you to the best of my ability. After seeing the principal off, Jiang Yan began to perform the 1 Qi transformation into 3 pure ones technique. As his spiritual power was consumed, 3 identical clones appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Feeling the cultivation level of his clone in the foundation building stage, Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Damn, isn't this going to easily crush the college competition? Before Jiang Yan could be happy for too long, the clone in front of him began to become transparent, and after 5 minutes the clone disappeared. Looking at the disappearing clone, Jiang Yan frowned. It seems that the clone condensed by this technique can only last for a few minutes, but it's still okay. Ding, system reminder, the host's current realm is too low and spiritual power is insufficient, so it can only be maintained for a few minutes. After hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that this was the case. Then he stopped thinking about it and fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 22, Firing Jiang Chen. Time quickly came to the next morning. Wang Defa drove downstairs, and after Jiang Yan got in and sat down, the car rushed out like an arrow. Wang Defa told Lu Yang last night that Jiang Yan was a monk and would return to the school team. Lu Yang was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. For this reason, he took Su Xiaoxiao and Fong Yun to wait at the school gate early in the morning. At this time, Wang Defa's car drove to the school gate, and Wang Defa got out of the car to open the door for Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan get off the car, Lu Yang walked forward excitedly and shook Jiang Yan's hand excitedly. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Fong Yun behind him looked at Jiang Yan as if he was looking at a monster. The last time Jiang Yan beat him up, it left him with a psychological trauma. Classmate Jiang Yan, welcome back. Su Xiaoxiao's sweet voice came. Jiang Yan smiled at her, and then after Wang Defa explained some things to Lu Yang, everyone walked towards the school team training room. In the training room, Jiang Chen kept circling around Qinyu like a pug, but Qinyu remained expressionless and ignored Jiang Chen. Sister Qinyu, this is a 3rd-level martial art that I asked my father to buy at an auction. I think it's especially suitable for you, so I'd like you to accept it. Qinyu didn't say anything, and didn't even look at him. Jiang Chen was a little annoyed when he saw this, but he still kept a smile on his face. I couldn't help cursing in my heart. You stinky bitch, you only know how to put on a stinky face. One day I will make you crawl over and become my crotch toy. Thinking of the scene where he toyed with the cold and aloof goddess, Jiang Chen smiled foolishly. At this time, the door opened and Jiang Yan and his group walked in. Seeing Jiang Yan walk in, Jiang Chen's face showed fear, his legs went weak and he knelt down unconsciously. Hey, classmate Jiang Chen, I'm not the emperor, there's no need to perform such a grand ceremony. Jiang Yan said sarcastically. Hearing Jiang Yan's ridicule, Jiang Chen was extremely angry, and the joints of his fingers turned white from excessive force. Damn it! How is this guy still alive? I found 2 3rd-level warriors and 6 2nd-level warriors. The leader's cultivation has reached the 3rd level, 5th level, but they still couldn't kill him? Were they all killed by Jiang Yan? No, it's impossible. Jiang Chen shook his head and thought it was impossible. How could Jiang Yan be so strong? He guessed that group of people had run away with the money. Damn! Looks like I need to find someone new. Jiang Chen stood up and chatted in a teasing manner. Didn't brother Jiang Yan get fired? Why are you back? Lu Yang glanced at him and said calmly, I forgot to tell you that Jiang Yan has returned to our school team. Is that so? Then congratulations, brother Jiang Yan. These two sentences made several people feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Yan was expelled from the school team because of him, but he was still pretending to be a White Lotus. Because his father is a shareholder of the school, they can't say anything. Jiang Yan said sarcastically, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're still as disgusting as ever. Brother Jiang Yan, how can you say that? I know you were angry about being expelled from the school team before, but that was your own problem. Jiang Chen continued to chat. Jiang Chen's words were so disgusting. He kept calling everyone brother, which gave them goosebumps. They really couldn't stand it anymore. Su Xiaoxiao took Qin Yu's hand and walked out. Sister yeah, I'll treat you to milk tea. Fang Yun on the side also hurriedly followed. Xiao, I want to drink too. Lu Yang took out a cigarette and said, I'm going to go outside to smoke a cigarette, you guys continue. They were the only two left in the training room. Jiang Chen put away the smile on his face when he saw everyone else had left. He glared at Jiang Yan fiercely and said, Jiang Yan, I don't know what methods you used, but don't be complacent. I have plenty of ways to make you get out. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at him with disdain. Jiang Chen continued, you don't know, but your expulsion was arranged by Dad. Even if you're my biological child, so what? Mom and Dad are on my side. Idiot. Jiang Chen heard Jiang Yan scolding him, but he didn't get angry and said sarcastically, you're just good at talking nonsense. Tisk. Jiang Yan made a tisk sound and unconsciously clenched his hands into fists. Seeing this, Jiang Chen said sarcastically, hey, you still want to hit me? This is not a martial arts training ground. There are surveillance cameras here. If you dare to make a move, you will be arrested by the law enforcement team and taken to the police station. Jiang Yan didn't bother to pay attention to Jiang Chen's ridicule. He took out his cell phone and called Wang Defa. The call was connected and Jiang Yan turned on the speakerphone. Wang Defa's voice came from the phone. Hey, Jiang Yan, did something happen? Jiang Yan said calmly, didn't you say you could make any request? Expel Jiang Chen from the school team immediately. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. Haha, Jiang Yan, have you lost your mind from masturbating? You even want the principal to expel me, ha ha ha. No problem, I'll ask him to come over and handle the formalities now. Jiang Chen's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. Jiang Chen suspected he had misheard. Principal, what are you talking about? You want to expel me? Do you believe that my father will withdraw his investment in the school immediately? When Wang Defa heard that Jiang Chen dared to threaten him, he shouted, Jiang Chen, you don't need to come here. Get out of the school team right now. It's just an investment, I don't care. Go back and tell Jiang Tianlong that I don't need it. Jiang Yan hung up the phone and looked at Jiang Chen. Did you hear that? The principal told you to get out. If you don't, I'm going to ask you to leave. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he began to stretch his muscles, and his knuckles began to crack. You. Jiang Chen was very angry at this moment, but he didn't understand that Jiang Yan only said to fire him, but Wang Defa actually wanted to fire him. Damn it. Just wait for me. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and left. Wow, I'm so scared. Jiang Yan said in a yin-yang tone. On the way out, Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and called Jiang Tianlong. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Chen burst into tears and then told the principal that Jiang Yan had called the principal to expel him. Jiang Tianlong flew into a rage after hearing this. You rebellious son. You're such a good fellow, Wang Defa. Wait there. Your mother and I will be right here. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen stopped crying and looked towards the training room with ill intent. Jiang Yan was sitting on the sofa at this moment. The principal brewed a pot of fine Longjing tea and handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan blew on it and took a sip. Good tea. Wang Defa smiled and said, this is the best Longjing tea. If you like it, I have some more here. I'll bottle it for you to take home and drink. That's not necessary. I can just come here when I want to drink. Wang Defa chuckled, that's fine, Jiang Yan. You're always welcome to come over. Bang! Just as the two were chatting, the door was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 23 Jiang Tianlong asks for an explanation. Jiang Chen is beaten again. The office door was kicked in. Jiang Tianlong rushed in angrily with the Jiang family. Jiang Huang saw Jiang Yan's delighted face and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Jiang Tianlong. Wang Defa, what do you mean? You actually want to expel my son? Jiang Tianlong's voice was so loud that it gave Wang Defa a headache. Wang Defa glanced at him and pointed to the door. This door is very expensive. Please pay for it later before you leave. What? You still want me to pay compensation? Jiang Tianlong looked at Wang Defa in disbelief. Wang Defa retorted, even a 3-year-old knows that if they break something, they have to pay for it. How could you, a man whose body is almost half buried, not know this? You. It's just a rotten door. I can afford to pay for it. So let me ask you, what right do you have to expel my son? Wang Defa looked at Jiang Tianlong and said calmly, as the weakest player on the school team, he's been harassing the female players all day long without any ambition. As the principal, I naturally have to get rid of this rat shit. John's mother said, Principal Wang, you must be mistaken. How could my Xiaochen, who is so outstanding, do such a thing? Poof. When Jiang Yan heard his mother say the word excellent, he couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. It was only then that Jiang Tianlong noticed Jiang Yan sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Jiang Tianlong shouted angrily, Rebellious son! Why do you have to pick on your brother? Jiang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Seeing Jiang Yan's attitude, Jiang Tianlong was very angry and yelled at Jiang Yan, asshole. I'm your father, how can you have such an attitude? Jiang Yan said sarcastically, you kicked your own son off the school team for your adopted son. You're such a good father. Jiang Tianlong was speechless. John's mother walked forward and wanted to hold Jiang Yan's hand, but Jiang Yan looked at her with cold eyes. Mother Jiang felt cold all over and a sharp pain in her heart. Seeing that her own son treated her in this way, John's mother's eyes turned red and she burst into tears. Jiang Huang wanted to go up and comfort her, but thinking of how John's mother had been partial to Jiang Chen before, she ultimately chose not to go forward. Seeing John's mother crying, Jiang Tianlong was extremely angry. He pointed at Jiang Yan's nose and roared. Rebellious son! That's your mother! If you were willing to admit your mistakes to us, would I let Wang Defa expel you from the school team? Mom and Dad, it's all my fault. If leaving the school team can make my brother forgive me, then I'll leave. Jiang Chen said, turning around and preparing to leave. Xiaochen, don't go. John's mother grabbed Jiang Chen, hugged him in her arms and began to comfort him. It's really interesting that they treat a bastard as a treasure. Wang Defa mocked the scene of deep love between mother and son. Wang Defa, don't go too far. Jiang Tianlong glared at Wang Defa fiercely. I told you what you can do to me? Wang Defa asked provocatively. You. Jiang Tianlong wanted to take action, but he felt a terrifying murderous intent. He turned around and saw Jiang Yan staring at him with cold eyes, as if he would die on the spot if he took another step forward. Jiang Tianlong swallowed and his tone softened. Old Wang, why are you doing this? Everything can be discussed, right? Wang Defa ignored him. Jiang Tianlong continued, Old Wang, you're the same. Did you invest too little? It's okay. I'll allocate a few more funds to the school later. Let's just forget about Jiang Chen leaving the school team. Impossible, Jiang Chen must get out of the school team today. Even the Grandmaster can't protect him. Jiang Yan looked coldly at Jiang Chen in John's mother's arms. Evil creature. Who do you think you are to dare to show off here? Jiang Tianlong shouted angrily. Jiang Chen must leave the school team. Why? Old Wang, how did I offend you that you have to pick on me? Jiang Tianlong asked in confusion after hearing Wang Defa's words. Wang De gave him a blank look and thought to himself, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, I would have almost missed out on such a talented person like Jiang Yan. Jiang Tianlong pointed at Jiang Yan, his voice trembling slightly, Old Wang, are you doing this for him? Wang Defa didn't say anything, but the result was already obvious. Why? Why? Jiang Yan is a waste, and you want to expel Jiang Chen from the school team for him. Jiang Tianlong roared angrily. Wang Defa sighed and looked at Jiang Yan with sympathy in his eyes. Why didn't he realize that Jiang Tianlong was an idiot before? Jiang Yan was really unlucky to have such a family. Are you done? If you are, take your good son and get out. Jiang Yan cursed. Don't be so proud, you rebellious son. I don't know what tricks you use to make the principal run around in circles, but in this society, you have to rely on your strength to survive. It's your little tricks, haha. Zhang Tianlong looked at Jiang Yan with disdain. You said so much because you think I don't have the ability. If you have the guts, let your good son come and fight me in the martial arts field again. Jiang Yan retorted. Ah? Jiang Chen was stunned. How did this involve him again? Ever since he was rushed to the ICU last time, Jiang Yan has left him with a psychological trauma. Young man, don't be so impulsive. Xiaochen has already broken through to the second level some time ago. It's not too late for you to kneel down and admit your mistake. If you're not passionate, how can you still be called a young man? Is being at the second level so great? You're just a waste. Jiang Yan sneered. I'll be waiting for you on the stage. Jiang Yan said and walked towards the martial arts field. Xiaochen, go teach this rebellious son a lesson. Don't hold back and use all your strength. Zhang Tianlong ordered. Dad. I can. Jiang Chen originally wanted to say that he couldn't go, but when he saw Zhang Tianlong's fierce eyes, he had to give up. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to go ahead with it. Martial arts training ground. Since it was a holiday, all the students on campus had gone home, and only the school team members and coaches were on campus. At this moment, the school team members in the audience were all looking at the two people on the stage. Jiang Yan raised his middle finger towards Jiang Chen, waist. The game begins. As Lu Yang's voice fell, Jiang Chen held the sword and activated his martial arts, and in an instant an astonishing sword intent burst out from him. Han Yuan sword technique? Lu Yang asked in confusion. In just a breath, Jiang Chen rushed in front of Jiang Yan. Just when the sword was about to hit, a huge pressure burst out from Jiang Yan's body, directly pushing Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen flew backwards. He tried to steady himself, but Jiang Yan would never give him the chance. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Then he punched Jiang Chen in the face and kicked him sideways, sending him out of the field. Jiang Chen slammed heavily to the ground, his body twisted by Jiang Yan's kick. Ah! Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Tianlong and taunted him, level 2 is indeed powerful. It's more resilient than last time. Zhang's mother cried and hugged the unconscious Jiang Chen. Zhang Tianlong couldn't stop shaking all over. He couldn't understand why this rebellious son could be so strong without the help of the Zhang family. Am I really wrong? Impossible. Zhang Tianlong shook his head and rejected this idea. Even if the Jade Emperor came, he would not be wrong. Jiang Yan stretched and walked towards the stage. Jiang Huang adjusted his mood and walked forward to stop Jiang Yan, Xiao Yan. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt him. Don't block the way. Jiang Yan said in a cold tone. Seeing his once lovely brother become like this, Jiang Huang felt sad. She regretted it. If she had discovered the truth earlier, if she had paid more attention to him, would things not have turned out like this? Looking at Jiang Yan's departing back, Jiang Huang could no longer hold back his tears. Chapter 24, Retreat and Practice. Jiang Yan returned to the dormitory and decided to continue practicing. There were only 10 days left before the college exchange competition, so he had to prepare well for it. Jiang Yan sat down cross-legged, his whole body in a state of emptiness. As he breathed in and out, Jiang Yan's cultivation began to slowly increase. Jiang family. Jiang Chen is no longer in danger after taking the medicinal bath, but he is still in a coma. Jiang's mother stood by and kept wiping away her tears. Jiang Ling, who was attending university in Kyoto, looked at the scene with a complicated expression. I just took advantage of the holidays to go home and see so many things happening at home, and they kept it from me. First, Jiang Yan left the Jiang family, and then Jiang Chen was severely injured by Jiang Yan. What Jiang Ling couldn't accept the most was that the brother she had doted on for so many years would actually be such a scum. Looking at Jiang Chen lying unconscious on the bed, she thought of the surveillance video that her elder sister had shown her before. In the picture, Jiang Chen entered her room and began to rummage through the closet, then he found a few pairs of stockings. Jiang Chen picked it up and sniffed it fiercely, looking intoxicated. Then he went into the bathroom and didn't come out for 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Jiang Ling almost couldn't help but go up and beat up Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed. At this time, Jiang Huang came over and patted her shoulder, motioning her to come to his room. After closing the door, Jiang Huang spoke. Third sister, don't think too much. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. Sister, I never thought that the brother we have spoiled for more than 10 years would be this kind of person. Jiang Ling was so excited that her voice rose unconsciously. Jiang Huang motioned for her to lower her voice, then continued, I almost collapsed the moment I learned the truth. Whenever I thought about what I had done to Xiao Yan, my heart was filled with pain. Jiang Ling sighed, I'm sorry, Xiao Yan. I'm not a qualified sister. Big sister, we have to find a way to bring Xiao Yan back. He's out there all alone and doesn't have much money. I'm really worried about him. Jiang Huang was in a low mood. I went to find Xiao Yan, but he didn't want to return to the Jiang family. After all, he was hurt too deeply by us. Sister, what on earth are mom and dad thinking? The facts are right in front of us, and they still don't send Jiang Chen away. Jiang Huang shook his head. Dad is too rigid. He insisted that Xiao Yan kowtow to him and admit his mistakes. As for mom, I really don't understand. Xiao Yan is obviously her biological son, but she only cares about Jiang Chen. Even after the truth came out, she still defended Jiang Chen. How miserable must Xiao Yan be? Jiang Huang couldn't help crying after he finished speaking. Jiang Ling hugged Jiang Huang and began to comfort him. When Jiang Huang felt better, Jiang Ling asked, Where's my second sister? Why haven't I seen her? Jiang Huang said nothing but led Jiang Ling to the utility room where Jiang Yan used to live. Jiang Shaowan in the room had messy hair as if she hadn't washed it for many days. She sat on the bed listlessly, not saying a word, holding a stuffed bear in her arms. Since learning the truth, Jiang Shaowan has been having nightmares every night. In her dream, the scene of her bullying Jiang Yan kept playing in her mind. After a few days, Jiang Shaowan was on the verge of a mental breakdown. That day, Jiang Shaowan walked into the utility room where Jiang Yan lived in a daze. Jiang Shaowan felt very distressed when she saw the old storage room in front of her. The stuffed bear on the bed caught her attention, and she walked over shakily and picked it up. Looking at the little bear in her hand, she thought about it. This little bear was a gift Jiang Yan gave himself on the day he returned to the Jiang family. But she disliked Jiang Yan's dirtiness and threw it directly into the trash can. That night, when she passed by the bathroom, she vaguely saw Jiang Yan constantly washing the doll, but she was very disdainful and didn't care. Jiang Shaowan couldn't hold back any longer and cried while hugging the doll. After an unknown amount of time, she fell asleep. She had a dream. In the dream, Jiang Yan followed her on a meadow and sweetly called her second sister. She held Jiang Yan in her arms and gently stroked his head with her hands. Jiang Shaowan smiled sweetly in her sleep, but when she woke up the next day and looked at the empty room in front of her, she felt a huge sense of disappointment that made her miserable. Looking at the depressed Jiang Shaowan in front of them, Jiang Huang and the others felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Ling wanted to go forward to comfort him, but was stopped by Jiang Huang. Leave her alone for a while. After saying that, Jiang Huang took Jiang Ling out of the room. Back in the living room, Jiang Ling said with sadness, a good family has become like this. What should we do now, big sister? Jiang Huang sighed, If my parents could think it through and send Jiang Chen away, maybe. Hearing Jiang Huang's words, Jiang Ling also sighed, it would be great if mom and dad could really figure it out. Big sister, I want to go out for a walk and get some fresh air. It was evening. In the school dormitory. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. After half a day of practice, he successfully broke through to the middle stage of foundation building. Feeling the breakthrough in realm, Jiang Yan was also very excited. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Yan stood up and went to open the door. When I pushed the door open, I saw it was Su Xiaoxiao. Senior, do you have anything to do so late at night? Jiang Yan asked. The principal is inviting all the members of the school team to dinner. I came here to ask you to join the dinner. Su Xiaoxiao replied. Senior, you don't have to come in person, just give me a phone call. How dare you say that? I called you several times but you didn't answer, so I had to come here in person. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan with resentment. Looking at the several missed calls on his phone, Jiang Yan quickly apologized. Sorry, senior, I was in seclusion practicing and didn't notice. Just wait a few minutes and it will be over soon. After saying that, Jiang Yan quickly returned to the bathroom, took a shower and changed his clothes. Looking at the polite Jiang Yan in front of her, Su Xiaoxiao felt very satisfied. Jiang Yan followed Su Xiaoxiao into the restaurant's private room, and Lu Yang hurriedly asked them to sit down. Looking at the sumptuous food in front of him, even though Jiang Yan was already fasting, he couldn't help but drool. Everyone, please eat more. Don't be polite to the principal. These foods are rich in spiritual energy and will be of great help to your cultivation. As soon as Wang Defa finished speaking, everyone began to enjoy it. Jiang Yan had just finished eating a few shrimps when he felt his internal cultivation level increase slightly. After eating, the other school team members also clearly felt that the qi and blood in their bodies were showing signs of a breakthrough. Seeing this, everyone started to eat with relish. Everyone had a happy dining time. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yan walked out of the restaurant and happened to meet Jiang Ling, who was out for a walk. When Jiang Ling was seen, Jiang Yan always felt that she looked familiar. Xiao Yan. When Jiang Yan heard Jiang Ling calling him, he realized that the person in front of him was the original owner's third sister. Thinking of what the original owner had experienced at home, Jiang Yan sighed and walked around her to leave. Jiang Ling grabbed his sleeve and said humbly, Xiao Yan. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you've suffered so much. Jiang Yan felt nothing when he heard Jiang Ling's apology. You only know to apologize now, why didn't you do it before? Jiang Yan shook off her hand and walked straight towards the school. Jiang Ling felt very uncomfortable when she saw Jiang Yan directly shake off her hand and leave. Xiao Yan, can't you really forgive your sister? Jiang Ling murmured. Looking at Jiang Yan's back as he walked away, Jiang Ling walked towards home with a lost heart. Chapter 25 Qin Yu's Visit. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yan felt sleepy. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. At the same time, Qin family villa. Jiang Yan, a cultivator, his realm is unknown. Qin Yu looked at the information about Jiang Yan on her phone, and a smile appeared on her cold little face. This junior fellow student was indeed a monk as she had guessed before. Recalling the previous competitions at school, she did feel a faint fluctuation of spiritual power from Jiang Yan. Judging from how relaxed he was in the previous competition, Jiang Yan's cultivation level was probably the same as hers, having reached the great perfection of qi refining. But the strange phenomenon that appeared in the sky over the school before indicated that a cultivator was breaking through the foundation building stage, and Jiang Yan happened to be in the school. Could it be that he is the cultivator who broke through the foundation building stage? If this is true, this guy is hiding too deeply. Qin Yu relied on the various cultivation resources and medicinal baths provided by the Qin family to cultivate to the great perfection of qi refining. She also heard about Jiang Yan's situation, how he was able to cultivate to the great perfection of qi refining without relying on the Jiang family's various cultivation resources. What a monster! It has been a few days since Jiang Yan joined the school team, but I have had little contact with him. If Lu Yang hadn't recruited Jiang Yan into the school team, he wouldn't even have had the chance to meet him. He is extremely talented but not arrogant or impatient, and treats others with humility and courtesy. He is truly a rare talent. Qin Yu decided to go and talk to Jiang Yan tomorrow, and also hoped to have some exchanges with him to see the difference in strength between the two sides. She put down her phone and prepared to start practicing. There were only a few days left before the exchange competition. In previous exchange competitions, Yunshui Middle School had lost more than one. This time, the exchange competition carried the expectations of the Qin family, so she must win. As the spiritual energy gathered, Qin Yu officially entered the state of cultivation. The time came to the next morning. Jiang Yan was still sleeping soundly at this moment. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Jiang Yan, who was still asleep, was forced to turn on his phone. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned and went to open the door. Who's that early in the morning? The door opened, and a girl with a high ponytail, casual clothes and a cool temperament stood at the door. The person who came was Qin Yu. After seeing who it was, Jiang Yan yawned with a hint of fatigue. Good morning, Captain. What's up so early in the morning? Seeing Jiang Yan looking sleepy, Qin Yu was a little surprised. After all, the school team members usually got up early for training. Classmate Jiang Yan, would it be convenient for you to come in and chat? Hearing Qin Yu's words, Jiang Yan was stunned. He was not very familiar with her. She came here early in the morning just to chat with him? Jiang Yan said without thinking, Captain, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes. After saying that, Jiang Yan closed the door, went in to wash up and change his clothes. He felt much more energetic. Jiang Yan opened the door and stepped aside to let Qin Yu in. Looking at the spotlessly clean dormitory in front of him, Xinyu was a little surprised. After all, she had been to other members' dormitories, but they were all more or less dirty. Xinyu found a random seat and sat down. Seeing Xinyu sitting down, Jiang Yan asked politely, "Captain, you came here so early in the morning. What can I do for you?" Using courtesy before force has always been one of Jiang Yan's principles. Looking at the polite Jiang Yan in front of her, Xinyu's admiration for him increased. Xinyu hummed and asked in a cold voice, "You've been on the school team for so long, is there anything you're not used to?" "It's pretty good. I was a little uncomfortable before, but now it's gone." After hearing Jiang Yan's answer, Xinyu asked, "What were you not used to before?" "What else could it be? It's just that idiot Jiang Chen. I've been feeling much better since I kicked him out," Jiang Yan said calmly. Hearing Jiang Yan's straightforward answer, Xinyu smiled and then nodded in agreement. She really had a very bad impression of Jiang Chen. It would have been fine if he had used back doors, but he was idle and harassed the female team members all day long. This tumor should have been kicked out long ago. Xinyu took a deep breath and then spoke, "Student Jiang Yan, I came here this time to exchange ideas with you. After all, we are both cultivators and hope to improve each other." Jiang Yan was a little surprised that she actually knew that he was a cultivator. Jiang Yan then realized that he had released spiritual power when he was sparring with Fang Yun last time. She was in the audience at that time and must have felt it. "So she came here early in the morning just to let me beat her up? Helping others is the basis of happiness." Jiang Yan nodded and agreed to her request. The two came to the abandoned playground on the back mountain of the school. Judging from the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Xinyu, her cultivation had already reached the great perfection of qi refining. With the great perfection of qi training in various skills, cultivators are inherently stronger than warriors. Therefore, Xinyu is extremely famous not only in Yunhai City but also in the entire Donghai province. She has the reputation of a genius girl. In the entire Donghai province, Xinyu's strength is in the first echelon. The two sides were only 20 meters apart, and the surroundings were very quiet at the moment. The cry of a bird broke the silence. A hint of light blue light appeared in Xinyu's clear eyes. Looking at Jiang Yan not far away, her voice was very cold and without any warmth, "Student Jiang Yan, I hope you can use your full strength in this competition, otherwise you will lose miserably." After she finished speaking, a chill appeared on the girl's cold face, and the temperature around her began to drop. Jiang Yan had no idea what Xinyu said. He had originally wanted to lower his realm to the great perfection of qi refining so that he could fight her. It would be pure bullying for him, a foundation establishment cultivator, to fight against someone in the qi refining stage. Since she said so, I have no choice but to give it my all. Jiang Yan no longer suppressed it at this moment, and directly released his cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building. An astonishing aura was released, and Xinyu was also very surprised when she felt this aura. He has indeed broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Judging from his aura, he seems to have entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. An invisible pressure made Xinyu feel a little difficult to breathe. Although the great perfection of qi refining is only one step away from the foundation establishment realm, there is a world of difference in strength between the two. 10 qi refining great perfection cultivators may not be able to defeat one foundation establishment cultivator. This is the suppression from the realm. Xinyu took a deep breath to suppress the uneasiness in her heart. At this moment, she adjusted her state and burst out with the aura of qi refining great perfection without reservation. Crash! The fallen leaves on the playground were blown all over the sky by two strong winds, and the surrounding trees began to rustle. Xinyu raised her hand without hesitation and released a large number of ice spikes towards Jiang Yan. The moment the ice spikes attacked, Jiang Yan could feel the astonishing coldness contained in them. Is it an ice-related technique? But it's not powerful enough. A faint blue light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and he just raised his hand slightly. The ice spikes in front of him turned directly into water droplets and fell to the ground. Chapter 26 Wanhua Ice Mirror. Xinyu felt a sense of pressure when she saw that the ice crystals she had condensed were so easily disintegrated. She took a deep breath and took a few steps back. Her originally dark eyes turned into eyes as clear as blue crystal. Call! As a puff of white mist was exhaled, the entire playground was gradually shrouded in white mist, and the surrounding air continued to emit crackling sounds of ice. Jiang Yan looked down at the ground, which was now covered with a thin layer of ice. In just a few breaths, the entire playground turned into a world of ice and snow. And the surrounding temperature continued to drop, falling below zero in the blink of an eye. Xin Yu's figure had disappeared, and then several mirrors made of ice appeared around Jiang Yan. This is the Qin family's ancestral martial arts technique, the Wanhua Bingjing. As a member of the branch family, Xin Yu was originally not allowed to learn this technique, but since the Qin family's ancestor passed away hundreds of years ago, the Qin family had not produced any cultivators for hundreds of years, until more than 10 years ago, when Qin Shui was born in the main family and Xin Yu was born in the branch family. In order to prevent this technique from being lost, Xin Yu obtained the qualification to learn this technique. With Xin Yu's current cultivation level, he can only condense a few ice mirrors, but as the name of the technique says, Wanhua ice mirrors, those who have reached the Mahayana stage can have cold air covering 1,000 miles around and can condense tens of thousands of ice mirrors. The chill around him gave Jiang Yan goosebumps all over his body. He exhaled a breath of cold air, hiss, so cold. This is my Qin family's unique martial arts technique, the Wanhua ice mirror. It's also my trump card. Be careful. Xin Yu's voice came from all directions, but the specific location could not be heard. Jiang Yan clearly felt that in the center of the cold air, his movements began to gradually become slow, as if his meridians had been frozen into ice. Swish! A light blue figure holding a sword emerged from the ice mirror, and Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power and blasted out with a palm. Snap! The figure in front of him shattered into ice chips. Looking at the ice debris on the ground, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. A clone condensed from ice? That's interesting. Swish swish. Several clones attacked from all directions, and Jiang Yan's spiritual power suddenly burst out. A huge force directly shattered the clones in front of him. Jiang Yan jumped into the air and tried to find Xin Yu, but the thick fog around him hid Xin Yu's figure very well. Jiang Yan's mouth curled up slightly. You like playing with clones? Then I'll play with you. The moment Jiang Yan landed, several clones attacked him again, but this time Jiang Yan was blown away. Student Jiang Yan, you lose. Xin Yu's cold voice was heard, and her figure emerged from the fog, with blue light flashing in her eyes. She took a step and came in front of Jiang Yan. Then he gathered his spiritual power and blasted out with a palm. Boom! The moment the palm landed on Jiang Yan, the latter's figure became illusory, and Jiang Yan's figure turned into spiritual power and dissipated. Clone! Xin Yu said in surprise. Xin Yu realized that something was wrong, and just as she stepped back, she heard Jiang Yan's voice behind her. Clone? I can do that too. Jiang Yan circulated his spiritual power and blasted out with a palm. Oh no! Xin Yu hurriedly used her spiritual power to resist, but it was useless in the end. Bang! A palm strike from the middle stage of foundation building was not something she, who had reached the great perfection of Qi training, could withstand. In an instant, Xin Yu's body was knocked away by a huge force, and he flew backwards uncontrollably. Boom! Xin Yu's body fell heavily to the ground, and her snow-white skin was scratched by the huge friction. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Xin Yu's mouth. Jiang Yan only used 30% of his strength in this palm strike. After all, it was just a sparring match, so there was no need to use too much force. Xin Yu ignored the pain from her wound. She stood up with difficulty, supporting herself with one hand, and looked at the figure not far away. I feel a little uncomfortable. Is the gap between Qi refining and foundation building so huge? Xin Yu raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, gathered all his spiritual power in his hand and rushed forward. Looking at the figure attacking him, Jiang Yan shook his head. Alas, the same thing happens twice. Xin Yu punched Jiang Yan in the abdomen, but unfortunately Jiang Yan's figure turned into spiritual power and dissipated again. It is obvious that this is another clone. How many clones are there? Xin Yu hesitated for a moment. At this moment of mistake, several vines broke through the ground and broke through the ice, tightly wrapping around Xin Yu's body. The vines slowly lifted Xin Yu into the air, and a very shameful posture appeared above. Xin Yu tried to struggle, but the more she struggled, the tighter the vines wrapped around her. Xin Yu couldn't help but let out a moan. Looking at the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the vines, Xin Yu's pupils shrank slightly and she exclaimed in surprise, "This is the art of seeing every tree and grass as an enemy." Xin Yu had seen the Wood-attributed martial arts technique, "Every tree and grass is an enemy," on the 5th floor of the Sutra Library. It said that by stimulating the spirituality in plants, one could transform the plants in the world into one's own combat power. Xin Yu also tried to practice it, but no matter how hard he practiced, he could never comprehend it. After trying for a while, he chose to give up. I didn't expect that Jiang Yan actually succeeded in his practice. Judging from his proficiency in the martial arts, it is obvious that he is not a beginner. This guy is really ridiculously strong. As the vines tightened, Xin Yu's breathing became louder and louder, and a blush appeared on her cold face. Jiang Yan, I give up. Xin Yu said with a gasp. The moment the words fell, the vines untied Xin Yu. Xin Yu fell downwards. Jiang Yan jumped into the air and caught Xin Yu, then slowly landed on the ground. Feeling the warm body temperature of Jiang Yan and looking at the handsome face of the young man, Xin Yu blushed and felt her breathing quicken. Looking at the blushing Xin Yu, Jiang Yan quickly put her down. The two were silent for a long time. Xin Yu suppressed her restless heart and broke the silence. Jiang Yan, thank you. Xin Yu could feel that Jiang Yan was not using his full strength. She was only in the qi refining stage. If Jiang Yan had really used his full strength, she would have been seriously injured and fainted. We are all classmates, so just stop when exchanging ideas. Jiang Yan smiled faintly at her. The surrounding fog began to dissipate and the ice on the ground began to melt. Captain, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Yan turned and was about to leave. Classmate Jiang Yan. Xin Yu spoke quickly when she saw him about to leave. Is there anything else? Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Xin Yu. You don't have to be so polite. You can call me Xin Yu or you can call me Yaya. Xin Yu's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face turned slightly red. Jiang Yan only heard the first two sentences clearly. He nodded and said, okay, then I will call you senior sister Xin Yu from now on. When she heard Jiang Yan call her senior, she felt a little disappointed. Seeing Jiang Yan leaving, Xin Yu stepped forward and followed him, and the two of them walked down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they met Fang Yun, who was jogging. He watched them coming down the mountain. Xin Yu had a blush on her face, and their clothes were a little messy. You two are on the mountain. Oh. Fang Yun suddenly realized. You ma'am, you owe. Jiang Yan knew at a glance that this guy had obviously misunderstood. Hey, we're all adults, I understand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You know shit. Jiang Yan raised his hand to teach Fang Yun a lesson. I'm running away. Seeing that Jiang Yan was going to beat him, Fang Yun ran away. Xin Yu was amused by their behavior. Senior Xin Yu, I'm leaving first. Bye. Jiang Yan waved goodbye and walked towards the dormitory. Looking at Jiang Yan's departing back, Xin Yu felt a little shy when she thought about how he held her in his arms just now. After all, she had never been hugged by a man of the same age since she was a child. Only after seeing Jiang Yan enter the dormitory gate did Xin Yu move her feet and walk towards home. Chapter 27, Meeting before the two schools exchange matches. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Yan began to practice in seclusion. This retreat lasted for several days. 2 days before the exchange competition, Coach Lu Yang called all members of the school team to the conference room. School team meeting room. The seats at the round table of the conference, from left to right, are Xin Yu, Jiang Yan, Fang Yun, Su Xiaoxiao, Kai Kuan, and 2 substitute players who have just been promoted from the military science class. Jiang Yan originally wanted to find a seat at the edge, but Xin Yu pulled him to sit next to her, so Jiang Yan had no choice but to sit next to Xin Yu. Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, while the others were whispering to each other. At this time, Lu Yang, who was sitting in the main seat, clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, then he stood up, looked at everyone and spoke. Everyone, our opponent in this exchange competition is Songshan No. 1 Middle School in Songshan City next door. Lu Yang looked at Xin Yu and Jiang Yan beside him with a serious expression. I believe everyone here has heard of Morong Wan, the captain of the Songshan school team. She is not only the young master of the Wanjian Pavilion, but also one of the strongest in the East China Sea province. Not long ago, she broke through the qi refining stage and successfully established her foundation. As the young master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, she is best at using various sword techniques. She has a very arrogant personality and is the ace player of Songshan No. 1 Middle School. She is our toughest opponent in this competition. Among the remaining 6, 2 are at the first level of the second rank, 2 are at the third level of the second rank, and the remaining 2 substitutes are at the peak of the first rank. Judging from their individual battle schedules, Morong Wan will be the finale. After hearing Lu Yang's words, everyone except Xin Yu and Jiang Yan had a very solemn expression. Jiang Yan didn't care. He was just an early-stage foundation building warrior, so he could beat him at will. Looking at everyone's reactions, Lu Yang also had a heavy expression on his face. He didn't know that Zhang Yan was the cultivator who broke through the foundation building stage. Among their school team members, Fang Yun has reached the third level of the second stage, Su Xiaoxiao has reached the first level of the second stage, Kai Kuan has reached the peak of the first stage, and the two substitute players are only at the 8th level of the first stage. There is still a clear gap in the overall strength of the two sides. As for Morongwan having actually broken through to the foundation establishment stage, one should know that many students at the Tiandao Academy's monastic academy were only at the 8th or 9th level of qi refining. I thought that the two qi refining cultivators on my side would definitely defeat Songshan No. 1 middle school, but I didn't expect that Morongwan had already established her foundation. This is a difficult situation. How can a qi refining stage person defeat a foundation establishment stage person? It seems that Songshan No. 1 middle school won the exchange competition. Lu Yang looked at the players, all looking grave. He cleared his throat and said, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Although the probability of winning is low, just try your best. It's just one game, and if you lose, you lose. Remember, you still have a long way to go." At this time, Zhang Yan opened his eyes and asked, "What are the rewards for winning the game?" 200,000 Great Xia coins and 1 Yuan Wu powder per person. Yuan Wu San. Coach, are you serious? Fang Yun stood up in an instant. Yuan Wu powder? What is that? Zhang Yan asked curiously, seeing Fang Yun so excited. Yuan Wu powder is a priceless elixir. After a warrior takes it, his cultivation level can be increased by 2 levels without any side effects, but it is useless for cultivators. Xinyu explained to Zhang Yan. Lu Yang nodded. Not only that, if a warrior takes it when breaking through a realm, he can break through directly, but it is only limited to the 4th level and below. After listening to the two people's explanation, Zhang Yan understood why Fang Yun was so excited. The effect of this pill was truly amazing. Fang Yun adjusted his mood and sat down. Yuan Wu San was indeed good, but he had to have the ability to get it. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Yan. "Student Zhang Yan, you must have a trump card, right?" Feeling a burning gaze staring at him, Zhang Yan turned his head and met Fang Yun's gaze. Seeing Fang Yun looking at him with his big, Caroline eyes, Zhang Yan began to get goosebumps all over his body. Why is this guy staring at me like that? Does he have some special fetish? Images of philosophy automatically appeared in Zhang Yan's mind. Fuck. Zhang Yan quickly looked away. This look really made him feel sick. Lu Yang took a sip of tea and continued, "In addition to the prize money, elixirs, and the chance to be admitted to Lingwu University, the best performing team member in the exchange competition will also be able to choose between a magic weapon and a 4th-tier weapon." After saying this, he looked at Xinyu and Zhang Yan and smiled. This reward has nothing to do with victory. It only depends on the performance of the team members in the exchange competition. I believe you two have a chance to get it. Zhang Yan lowered his head and thought. He really lacked a suitable magic weapon at the moment. There were basically no magic weapons for sale in the world, so he could only try his luck in various secret realms. Then the meeting is over. Everyone go back and have a good rest today. We will be ready to depart tomorrow morning. As soon as Lu Yang finished speaking, everyone stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Zhang Yan returned to the dormitory and began to pack his things. In the conference room of Songshan No. 1 Middle School, a middle-aged man with a somewhat portly figure looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "The information about the opponents for this exchange competition has been sent to the group. Everyone, please take a look. They will arrive in Songshan City tomorrow morning. You can take advantage of this meeting to raise any opinions you have." He looked at the girl sitting opposite him with her eyes closed. "Morong, what do you think?" Across the table, Morong Wan was dressed in white, with a long sword placed in front of her. The girl was extremely beautiful, with a cold and elegant temperament, and she exuded a chill all over her body. She was definitely an iceberg beauty. Morong Wan gave people an invisible sense of oppression just by sitting there quietly. Morong Wan didn't say anything and just kept her eyes closed. Geniuses are always arrogant, not to mention that she is the young master of Wanjin Pavilion. Maybe she can reach the same height as the master in the future. So the man didn't know what to say and could only look at other people. What about you? What do you think? A boy with black hair and designer clothes said, "Coach, you missed one person. We have studied the members of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School's school team before, and this time they have one more person on the team. Just in case, let me tell you about his situation." This man's name is Jiang Yan. According to investigation, he is also a cultivator. His cultivation level is estimated to be at the 10th level of the qi refining stage. The cultivation method he uses is unknown. This guy suddenly appeared. I asked someone to check and found out that he is the young master of the Yunhai Jiang family. He failed in the warrior awakening ceremony before. The coach raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Which second-hand dealer did you get this information from? How could someone who failed in awakening a warrior become a cultivator again? The coach sighed helplessly and asked, "Has your brain been eaten by zombies?" The boy shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but we still need to pay attention to this guy." At this time, Morong opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her cold face. "He's just a scum in the qi refining stage. I can kill him with just a casual sword." Her voice was flat and without any warmth, as if she was just talking about an ordinary thing. Hearing this, the man nodded with satisfaction. A person who has reached the great perfection of qi refining may be a genius in other schools, but in front of Morong, he is just a passerby. The others also nodded in agreement with Morong's words. Except for Qin Yu and this guy, the rest are just a bunch of rabble. A member of the school team said. As the boy finished speaking, Morong, who was wiping the sword, showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her mouth. "You are wrong. To me, these people are just trash." Before Morong broke through, only Qin Yu could barely be considered her opponent. But now Qin Yu's cultivation is still at the great perfection of qi refining, which makes him a waste to her. The boy didn't show any dissatisfaction after hearing this, and even had a flattering smile on his face. "Captain, you are so strong, so naturally they are just trash to you." The coach cleared his throat and said, "The meeting ends here. Tomorrow, the people from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School will arrive in Songshan City. You can go and communicate with them then." After the coach finished speaking, everyone stood up and left the meeting room. Chapter 28 Arrival at Songshan No. 1 Middle School. Yunhai City High-Speed Railway Station. The high-speed train slowed down and entered the platform, and everyone boarded the train in an orderly manner. Jiang Yan found his seat and sat down. His seat was close to the window. As the high-speed train started, the scenery outside the window, which was receding at the speed of light, was played in front of him like a movie. Jiang Yan held his chin and looked at the scenery outside the window, his mind full of thoughts. Who would have thought that he was just a college graduate a month ago? In his previous life, he often imagined himself as a cultivator in the immortal cultivation novels, and now he has actually become a cultivator and embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. An hour later, the high-speed train arrived in Songshan City. Everyone followed the crowd and got off the high-speed train. Inside the high-speed rail hall, the coach of Songshan No. 1 Middle School has been waiting here with some students from the military science class for Lu Yang and his group to arrive. As soon as Jiang Yan and others walked into the hall, the coach of Songshan No. 1 Middle School came over with his people. "Welcome everyone to Songshan City. Are you students from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School?" Everyone nodded. After some polite greetings, everyone got on the car to the hotel. The location of the Hill and Hotel is in the city center. The hotel's decoration is quite luxurious, and the various decorations in the lobby are very expensive. Hill and Hotel is ranked among the best in the entire Donghai province. It can be seen that Songshan No. 1 Middle School put some thought into it. After arranging the rooms for each team member, Songshan No. 1 Middle School coach Hong Tao started chatting with Lu Yang in the lounge area in the lobby. "Coach Lu, the exchange competition will begin at 9 tomorrow morning. If you'd like, you can come visit the school this afternoon. The school isn't too far from here, so you can just get familiar with the environment." After a brief thought, Lu Yang nodded and sent the message to the group. In a room in the hotel. Looking at the environment in the room, Jiang Yan nodded and said it was not bad. "Open the curtains and let the warm sunlight shine into the room. The blue sky and bright sunshine are perfect for sleeping." Jiang Yan was lying on the soft bed, just about to take a nap. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Yan got up from the bed and went to open the door. When I opened the door, Su Xiaoxiao's pure and sweet face appeared in front of me. "Jiang Yan, the coach sent a message asking us to visit Songshan No. 1 Middle School. Do you want to go?" Su Xiaoxiao blinked and looked at Jiang Yan. "I don't want to go. I want to sleep." Jiang Yan shook his head and refused. "Go ahead. It would be a waste to just sleep in the room on such nice days. It's good for your health to go out and bask in the sun." You guys go, I won't go. Jiang Yan refused again. Okay then. Hearing Jiang Yan's refusal, Su Xiaoxiao turned around and prepared to leave with a bit of disappointment. Jiang Yan noticed the disappointment on Su Xiaoxiao's face. He felt helpless. Wasn't it just that he wasn't going to visit? Was it really that serious? Jiang Yan sighed, but still said, "Forget it, I'll go." You're right, it's such a nice day, we should go out and bask in the sun. When Su Xiaoxiao heard that Jiang Yan decided to go for the visit, the disappointment on her face disappeared and she smiled. Jiang Yan followed her and the two of them walked towards the hall. After arriving at the hall, the rest of the people stayed in the lounge area. After seeing that everyone was present, Lu Yang waved his hand and asked everyone to get on the bus. The vehicle quickly drove into Songshan No. 1 Middle School. Everyone got out of the car, and Hong Tao stepped forward and said, "Welcome students to Songshan No. 1 Middle School. You can visit the school freely in the following time. If you need anything, you can come to room 1101 in Building 1. Your coach and I will be there." After saying this, Hong Tao raised his hand and pointed to the teaching building behind him. Lu Yang waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. The crowd dispersed and began to tour the campus. Jiang Yan was walking alone on the road, and he clearly felt that many people around him were looking at him. From time to time, people were whispering to each other. "Hey, is that guy a member of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School team? He's quite handsome. Can being handsome earn you a living? If you want to gain a foothold in society, you need to rely on your strength, not your looks. You're just jealous of other people's good looks." Since establishing his foundation, Jiang Yan's hearing ability has been greatly improved, so he can naturally hear clearly what these people say. Jiang Yan had to admit that the first person did have good vision. At this time, a girl wearing JK and looking very cute walked up to Jiang Yan. "Classmate, you're so handsome. Let's add each other and get to know each other. Let's go out and play together tonight." The girl was about to take out her cell phone when Jiang Yan interrupted her. "No card, thank you." "Ah?" The girl was stunned when she heard Jiang Yan's answer. "Apply for a card? Which card should I apply for?" The girl was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, Jiang Yan had already walked away. Watching Jiang Yan walk away, the girl stomped her feet angrily. She took out her cell phone and tapped the screen with her fair fingers. "Brother Wang, this kid actually rejected me. It's okay, you've done great. Brother Wang, that person's reward. I'll be waiting for you at 601 Vienna Hotel tonight at 9 o'clock. Remember to bring clothes and take your medicine. I know, Brother Wang, you have to satisfy me tonight." After reading the last message, Brother Wang turned off the screen of his mobile phone. This person is Wang Can, the deputy captain of the Songshan No. 1 Middle School team. Wang Can lit a cigarette and started smoking. He stood on the roof and looked at Jiang Yan, who was strolling on the side of the road. As soon as he exhaled a puff of smoke, he noticed Jiang Yan looking up at him. Damn it! This guy actually noticed him. Wang Can's hand trembled and the cigarette butt in his hand fell directly. Just as the cigarette butt was about to fall on Jiang Yan's head, an invisible force bounced the cigarette butt directly into the trash can beside him. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Can on the top floor, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Jiang Yan had already noticed that someone was staring at him on the rooftop. The moment he looked up, he saw the face of the man on the roof. According to previous information, this man was Wang Can, the deputy captain of the Songshan No. 1 Middle School team. I guess the woman just now was the one this guy hired to test him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan gave a thumbs down sign towards the roof, then walked forward. Wang Can on the rooftop saw Jiang Yan's mocking gesture, anger surged in his heart, and his knuckles cracked. Wang Can didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so arrogant. "In tomorrow's exchange competition, I will beat you to death." Wang Can stared at Jiang Yan's departing back. He left only after Jiang Yan disappeared from his sight. Chapter 29, Songshan No. 1 Middle School's Tactics, Seriously Injuring School Team Members. Jiang Yan walked and came to the outside of a huge venue. Cheers could be heard from the venue from time to time, and Jiang Yan walked in out of curiosity. At this moment, there were two students competing on the stage. Upon closer inspection, one of the students was Kai Kuan from the school team. Xinyu sat in the audience, watching the two people sparring on the stage. A hint of annoyance appeared in his cold eyes. Jiang Yan walked over and sat down next to Xinyu. He noticed that the atmosphere in the venue seemed a little off, so he asked, "Senior, what's going on?" Xinyu looked at Jiang Yan, her emotions gradually calmed down, and she told him what happened in the martial arts field before Jiang Yan came. They originally just wanted to visit the martial arts arena, and as soon as they entered the arena, a group of very enthusiastic students ran over to talk to them. They just chatted with this group of people casually. However, after a while, this group of people asked them to compete with them. Since there was an exchange competition tomorrow, Xinyu naturally rejected their request. However, this group of people only used the most basic provocation: we are just ordinary martial arts students. You are unwilling to spar with us. Are you afraid of losing to us? Kai Kuan and a substitute got angry when they heard this and went straight to the stage. Kai Kuan is at the peak of the first level, and the two substitutes are at the 8th level of the first level. Considering the strength of the three, there should be no problem for them to spar with ordinary martial arts students. As a result, after Kai Kuan exchanged a few moves with a boy at the peak of the first level on the stage, he was injured and defeated. Well done! Cheers erupted from the crowd. The two looked towards the stage and saw that the substitute had been knocked unconscious by the opponent. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly went on stage and helped the team members to the rest area below to rest. Anger surfaced on Qinyu's cold face, and the boys on the stage looked at them with mockery. They said they wanted to compete with each other, but they beat their players like this. This is a naked provocation. This is the strength of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School's school team. Go home and farm. That's right, he can't even beat an ordinary student from the martial arts department. He's too useless. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of robots. Listening to the constant ridicule around them, the school team members were already furious to the extreme. Xinyu exuded a terrifying chill, and she stood up and was about to walk towards the stage. Jiang Yan pulled her back to her seat. At this moment, Xinyu just wanted to go on stage and beat that guy up. She wanted to break free from Jiang Yan's hand, but an invisible force suppressed her. Calm down, this is clearly a trap for you. As the captain of the school team, you can't act on impulse. Jiang Yan's words woke Xinyu up. She took a deep breath and began to adjust her mood. After a while, Xinyu adjusted her mood. Seeing that she had stabilized, Jiang Yan patted her shoulder. You're the captain and you have to consider the overall situation. I'm different. Since they like to play dirty and show off, they have to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's figure instantly appeared on the stage. Xinyu looked at Jiang Yan on the stage, thought of what he said, felt the remaining warmth on her hand, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. The boy on the stage was still interacting with the audience when he noticed Jiang Yan. When did this guy come up? I didn't even notice. He looked at Jiang Yan with disdain. Boy, are you in such a hurry to come up and send me off? If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, I might consider being gentler. After saying this, the boy burst into laughter. You really don't know how to write the word death thought. Jiang Yan sighed. Call out. Jiang Yan's figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, tearing through the surrounding air and instantly appearing in front of the boy. Before the boy could react, Jiang Yan punched him in the ribs. Snap! A terrifying sound of shattering sounded, and the boy was blown away by a huge force. Boom! The whole person fell directly into the audience seats, smashing the seats into pieces. Aha! The boy spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like he was hit by a semi-trailer and flew out. All the bones in his body were broken. Then his eyes went black and he passed out. The originally noisy audience seats were now completely silent. Even the few members of the school team who came to watch the fun had serious expressions on their faces. They only heard a whoosh sound, and then the student was knocked away. After a while, someone angrily said, "The people from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School are so shameless. They actually killed someone." You're right. It was just a sparring match, yet you used such heavy hands? What a beast. Get out. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be here. Students from Songshan No. 1 Middle School began to denounce Jiang Yan. It turns out that all the students in Songshan No. 1 Middle School are losers who can't afford to lose. They couldn't even take a punch from me, and they blamed me for hitting too hard. Jiang Yan's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire training ground. Excuse me, everyone here is garbage. Who else wants to come? Everyone in the audience stared at Jiang Yan. How could this guy be so arrogant? At this time, dozens of figures surrounded them. Jiang Yan looked at the group of people with a playful expression. Is that all? The leading boy raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yan. What do you mean? Not enough for me to warm up. Jiang Yan shook his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense at this moment, and his cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building burst out directly. Feel the tremendous spiritual power and pressure from Jiang Yan. You are a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the boy exclaimed. Damn, how could this guy be a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage? The strongest of these people behind him is only at the peak of the first stage. I'm afraid he'll be beaten into a folding screen soon. Wait a minute, let's recognize. Before the leading boy finished speaking, Jiang Yan's figure had disappeared from the spot. Wait your mother. Jiang Yan gathered all his spiritual power and punched out. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they only saw a huge fist rushing towards them. At the same time, everyone felt the threat of death. The leading boy tried to resist, but how could he block a punch that was delivered by a middle-stage foundation building cultivator with all his spiritual power? Jin Fu's unique skill, deliberate punch. Snap. All the bones in his body were broken as he was hit hard by the powerful punch. He screamed and flew backwards, knocking down several people. Blood was flowing all over his body and he was smashed directly into the wall next to him. The students of Songshan No. 1 Middle School in the stands were also shocked that they were speechless. Stop it. Zhou Wen from the Songshan school team roared. I just knocked one of them unconscious, but he was so cruel. His punch directly seriously injured dozens of students. Judging from the situation, these students have no chance of participating in the martial arts exam this year. In just a breath, another student was beaten to death and lay on the ground. I told you to fucking stop. As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up, a heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and smashed it hard at Jiang Yan. Seeing this, the other school team members reacted quickly, drew their weapons, and rushed forward. The moment the giant hammer came down, Jiang Yan dodged it easily like a ghost. Bang! Snap! The ground shattered and a big hole was smashed out. The field was filled with smoke and Jiang Yan's figure disappeared. Chapter 31 Sighted Crushing. Swish! Jiang Yan appeared in front of Zhou Wen like a ghost, and before Zhou Wen could react, Jiang Yan grabbed his neck. Woo! Zhou Wen was in great pain. He tried to make a sound for help, but as the strength of his hands increased, Zhou Wen was about to suffocate. The smoke cleared. When everyone on the field saw the scene, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Let him go. The rest of the people rushed up. As you wish. Jiang Yan released his hand. Zhou Wen knelt on the ground and breathed in the air deeply. He just got a second to catch his breath, and the next second he was kicked out by Jiang Yan. Bang! Zhou Wen was lying on the ground in agony. They stopped and dared not move forward. Zhou Wen and Wang Can were both at the third level of the second stage. Zhou Wen had been beaten to death. If he went forward again, he would probably be crippled. The audience in the stands looked at the scene in disbelief. So many people were hung up and beaten by one person, and the other person's clothes were only slightly dirty. This guy is ridiculously strong. I wonder if Senior Morone can beat him. Songshan No. 1 Middle School is nothing special. Jiang Yan glanced at everyone present. Although everyone was very angry, they could do nothing. Don't be so proud. Even if you are at the foundation building stage, so what? Senior Morone can kill you with just one sword. A member of the school team shouted at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at him, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, a voice came from above my head. Jiang Yan, you're looking for death. At this time, Wang Can descended from the sky onto the martial arts field. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Do you also want to test whether my fist is hard? Wang Can said with great disdain, Jiang Yan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've established your foundation. After such a long battle, I'm sure you don't have much spiritual energy left in your body. After hearing Wang Can's words, everyone realized this key issue. Yes, he must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy when he attacked so fiercely just now. Wasn't he about to leave just now? He must have run out of spiritual energy, so he wanted to find a place to recover his spiritual energy. That must be the case. Luckily, Brother Wang came and almost let this kid slip away. He injured so many of our students. We absolutely cannot let him leave. Wang Can couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw Jiang Yan standing there in a daze. As expected, this guy was stunned when his little thought was exposed by me. Is this really the case? Seeing that Jiang Yan remained silent, Wang Can became more certain of his guess. He beckoned everyone to come forward, and they slowly walked towards Jiang Yan. Everyone stared at Jiang Yan with ill intentions. Weren't you so awesome just now? Let's see if you're still that arrogant now. Xin Yu saw that the situation was not right and rushed over with a sword. Jiang Yan gave her a look. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. Xin Yu understood that this was to prevent her from passing. Could it be? Xin Yu stopped and believed that Jiang Yan had his reasons for doing this. Wang Can had already walked in front of Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan smiled faintly at him. Just as Wang Can was about to humiliate him, he felt a sense of oppression from Jiang Yan. Doesn't this guy have much spiritual power left? Why does something feel wrong? Not only him, but everyone behind him felt that sense of oppression. Everyone felt a chill down their spines and couldn't help swallowing. They saw a blue light appear in the boy's clear eyes. The next second, a powerful spiritual power emanated from him. Fuck! This guy is playing dirty tricks, run! Wang Can realized something was wrong and told everyone to run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jiang Yan slammed out with a palm. Boom! Ah! Wang Can tried his best to take the blow, but was still blown away and embedded in the wall. Puff! Wang Can spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Jiang Yan, his eyes full of anger. You actually, are playing dirty tricks. Wang Can yelled at Jiang Yan with all his strength. Jiang Yan flashed in front of him and looked at him with a playful expression. Bro, you think you're so smart? I was about to leave, but you insisted on jumping out to add drama to yourself, idiot. You! Wang Can regretted it very much at this moment. If he had known Jiang Yan was so awesome, he should not have jumped out to seek death. Seeing Wang Can in front of him still so energetic, Jiang Yan felt a little unhappy. His palm strike didn't even knock the guy unconscious. Jiang Yan gave him a harmless smile. You, what are you going to do? You, don't come over here. If you dare to do anything, the teacher will not let you go. Wang Can's face showed horror. He always felt that Jiang Yan was going to do something to him. Oh, you dare to threaten me with your teacher? It's normal to get hurt during a sparring match. Just bear with it, it might hurt a little. After saying that, Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power in his hands and prepared to punch down. Stop it. Jiang Yan, calm down. A voice came from the door. Jiang Yan didn't bother to pay attention and punched him. Ah! Jiang Yan, I'm going to fuck you. Wang Can fainted from the pain before he could finish his words. Hong Tao and Lu Yan rushed over quickly. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Jiang Yan beating Wang Can violently. The two looked around at the tragic scene and were shocked speechless. The venue was smashed to pieces, and a large group of students lay on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. Some were even directly pinned to the wall. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Hong Tao lost his balance and fell to the ground. Looking at their school uniforms, these are all military students from Songshan No. 1 Middle School. Lu Yan was also shocked. He looked at Jiang Yan who was standing beside him and asked, what on earth happened here? Xin Yu jumped in front of Lu Yang and began to explain the situation. The people from Songshan First Middle School deliberately severely injured members of our school team under the guise of a sparring match. One of the other students wasn't strong enough to defeat Jiang Yan and was slightly injured. They rushed over in frustration and were beaten up by Jiang Yan. Hiss. Lu Yang couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. Jiang Yan actually knocked down this group of people by himself. Seeing Jiang Yan's refreshed face, Lu Yang felt so happy that he almost went to heaven. Recruiting Jiang Yan into the school team was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Hong Tao was very unhappy. He stood up and walked angrily to Jiang Yan. Student Jiang, you seriously injured so many students from our school during our sparring match. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lu Yang quickly stood in front of Jiang Yan. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt him. What's your explanation? Fine, I just have one thing to say, if you're not good enough, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. You're not strong enough and you're blaming me for being too harsh. It seems like the students at your school are just hothouse flowers, untouchable. You. Hong Tao was very angry at this moment but helpless. After all, they were indeed at fault in this matter, but he really didn't expect that dozens of people would be killed in a fight. If it got out, he would be completely embarrassed. This is not a competition at all, this is a one-sided crushing. Chapter 31 The Arrogant Moron 1. Everyone from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School walked out of the training ground. Jiang Yan stretched lazily. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Kai Kuan was very excited. Brother Jiang is awesome. He can take on dozens of people alone. Fang Yun was also very excited. Several members of the opposing team are seriously injured. We are sure to win tomorrow's exchange match. Everyone returned to the hotel chatting and laughing all the way. Sonshan Union Hospital. In a ward. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Every bed was covered in bandages and plaster. These people are the injured military students from Sonshan No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, everyone in the hospital bed is still in a coma. Today's situation also shocked the doctors in the hospital, as dozens of seriously injured and unconscious students were suddenly sent in. They thought it was food poisoning, but when they saw the injuries on their bodies, they were all shocked and speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation in all the years they had been in the hospital. Even though medical conditions are very advanced now, it still takes some time to treat so many people at the same time. Meanwhile, in the next room, Hong Tao, the coach of Sonshan No. 1 Middle School, looked at several members of the school team lying on the hospital beds. At this moment, his face looked very ugly, as if he had eaten shit. The exchange competition is tomorrow, but this group of people ended up doing this to themselves. Dong dong dong. Come in. Hong Tao rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Morong Wan and the rest of the school team members walked in. When Hong Tao saw Morong Wan, his expression eased a little. Morong Wan frowned slightly as she looked at the person lying on the hospital bed. Today she went back to Wanjian Pavilion for something. After she had dealt with the matter, she received the news that dozens of students in the school were seriously injured, including 4 members of the school team. After receiving the news, she immediately took a taxi to the hospital. At this time, Wang Can, who was lying on the hospital bed, woke up. Due to his serious injuries, his whole body was unable to move. Noticing that Wang Can had woken up, Hong Tao immediately walked to the bedside and began to ask what had happened. Did you really start the fight first and seriously injure others? Hong Tao looked at Wang Can lying on the hospital bed with a dark face. No. It wasn't us. It was a student from the military science department who knocked out the opponent's substitute and then taunted the opponent. Wang Can quickly explained. And when that guy named Jiang Yan heard about it, he beat up dozens of you? Yes. Wang Can was extremely ashamed. His face was as red as a monkey's butt. Dozens of people were fighting against one person, but he was killed. The other party hadn't even used their full strength. It was really embarrassing. Okay, that's great. You guys are so awesome. So many of you can't even beat one person. Hong Tao looked disappointed. Coach, can you blame us for this? Jiang Yan is at the foundation establishment stage. How could we possibly defeat him? Building a foundation? Impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? Even in this situation, you are still making excuses for failure. Wang Can also look like he was about to cry. Coach, wait until the others wake up and ask them. He really is building his foundation. I really didn't lie to you. Hong Tao calmed down at this moment. He thought that Wang Can didn't seem to be lying. His face became solemn. Tomorrow is the exchange competition, and 4 team members on this side are seriously injured. With Morong Wan, they could easily crush the opponent, but now you tell me that the other side also has a foundation building cultivator. It seems that tomorrow's exchange competition is destined to be a fierce battle. And the most crucial thing is that there is not much time left before the martial arts exam, and dozens of students are seriously injured. What should we do with this year's martial arts exam? If the students cannot recover, the school's ranking in this year's martial arts exam will definitely drop a lot. Damn it! He wanted to chop that trouble-making student into pieces. Damn it! We agreed on a sparring match, but you resorted to such heavy-handed tactics. So many people were implicated. Hong Tao really didn't expect that there was such a genius as Morong Wan. Jiang Yan was only 18 years old and had already become a foundation-building cultivator. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Jiang Yan is actually a genius like you, Morong. When Morong Wan heard the coach say this, a hint of displeasure flashed across her cold face. Genius? In the eyes of ordinary people, Jiang Yan is indeed a genius, but that is only in the eyes of ordinary people. Jiang Yan might be able to surpass 95% of his peers, but the remaining 5% is a mountain that he cannot overcome no matter how hard he tries. Morong Wan believes that she is that 5%. As the young master of the Wanjin Pavilion, he was taught the sword art by the master himself, while Jiang Yan just broke through the foundation building stage by chance. He was not worthy of being called a genius together with himself. Thinking of this, Morong Wan prepared to leave. This time she came here just to understand the situation. There was only one person on the opposite side who was barely worthy of her attention, and the rest were just scum and not worth mentioning. At this time, Hong Tao, who was sitting on the chair, sighed helplessly. Tomorrow's exchange match is destined to be a fierce battle. I will go to the coach of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School later to see if we can discuss changing it to a one-on-one match and end this exchange match in one game. What did you say? Morong Wan's voice sounded in his ears. Hong Tao turned his head and saw that the girl who had walked out of the ward had returned. The girl looked at Hong Tao and spoke coldly. Ending the game one-on-one? Coach, what nonsense are you talking about? According to the original schedule, it was a team battle at the beginning, but now there are only 3 of us left, 2 substitutes and a first-level warrior. Are you planning to go 1-on-2 and fight 6? Is it difficult to fight 6 alone? Morong Wan raised her eyebrows and looked at him. This coach is not questioning your strength. The opponent has a foundation building stage. If you really want to fight against more than one, it will definitely consume a lot of spiritual energy. And the opponent also has Qinyu, who has reached the great perfection of Qi training. Alas! Hong Tao's tone was very helpless. Under the current circumstances, changing it into a competition is the best option. Looking at the cold and arrogant girl in front of him, Hong Tao rubbed his brows and asked, "So you mean we still need 3 people to participate in the team battle?" No. What? Hong Tao looked at Morong Wan in confusion. I mean, a team battle is over, and I challenged 6 of them alone. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp breath burst out from her body. Sensing this aura, Hong Tao stared at her in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Morong, you have broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. Hong Tao was a little dazed for a moment. It had only been a short time and Morong Wan had actually broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. She was worthy of being the young master of Wanjin Pavilion and was well deserved of the title of genius. Morong Wan walked to the door of the ward and said coldly, "In tomorrow's exchange competition, I will crush Yunhai No. 1 Middle School." After saying that, Morong Wan left the ward. Hong Tao also came back to his senses from his shock at this moment. He took out his mobile phone and called Lu Yong to discuss tomorrow's exchange competition. Chapter 32. I Can Do It Alone. Hill and Hotel. In a room. At this time, all the members of the Yunhai No. 1 Middle School team gathered in the room. At this time Lu Yong pushed the door open and walked in. Classmates, I just discussed with Songsan No. 1 Middle School that the arrangements for tomorrow's exchange competition need to be changed. Coach, is Songsan No. 1 Middle School going to forfeit? After all, they are missing so many people. Fong Yun looked at the coach excitedly. It would be great if Songsan No. 1 Middle School really forfeited. Lu Yang rolled his eyes at him and said, "You're overthinking it. The individual battle will be cancelled and replaced with a team battle to decide the winner." Coach, you mean the 3 people on the opposite side are going to beat the 6 of us? Are you so confident? Fong Yun was a little surprised. No, Songsan No. 1 Middle School means that Morong Wan wants to challenge our entire school team alone. What? Everyone present except Jiang Yan could no longer sit still. You challenged their entire school team by yourself. Sister, are you so arrogant? Jiang Yan took a sip of tea slowly. 1 versus 6. Interesting. But it's no wonder that she is so arrogant. As the young master of Wanjin Pavilion, she has broken through to the foundation building stage at the age of 18. As a so-called genius girl, she does have the capital to be arrogant. Because of this, geniuses like this are very arrogant and do not take their peers seriously. There is only one solution to a situation like this, and that is to defeat her head-on and humiliate her severely, destroying her faith in the Tao. Students, you can express your opinions if you have any. Lu Yan looked at everyone and said, "This Morong Wan is too arrogant. We must teach her a lesson," said the substitute player indignantly. Everyone should be careful. After all, she is the young master of Wanjin Pavilion. The level and realm of the skills she practices are higher than ours, so we can't be careless. Su Xiaoxiao said after a brief thought. Xiaoxiao is right. Since he dares to challenge 6 people alone, he must have a trump card. Please pay more attention during the competition. Fang Yin nodded and agreed with Su Xiaoxiao's opinion. Everyone was expressing their opinions one after another, but Jiang Yan remained silent and just sat there drinking tea. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't say anything, Lu Yang asked, Jiang Yan, do you have anything you want to say? Jiang Yan put down the teacup in his hand and said, I will compete in tomorrow's exchange competition alone. You can just watch from the audience. Ah? Are you kidding me? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes full of doubt. The opponent is at the foundation establishment stage, and you are at the qi refining stage. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but just released some of his pressure casually. Middle stage of foundation building. You. Feeling the pressure, Lu Yang exclaimed in shock, too excited to speak. Everyone present except Xin Yu is shocked. Especially Fang Yun, at this moment, he was so excited that he almost flew up. He knew that Jiang Yan must have a trump card. Good boy, you hit it so well. How confident are you in tomorrow's game? Lu Yang asked curiously, suppressing his inner excitement. Let's split it 30% and 70%. Jiang Yan said lightly. Ah? You're 3 points and she's 7 points? Are you kidding? Lu Yang asked 3 questions in a row. What are you thinking? I mean, Moron Wan died 7 times in 3 minutes. Oh, you scared me. I thought. Lu Yang was shocked when he heard the 30:70 split. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room first. Jiang Yan said. Okay, you should have a good rest tonight. After that, everyone left the room. Lu Yang called Hong Tao to inform him that Jiang Yan would be competing against Moron Wan alone in tomorrow's match. Hong Tao on the other end of the phone was very disdainful after hearing this, but he did not show it. After hanging up the phone, Hong Tao continued to laugh wildly. In his opinion, Jiang Yan is indeed capable and Moron Wan might have a hard time in a team battle, but this guy actually dared to fight Moron Wan alone. Who gave him the courage? Hong Tao sighed helplessly. Alas, young people nowadays are so impetuous. Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they have broken through the foundation building stage? He sent this message to Moron Wan. Then he decided to go out for a walk in a good mood. At the same time, Wanjin Pavilion. After practicing sword, Moron Wan was sweating a lot. She ended her practice for the day and turned into the bathroom. Moron Wan took off her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. At this moment, under the light, her whole body exuded an indescribable feeling. Wah. The bathtub was filled with hot water. Moron Wan soaked in it. She closed her eyes comfortably and enjoyed the baptism of the hot water. Half an hour later, Moron Wan wrapped herself in a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. She picked up the mobile phone on the table and looked at the message sent by Hong Tao. A hint of surprise first appeared on her cold face, and then it was replaced by disdain. You actually choose one person to challenge yourself? Should I praise your fearless courage or ridicule your stupidity and ignorance? Just as she said before, he could obviously surpass 95% of the people, but he insisted on challenging the remaining 5% without knowing his own life. She put down her phone and looked at the time. There were still more than 10 hours left before tomorrow's exchange competition. She hoped that time would pass faster. She was going to crush Jiang Yan's pitiful self-confidence in front of everyone tomorrow. Time quickly came to the next morning. Due to the damage to the indoor venue, the competition had to be held in an outdoor open-air training ground. There is still an hour before the game starts, and the audience seats are already packed. The students were talking and discussing the situation of the competition intensely. Hey, did you hear that there's only one exchange competition this time? Huh? Why? Oh, I'm also drunk. I don't know which idiot from the martial arts class used the slogan of a friendly sparring match to beat someone from Yunhai No. 1 middle school into a coma. As a result, the opponent's big brother directly seriously injured dozens of our students, including several members of the school team. So the team competition had to be cancelled. 666 doesn't even want to act anymore. However, Yunhai No. 1 middle school is quite kind and righteous. They directly changed it to a one-on-one battle to determine the winner. Then Senior Moron will definitely win. Not necessarily. I heard that the other person is also at the foundation building stage. It's hard to say who will win now. Senior Morong is guaranteed to win. Senior Morong is not only powerful, but also beautiful. She's absolutely my ideal type. If I could date her, chili chili. Bah, you're worthy enough? Just go to the bathroom and shoot a few shots. Your mother. Before the game started, many boys began to cheer for Senior Morong. Some people saw Jiang Yan sitting in the rest area and immediately booed him, asking him to get out. But Jiang Yan didn't care about these clowns. This is no wonder. After all, this is their home ground and Morong Wan is a student of the school, the most beautiful girl among the students, and the white moonlight of all the boys in Songshan No. 1 Middle School. It is normal to be ridiculed and insulted, but Jiang Yan is a man who will take revenge. Later, he will beat up this so-called flower of jailing in front of this group of people. Chapter 33 Strongest vs. Strongest. On the high platform next to the martial arts arena, there were several figures staring at the stage, and a powerful aura was faintly emanating from them. In the rest area off the court, Jiang Yan closed his eyes and waited quietly for the game time to come. An old man on the high platform looked at Jiang Yan's leisurely appearance and immediately became interested. Sensing Jiang Yan's cultivation level, the old man showed a hint of surprise. This guy is quite interesting. His cultivation level is the same as that girl Morong's, both at the middle stage of foundation building. How come I haven't heard of him before? Why, oldly, are you interested in this kid? Asked the old man with gray hair beside him. I'm a little curious. I hope this little guy can bring me unexpected surprises. In the rest area on the other side, Hong Tao was leisurely drinking tea without worrying about the competition at all. Morong Wan took out a tissue and began to wipe the sword. At this time, an old man in a black robe slowly walked over. Seeing the old man, Hong Tao quickly put away the tea and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, you are here." Old Lin ignored him, glanced at Morong Wan, and turned away. Hong Tao was not angry when he saw this, and still had a flattering smile on his face. "Take care, Mr. Lin. This old man is the Grand Elder of Wanjian Pavilion, a powerful warrior in the late Jindan stage, and someone he cannot afford to offend. If he shows any dissatisfaction, he will be chopped into pieces in the next second." This time, Old Lin came here specifically to watch Morong Wan's competition. In addition to Old Lin, there were also old seniors from Tiandao Academy and Jiaxing Academy in the stands. This time, they wanted to see if there were any other good seedlings besides Morong Wan so that they could recruit them in advance. At this time, it's time for the game. The loud voice of the broadcast in the martial arts arena rang out. The 8th Provincial University Exchange Competition is about to begin. Please enter the venue. Individual competition. Jiang Yan from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School vs. Morong Wan from Songshan No. 1 Middle School. The strongest from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School versus the strongest from Songshan No. 1 Middle School. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and walked onto the training ground amid the boos of the crowd. As soon as Morong Wan appeared, the whole audience fell silent. The girl had a high ponytail and wore a white dress with a silver white sword hanging around her waist, giving her the air of a sword fairy. With a tap of her toes, she arrived at the training ground in the blink of an eye. The cool and elegant temperament on her body makes everything around her lose its due brilliance. Suddenly, the field erupted in amazing cheers. Senior sister is so beautiful. Come on, you are the strongest. Senior Morong, I love you. Senior, let the other side see how powerful you are. Morong Wan had no interest in the cheers around her. After coming to the court, she kept staring at the opposite side. Jiang Yan on the other side stood casually, giving people a very casual feeling. Morong Wan frowned slightly. Does this guy look down on her? She couldn't help but sneer. I hope you can keep this attitude even if you lose later. Idiot. Jiang Yan just felt that this person was inexplicable. He just felt more comfortable standing like this, so why did he bring up the issue of attitude? As expected, a genius with such an arrogant personality has some mental problems. As both sides appeared on stage, a lot of people gathered on the platform next to them. As expected of Morong Wan, the girl of genius, she has reached the middle stage of foundation building in just a short time. That Jiang Yan is quite well hidden. He is actually in the middle stage of foundation building just like Morong Wan. I've never heard of this name before. Could it be that he has been enduring it all these years? The teachers in the stands looked at the two people on the martial arts field and began to discuss with each other. As for who would win the game, most people present chose Mo-Ron-Wan, only Old Lee and the old man next to him chose Jiang Yan. Although the two are at the same level, Mo-Ron-Wan has extremely high attainments in swordsmanship, and the skills of Wan Jin Pavilion are top-notch at the same level. Jiang Yan was just an ordinary student and was lagging behind Mo-Ron-Wan in martial arts skills. Moreover, the combat experience of both sides was quite different, so most people present chose Mo-Ron-Wan. Old Lin looked at the figure of the girl holding a sword on the stage, and the image of the pavilion master in those days, full of vigor and vitality, automatically emerged in his mind. He firmly believed that in time Moron would be able to reach the same height as the pavilion master. On the martial arts field. Looking at the calm expression of the girl in white, Jiang Yan jokingly asked, "Are you so confident that you can beat me?" Mo-Ron-Wan still had a calm expression, her spiritual energy circulating in her body. "Are you very strong? It's just that you were lucky enough to establish your foundation." She put her hands on her waist, and with a crisp sound, the long sword in her hand was unsheathed. She looked at Jiang Yan coldly. "It's just good luck. In the face of absolute strength, I hope you can still be so lucky." "Luck? I guess so," Jiang Yan said lightly. Although Jiang Yan looked calm on the outside, he was very unhappy in his heart. These geniuses relied on their high talents to look down on others. You are so pretentious that people who don't know you would think you have a system. In a situation like this, they will behave themselves after being defeated head-on and humiliated. The game begins, the referee's voice sounded. Swish. The moment the referee's voice fell, a sound of tearing the air was heard instantly. The girl disappeared instantly and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Jiang Yan. The girl was extremely fast, and the long sword in her hand cut through the surrounding air at an astonishing speed and stabbed towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power to form a long sword and swung it casually. Buzz! There was a crisp sound when the two swords touched. In an instant, two terrifying forces collided with each other, and smoke rose on the field. Snap! As the two forces collided, the ground in the training ground cracked slightly and made a noise. That's it? Jiang Yan thought he was very powerful, so he took the sword with ease. As he increased the strength in his hands, Jiang Yan used his sword to directly knock Mo-Ron-Wan away. Mo-Ron-Wan flew backwards and stabilized her body with a gorgeous flip in the air. The girl stood at the edge of the martial arts arena, her hand holding the sword trembling slightly. She looked at Jiang Yan with a little surprise on her face. He actually took the sword so easily. Oh my god! He actually took the sword. As Mo-Ron-Wan was knocked away by a sword, everyone in the audience was very surprised. Surprised as hell, Senior Moron was just testing the other party's strength. That's true, but Jiang Yan was also lucky enough to take it. Although Jiang Yan took the sword casually, the students watching the fight thought that Jiang Yan was just lucky. Luck? Mo-Ron-Wan didn't think so. She looked at Jiang Yan opposite her, who was still standing there casually. This guy does have some strength but not much. A sword formed from spiritual power? This little guy is quite interesting. Old Lee looked at the magic sword in Jiang Yan's hand with a hint of surprise on his face. Chapter 34, Moon reflected in the cold river. Mo-Ron-Wan looked at the magic sword in Jiang Yan's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her clear eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Yan could actually condense his own spiritual power to form a long sword. But he was only slightly surprised. It was just a magic sword and there was nothing to worry about. Swish! Mo-Ron-Wan's figure turned into a stream of light again, this time even faster than before, and even an afterimage appeared in the original place. Jiang Yan held the sword horizontally in front of him, and the moment the sword touched, a crisp buzzing sound was emitted. Seeing that her attack was blocked by Jiang Yan again, a hint of anger appeared on the girl's cold face, and a powerful sword intent burst out. Break it for me! Boom! The ground of the martial arts arena cracked open with a loud bang, and the magic sword in Jiang Yan's hand was directly picked up and flew away. What a sharp sword intent, worthy of being the young leader of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. What do you think, Old Wang? Old Lee in the stands turned his head to look at Old Wang beside him. Indeed, he has the demeanor of the pavilion master back then. Old Wang nodded. The two looked at Mo-Ron-Wan on the field with admiration in their eyes. On the martial arts field. The moment Jiang Yanling's sword was picked up and flew away, his entire body flew backwards, creating some distance. The moment he landed, a cloud of smoke rose on the field, and a silver light penetrated the smoke and came towards him instantly. Morongwon would not give Jiang Yan any chance to breathe. Jiang Yan just smiled faintly and let the sword pierce his body. The smoke on the left side of the venue dissipated, and everyone saw the scene. Everyone was very surprised. Morongwon's speed was really too fast. Due to the interference of the smoke, they can only see a silver light penetrate the smoke and rush towards the opposite side in an instant. When the smoke dissipated, they saw the scene. Nice sword. Senior Morong is awesome. This is too fast. A trace of disdain flashed in Elder Lin's eyes in the stands. He was just lucky enough to take 2 of the young pavilion master's swords, and you're calling him a genius alongside the young pavilion master? How ridiculous. When Lu Yang saw Jiang Yan being stabbed, he took a deep breath and stood up immediately. Are we going to lose like this? The other members of the school team also looked at the field with concern, but Qin Yu alone had a calm expression. Morongwon, who was on the field, looked at Jiang Yan in front of her and sneered, "You can take 2 of my swords, so you are quite capable, but that's all." Before Morongwon finished speaking, Jiang Yan's body became illusory and dissipated into spiritual power. What? Morongwon was shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Yan's body to disappear. Everyone in the venue stared at this scene in amazement. What was going on? How could a perfectly normal person suddenly disappear? Was he dead? You don't really think that your sword can hurt me, do you? Jiang Yan's voice came from behind the next second. The smoke on the field completely dissipated. Morongwon turned around and saw Jiang Yan standing on the other side of the field, looking at her with a mocking expression. Ha! What's going on? Confusion erupted in the crowd. They had clearly seen Jiang Yan's figure disappear, so how could he suddenly appear on the other side of the venue? How dare you play tricks on me? Morongwon's tone was cold. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that she was being fooled by Jiang Yan. Morongwon gripped the sword tightly in her hand and stared at Jiang Yan. Everyone in the stands was also very confused, but Elderly looked at Jiang Yan with admiration. He pointed out the answer. This little fellow has just established his foundation and can actually use his spiritual power to condense an avatar. Interesting. I want this little fellow from Tiandao Academy. What? Upon hearing this, the others looked at Mr. Li in shock. They didn't expect that Jiang Yan would be favored by Mr. Li. You know, Mr. Li is one of the 7 Yuanying of Tiandao Academy. Mr. Wang, who was standing by, patted Mr. Li on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Li. It's not too late to talk about it after the game." Old Wang decided to stabilize Old Li first. In the past, all the good seedlings were snatched away by Tiandao Academy every year. He was very satisfied with Jiang Yan's performance, so he must not let Tiandao Academy snatch him away again. Morongwon exhaled a breath of foul air, and her whole aura became fierce. A chill burst out from her and covered the entire place in just a breath. The originally blue sky began to darken. Snap! There was a sound of freezing in the air. Jiang Yan looked down and saw that the broken ground was gradually covered with a thin layer of ice. The temperature around him suddenly dropped to freezing point. There were even snowflakes starting to fall in the air. Hiss, why is it so cold? Damn! Look, it's snowing! Someone shouted. Only then did everyone notice that the originally blue sky had become gloomy, and there were actually snowflakes falling in the air. I saw that the long sword in Morongwon's hand had been covered with ice and turned into an ice sword. What is this? Hanchuan Ingyue? Old Wang in the stands raised his eyebrows and looked at Morongwon on the field. The next second, Morongwon leaped into the air, and the long sword in her hand suddenly slashed out dozens of sword energies. This is one of the precious skills of Wanjin Pavilion Hanchuan Ingyue. Morongwon only used a part of this technique. This move was extremely powerful, and she didn't believe that Jiang Yan could take it. Swords come! Jiang Yan shouted, and a circular magic circle appeared behind him, and dozens of spiritual swords emerged from the formation. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and the spirit sword flew out instantly and collided with the sword energy. Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the venue. The strong wind generated by the collision of the two forces made it impossible for everyone present to open their eyes. At this moment, the field was filled with smoke and it was impossible to see what was happening inside. It's over? Someone raised a question, and everyone present was curious about who won the game. Morongwon stood steadily on the ground, looking towards the opposite side filled with smoke. There was no movement in the smoke, and she sheathed her sword. I won. Jiang Yan was pretty good since he could make her use Hanchuan Ingyue. She no longer had any contempt for him. Snap. Just as Morongwan was about to turn around and leave the field, she heard a slight cracking sound of ice from the opposite side of the field. Swish. The long sword in her hand was unsheathed in an instant, and Morongwan looked at the opposite side with a serious expression. I saw a faint blue light flashing in the smoke, and suddenly a pair of blue eyes appeared in the fog. A powerful breath came from the smoke, and Morongwan felt a huge sense of oppression. This feeling of oppression was like a huge rock pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Snap. Jiang Yan slowly walked out of the smoke, exuding an astonishing aura. Jiang Yan just waved his hand, and the smoke on the field dissipated instantly. Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless when they saw Jiang Yan, who was unharmed. At the same time, Jiang Yan's joking voice came, "The moves are pretty cool, but they're useless." The boy's teasing voice was like a loud slap in Morongwan's face. At this moment, the girl no longer had the disdain she had before. She began to re-examine the boy in front of her. She had indeed underestimated this guy. Chapter 35. If you are wrong, you must admit it, and stand at attention when you are beaten. Morongwan's eyes were sharp, and at this moment, her cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building was fully displayed. A powerful aura instantly swept across the entire venue. Feeling this powerful aura, everyone in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, Senior Morong is actually going to use all her strength. This Jiang Yan was able to force Senior Morong to use her full strength. Who on earth is this guy? Everyone started talking to each other. Old Lin in the stands looked at Jiang Yan on the stage, a hint of surprise flashed in his dark eyes. He had to admit that he had indeed underestimated Jiang Yan. He didn't expect that there was really someone of the same age who could make the young pavilion master use his full strength. Everyone else in the stands remained silent, they only wanted to know the outcome of the game. Feeling the aura of Morongwan, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The momentum is good, but the strength is a little lacking. This was not Jiang Yan's mockery. Although Morongwan was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment, Jiang Yan could clearly feel that her aura was weaker than his. Could it be that he got this from taking drugs? Furious, Morongwan activated her spiritual power, and her figure left several afterimages on the field like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Jiang Yan. The sharp sword intent burst out, and the long sword in his hand flashed with silver light. Jiang Yan looked calm, and he gathered all his spiritual power and punched out. Boom! There was a loud noise when the fist collided with the sword. Morongwan felt as if the sword had hit a huge mountain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through the defense in front of her. As Jiang Yan increased his strength, Morongwan retreated backwards, and her sword-holding hand trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, her back was already wet with cold sweat, and her full-strength attack was blocked. Is this guy really only in the middle stage of foundation building? If she continued like this, she would really lose, and the fear and anxiety brought by failure swept over her whole body. No, can't lose. She took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the uneasiness in her heart. She has been placed with high hopes since she was a child. As the future leader of Wanjin Pavilion, how could she fall here? Come on, Senior. Senior will win. Senior, you are the strongest. Seeing that something was not right, some boys around her started to cheer her on. The cheers made Morongwan stun for a moment, and in just a moment, Jiang Yan rushed in front of her. Deliberate punch. Morongwan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she quickly held the sword across her body to block. Clang. Morongwan's face was full of disbelief. This sword had accompanied her for countless days and nights, and witnessed her blood and sweat, yet it just broke like that. Snap. The heavy punch hit her upper abdomen hard, and a bone-breaking sound was heard, which made her scalp numb. What a terrifying power this was! Morongwan only felt as if she was hit by a high-speed semi-trailer truck, and all her internal organs were displaced. Ah! The whole person was blown away and fell to the ground. The coldness on her face was gone. Now there was only pain on her face. The pain swept through her whole body. She could only curl up on the ground helplessly. The coldness and arrogance of the past disappeared at this moment. The girl was lying on the ground, spitting out blood. She never thought that she would lose, and lose so miserably. She looked at the sword that was broken into two pieces, and tears flowed unconsciously from the corners of her eyes. She started to wield a sword when she was 3 years old. After so many years of hard training, she reached the middle stage of foundation building. However, she was known as a genius girl, but she was defeated miserably. She had never lost since she was a child, which made her extremely arrogant. She thought she was a genius that was one in a million, but now that arrogance was crushed to pieces. The sudden sense of frustration left her confused. They are both in the middle stage of foundation building, so why is he so strong? Morongwon's face was pale. She tried to stand up, but the pain in her body prevented her from moving. Jiang Yan walked slowly towards her with his hands in his pockets. Looking at Morongwon lying on the ground, he teased, "Sister, are you really in the middle stage of foundation establishment? This is too easy. Did you get to this point by taking drugs?" She looked at Jiang Yan, and when she heard his words, she felt as if he was mocking all the efforts she had made over the years. Morongwon no longer had the arrogance she had before, and a huge sense of humiliation forced her to shed tears. Seeing Morongwon like this, Jiang Yan couldn't do it anymore. "We're not sisters, is it that serious? It's just an exchange match." Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Morongwon could no longer hold back her tears. Jiang Yan felt helpless. He didn't do anything. He just broke her sword and ribs with one punch. There was no need for her to cry like this. Everyone present, especially the boys, felt very distressed when they saw this scene. The girl who was usually cold and aloof and whom they dared not approach was crying like this at this moment. Jiang Yan was really going too far. He was so harsh on a girl and had no gentlemanly manners at all. Some people even fantasized that if they went up to comfort Senior Morong, would Senior Morong be so moved that she would want to be with them? At this time, Morongwon had stopped crying. Her eyes became dim and she was ready to be humiliated. After waiting for a while, no insults came. Jiang Yan walked to her side and squatted down, took out a tissue from his pocket and put it in her hand. Morongwon looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes full of confusion. Her voice was a little hoarse. Why? Jiang Yan asked in confusion. I mocked you earlier. Shouldn't you humiliate me verbally or physically after winning the game? You have this kind of hobby? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. The girl didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Jiang Yan stood up and rubbed his hair. Forget it, I've beaten you like this, I'm too lazy to mock you anymore, you can do whatever you want. What would you think if you lost and were humiliated? Morongwon was a little stubborn. She wanted to know what Jiang Yan thought. If you lose, you have to admit it. You have to stand at attention when you are beaten. You were so arrogant before. Now that you lose and are humiliated, you have to endure it obediently. Jiang Yan said lightly. Morongwon was a little surprised to hear his answer. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to say that. Jiang Yan stretched and walked downstairs. Jiang Yan shung. The referee's voice echoed throughout the entire training ground. The martial arts arena was completely silent at this moment, and some people had not even recovered from their shock. No one at Songshan No. 1 Middle School had expected that the aloof and superior Morongwon would actually lose like this. The girl was seriously injured, her white clothes were already soaked with blood and were in tatters, but Jiang Yan's clothes were not even torn. Most of the students at Songshan No. 1 Middle School thought that Morongwon would crush Jiang Yan, and a small number thought that they were evenly matched, but no one would have expected this result. Chapter 36 Invitation from Tiandawan. Because the remaining players from Songshan No. 1 Middle School withdrew, the Yunhai No. 1 Middle School team won this exchange match. As the referee's voice fell, the rest area of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School erupted in shocking cheers. We won! Fang Yun and Kai Kun were so excited that they almost flew up. The two substitute players were also very excited. They won purely by luck, and that was all because of the big brother leading them. Cool! Xin Yu and Su Xiaoxiao were very calm, because they knew Jiang Yan would definitely win. Old Lin in the stands watched Jiang Yan leave. At this moment, he no longer had the contempt and disdain he had before. A person who has never been heard of suddenly appeared and crushed the young pavilion master who was being trained with great emphasis. Could he be the prodigy of a family that has never appeared in the world? If this is true, the young pavilion master did not lose unfairly. This competition may also be a kind of tempering for the young pavilion master. The young pavilion master will work harder in his future training. Old Lin looked at the people around him. Most of the teachers had not yet recovered from the result. He sighed and flew towards the training ground. Old Lin landed gently beside the girl. Looking at the seriously injured girl, he took out a pill and put it into her mouth. As the pill was swallowed, the girl's surface wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Old Lin sat cross-legged and began to treat Morong Wan's internal injuries. As Jiang Yan walked into the rest area, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. I saw an old man stepping on the void. He was clearly stepping in the air, but he actually made the sound of walking on the ground. Click, click. The old man walked steadily and reached the ground in just a few breaths. Everyone in the audience looked over curiously. The old man had gray hair and a kind face, but he exuded an air of majesty. At this moment, he slowly walked towards the rest area of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. Although he is an old man, his posture is as straight as a pine tree, with his hands behind his back and wearing a white Taoist robe, giving people the feeling of a hermit in martial arts novels. Tian Daoan. Someone in the audience recognized the old man. When they heard the words Tian Daoan, the people around him were also very shocked. They did not expect that this kind-looking old man was actually from Tian Daoan. They didn't expect that such a big shot would come to their school. Everyone's shock quickly turned into confusion. At this time, Jiang Yan had packed up his things and walked towards the hotel. Mr. Li came to the rest area and found that there was no one there. He guessed that Jiang Yan might be going back to the hotel, so he hurried towards the hotel. Senior, what are you doing in the rest area over there? Are you not yet spiritually intelligent? It's obvious that you're going to look for that Jiang Yan. Why? This is an old tradition. Every year during the exchange competition, there are always some college teachers who come to grab people, that is, to recommend them for admission in advance. Admitted. Tiandao Academy is the #1 academy in Daxia country. I really envy Jiang Yan for being able to be admitted. Alas, people like us should just take the martial arts exam honestly. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Most people were very envious, and a few turtle men hated Jiang Yan very much. Why? Jiang Yan beat their high-class beauty like this. You know, they usually don't dare to say hello, but only dare to watch from afar, for fear that Morong Wan will dislike them. And that Jiang Yan was actually able to be recommended to enter Tiandao Academy. No. Snowflakes are falling and the north wind is blowing. The teacher on the podium was also very envious at this moment. With such incredible talent, and the ability to be admitted to Tiandao Academy, he will surely become a great man in the future. If only Jiang Yan was a student of their school. Back at the hotel, everyone was very excited looking at the rewards in their hands. Jiang Yan looked at the rewards in his hand, a Yuanwu powder and a necklace. Yuanwu powder was useless to him, so he gave it to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the Yuanwu powder that Jiang Yan gave her, her face full of surprise. Jiang Yan, this pill is very precious. Are you just giving it to me like this? This thing is useless to me, so I'll give it to you. But Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but Jiang Yan had already walked away. Looking at Jiang Yan's back, Su Xiaoxiao felt warm inside. Jiang Yan looked at the necklace in his hand and was a little confused. Is this thing really a magic weapon? He put the necklace away and decided to study it more carefully when he got to his room. Arriving at the door of the room, Jiang Yan pushed it open and saw a white-haired old man standing by the window. Jiang Yan thought he had gone to the wrong place, so he went out and looked at the room number, and found that he was not wrong. At this time, the old man laughed and said, "Student Jiang Yan, there's no need to look. You're not in the wrong place. I came here specifically to find you." Jiang Yan was a little surprised when he heard the old man say that he was looking for him. Could it be that Lingwu University was here to recruit people? If that's true, then I have to refuse. After all, Lingwu University is indeed a bit lagging behind. Seeing Jiang Yan in front of him unharmed, Mr. Li was very surprised. We are both in the middle stage of foundation building, but he was able to crush the other party without any harm. Fortunately, I came. If this monster was snatched away by other schools, I would have slapped myself twice when I woke up in the middle of the night. He looked at Jiang Yan and said with a smile, "Hello, Jiang Yan. I am Li Yuantian and I am from Tiandao Academy. Would you like to be recommended to enter Tiandao Academy in advance?" Jiang Yan was a little surprised to hear that the old man was from Tiandao Academy. He thought the old man was from Lingwu University. Seeing Jiang Yan didn't answer, Li Yuantian thought he was going to refuse, so he quickly said, "Student Jiang Yan, as long as you are willing to enter Tiandao Academy, I promise that the school will provide you with the best training resources. Whatever you want, the school will satisfy you within its capacity." Afraid that Jiang Yan wouldn't believe his identity, Li Yuantian took out the admission letter from his bag and said, "As long as you agree, I'll write your name on it right away." Looking at the 3 words Tiandawan on the notice, Jiang Yan felt that it must be true. Anyone who dared to forge this thing would be chopped into pieces as soon as he left the house. Besides, you are a cultivator. Our school has 7 nascent soul teachers, and the Sutra library has a wide variety of techniques. If you want, you can exchange them all for free. The most important thing is, as long as you join Tiandao Academy, I can guarantee that you will be able to achieve nascent soul within 100 years. Li Yuantian kept talking about the benefits of attending school. Achieving nascent soul in 100 years? It was indeed incredible for ordinary cultivators, but it was a bit too long for Jiang Yan. After listening to what Li Yuantian said about the benefits, Jiang Yan was about to agree. Wait a moment. There was a sound at the door, and an old man pushed the door open and walked in. Student Jiang Yan, what Old Man Li said, we at Jiaxing Academy can also do. Jiang Yan was confused. Why were even people from Jiaxing Academy here? Old Wang, are you trying to snatch that person from me? Li Yuantian, who had originally had a kind face, now frowned and looked at Old Wang. Student Jiang Yan hasn't agreed yet, so I, the Star Academy, will naturally try to get it. Bah! If you hadn't suddenly yelled, Jiang Yan would have already agreed. Besides, my Tiandao Academy has the best teaching resources. What can your Jiaxing Academy compare with? Li Yuantian looked at Lao Wang with disdain. Tisk, it's just that you have 2 more nascent souls than us. As for the rest, my Jiaxing Academy is no worse than your Tiandao Academy. Lao Wang retorted unwillingly to be outdone. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this. Let's go out and fight now. Whoever wins will get Jiang Yan. Li Yuantian directly released his cultivation level of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Yan said in surprise. Jiang Yan originally thought that the old man was just an ordinary teacher, but he didn't expect that he was actually a nascent soul. Come on, who's afraid of you? Lao Wang no longer hid, and the pressure of the nascent soul stage came towards him. 2 nascent souls. Jiang Yan was so shocked that he was completely speechless. 2 Yuanians were actually going to fight over someone. Who would believe this if they told others? The 2 were on edge, and it seemed like they were about to start fighting in the next second. Chapter 37 Jiang Yan's Choice. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yang pushed the door open and was stunned when he saw the tense scene in front of him. What are you doing? Jiang Yan then told them about the 2 seniors trying to snatch someone away. What? When Lu Yang heard that Tiandao Academy and Jiaxing Academy were going to snatch people away, the expression on his face suddenly became very interesting. Teachers from 2 top universities are actually fighting to get Jiang Yan. Nobody, is that right? He has never seen such a scene in all his years as a coach. Alas, is this a genius? Seeing the 2 seniors about to fight, Jiang Yan quickly spoke to dissuade them. Seniors, calm down for a moment. You are both the pillars of the great Xia nation. It would be terrible if you got hurt. Li Yuantian smiled faintly. Classmate Jiang Yan, you don't have to worry about this. I'm in the middle stage of the nascent soul and he can't beat me even if he lets him use one hand. Then you can try it. Lao Wang's aura suddenly rose, and it was not weaker than Li Yuantian at all. Wow, old Wang, you've made great progress. After so many years, you finally broke through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Li Yuantian teased. Seeing the atmosphere between the 2 of them becoming increasingly tense, Lu Yang spoke up. Seniors, why don't you ask Jiang Yan what he thinks? Jiang Yan turned his head to look at Lu Yang and said, Brother, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. After hearing this, the 2 looked at Jiang Yan. Being stared at like that by the 2, Jiang Yan felt like his head was about to explode. Student Jiang Yan, don't feel pressured. Tell us your choice. I'll support you. Old man Wang won't dare to do anything to you. Li Yuantian said calmly. Ha, old man Li, I should be the one saying this. Old Wang raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Yuantian. After a period of ideological struggle, Jiang Yan bowed and apologized to Lao Wang. I'm sorry, senior. I've thought about it and decided to choose Tiandawan. Hearing Jiang Yan's choice, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lao Wang's face, but then he smiled and said, It's okay, I respect your choice, but the door of Jiaxing Academy is always open to you. If you have any questions, you are welcome to come to me. Hurry up, I still have something to talk to Jiang Yan about. Li Yuantian urged. Lao Wang rolled his eyes at him and turned away. The more old Wang looked at Jiang Yan, the more he liked him. He was extremely talented but not arrogant or impatient and was polite. It was a pity that he and Jiang Yan were not destined to be together. Li Yuantian wrote Jiang Yan's name on the admission letter and then handed it to Jiang Yan. Looking at the admission letter in his hand, Jiang Yan felt a little dazed. Student Jiang Yan, you can pack your things these few days, and then I will take you back to school. Li Yuantian said. Are you leaving now? Yes, go back to school and familiarize yourself with the environment. Can I wait until the martial arts exam is over before going to school? Jiang Yan asked. You still want to take the martial arts exam? Li Yuantian didn't quite understand. Since he had been admitted in advance, there was no need to take the martial arts exam. I'd been recommended anyway, so I want to give it a try. Li Yuantian nodded, thinking that Jiang Yan still needed to hone himself through the martial arts exam. That's fine, but you need to be careful when the time comes. You might be surrounded during this martial arts exam. Why? Jiang Yan asked puzzledly. The news that you were admitted to Tiandao Academy will definitely spread. When people see that you, a recommended student, are taking the martial arts exam, what do you think they will think? They will think that you are here to deliberately cause trouble, so you will become the target of public criticism. Do you understand? Li Yuantian explained. Also, there are some changes to this year's martial arts exam. Let me tell you about them. This year's exam secret realm is Class B, with high-definition cameras monitoring the entire process. Wearing a bracelet and hunting monsters earns points. You can snatch the bracelets of the candidates. As long as you don't kill them, you can use any means against the candidates. You can even cripple them on the spot and it's fine. When Jiang Yan heard that he could cripple someone, his eyes lit up instantly. I was just worrying about how to deal with Jiang Chen, now I finally have a solution. Lu Yang said with some concern, Senior Li is right. In the previous martial arts exams, it was not allowed to seriously injure candidates, so Jiang Yan, you must think carefully. It's not a big problem. I've thought about it and I still want to take part in this martial arts exam. Jiang Yan said. Then I wish you good results in the martial arts exam. I will have someone enter your information into the school system later, and send you the school badge in 2 days. You will need it to enter and exit the school gate in various areas of the school. After Li Yuantian finished speaking, he walked out of the room and contacted the school. Lu Yan looked at Jiang Yan and said, you should pay special attention to Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School in this competition. As the best martial arts high school in Donghai Province, it has produced many geniuses. Among Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School's senior martial arts students, there is one who has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, but the specific information is unclear. The foundation has been built to perfection. Jiang Yan murmured. Geniuses are usually arrogant and conceited. If the news of your admission gets out, he'll probably come looking for trouble with you. You better be careful. I understand. I will pay attention to it. Jiang Yan nodded. Time came to evening. In the restaurant's private room. The other members of the school team were shocked when they learned that Jiang Yan was admitted to Tiandao Academy. Oh my god. Brother Jiang is awesome. He was actually admitted to Tiandao Academy. Kai Kuan looked at Jiang Yan enviously. Compared to Tiandao Academy, I still prefer Lingwu University. Fong Yun said thoughtfully. Just tell me if you don't pass the exam. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by the conversation between the two. Xin Yu looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes flickering. She wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Since that day of competition, Jiang Yan left a deep impression on her. And today's game taught her a profound lesson. Oh, is this a genius? I wish I could be reborn as a genius in my next life. Fong Yun sighed. Genius? Jiang Yan doesn't think he is a genius. What is a genius? Geniuses walk among the stars, but mediocre people cannot even catch up with a genius's footprints. Mediocre people can only learn to walk independently and live their lives by falling and getting up. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I'm not a genius, I'm just lucky. Chapter 38. The three Jiang sisters come to visit. As the military exam was approaching, schools across the country gave all military students a holiday so that they could prepare for the exam with peace of mind. As for liberal arts students, they can only stay in school and prepare for the college entrance examination. On the morning of the second day after the exchange competition ended, Jiang Yan and his group boarded the high-speed train back to Yunhai City. Although it is only June, the weather is already very hot. As Jiang Yan walked out of the high-speed rail station, a wave of heat hit him in the face. Feeling the hot temperature outside, Jiang Yan's scalp felt a little numb. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and saw that it was only 10 o'clock and the temperature had reached 39 degrees. It's only June and it's so hot. It's even hotter than his hometown in his previous life. Jiang Yan had just clicked on the taxi page to get a taxi when a faint fragrance wafted over. Turning her head, she saw Qin Yu walking over. She saw Jiang Yan preparing to take a taxi and smiled. "Jiang Yan, get in my car. I'll ask the housekeeper to take you there." After saying that, Qin Yu pointed to the extended version of the Maybach parked not far away. "Trouble. It's okay, you don't have to be polite to me." Qin Yu smiled slightly. At this time, the butler in the car opened the door and walked towards them with a parasol. The butler came over and bowed respectfully to the two of them, Mississippi. Qin Yu said took the umbrella from the housekeeper, opened the parasol, took Jiang Yan's hand and walked towards the car. Seeing Qin Yu holding Jiang Yan's hand, the housekeeper couldn't help but widen his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, repeatedly confirming whether he was hallucinating. "My own aloof eldest daughter actually took the initiative to hold a boy's hand today." Jiang Yan felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to pull his hand back, but Qin Yu held it very tightly. Seeing this, Jiang Yan had no choice but to let her hold his hand. Only after the two got in the car did Qin Yu let go of Jiang Yan's hand. The butler was still standing there in a daze. After seeing the two people get into the car, he finally reacted and hurried over to prepare to drive. Qin Yu told the housekeeper where Jiang Yan lived, and the housekeeper nodded. Then the car started to move. The air conditioning temperature in the car was very comfortable. Jiang Yan leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes and began to rest. Qin Yu looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window and noticed that Jiang Yan closed his eyes to rest, so she would sneak a peek at Jiang Yan's profile from time to time. After a while, Jiang Yan fell asleep. Qin Yu began to slowly move closer, their bodies touching each other. Listening to the boy's steady breathing and smelling the pleasant scent of grass, her face unconsciously flushed. She stretched out her fingers several times to touch Jiang Yan's little face, but was afraid of waking him up. After a brief thought, she chose to give up. The butler was driving intently and saw the scene through the rearview mirror. Although his face remained calm, a storm was already brewing in his heart. The young lady, who usually keeps strangers away and is cold to everyone, not only took the boy's hand actively, but even secretly leaned next to the boy. Is this really the icy young lady from our family? Could it be that the young lady is in love? He began to observe Jiang Yan through the rearview mirror. The young man was quite handsome and his appearance was quite compatible with the young lady. I just don't know what the young man's family situation is like. I'll investigate when I have free time. If the eldest lady really falls in love, as a housekeeper, I naturally cannot interfere, but I also cannot let those with bad intentions get close to her. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became subtle. In a daze, Jiang Yan smelled a familiar fragrance. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes and turned his head to see that Qin Yu had fallen asleep on his shoulder. Jiang Yan reached out and gently patted Qin Yu's shoulder in an attempt to wake her up, but Qin Yu did not respond. Jiang Yan was about to continue when the car shook as it passed a speed bump, and Qin Yu's head fell directly on Jiang Yan's legs. This also made Qin Yu wake up. She noticed that she was lying on Jiang Yan's legs, and quickly sat up and moved to the window. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was like a ripe apple. She had originally planned to secretly lean against Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan had a faint smell of grass on his body, and she fell asleep accidentally while smelling it. Oh, how embarrassing. Qin Yu thought to herself as she secretly observed Jiang Yan. The boy is looking at the scenery outside the window at this moment. Just as the car was about to arrive at the destination, Qin Yu asked, Jiang Yan, there is still some time before the martial arts exam. Do you have any plans? I'm planning to rent a new house. Rent a house? Why do you suddenly want to move to a new place? Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yan in confusion. Oh, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. I don't have air conditioning where I live now, so I need to move somewhere else. Then you can live in my house, and I don't want you to pay rent. Qin Yu said with a smile. When the butler heard that the eldest lady wanted Jiang Yan to move in, his hand slipped and he almost dropped the steering wheel. That's not necessary. Jiang Yan refused directly. Really, I'm not kidding you. After you come, if I have some questions about cultivation, I can still ask you. Xin Yu blinked and looked at Jiang Yan. This is just one of the reasons. Xin Yu felt a little excited when she thought about seeing Jiang Yan every day. At this time, the vehicle drove to the downstairs of the rental house. Really, there's no need. If you have any questions, we can contact each other by phone. I'll be leaving first. Bye. Jiang Yan said and quickly opened the car door and got out. Xin Yu was about to follow when Jiang Yan closed the car door. Jiang Yan gave the butler a look, and the butler understood and started the car and left. After seeing the vehicle leave, Jiang Yan walked upstairs. Although Xin Yu was a little angry in the car, she respected Jiang Yan's decision and could only sigh helplessly. It rained all night long and my love overflowed like the rain. Jiang Yan hummed a song as he walked towards the door of the rental house. At this time, the three sisters of the Jiang family were squatting at the door of the rental house. Although the three of them were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, their hair was messy. Although they had on exquisite makeup, they still couldn't hide the fatigue on their faces. They looked as if they had been here for several days. Jiang Yan secretly cursed his bad luck. He didn't expect that these three people would find their way here. Jiang Yan was just about to turn around and leave when Jiang Shaoan, who was squatting on the ground, noticed Jiang Yan. Xiaoyan, wait a minute. Jiang Shaoan quickly stood up and ran towards Jiang Yan. The two people on the side also saw Jiang Yan and rushed over to block Jiang Yan and prevent him from leaving. Xiaoyan, where have you been these days? Do you know how worried your sister was when she couldn't find you? Jiang Ling said with a hint of blame in her tone. Where I go is none of your business. Why do you care about me? Jiang Yan said in an impatient tone. No, sister didn't mean to blame you. Realizing that her tone was wrong, Jiang Ling quickly apologized. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect that you had been living here since you left the Jiang family. Jiang Huang looked at Jiang Yan with great distress. When she found out that Jiang Yan lived here, she couldn't help crying. Her younger brother actually lived in a shabby rental house. If he had been stronger at the beginning, he would not have lived here all the time. Chapter 39 Return to the Jiang family. Xiaoyan, please go home with your sisters, okay? I really know I was wrong. Jiang Huang was crying and his tone was very humble. Jiang Ling and Jiang Shaoan also looked at Jiang Yan with grievance. Jiang Yan was completely speechless. He had made it so clear, yet this group of people still refused to give up. Jiang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them and walked towards the door. The three of them were happy to see that Jiang Yan was not particularly angry. Does this mean that this is just the beginning and there is no need to be impatient now? They believe that Jiang Yan will forgive them soon. Seeing Jiang Yan opening the door and about to go in, the three of them hurriedly followed him. Seeing the three people following him, Jiang Yan was too lazy to close the door. They had to move to a new place anyway, so they could come in if they wanted to. Jiang Yan returned to his room and began to pack his things. He didn't have much stuff, just some clothes. As for the toiletries, he was too lazy to take them. Anyway, he could buy new ones now that he had money. Jiang Yan still remembers a famous saying, when I have money, I will buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink one and pour the other. The three people who walked into the room and saw the scene in front of them couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten, as if someone was grabbing them. The room was extremely small, with no refrigerator or kitchen. It was so hot that there was not even an air conditioner, only an old dusty fan. The three of them were filled with self-blame and heartache. Jiang Shaoan's eyes turned red. Xiaoyan. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Yan ignored him, packed his luggage and prepared to go out. Xiaoyan, where are you going after packing your luggage? Jiang Huang asked tremblingly. Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Jiang Huang was startled by the question and stammered, I just want to care about you. Jiang Yan looked at the three people in front of him who looked very aggrieved, and he felt helpless. I've explained it all to you clearly. Is it fun to keep pestering you? I'm sorry, we just want to make it up to you. Jiang Huang's eyes were red, and his fingers kept tugging at the corner of his clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Jiang Ling walked forward and began to comfort Jiang Huang. Jiang Yan was too lazy to waste time with them, so he walked around them and left. Seeing Jiang Yan was about to leave, Jiang Huang reached out and hugged him. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. A strong woman who was a big shot in the business world was now crying like a child. Xiaoyan, please, please, don't leave your sister, please, please, woo woo. Zhang Ling and Jiang Shaoan also went forward and hugged them. The four of them hugged each other like this, and after a while, Jiang Huang's emotions gradually stabilized. Seeing that his emotions had stabilized, Jiang Yan broke free from his embrace and walked out with his suitcase. Seeing this, the three of them hurriedly followed him. Xiaoyan, let me help you. Zhang Ling walked forward and took the luggage from Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan did not refuse. Since she wanted to get it for him, he gave it to her. Jiang Huang stepped forward and tried to hold Jiang Yan's hand, but Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at her and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Huang was not discouraged. She trotted after him and said, Xiaoyan, where are you going? I'll drive you there. Let's move to a new place. Jiang Yan said calmly. There was no point in hiding it from them at this point, so it would be better to just tell them directly. You want to move to a new place? Then, come home with your sister, okay? The martial arts exam is coming soon. I'll buy you any resources you want. Zhang Huan looked at Jiang Yan with a pleading look. Jiang Yan wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it carefully. I will go to Zhang's house to live for a while, mainly to change my place of residence. This group of people will definitely come looking for me again, so I might as well go back with them first. After the martial arts exam is over, he will immediately leave for Tiandaoan. He doesn't believe that this group of people can chase him all the way to Kyoto? Okay, let's make it clear first. I'm only staying for a few days. I'll leave after the martial arts exam is over. Really? Then let's go home now. Zhang Huan was very excited when he heard Jiang Yan agreed to go home. Xiaoyan is willing to follow them home. Does this mean that they still have a place in his heart? The four of them walked to the front of the car, and Zhang Huang considerately opened the door for Jiang Yan. After Jiang Yan got in the car, Jiang Shaoan and Jiang Ling sat next to him respectively. At this moment, the three of them felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that Jiang Yan was really willing to go home with them. Xiaoyan, can you call us sister? Jiang Shaoan asked cautiously. Can't. When Jiang Shaoan heard Jiang Yan's refusal, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She immediately adjusted her mood. She was indeed too anxious. She had finally gotten her brother back, and she couldn't deepen his disgust towards her. Jiang Ling sent the news that Jiang Yan was going back to the family group. When Jiang Tianlong saw the news, he thought that this unfilial son could no longer make it in the outside world. He was still thinking in his heart that he would give Jiang Yan a good education when he came back. Jiang Chen felt like the sky was falling when he saw the news, and his face became distorted with jealousy. Damn it! Why? Why? Jiang Chen was very unwilling to accept this. Clearly, all of this belonged to him. Why did this bastard steal his things? At this moment, he was feeling very angry in the massage parlor, so he waved his hand and called a very hot woman to come over to relieve his heat. John's mother was very happy when she saw the news. Since Jiang Yan was willing to return to the Jiang family, it meant that Jiang Yan had forgiven them. The car soon arrived at the Jiang family's gate. After Jiang Yan got out of the car, Jiang Huan and Jiang Shaoan each held Jiang Yan's hand. Seeing this, Jiang Yan was too lazy to struggle free, and the four of them walked into the house. After opening the door and seeing Jiang Yan coming back, Jiang Tianlong was about to teach him a lesson, but Jiang's mother pinched his arm hard. Jiang Tianlong understood what Jiang's mother meant and had to shut up temporarily. Jiang's mother stepped forward and wanted to hug Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan directly released his spiritual power to block her. Mother Jiang's body trembled slightly, and she looked at her son who was cold to her with some grievance. Xiaoyan, can you let mommy hug you? Jiang Yan just glanced at her and said calmly, where is my room? He had absolutely no good feelings towards the so-called mother in front of him. Jiang Shaoan excitedly took Jiang Yan's hand and walked upstairs, and Jiang Huang and Jiang Ling followed. They were the only ones left in the living room. The room prepared for Jiang Yan was right next to Jiang Shaoan's room. The entire room was a full 50 square meters. It was fully equipped with a 72-inch TV, the latest mobile phones, tablets, and computers. Jiang Yan was quite satisfied with the room. He turned and looked at the three people behind him. Don't look for me if there's nothing wrong, and don't look for me if there's something wrong. You can leave now. They were not angry at Jiang Yan's cold attitude. After all, they owed him too much, and now that he was back, they had to compensate him. The three of them left the room and closed the door considerately. Chapter 40, Transformation. In the room, Jiang Yan lay on the bed after taking a shower. As the thought came to his mind, a system panel with a blue background appeared in front of him. System points, 2,500. Looking at the numbers above, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. This is too little, but it is also true. After all, the system has not issued any tasks for a long time. Jiang Yan noticed a sign-in calendar next to him. He clicked it and saw that he had only signed in for a few days. He forgot to sign in for the rest of the days, which caused him to miss a lot of points. This system is not user-friendly at all. Can't we have an automatic sign-in? Jiang Yan complained. Ding, a friendly reminder, the host can complete the monthly sign-up by spending 1,000 points. Do you choose to consume points? You can sign up for the entire month with just 1,000 points. What a great deal! Jiang Yan chose yes without any hesitation. Ding, consume 1,000 points to sign in. Ding, supplementary signing completed, current remaining points, 20,000. Jiang Yan was a little excited when he saw the balance soar from 2,500 to 20,000 in an instant. Some people will engage in revenge consumption after they have money, and Jiang Yan is no exception. He opened the system store to buy some suitable skills or pills. After all, the martial arts exam is coming, so naturally some preparations must be made. According to Oldley, he is likely to be besieged during this exam. Most of the people taking the exam are second-level warriors. He is not worried about this group of people and can easily deal with them. The only one worth noting is Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. Qingfeng City is located in the center of Donghai Province. It has a superior geographical location and teaching resources far exceeding those of high schools in other cities. The student strength of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School is naturally the strongest in Donghai Province. According to Lu Yong, there is a martial arts student in the third year of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School who has reached the great perfection of foundation building. However, Jiang Yan knows very well that as the strongest high school in the province, there is no way they can have only one great perfection of foundation building. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and began to look for information about Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. After roughly flipping through it, Jiang Yan frowned and looked at his phone. The overall strength of the senior martial arts students in Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School is above the 5th level of the second stage. As for the situation of the cultivators, it is completely unknown. Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School has hidden the information of these students very well. It seems that this martial arts exam is destined to be turbulent. Jiang Yan wasn't too worried. After all, he had already been admitted, so he could just wait and see what would happen in the martial arts exam. But if these people came to cause trouble for him, he would be happy to teach them a lesson. Jiang Yan put down his phone and prepared to choose a suitable technique. Jiju 9 Swords, 500 points. Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword, 800 points. Shapeshift, 1,000 points. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts techniques above, Jiang Yan didn't know what to choose for a moment. Jiang Yan began to think. At present, he already had offensive and control skills, but he was still short of a body movement skill. At this time, Jiang Yan noticed the shifting shapes above. Teleportation? Why do I feel like I've heard of it somewhere? Jiang Yan murmured. Jiang Yan began to recall carefully. After a while, he suddenly realized that shapeshifting was a move from the special effects movies he had watched before. Is this also considered a martial art? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the introduction next to the technique. Shifting form, the practitioner can achieve instant movement within a short distance, quickly changing their position. In actual combat, it can be used to quickly approach the opponent's position and launch an attack. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yan was very shocked. He thought it was just a coincidence that the name was the same, but he didn't expect that this was actually a move in a special effects film. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind, "Host, don't act like an unsophisticated person. In this system store, there is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't imagine." Jiang Yan nodded and calmed himself down. Indeed, he has traveled through time. Is it reasonable to have a system? Yes, it is reasonable. Is it reasonable that the system functions very well? It is very reasonable. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate and directly bought the teleport. Ding, 1,000 points consumed successfully. Remaining points, 19,000. Shapeshift not yet mastered can be mastered by consuming 1,000 points. Do you want to consume points to gain enlightenment? Jiang Yan directly chose yes. Ding, 1,000 points consumed successfully. Remaining points, 18,000. Estimated time for comprehension, 6 hours. Do you want to consume 3,000 points to comprehension directly? Jiang Yan nodded without thinking. It's just 6 hours, he can wait slowly. Understanding is in progress, please wait patiently. Jiang Yan shut down the system and prepared to go to bed. After all, he had nothing to do and was bored waiting, so he might as well have a comfortable sleep. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, and soon he began to snore. Dong dong dong. There was a slight knock on the door. Zhang Xiaowan was standing outside the door. Although Jiang Yan told her not to look for him no matter what, Zhang Xiaowan hadn't seen him for several hours and she couldn't help it. Seeing that the door was not opened for a long time, Zhang Xiaowan gently opened the door and looked inside. Seeing no one sitting on the chair, she looked at the bed. Jiang Yan was still sleeping. So Zhang Xiaowan walked in quietly, afraid of waking Jiang Yan up. She sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Jiang Yan, her eyes full of doting. Thinking about what she had done to Jiang Yan before, she felt very guilty. Jiang Yan was so good to her, but she hurt him. Fortunately, Jiang Yan is back now, and she still has a chance to ask for his forgiveness. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaowan reached out and gently stroked Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan had a nightmare. He dreamed that an orangutan was touching his face and grinning foolishly. This scared Jiang Yan and he kicked him out. Boom! Zhang Xiaowan was kicked to the ground. She covered her stomach in pain. She was stunned by the sudden kick. Jiang Yan also woke up at this time. He looked at Zhang Xiaowan, who was lying on the ground holding her stomach, with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding what she was doing lying on the ground. At this moment, Zhang Huang rushed over after hearing the noise in the room. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Hearing the thud, Zhang Huang thought something had happened to Jiang Yan. When she rushed to the door of the room, she saw this scene. She walked forward to help Zhang Xiaowan up and asked, "Second sister, are you okay? What happened?" I'm fine, I just accidentally fell. Zhang Xiaowan smiled at her. Of course, she couldn't say that she fell to the ground because she touched Jiang Yan's face and was kicked. Zhang Huang looked at Jiang Yan and said softly, "Xiaoyan, it's almost time for dinner. Wash up first and then come down slowly." After saying that, Zhang Huang helped Zhang Xiaowan out of the room. Watching the two of them leave, Jiang Yan was a little skeptical. Was it really just a dream? If so, it was too real. Jiang Yan originally didn't plan to eat, but if he didn't go, they would definitely pester him again. After some thought, Jiang Yan decided to go. Chapter 41. Am I someone you can control? Jiang Yan walked into the living room. The table was already filled with delicious food, but no one had touched their chopsticks, as if they were waiting for his arrival. Seeing Jiang Yan coming, Jiang's mother walked forward with a happy face and stretched out her hand to hold Jiang Yan's hand, but Jiang Yan walked around her and found a random place to sit down. Jiang's mother withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly and walked over to sit next to Jiang Tianlong. Zhang Huang and Zhang Xiaowan walked to the seats on both sides of Jiang Yan and sat down. Jiang Chen, who was standing by, had a smile on his face, but he had already cut Jiang Yan into pieces in his heart. Xiaoyan, come and sit next to your mother, okay? Seeing Jiang Yan sitting on the other side, Jiang's mother waved to Jiang Yan. No need. Jiang Yan said expressionlessly. Jiang's mother wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Jiang Tianlong, who was standing beside her. Now that everyone is here, let's eat. Yes, eat first. Xiaoyan, you are in the growth stage now, so you should eat more. These are your favorite foods. After Jiang's mother finished speaking, she was about to pick up some food for Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan just lowered his head and ate without paying any attention. Jiang Tianlong was about to teach Jiang Yan a lesson, but Zhang Huang kept winking at him. Jiang Tianlong had to take a deep breath and suppress the anger in his heart. At this time, Jiang Ling said, "Xiaoyan, the martial arts exam is coming soon. Have you decided which school to apply to?" Taiyan Daoan. Everyone present was very surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect that Jiang Yan would actually apply for Tiandao Academy. Jiang Chen said hypocritically, "Brother, Tiandao Academy is the #1 academy in Daxia country." Are you really sure? Jiang Yan looked up at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were full of disdain. Jiang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to this clown and continued to eat. Jiang's mother spoke with some concern, "Xiaoyan, the martial arts exam is a major event in your life. You have to think it through. Otherwise, you should apply to Lingwu University. It's in the province, so it's convenient for you to go home during the holidays." Bang! Jiang Yan slammed his chopsticks on the table and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Why should I listen to you? Am I someone you can control? Mom is just worried about you, and Xiaochen is also going to apply to Lingwu University. Then you two brothers can take care of each other. Zhang's mother hurriedly explained. Bah! Who is his brother? He still wants to apply to Lingwu University. With his ability, among the 5 major universities, only Lingwu University is willing to accept him. Jiang Yan said sarcastically. Jiang Chen's face turned pale after being mocked by Jiang Yan. He clenched his hands tightly and suppressed the anger in his heart. He pretended to be sad and said, "Brother, how could you say that? Mom is also worried about you. I know you have a problem with me, but you can't treat Mom like this." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, tears even flowed from his eyes. Zhang Tianlong also spoke up, "Your brother is right. Your mother is doing this for your own good. Although Lingwu University is only at the bottom of the top 5 universities, it is still better than 95% of the schools in Daxia. Listen to your mother and apply to this school." Jiang Yan sneered, "Which school I go to is my own business, so don't worry about it." Bang! Zhang Tianlong slammed his hand on the table and looked at Jiang Yan angrily, "Asshole. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of taking the entrance exam for Tiandao Academy? Don't you even take a look at your own strength?" Zhang Tianlong originally thought that this rebellious son would give in, but he didn't expect that this guy would still maintain this attitude. "Husband." Zhang's mother pulled Zhang Tianlong's sleeve. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Zhang Tianlong quickly spoke, "Xiaoyan, Dad. Dad didn't mean that. I was just afraid that you." Jiang Yan sneered, "Alright, if you look down on me, just say so. Why use such a lame excuse? Don't you think you're being hypocritical?" Zhang Tianlong was speechless for a moment. Jiang Yan's words caused the scene to fall into dead silence. He looked at the 3 of them with contempt in his eyes, a pedantic and irritable idiot, a rotten saint, and a scheming green tea bitch. If he ended up with one of these 3, his life would be over. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the technique of teleportation. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally comprehended the technique. If it had been any later, Jiang Yan was afraid that he would turn into a crow and overturn the table. Jiang Yan stood up and walked towards the door. Seeing Jiang Yan leaving, Jiang Shaowan was afraid that he would leave the Jiang family again, so she hurried forward to stop him. "Xiaoyan, it's dark now, where are you going?" "None of your business." Jiang Yan walked around her and was about to leave, but Jiang Shaowan grabbed his hand directly. "Let go." Jiang Yan's tone was very impatient. "Don't want." Jiang Yan looked back and saw Jiang Shaowan looking at him with tears in her eyes and a look of grievance, holding his hand more and more tightly. Jiang Yan was about to slap her, and Jiang Shaowan subconsciously blocked it with her other hand. Although she was afraid, she still stubbornly held Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan felt very helpless. He said calmly, "Let go first. I'm just going out for a walk. I won't leave." "Really?" Jiang Shaowan looked up at Jiang Yan. Jiang Shaowan released Jiang Yan's hand and wiped her tears. "Then I'll go with you." Jiang Yan waved his hand, "No need, I like to be alone." When Jiang Shaowan heard Jiang Yan say that he liked to be alone, she felt bitter inside. It was obvious that Jiang Yan liked being with them before, but unfortunately Jiang Yan was hurt too deeply by them. Jiang Shaowan felt particularly regretful at this moment. She began to ask herself in her heart. In all the things that happened before, if she had believed Jiang Yan once, would things not have turned out like this? If only I had the chance to do it again. Thinking of this, she looked ahead, but Jiang Yan's figure was no longer there. Jiang Shaowan was depressed. She returned to her room and locked herself in. Jiang Ling wanted to go up and comfort him, but was stopped by Jiang Huang. When Jiang's mother saw the scene in front of her, she was also very upset. She thought that although Jiang Chen did something wrong, he was not a bad person by nature. He was just too scared. Why couldn't Jiang Yan get along well with him? Jiang Chen returned to the room and thought about what had just happened. He pounded the mattress frantically to vent his anger. Damn it! Why? Why? I am the young master of the Jiang family, why do you have to pick on me? People like you should just die. Jiang Chen roared unwillingly. Jiang Chen walked to the window, opened the curtains and let the bright moonlight shine in. He looked out the window coldly. I failed to kill you last time. In this martial arts exam, even if I can't kill you, I will find a way to cripple you, Jiang Chen said in a cold tone. Jiang Yan found a deserted place and planned to try out the effect of shapeshifting. Displacement. As soon as Jiang Yan had a thought, his body flashed away, leaving only a residual shadow, and Jiang Yan appeared not far away in an instant. Seeing his figure instantly appear in another place, Jiang Yan was surprised. It's worthy of being called shapeshifting. It's really amazing. Shapeshifting greatly enhances flexibility in combat. A bold idea was born. Jiang Yan activated the 3 purities in one chi to condense 3 clones. As his thought moved, the 3 clones actually used the technique of shapeshifting. Awesome. Jiang Yan only knew that the clone's combat power was equal to that of the original body. He just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the clone could also use the skills learned by the original body. What would happen if you condense a clone and then let the clone condense another clone? Ding, host, please do not try nesting dolls, as this will cause your spiritual power to be exhausted and die. His Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a breath when he heard that one would die from exhaustion of spiritual power. Forget it then. Jiang Yan retracted his clone and flew towards the Jiang family on his sword. He didn't want to die young. After returning to the room, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged and continued to practice. Chapter 42, Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School's Views. The world's technological level is quite advanced. In just one day, the results of the exchange competition between Songshan No. 1 Middle School and Yunhai No. 1 Middle School were heard by all major universities. Qingfeng City, Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. Jiang Yan's information was displayed on the electronic screen in the conference room. The young man sitting at the head table kept fiddling with a pen. He looked at everyone in the conference room and said calmly, "What do you think of the results of the competition between Songshan No. 1 Middle School and Yunhai No. 1 Middle School? It's quite unexpected that the famous young master of Wanjian Pavilion actually lost the game." A boy with dyed yellow hair said lightly. "I've never heard of this guy named Jiang Yan before. I didn't expect that he could defeat Morong Wan." The black-haired young man was slightly surprised. "Since everyone is here, let me show you something." The young man in the main seat took out a USB drive and plugged it into the port. The video recording of Jiang Yan and Morong Wan's match appeared on the screen. The video started playing and everyone started watching. The video was only a few minutes long, and after watching it, the scene fell into silence. Everyone thought that the two sides were evenly matched at the beginning, and Morong Wanchi lost to Jiang Yan by one move, but they didn't expect that Jiang Yan would win the game in a crushing manner. According to the information, both of them are in the middle stage of foundation building. They don't understand why Morong Wan was crushed? The young man looked at everyone and smiled slightly. "After watching this video, what do you think? This Jiang Yan is no simple matter. Judging from his relaxed look during the game, he doesn't seem to be using his full strength." The yellow-haired boy said in a deep voice. The young man nodded in agreement with him. "A mere mid-stage foundation building cultivator, is that so important to you?" A young man in a short-sleeved shirt said nonchalantly while watching a video. "Yes, Brother Chen is in the late stage of foundation building and can control Jiang Yan with one hand." A student echoed. "You think too simply. This guy must be hiding his strength. His cultivation should be in the late foundation building stage, just like Yi Chen." The young man shook his head. Hearing this, Yi Chen, who was watching a video, smiled faintly. "So what if he is in the late foundation building stage? He is still no match for me." "That's not necessarily true." The young man called up a picture from the video and enlarged it. "Look carefully at what this is." The screen clearly showed the scene of Jiang Yan's body turning into spiritual power and dissipating. Everyone was very surprised after watching this scene. "What's going on? Why did his body disappear?" the yellow-haired boy asked in confusion. "If I'm not mistaken, this Jiang Yan should know a special skill that can condense a clone," the young man said lightly. "Clone?" When Yi Chen heard the word clone, he instantly became interested. The young man nodded. "That's right. I suspect he can condense more than one clone, and the combat power of each clone is unknown. If you encounter him, remember not to act rashly." "I understand," everyone replied. "Oh, by the way, I also found a very outrageous piece of information about Jiang Yan," the young man said with a frown. "How outrageous is it?" Yi Chen asked curiously. "It is said that Jiang Yan failed in his warrior awakening, and then he cultivated to the middle stage of foundation building." "Ah? What the hell?" The warrior failed to awaken and then he became a mage and cultivated to the middle stage of foundation building? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. The others were also stunned for a while after hearing this. They were clearly speaking the language of Daxia, so why didn't they understand what the young man was saying? Seeing everyone like this, the young man looked helpless. This is the information I found, but it should be fake. Aren't you talking nonsense? This must be fake. A warrior failed to awaken and became a mage. So what? Does he have a system? If he really has a system, why would he take the martial arts exam? He can just be admitted directly. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. The young man scratched his head awkwardly, then glanced at everyone. Sorry everyone, I called you here during the holiday. Okay, if you don't have anything else, you can leave now. Well, I heard something about Jiang Yan. I don't know, is it true? A team member said nervously. The young man noticed his nervousness and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. If you have anything to say, just speak up. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and said, I heard from my friends at Songshan No. 1 Middle School that Jiang Yan seems to have been admitted. Oh? He was admitted. Which school did he get into? The young man asked calmly. Tian Daoyuan. As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all looked at Yi Chen. Tiandao Academy, as the number one institution of higher learning in Daxia, has always been Yi Chen's goal. Yi Chen has been determined to enter Tiandao Academy since he enrolled, and everyone in the school team knows this. That Jiang Yan was actually admitted to Tiandao Academy. Yi Chen, who was watching videos earlier, now looked cold, with a chill emanating from him. Yi Chen looked at the team member who was speaking. Are you sure he was admitted to Tiandao Academy? Everyone in Songshan No. 1 saw the teacher from Tiandao Academy go to find Jiang Yan. He must have been admitted. Which teacher? Senior Li Yuan Tian. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Li Yuan Tian is one of the 7 Yuanying of Tiandao Academy. 20 years ago, when a beast tide attacked the city, Li Yuan Tian suppressed the beast tide with his own strength, and his reputation has been raging ever since. He actually went to find Jiang Yan in person, so it seems that the admission should be true. Why? Jiang Yan is at the same realm as Brother Chen, so why was he admitted to Tiandao Academy? Is it because he defeated Morong Wan in a crushing manner? The yellow-haired boy said indignantly. The young man patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, Yi Chen, are you okay? Yi Chen took a deep breath to suppress his irritation. I'm fine. Since Senior Li went to find him personally, it means that there is something about Jiang Yan that Senior Li should pay attention to. Originally, Yi Chen didn't care about Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan was actually admitted to Tiandao Academy, which successfully attracted his attention. Yi Chen exhaled and looked at everyone. I'm also very curious about how great it is to be valued by Senior Li. When the martial arts exam comes, I will go to meet him in person. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Yi Chen was right. The person who could make Senior Li go to find him personally must be very powerful. Looking at Yi Chen, who was full of fighting spirit, the young man smiled. He muttered in his heart, I can actually inspire Yi Chen's fighting spirit. Jiang Yan hopes you won't let me down when the time comes. Chapter 43, Cursing Jiang Tianlong and Leaving the Jiang Family. Jiang Family Villa. Jiang Yan finished a night of practice. He could feel that he was only one step away from breaking through to the late stage of foundation building. At this time, a message alert sounded from the mobile phone. I clicked it and saw that a courier had been sent to the school. Jiang Yan thought about it and realized that he hadn't bought anything recently, so he thought that the badge for Tiandaoan had arrived. So he opened the window and flew towards the school on his sword. Some pedestrians on the road were stunned when they saw Jiang Yan flying on a sword. Oh my god! Flying with a sword, so cool! Amazing! This kid looks so young but is actually a foundation establishment cultivator. But I'm uneducated, so I can only say I'm a fool. Mom, look, that brother is flying in the sky. A little child pulled his mother's hand and shouted excitedly. Soon Jiang Yan arrived above the school gate. He jumped and fell down at a high speed. Click! Jiang Yan landed smoothly on the ground without even a speck of dust being raised. At this time, Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Wang Defa calling, so he answered the call. Good boy. You were actually admitted to Tiandao Academy ahead of schedule. Tiandao Academy sent you a courier, and I received it in my office for you. When it's convenient for you, I'll bring it to you personally. Wang Defa's tone was very excited. Wang Defa guessed that Jiang Yan would win, but he didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so powerful. He was actually admitted to Tiandao Academy in advance. This made him very excited. He had been the principal for decades. Although the school had sent several students to first-class martial arts universities in previous years, Jiang Yan was admitted to the top school in the country. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. No need, I'm at the school gate. I can get it myself. Jiang Yan hung up the phone and slowly walked towards the principal's office. The news that Jiang Yan was admitted to Tiandao Academy had already spread throughout the campus. All the liberal arts students in the school started discussing it all at once, and everyone was very envious of Jiang Yan. Tiandaoan, that's the top martial arts school in the country. On the way, Jiang Yan felt that many people were staring at him. Hey, that's Jiang Yan, wow. He's so handsome. Sister, go up and add your contact information. Not only is he strong, but he's also so handsome, oh my god. Oh, forget it. Let's just go back and study. Is this what it feels like to be divine? This is awesome. Jiang Yan quickly arrived at the principal's office, pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Jiang Yan coming in, Wang Defa stood up from his chair, walked up to him and shook hands with Jiang Yan excitedly. Classmate Jiang Yan, I really didn't expect you to bring us such a big surprise. Letting you return to the school team is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Jiang Yan smiled, and after the two chatted briefly, Wang Defa handed the express to Jiang Yan. When I opened the express delivery, there was only a well-made waist badge inside, with the 3 words Tiandaoan engraved on it in a vigorous and powerful manner. The waist badge is not only a pass to enter and exit various areas of the campus, but also an excellent storage magic weapon. Jiang Yan was just about to put the badge away when Wang Defa started to plead, Jiang Yan, could you please take the badge so we can take a selfie and post it online to show off? Please, Jiang Yan. Looking at Wang Defa, who was so sincere in front of him, helping others is the basis of happiness. As a 3 good student and 5 good youth, he was naturally willing to meet his request. Jiang family villa. Puff. When Jiang Chen in the room heard the news, he suddenly felt angry and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the message from his classmates on his phone in disbelief. No, that's not true. How could Jiang Yan be admitted to Tiandao Academy in advance? He typed a few words with shaking hands. Jiang Yan was really recommended to enter Tiandao Academy? Really? The news of his admission spread all over the school early in the morning. The principal even took a selfie with him. After typing, the other party sent Jiang Chen a selfie of the principal and Jiang Yan. After seeing the 3 words Tiandao Yuan on the badge in Jiang Yan's hand, Jiang Chen threw his phone away angrily. Bang! The phone was smashed to pieces. Why? Why? Jiang Chen's back teeth were about to break. At the same time, his hatred for Jiang Yan reached its peak. You bastard! How can you be so lucky? If you hadn't come back, all this would have belonged to me. On the other hand, Jiang Huang, who was handling affairs in the company, was shocked when he heard the news. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so outstanding, and at the same time she felt guilty. As an older sister, she actually doesn't understand her younger brother at all. She sent this message to Jiang Shaowan and Jiang Ling. Jiang Shaowan was also very surprised when she saw the news. After being surprised, she began to think. Jiang Yan was admitted to Tiandao Academy, so he had to go to Kyoto. Donghai was so far away from Kyoto, so she wouldn't be able to see Jiang Yan for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiang Shaowan felt very lost. It would be great if Jiang Yan could not go to Tiandaoan. After receiving the news, Jiang's father and mother were both shocked and speechless. Jiang Tianlong was completely stunned. He never expected that the rebellious son he usually called would actually be admitted to Tiandao Academy. The two recovered from their shock, and Jiang Tianlong showed a relieved smile on his face. He is worthy of being my son, Jiang Tianlong. Of course, it is also thanks to my training. Otherwise, how could he be recommended to enter Tiandao Academy? Don't you think so, mother? Jiang's mother didn't answer. She spoke with some concern. It's great that Xiaoyan was recommended to Tiandao Academy, but what about Xiaochen? Although Xiaochen is not my biological child, he has been in the Jiang family for more than 10 years. I really can't bear to let him go to school alone. How about we ask Xiao Yan if we can let Xiao Chen enter Tiandao Yuan as well, so that the two brothers can take care of each other? Zhang Tianlong nodded. You're right. After more than 10 years of living together, I already treat Xiao Chen as my own son. I'm a little worried about letting him go to school alone. In the evening, Jiang Yan returned to the villa and walked into the living room. At this time, everyone was sitting on the sofa. When they saw Jiang Yan coming over, everyone looked at him. Jiang Yan felt confused and was just about to go back to his room. Jiang Huan walked over and handed him a card. Xiao Yan, congratulations on your admission to Tiandao Academy. There's 1 million yuan in this card. The password is your birthday. You can spend the money as you please. If it's not enough, tell me. Jiang Yan just glanced at her and didn't take the card. Jiang Huang thought Jiang Yan was embarrassed, so he stuffed the card into his hand and said, "You don't have to be polite to me. What belongs to me is yours." Jiang's mother walked forward and tried to hold Jiang Yan's hand, but Jiang Yan took a step back. Jiang's mother felt her heart tighten. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong said, "Jiang Yan, although you were recommended to Tiandao Academy, you should not be too proud. I have a request for your mother." Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He wanted to see what this old bastard had to say. "You must find a way to get Xiao Chen into Tiandao Academy. Your mother and I are worried about him being alone in other schools. As an older brother, you must consider your younger brother." Zhang Tianlong said as a matter of course. In his opinion, Jiang Yan should do this. Jiang Yan was amused by these words. Jiang Huan looked at Zhang Tianlong in shock. "Dad, what are you talking about? How can you make such a request?" Jiang Yan sneered. "Zhang Tianlong, are you hallucinating from all the fucking? How dare you say such a thing? How did Jiang Yan expect that this old bastard Zhang Tianlong could actually say such nonsense? Asshole. How can you say such things? I am your father. Without me, would you be admitted to Tiandao Academy?" Zhang Tianlong was instantly angry. Zhang Tianlong was very angry at this moment. This unfilial son not only rejected his request, but also scolded him. "You're fucking dead. Have you ever given me any resources for cultivation, old thing? My admission to Tiandao Academy has nothing to do with you. You old thing have lost all your dignity." Jiang Yan started cursing. Rebellious son. Zhang Tianlong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to teach Jiang Yan a lesson. But Jiang Yan glared at him, and a surge of pressure came over him, forcing his legs to go soft, and he collapsed on the sofa. Mother Jiang sat on the ground and cried bitterly, "Xiao Yan. Xiao Chen, he is your younger brother, can't you think about him?" Jiang Yan looked coldly at Zhang's mother crying on the ground. "People like you are not worthy of being called a mother." Jiang Yan said this coldly, threw the card on the ground, turned around and walked outside. The three sisters stepped forward and tried to stop Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan released his spiritual power to block the three of them. Jiang Huang begged, Xiao Yan, can you please not leave?" Jiang Shaoan and Jiang Ling also cried and begged him not to leave. They didn't want to lose him again. Jiang Yan just glanced at them and teleported to the front door. "No. Don't." Jiang Huang rushed forward and tried to stop Jiang Yan. Bang! The door slammed shut. Jiang Huang's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she broke down and cried. Jiang Shaoan and Jiang Ling stared blankly at the closed door in front of them. It was so hard to get Jiang Yan back. They didn't understand why their parents were so partial to Jiang Chen. They turned around to look at Jiang's father and mother, only to find them very unfamiliar. Chapter 44, Chasing the Prisoner. After Jiang Yan left the villa, he prepared to find a better hotel to stay for a few days. I opened the map and after careful screening, I found that a better hotel was 4 kilometers away. Jiang Yan originally wanted to fly over directly on his sword, but seeing that the distance was not very far, he decided to walk over slowly, just as if it were a stroll. The night was as deep as a piece of cloth soaked in ink. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Yan's shadow grew longer and longer. Although it was night, it was still very hot and stuffy. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan arrived at the street where the hotel was located. The usually bustling streets were now completely deserted, and the shops on both sides of the street had closed early. Jiang Yan was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. He walked towards the hotel while watching the video. As he was walking, a man came towards him and reached out to stop Jiang Yan. Hello, the Law Enforcement Alliance is currently handling official business. This street is temporarily blocked. Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately. Hearing the words of the law enforcement officers, Jiang Yan subconsciously looked forward. Not far away, there were several figures wearing black shirts standing, and everyone had a very serious expression. There was a faint, rich aura emanating from them. Seeing that the streets were blocked, Jiang Yan had no choice but to look for other hotels on his mobile phone. Jiang Yan was about to check out a certain video on TikTok, and when he opened it, he happened to see the real-time news. June 14, sunny. At 6 p.m. today, prisoner Zhang San, who was being held by the Donghai Provincial Law Enforcement Alliance, was transported to the Donghai Provincial Prison when an accident occurred in Yunhai City. He severely injured 7 law enforcement officers and fled towards Yunhai City. He had already killed dozens of people. Citizens, please stay home, lock your doors and windows, and do not go out. After reading the news, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Law Enforcement Alliance blocked the streets. It turned out that a murderer had fled to Yunhai City. Jiang Yan had no choice but to find another hotel to stay in and open the app to take a look. Oh my goodness! All the hotels nearby have temporarily stopped operating. Jiang Yan felt helpless. He didn't even have a place to stay late at night. Seeing Jiang Yan still standing there, the law enforcement officer said, "Student, you just saw the news. This area is not safe. Go home quickly." Oh. Jiang Yan turned around and was about to leave when he heard footsteps behind him. Team leader. Hearing the word captain, Jiang Yan looked back. A tall woman in black walked over. The woman in black looked at Jiang Yan, then looked at the law enforcement officers. The criminal has fled to the southern part of the city. I will take 2 people to chase him. You and the others stay here. Yes. Ding, system task, host, please go to the south of the city to kill the prisoner Zhang San. Task reward, 1,000 points. Jiang Yan was a little surprised when he heard about the system task. The system actually asked him to kill someone. And the mission reward was a full 1,000 points. Host, don't be surprised. This Zhang San is ruthless and cruel. He tortured and killed the elderly, raped and killed young girls, and even did not spare children. This system can no longer bear it. Host, please go and kill him immediately. After hearing the criminal's crimes, Jiang Yan frowned slightly, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. This beast. What realm is this Zhang San at? Jiang Yan asked in his heart. Level 4, Level 1. After getting the answer, Jiang Yan walked to a deserted place and flew directly to the south of the city on his sword. He had to kill this beast before the Law Enforcement Alliance arrived. In an unfinished building somewhere in the south of the city, Zhang San was now preparing to use his internal energy to heal his wounds. Although he had seriously injured 7 level 3, first-stage law enforcement officers when he escaped earlier, he also suffered some injuries at the same time. As time passed, the wounds on Zhang San's body gradually healed. Ha ha ha. Looking at the wound that was gradually healing, Zhang San couldn't help but burst into laughter. He really didn't expect that the idiots in the Law Enforcement Alliance only gave him 2 handcuffs that could restrain a 3rd-level warrior in order to save money. There are a total of 6 cities in Donghai Province, and each city has an enforcement captain. The enforcement captain of Yunhai City is only at the peak of the 3rd level, and the captains of other cities cannot come for a while. Thinking of this, Zhang San breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like it's safe for now. I am at the 4th level, 1st level. I am afraid that no one in the entire Yunhai City can, huh? A faint sound of footsteps came into Zhang Wei's ears, and Zhang Wei became alert instantly. Who's there? In the darkness ahead, a pair of light blue eyes appeared. The moon parted the clouds, and the bright moonlight shone into the unfinished building, dispelling the darkness. Jiang Yan walked towards him slowly. After seeing that the person was just a student, Zhang San's face was full of disdain. The next second his pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Yan disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of him in an instant. He couldn't see Jiang Yan's figure at all. Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power and punched Zhang San. Bang! Zhang San had no time to react at all and was blown away by this huge force. Zhang San slammed heavily onto the load-bearing wall. Jiang Yan didn't use much force in this punch, but cracks appeared on the load-bearing wall. Zhang San struggled to stand up. He looked at the student in front of him in disbelief. The punch he just threw had actually reached the level of a 4th-level warrior. Who is this guy? At this moment, Zhang San finally saw Jiang Yan's appearance clearly. The young man had black hair, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His light blue eyes were filled with anger. He exuded a strong murderous intent, and the badge of Tiandawan on his waist was particularly eye-catching. In the moonlight, Zhang San could clearly see the words on the badge. Tian Dao Yuan. You are actually from Tian Dao Yuan. A trace of panic flashed across Zhang San's face. He couldn't understand why people from Tiandawan would appear here. Are you here to arrest me? Zhang San took a deep breath and asked, suppressing his inner panic. No, I'm not here to arrest you. Jiang Yan shook his head and said lightly. Oh, that's good. I'm here to kill you. The moment he finished speaking, an astonishing aura burst out from Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan used the teleportation technique again to come in front of Zhang San. Jiang Yan did not hold back this time, and mobilized all the spiritual power in his body to gather in his hands. Deliberate punch. Zhang San circulated the energy and blood in his body and tried to take the punch with his body. Boom! This punch was so powerful that it actually directly shattered the load-bearing wall. Zhang San flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Zhang San spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up and looked at Jiang Yan opposite him in shock. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan was so powerful at such a young age. This also successfully aroused the fighting spirit in his heart. Want to kill me? Then you can try. Zhang Sanda shouted and mobilized all his energy and blood to meet the enemy. Bang bang bang. The two sides collided. Without any skills or martial arts, the two of them fought with only their fists. The aftermath of the confrontation between the two men caused the entire unfinished building to tremble. Chapter 45, Pay your debts and pay with your life. The two fought for dozens of minutes. At first, Zhang San thought that the opponent was a fourth-level warrior like him, but during the dozens of minutes of confrontation, Zhang San felt something was wrong. Isn't this guy a warrior? What the hell is that spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from him? Could it be that this guy is? Just when Zhang San was stunned, Jiang Yan punched him in the ribs. Puff! Zhang San suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew backwards, with his chest cavity directly caved in. Ah! Zhang San let out a painful wail. Looking at Zhang San, who was in great pain, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. As expected of a fourth-level warrior, your body is indeed strong. This punch didn't even break your bones. Zhang San looked at Jiang Yan with horror. He was almost beaten to death by the other party, but the other party's clothes were only slightly dirty. What kind of monster is this? Run! Zhang San had only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. At this moment, the two of them were on the 18th floor, but Zhang San didn't care about anything else. He suddenly rushed outside and fell down at a high speed. Boom! The moment Zhang San landed, there was a sound like an explosion, and even the earth began to tremble. Because Zhang San did not relieve the force, the huge impact force generated by landing almost broke his legs. Zhang San ignored the pain in his legs and ran desperately towards the depths of the woods behind the unfinished building. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang San running away in a panic, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's cat and mouse time now, so you better hide well. On the other side, Zhang San was running away for his life. When he looked back, the unfinished building had already disappeared from his sight. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't catch up with him, he collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath. Damn it! Are all the students at Tiandao Academy so terrifying? Due to the effect of adrenaline, Zhang San blocked out the physical pain while running away. Now he stopped, and the pain in his body almost made him faint on the spot. He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up. At this moment, he didn't care about using his internal energy to heal his wounds. He limped and continued to escape into the depths of the forest. At this moment, strong winds suddenly blew around. The whistling sounds of the wind around were like the cries of ghosts, extremely terrifying. An uneasy thought surged in Zhang San's heart, and he began to run forward. Due to the extreme panic in his heart, his body secreted adrenaline again, blocking the pain in his body, and he began to run for his life. 3 words kept coming to his mind. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. I got you. At this time, Jiang Yan's voice came from the air. Zhang San looked up in horror. In an instant, his pupils suddenly shrank and a feeling of suffocation came over him. Jiang Yan was seen flying in the air on his sword, looking down at him with a playful look on his face. You are a cultivator. Zhang San was terrified and his voice trembled. This guy is actually a monk. Wait a minute, please let me go. Zhang San was sweating profusely at this moment, and a sense of uneasiness about impending death surrounded his heart. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but just landed lightly on the ground. Dong dong dong. Zhang San kept knocking his head until it was bleeding, hoping that Jiang Yan would let him go. But Jiang Yan remained unmoved. He walked slowly towards Zhang San with a long sword in his hand. Seeing that Jiang Yan was unmoved, Zhang San tried to struggle to get up and run away. But the fear deep in his heart made him unable to muster any strength. He collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, but the will to survive drove him to drag his body and crawl backwards. At the same time, he kept muttering, "Let me go. I don't want to die, help me." Jiang Yan looked coldly at Zhang San, who was crawling desperately to survive. Jiang Yan teleported to the front of Zhang San and stepped on Zhang San's body. Looking at Zhang San, who was like a dead dog at his feet, Jiang Yan felt very calm. Zhang San tried to struggle, but Jiang Yan stepped on his body so hard that he couldn't move. Please let me go. I am a 4th level warrior. I can atone for my sins. After killing so many people, you still want to live? Jiang Yan said in a cold tone. If you kill me, it will also be considered murder. Do you think the people from the Law Enforcement Alliance will let you go? Zhang San roared in despair. The criminal seriously injured the law enforcement officers and escaped. He met the students of Tiandao Academy and tried to kill them to silence them, but was executed on the spot by the students. What do you think they will do to me? Jiang Yan said lightly. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. At this moment, Zhang San's eyes became dim and he closed them in despair. Swish! A silver light flashed, and Zhang San's head fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the criminal, reward 1,000 points. Well done, host. Jiang Yan took out a tissue and wiped the blood off the sword. Jiang Yan put away his sword, glanced at the corpse on the ground and said calmly, debts owed must be paid, murder must be paid with life. Just because others don't kill you doesn't mean I won't kill you. Jiang Yan had just walked out of the forest when several figures hurried towards him from a distance. The 3 of them were from the Law Enforcement Alliance, and the woman in black leading them was Su Wanqing, the captain of the Yunhai branch of the East China Sea Law Enforcement Alliance. When Jiang Yan saw the 3 people, there was no expression on his face and he was just about to walk around them and leave. Wait a minute. Su Wanqing said. Jiang Yan stopped and looked back at her. What's up? Su Wanqing walked over and looked Jiang Yan up and down. After seeing Jiang Yan's face clearly, she was a little surprised. It's you? What are you doing here alone so late at night? Take a walk. Jiang Yan said lightly. Take a walk? Su Wanqing sneered. It was obvious that she was not satisfied with the answer. Little brother, since you don't want to tell the truth, then accompany your sister to the police station. At the same time, Su Wanqing signaled them to go deep into the forest to take a look. 10 minutes later, the 2 returned here with Zhang San's body. Su Wanqing looked at the smooth cut on the corpse's neck. It was obvious that the head was chopped off by a sharp weapon. She looked at the sword in Jiang Yan's hand and smiled slightly. Aren't you going to explain? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Sister, don't you want me to accompany you back to the police station? Let's go. The 4 of them returned to the car. Su Wanqing was very sure that Zhang San was killed by Jiang Yan. At this time, she noticed the Tiandaoan badge on Jiang Yan's waist. She was very shocked that the young man in front of her was actually a student of Tiandao Academy. After returning to the police station, Su Wanqing began to interrogate Jiang Yan. Tell me, why did you want to kill Zhang San? Su Wanqing looked straight into Jiang Yan's eyes. I was just taking a walk there, and then he wanted to kill me to silence me, so I executed him on the spot. Jiang Yan gave her a harmless smile. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, Su Wanqing felt helpless. Su Wanqing had no way to prove that Jiang Yan's statement was true, but she also had no way to prove that it was false. After all, the criminal was already dead and there was no evidence to prove it. Su Wanqing sighed. Okay, you've done your best to eliminate harm for the people. Su Wanqing stepped forward and untied Jiang Yan's shackles. The record is done, you can go. Jiang Yan walked out of the door, stretched, and then began to look for a hotel that was still open. Chapter 46, Lottery, 10 consecutive double golds, heaven-defying magical weapons. After checking in, Jiang Yan sat on the bed and began to study the magic weapon he was given after winning the exchange competition. The crystal necklace is exquisitely crafted. Although it is crystal, it is gray and has no color. Jiang Yan stroked the necklace. Does it require the injection of spiritual power to activate it? With doubts, Jiang Yan tapped his fingers lightly, and some spiritual power slowly injected into the necklace. With the infusion of spiritual power, the originally dull necklace emitted a dazzling blue light. After a few breaths, the dazzling light dissipated, and the originally gray necklace had turned light blue. Jiang Yan put on the necklace, and the moment he put it on, he felt a little cool, and his originally hot heart gradually calmed down. At this moment, a passage of text appeared in Jiang Yan's mind. The tranquil and serene divine chain is made of extremely cold crystal. After being infused with spiritual energy, it can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It has the effect of calming the mind and nourishing the heart. It can automatically withstand a full-strength attack from a 4th-level warrior one-time attack. After reading the last sentence, a hint of disappointment flashed across Jiang Yan's face. A 4th-level warrior is roughly equivalent to the foundation building stage, which is of little use to him, and this thing is even disposable. This thing can only be used as a decoration. I thought this necklace was an offensive type of magic weapon. Jiang Yan sighed and put the necklace away. There are only 3 days left before the martial arts exam, and Jiang Yan knows very well that this exam will be a fierce battle. Those geniuses from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School will definitely come and cause trouble for me when they know that I have been admitted to Tiandao Academy. Jiang Yan lay on the bed, took a deep breath and exhaled. Looks like I need to make some preparations. He snapped his fingers, and the system main page appeared in front of him. Looking at the word lottery on the upper right corner, Jiang Yan remembered that he had only drawn one 10-round draw last time and hadn't touched it since. He clicked on the lottery page and saw that it showed that there were still 30 draws left before the guaranteed payout. It takes 1,600 points to fire 10 consecutive shots, but he currently has 19,000 points, and there is even a button for 100 consecutive shots prepared for him. At this moment, an idea in his mind urged him to press the button for 100 consecutive draws. Jiang Yan shook his head to calm himself down. One must not get too carried away with the lottery, as once one does, one will fall into a trap. Jiang Yan decided to only withdraw the guaranteed amount and quit while he was ahead. As the 10 shots were fired in a row, 10 streaks of light flashed across the screen, only one of which was purple, and the rest were all blue. Jiang Yan was not surprised by the result. The thing about lotteries is that the lucky ones are always lucky, while the unlucky ones always get the guaranteed prize. Jiang Yan fired 10 shots in a row again, thinking that the result would be 9 blue and 1 purple again, and he was ready to get the guaranteed reward. But a golden light flashed on the screen. Oh, I didn't get the guaranteed reward. Jiang Yan was a little surprised. Jiang Yan was a little nervous at the moment, and he clicked on these things one by one. Clothes, shoes, toothpaste. No? What the hell is this? The things in the first few blue lights are just a lump. At this time, golden light appeared. Looking at the golden light, Jiang Yan rubbed his palms excitedly. What could be inside this golden light? The golden light dissipated, and a golden rope appeared before his eyes. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the golden rope. This golden object is just a rope? Jiang Yan clicked skip and thought that was the end of it, but he never expected that there was a golden light behind the rope. Oh my god, double gold! Jiang Yan exclaimed. In his previous life, as a poor player, every time he drew a card, not only was the guaranteed minimum prize paid, but he also often got something unlucky. Unexpectedly, this time his luck would turn around and not only would he get the prize early, but he would even get double gold. Jiang Yan took out the 2 items and began to study them. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Immortal Binding Rope, a control-type magic weapon, driven by spiritual power. After being thrown, the rope automatically tracks and binds the opponent for 5 minutes according to the host's thoughts. The cooldown period is 10 minutes. As the host's realm increases, it will bind enemies of the corresponding realm. You mean I'm currently at the Foundation Establishment stage, so this immortal binding rope can only bind enemies at the Foundation Establishment stage or a corresponding level? That's right. This is too disgusting. Although it can only bind for 5 minutes, the cooling time is only 10 minutes. Moreover, this NM can bind people of the corresponding realm as the realm is upgraded. It's so sinister. Jiang Yan was shocked. This system is really awesome, the things it gives out are pretty damn awesome. Jiang Yan put the immortal binding rope back into the system space and looked at another golden object. The other item was a very ordinary looking mirror. Jiang Yan began to study it carefully. He looked left and right for a long time, but couldn't figure out anything. But this thing is of golden quality, and it must contain a secret. Jiang Yan began to observe it. After observing for a while, Jiang Yan decided to ask the system. System, what is the use of this mirror? As Jiang Yan finished speaking, a piece of text appeared in front of him. This item is called the Magical Weapon Replica Mirror. As the name suggests, it can replicate magical weapons, but the copied magical weapons are disposable. Note, the Magical Weapon Replica Mirror has a 6-hour cooldown after use, and can only replicate one at a time. The copied magic weapon is disposable, and you can only copy one at a time. It feels pretty ordinary. After seeing the effect of the mirror, a trace of disgust flashed across Jiang Yan's face. But then, Jiang Yan had an idea. The martial arts exam will be held in 3 days. I should take this time to copy a few more immortal binding ropes. For a day will make 12 in 3 days. If I am besieged, I will have a way to deal with it. Besides, I won't feel bad about using the replicas. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yan cleared his throat. He really didn't react. Although it was a one-time thing, wouldn't it be better to use the time to copy more? Then, he took out the immortal binding rope from the system space. System, how should I use this replica mirror? Place the mirror flat, then place the magic weapon you want to copy on the mirror. The mirror will emit light. When the light disappears, remove the magic weapon and the copy will appear on the mirror. Oh, I see. After listening to the system's explanation, Jiang Yan began to follow the steps. Jiang Yan placed the mirror flat on the table, then placed the immortal binding rope on the mirror. A dazzling light illuminated the entire room. After a few seconds, the light disappeared. Jiang Yan took off the immortal binding rope, and then a copy of the immortal binding rope appeared on the mirror. Jiang Yan picked up the replica for comparison. Apart from the darker color, the replica was no different from the original. Jiang Yan looked at the replica mirror, which had now turned into an ordinary mirror. This mirror is so dark. It's a perfect match with any magic weapon. Jiang Yan exclaimed. Chapter 47: The Arrival of the Martial Arts Examination. As an annual major event in the Great Xia Kingdom, the military examination is naturally grand in scale. Martial arts students across the country have been training hard for so many years just to shine in the martial arts exam. As the day of the military examination draws closer, tension, pressure and anxiety are like a huge net enveloping military examination candidates across the country. Perhaps because the atmosphere was so tense, these 3 days passed exceptionally quickly. At this moment, all the senior martial arts students of Yunhai Middle School boarded the bus to the martial arts examination secret realm. Jiang Yan sat in the last row by the window. He listened to music with headphones on and quietly enjoyed the scenery outside the window. There were dozens of buses on the road, and behind the buses were dozens of escorting armored vehicles. The entire convoy was driving towards its final destination in a mighty manner. Melting Mountain Secret Realm, Level B. In previous years, the martial arts exam secret realm was all sea level, but this year the martial arts exam rules have changed and a B level secret realm has been chosen. Because the Molten Mountain secret realm is extremely large and there are high-level ferocious beasts in the core area, Donghai Province chose it as the secret realm for this year's martial arts examination. The secret realm is usually in a closed state. 3 days before the exam, Tiandao Academy and Zhaixing Academy each sent 2 nascent soul masters to check the entire secret realm. Once a level 6 or above monster was found, it would be killed directly. In order to ensure that students will not be attacked by high-level monsters, every year during the military examination, each province across the country will invite nascent soul cultivators or grandmasters to go to the secret realm for inspection. Molten Mountain Secret Realm, Temporary Camp. Dozens of figures exuding a powerful aura stood in front of the camp, gazing into the distance. At this moment, the martial arts examination convoy was heading towards the camp. The martial arts examination convoy slowly drove into the vast plain outside the secret realm. The martial arts exam candidates on the bus got off one after another, and suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared on the vast plain. Standing on a high platform, Li Dakong looked at the many young warriors on the plain, his mind filled with emotion. This day has finally arrived. The geniuses from various cities in Donghai Province gathered here. The twin stars of the Martial Arts Academy of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School in Qingfeng City, Morongwan, the young master of Wanjian Pavilion in Songshan City, Xinyu, the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Yunhai City, the third young master of the Tang family in Wenshui City, and Zhang Yan, a talented young man who suddenly showed up and was admitted to Tiandao Academy, etc. Looking at these chosen ones, Li Dakong showed a smile on his face, then he put away the smile and walked forward with a serious expression. A powerful pressure was released, and most of the students present felt that they were unable to stand steadily, and some weaker students even fell to the ground on the spot. Only these geniuses were not affected at all. Zhang Yan looked at Li Dakong, who was high up, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li Dakong on the high platform is actually a nascent soul cultivator. At this time, Li Dakong said, "I am Li Dakong, the general manager of this Donghai Province martial arts examination. I am from Jiaxing Academy." Everyone was shocked when they heard Li Dakong's name. Li Dakong, one of the 5 nascent soul masters of Jiaxing Academy, single-handedly slaughtered all the 8th level monsters in an S-level secret realm. Liberal arts students have studied hard for over 10 years just to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, and you have also endured hardship and practiced for over 10 years in order to shine in the martial arts examination. Now let me explain the rules to you. Li Dakong's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every student. Zhang Yan listened quietly to Li Dakong explaining the rules. It's basically the same as what Senior Li Yuantian said. The Molten Mountain area is a Class B secret realm, divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the central area, and the deepest core area. Most of the monsters on the periphery are in the early and middle stages of the first level, and the points obtained from hunting them are relatively low. As for the central area, it is a mixed bag, with first, second and third level monsters, and the scores obtained are relatively high. As for the monsters in the core area, they all start at level 3, and there are even level 4 and level 5 monsters. The scores that can be obtained here are the highest. Every student wears a points bracelet and also has a teleportation device. Once he encounters an unbearable danger, he can press the teleportation device to teleport, but this also means that his martial arts exam ends here. Candidates are allowed to fight each other and snatch each other's bracelets. The martial arts exam begins at 10 a.m. today and will last for 3 days. I remind you again, the entire secret realm is covered by high-definition cameras and is under full surveillance. Killing is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, law enforcement officers will immediately intervene and take the person to jail. After the martial arts exam, they will execute him directly. Li Dakong's tone was very serious. After all, there had been cases in previous years where students had killed people and snatched wristbands. Li Dakong exuded a huge pressure, which was obviously a warning to everyone present that this kind of situation would never be allowed to happen again this year. After listening to the rules, Zhang Yan nodded. This martial arts exam was like a battle royale. Zhang Yan wasn't very interested in snatching other people's bracelets. It was just a formality. He just wanted to make his way from the outer area to the core area. But if there really were some idiots who dared to cause trouble for him, he would have no choice but to beat them up reluctantly. There was still an hour before the martial arts exam started, so Zhang Yan found a place to sit down and wait for the exam to begin. At this moment, in the crowd, Jiang Chen was staring at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, you have been admitted, but you still want to take the martial arts exam. Now you have become the target of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. When you are surrounded and beaten by them, I will rush out and cripple you. Jiang Chen thought to himself, with a sinister smile on his face. Zhang Yan naturally noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. He shook his head and didn't care. It was just a stray dog on the roadside. He would just beat it to a cripple once he entered the secret realm. At this time, Xinyu walked over and saw Zhang Yan sitting on the ground. She didn't mind the dirtiness of the ground and walked directly to sit next to Zhang Yan. What do you think about this martial arts exam? Xinyu looked at Zhang Yan and asked. It doesn't matter. I'm just here to go through the motions and earn some points. Oh, by the way, which university do you want to apply to? Zhang Yan turned his head and looked at Xinyu. I want to apply to Tiandao Academy. After all, that's the place all martial arts students dream of going to. Xinyu said softly. Well, good luck and I wish you good results. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Zhang Yan stood up and said, there's still some time before the martial arts exam starts, I'm going to take a walk around the area. Good. Xinyu quietly watched the boy's back as he left, her face filled with unspeakable emotions. She reluctantly withdrew her gaze until the boy's figure was submerged in the crowd. Xin Yu wanted to apply to Tiandao Academy not only because it was the top university in the country, but there was another most important reason. When Jiang Yan was strolling around, many students noticed him. Chapter 48: The martial arts examination begins. Many students saw the badge hanging around Jiang Yan's waist. After reading the words on it, they immediately started talking about it. Hey, that guy is the one who was admitted to Tiandao Academy early, right? You're asking me this even though you already know the answer. Can't you see the 3 big words on the badge? He's already been recommended, yet he still wants to take the martial arts exam. You don't understand this, right? People come to take the martial arts exam just to show off. Fuck, you recommended students should just go to college honestly. At this moment, at the front of the team, the students of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School turned their heads to look over after hearing the discussions around them. Yi Chen naturally heard the discussions of this group of people. He was originally chatting with others with a smile on his face, but after seeing Jiang Yan, his expression instantly turned cold. After seeing the badge hanging on Jiang Yan's waist, emotions such as irritability, anger, and jealousy began to fill his heart. He was admitted without taking the entrance exam, yet he's still strolling around here with a badge on his waist. He's so arrogant. Seeing Jiang Yan standing there leisurely, Yi Chen felt very unhappy and wanted to rush up and beat him up. Yi Chen took a deep breath and shook his head, trying to dispel the anger deep in his heart. The captain of the Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School team noticed Yi Chen's abnormality and was about to ask when he saw Jiang Yan behind the crowd. In an instant, he understood what was going on. He walked up to Yi Chen and said, "We are about to enter the secret realm. Adjust your mood. If there is anything you need to do, we can tell you after we enter the secret realm. Is that clear?" No. When the captain saw that Yi Chen understood, he slowly walked towards the back of the crowd. He walked up to Jiang Yan and extended his hand. "Hello Jiang Yan, nice to meet you. I'm Chu Feng, the captain of the Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School team." Chu Feng gave Jiang Yan a gentle smile. Looking at the smiling Chu Feng, Jiang Yan reached out and shook his hand out of politeness. "Hello." Chu Feng increased the strength of his handshake, while still smiling gently on his face. Jiang Yan responded to him with the same force with an expressionless face. In an instant, 2 invisible auras burst out from their bodies and collided with each other. After 2.5 minutes of confrontation, the two were evenly matched. Looking at Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. This guy is indeed not simple. Then, Chu Feng let go of his hand, smiled faintly, turned around and left without saying a word. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand, looked at Chu Feng's leaving back, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy really came to test his strength. Li Dakong on the high platform looked at this scene and smiled. Young people should have some drive. He then looked at the crowd below and said, "The gate to the secret realm will open in 2 minutes, and teleportation will begin. After entering the secret realm, click on your wristband to project a map showing your current location in real time. Please hurry and return to your city." After the secret realm is opened, most people will be teleported to a random location in the outer area, and only a very small number of people will be teleported to the central area. Jiang Yan returned to his location in Yunhai City. A minute later, the secret realm opened and a huge teleportation array appeared under everyone's feet. Buzz. Then a dazzling light blinded people and they could not open their eyes. A feeling of dizziness came over them and everything went dark before their eyes. Then everyone disappeared on the plane. Seeing everyone enter the secret realm, Li Dakong came to the inside of the camp, and the scenes inside the secret realm were displayed on a huge electronic screen. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and saw a river surrounded by steep cliffs. Jiang Yan looked around. Apart from the sound of flowing water and a slight rustle of wind, there was no other sound. Jiang Yan clicked on the map, which showed that his location was at the lower left edge of the secret realm. At this time, a faint sound came from the woods not far away. Then a wild boar covered in black appeared in Jiang Yan's sight. At this moment, the wild boar was foraging leisurely, unaware of the danger. Call out. Jiang Yan's figure cut through the air around him like lightning, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a silver light suddenly appeared. Swish! The poor wild boar had just eaten a wild fruit and before it could react, Jiang Yan chopped off its head. The wild boar was killed, and the score on Jiang Yan's bracelet changed from 0 to 1. Only 1 point? Jiang Yan looked at the score on the bracelet with a look of disgust. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Jiang Yan sighed, then his figure flashed and he shuttled through the deep forest looking for the monster. Swish swish. Wherever Jiang Yan went along the way, he killed all the monsters he saw, and even chased some monsters into their lairs. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Takeaway? What takeaway? The monster in the nest was still in a daze when Jiang Yan chopped it down with a sword. As for the cubs in the nest, Jiang Yan naturally did not let any of them go. These are all real scores. After all, who would want to go against points? Jiang Yan's score began to rise rapidly. In the camp, an old man watched Jiang Yan slaughtering the monsters and smiled. Jiang Yan is quite interesting. Wherever he goes, no grass grows. He even kills the monster cubs. He was decisive and merciless in killing the monsters. This kid did a great job. A middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Everyone admired Jiang Yan very much. In the secret realm, Jiang Yan looked at the corpses of monsters piled up around him. He looked at the score on his bracelet and sighed helplessly. Killing all the monsters in this area will only get you 100 points. We still have to head to the central and core areas. Because he had killed many monsters, Jiang Yan's badge was stained red with blood, so Jiang Yan found a clean puddle of water to wash the badge and then put it away. Jiang Yan planned to fly his sword to the central area. He stood on the sword and began to fly, but the sword did not move at all. After a brief thought, Jiang Yan came to the conclusion that this secret realm had a special magnetic field that restricted cultivators, so they could not fly with swords. I give up. I have to run over there. Jiang Yan complained and rushed towards the central area. Soon, Jiang Yan arrived near the central area. Boom! The noise coming from not far away caught his attention, and Jiang Yan lightly jumped onto a tree nearby. In the open space ahead, a young man holding a long sword was fighting with a group of monsters. The young man's figure shuttled among the monsters like a ghost. In just a few breaths, the young man killed the group of monsters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The young man dusted himself off, his expression indifferent. He turned and looked in the direction of Jiang Yan. Come out, aren't you tired of squatting in the tree? Jiang Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young man actually noticed him. Chapter 49 Beating Each In. Jiang Yan jumped lightly and came to the open space. After seeing that the person coming was Jiang Yan, a hint of surprise flashed across the boy's face, and then he returned to indifference. Are you looking for me? The young man frowned slightly, looked at him warily, and took a few steps back to distance himself. You're overthinking it. I was just passing by and came to take a look when I heard some noise over here. Jiang Yan said calmly. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, the young man still did not let down his guard, and his hand unconsciously tightened around the sword. Jiang Yan noticed his actions, shook his head, turned around and was about to leave. Call out. A magic sword cut through the air and attacked Jiang Yan. Just as the sword was about to pierce Jiang Yan's body, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly, and in an instant, Jiang Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. So fast. The young man looked at Jiang Yan, who disappeared in an instant, his face full of shock. The next second, Jiang Yan's position appeared in another location. In the camp, everyone saw Jiang Yan disappear in an instant. How can a foundation establishment stage cultivator be so fast? He disappeared in an instant. A middle-aged man said in surprise. He should have used a special technique, but I can't tell what it is. Li Dakong shook his head. What? Even you can't figure out the martial arts he practices. This Jiang Yan is not simple. The man was shocked when he heard Senior Dakong say that he couldn't figure out the specific martial arts method. Li Dakong looked at Jiang Yan on the screen, his eyes full of inquiry. It's very interesting that he, who has practiced for hundreds of years, couldn't actually figure out what kind of martial arts Jiang Yan was using. Jiang Yan turned around and raised his eyebrows at the boy. Brother, you are still a little naive for sneak attacks. Seeing Jiang Yan staring at him, the young man shook his head and said, It's not my sword. Jiang Yan looked at the young man still holding the sword in his hand, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. If it wasn't his, then whose sword was this? At this time, another young man in black slowly walked out from behind him on the right. Seeing this, Jiang Yan looked at the boy. Who is this? Your accomplice? The boy turned around and looked at the boy in black and shook his head. I don't know him. When the young man saw that the young man in black was looking for Jiang Yan, he tactfully walked to the side under a tree and prepared to watch the show. The young man in black looked at Jiang Yan with disdain on his face. Fuck. Jiang Yan felt very unhappy when he saw the black-clothed young man's disdainful look on his face. If I'm not your friend, who are you? You just stared at me with disdain. Do you like to show off so much? An impolite child like this must be allowed to fly. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. The next second, Jiang Yan used his teleportation technique again and instantly appeared in front of the young man in black, then punched him. So fast. The black-clothed youth's pupils suddenly shrank, and the moment he reacted, he gathered his spiritual power to form a shield to resist. Snap. The spiritual shield shattered instantly. The young man in black looked incredulous, and then Jiang Yan punched him hard in the abdomen. A powerful force burst out, instantly severely damaging his internal organs. Puff! The young man in black suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away by the huge force. Boom! In a forest, the boy broke several trees in succession and even smashed a huge rock. Finally, he rolled on the ground for several times before he barely stopped. Cough, cough, cough. The young man in black coughed up a lot of blood. He felt that his internal organs had been dislocated and he was in excruciating pain all over his body. Compared to the physical pain, he was extremely shocked at this moment. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the figure slowly walking towards him not far away. Isn't this guy in the late Foundation establishment stage? Why is he so powerful? This punch almost killed him here. Damn it, I was careless. The young man in black was very regretful at this moment, regretting that he had not listened to Chu Feng's previous advice. At this moment, everyone in the camp was watching all this in amazement. That young man in black must be Yi Chun from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School, right? Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School's twin star Yi Chen was actually killed instantly by a single punch? Isn't this Jiang Yan so outrageous? As expected of someone who was admitted to Tiandao Academy in advance, he is indeed terrifyingly strong. Jiang Yan whistled and walked to Yi Chen leisurely, squatting in front of him. Not my friend? I thought you were so awesome when I saw you being so arrogant. Tell me, why did you attack me? Hearing Jiang Yan's mocking voice, Yi Chen turned his head to the side with a stubborn look on his face. Yo-ha? You're quite temperamental. Jiang Yan would not tolerate him and directly dragged him to a thicker tree. Jiang Yan spread out his palm, and a rope of slightly darker color appeared in his hand. Jiang Yan tied Yi Chen directly to the tree, and to prevent him from breaking free, Jiang Yan tied a knot. Then, with a thought, a brightly colored golden rope appeared in his hand. When Yi Chen saw the rope, he knew what Jiang Yan was going to do to him, but Yi Chen still didn't say anything and looked at Jiang Yan fiercely. Okay, you like to be tough, don't you? Bang! Jiang Yan raised his hand and whipped Yi Chen hard. The moment the whip landed on his body, a very horrifying scar appeared on his body. Severe pain came over him, and Yi Chen clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the severe pain in his body. Snap! 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 Say it or not, say it or not, say it or not. 3 whips hit Yi Chen's body fiercely, instantly making his skin and flesh torn. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could skin Jiang Yan alive. He stared at Jiang Yan fiercely and roared with all his might, Just wait, when the captain comes, I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Oh my god? You dare to threaten me? Jiang Yan was so angry that he laughed. Bang! 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 Jiang Yan whipped with more force each time. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Yi Chen's mouth. He tried to resist, but he was tied up tightly with ropes and could not move at all. The young man not far away didn't dare to open his eyes to see this scene, it's too brutal. Seeing that Yi Chen still had the strength to resist, Jiang Yan's face flashed with surprise. You still have the strength to struggle? It seems that I didn't hit you hard enough. After a few more lashes, the intense pain made him grimace in pain, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Damn it! Yi Chen regretted it to death at this moment, and at the same time he hated himself for being stupid. How could the person who could be admitted in advance be weak? Now look what happened, I've gotten into trouble with this plague god. Yi Chen was extremely weak at the moment. He reached into his pocket with trembling hands and tried to press the transmission device to teleport out. He really didn't want to endure this kind of physical pain anymore. Jiang Yan noticed Yi Chen's little movement. He grabbed Yi Chen's wrist and then reached into his pocket with his other hand. Jiang Yan took out his teleportation device. Looking at the teleportation device in his hand, Jiang Yan smiled at him. Why are you in such a hurry to teleport? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chapter 50. What a pity, just a little bit short. Seeing his teleportation device being taken away, Yi Chen felt a little desperate. Jiang Yan was playing with the teleportation device, and he always felt like he had forgotten something. It was only then that he saw the bracelet on Yi Chen's wrist that he reacted. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Jiang Yan walked up and took off Yi Chen's bracelet. The moment the two bracelets touched each other, Yi Chen's points were instantly reset to 0, and Jiang Yan's points also increased from 100 to 250. When Yi Chen saw his points being taken away, he wilted as if he had lost all his strength and means. Despair, fear, and powerlessness were like a huge net that tightly wrapped around its heart. Jiang Yan frowned slightly when he saw Yi Chen's expression. You don't think I'll let you go if you act like this, do you? Yi Chen hung his head and said nothing. His eyes were dull and had long lost their former brilliance. Bang! Seeing Yi Chen didn't say anything, Jiang Yan raised his hand and hit him hard with a whip. At this moment, the wounds on Yi Chen's body were extremely horrifying, but he seemed to feel no pain. He still lowered his head and made no sound. At this moment, Yi Chen only felt darkness in front of his eyes. Fear was like a turbulent tide that drowned him. He felt like he could hardly breathe. Some people in the camp couldn't bear to watch this scene. Seeing that Jiang Yan was so cruel, some people started talking about it. This candidate went too far. Wasn't the black-clad candidate just trying to sneak up on him? Did he really have to resort to such heavy-handed tactics? That's right, look at what happened to that black-clad candidate. Oh my god, if this wasn't a martial arts exam, I'd suspect he was going to kill this black-clad candidate. Some people strongly disagree with Jiang Yan's approach and think he is too cruel. Ha, you call this cruel? The exam room is like a battlefield. This candidate did the right thing, didn't he? The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. The most important thing is that this black-clad candidate was the one who provoked others, and you actually blame others for being too harsh. What are you thinking? That's right. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. As a weak person, you must be prepared to be humiliated by the strong. There are also some people who think that Jiang Yan did the right thing. Li Dekong did not express his opinion, but he fully approved of Jiang Yan's approach. If this were a battlefield, the heads of the candidates in black would have been chopped off. When Jiang Yan saw several whips hitting Yi Chen fiercely but he didn't react at all, he suddenly felt very bored. At this moment, Yi Chen was in the darkness, squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, at a loss. At this moment, he recalled the days when he and Xu Feng had sparred with each other. As he recalled bit by bit, these memories were like light that dispelled the darkness around them. Yi Chen, whose face was originally as pale as paper, now slowly regained some color. He firmly believed that Xu Feng would come and give this bastard a good beating and avenge him. Yi Chen secretly glanced at Jiang Yan, who was leaning leisurely against a tree, humming lyrics. Seeing this, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge stone in his heart fell. He didn't even dare to fart, for fear that Jiang Yan would whip him again. Because he was already seriously injured and was whipped so many times by Jiang Yan, his whole body was in pain. Yi Chen felt that this body no longer belonged to him. Yi Chen clenched his teeth and tried his best not to make any sound. Due to excessive force, his face began to become distorted. Finally, he could not hold it back anymore and began to breathe heavily. Then, he subconsciously looked towards Jiang Yan. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, but when he looked over, he happened to meet Jiang Yan's eyes. What are you looking at your ma? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Although Yi Chen was very angry, he could only endure it obediently at this moment. He turned his head to look to the other side without saying a word. Jiang Yan stood up and walked over with a whip. Hearing the noise, Yi Chen turned around and saw Jiang Yan standing in front of him with a whip. Looking at the whip in his hand, Yi Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. What are you going to do? I didn't say anything. I know, I just want to beat you up. Jiang Yan smiled slightly. You. Bang. Before Yi Chen could finish his words, he was whipped. Ah. Jiang Yan, fuck your mother. Ah. Hey, this is your fault. I didn't scold you, how could you scold me? Snap. 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 After he finished speaking, he whipped him a few more times. You fucking. Yi Chen fainted from the pain before he could finish his words. Jiang Yan frowned. You fainted already? That's really lame. He threw the binding rope aside. Jiang Yan was quite kind. He would stop beating someone when they fainted, and continue beating them after they woke up. Jiang Yan walked to a tree and waited for Yi Chen to wake up. The young man who was watching the excitement not far away had already slipped away. After watching the whole process, he was afraid that Jiang Yan would notice him and whip him like a top. Edge of the central area. Chu Feng's figure shuttled through the woods like a ghost. At this time, his score had reached 200 points. Swish! In just a breath, Chu Feng chopped off the head of a second-level monster. Chu Feng opened the map and found that he had already reached the edge of the central area. Chu Feng looked at his position, frowning slightly. He had been in the secret realm for so long and still hadn't seen Yi Chen. Where had he gone? Had he already started a fight with Jiang Yan? Before meeting Jiang Yan, Chu Feng was quite confident in Yi Chen's strength. But after testing Jiang Yan's strength, he found that Jiang Yan's strength was not inferior to his. At this time, Chu Feng was a little worried about Yi Chen. Is it possible that we'll actually run into each other? Chu Feng took a deep breath to suppress his uneasiness. It has only been several hours since the martial arts exam began, and Yi Chen should not have gone to the core area so soon. Chu Feng estimated that Yi Chen is still near the central area. Chu Feng then began to look for Yi Chen's location, while he silently prayed in his heart that Yi Chen would never meet Jiang Yan. Chu Feng encountered some monsters on the way to find Yi Chen. In order to get points, Chu Feng quickly dealt with these monsters. Ah! At this time, screams of pain were heard from a distance. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be something bad is happening? After Chu Feng recognized that it was Yi Chen's voice, he quickly sped up and rushed towards the distance. At this time, Jiang Yan was here. After Yi Chen woke up, Jiang Yan whipped him several times. Yi Chen stared at Jiang Yan and roared with all his strength, "Jiang Yan! Just wait, the captain will come to save me, I will peel off your skin." Jiang Yan said nothing and just kept whipping people. Aha! After 20 consecutive blows, Yi Chen's body was covered in blood and he was dying. Jiang Yan was tired of picking the same person all the time. He picked up Yi Chen's transmission device and placed it in Yi Chen's hand, then he grabbed Yi Chen's hand and pressed it down. A small teleportation array appeared. Yi Chen! At this time, Chu Feng rushed over. Chu Feng saw Jiang Yan frown, and then he noticed Yi Chen, who was tied to the tree and covered in scars, and the teleportation array under him. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he rushed forward to catch Yi Chen, but he was still a step too late. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. Jiang Yan looked at Chu Feng with a joking expression. Call out. Yi Chen was teleported out of the secret realm. When the people in the camp saw the seriously injured Yi Chen being teleported out, they hurriedly asked medical personnel to treat Yi Chen. Chapter 51, 36 Stratagems, Running Away is the Best Stratagem. Chu Feng couldn't believe what he had just seen. He knew that Yi Chen might lose, but he really didn't expect that Yi Chen would be beaten into such a horrible state. Boom! A surge of anger surged in his heart, and Chu Feng punched the tree trunk beside him. Snap! The tree trunk broke and fell to the ground with a loud noise, breaking the silence of the forest. At this moment, Chu Feng had long lost his previous gentleness. He turned to look at Jiang Yan, the anger in his eyes about to burst out. Jiang Yan! Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter? Jiang Yan said nonchalantly, he attacked me by surprise and provoked me. I just taught him a lesson. That's all? You beat someone up like this and you call it that? Chu Feng asked angrily. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Yan, who looked indifferent, and wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Jiang Yan said disdainfully, so what? I didn't violate any of the martial arts exam rules. He chose to provoke me, and I'm lucky I didn't cripple him on the spot. You! Chu Feng was speechless for a moment. Jiang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned to leave. Call out. I didn't say you can leave. Chu Feng shouted, his figure was like lightning, leaving only a shadow, and in an instant he was behind Jiang Yan, and his cultivation level of foundation building was instantly burst out. A long sword instantly appeared in Chu Feng's palm, and then he slashed out with the sword. An extremely sharp sword energy cut through the air in front of him and attacked Jiang Yan. The killing power of this sword energy was incredible. In an instant, the giant trees in front of him were split in half by this sword energy. Boom! The huge trees in front of him fell to the ground with a deafening sound. Smoke filled the field, and Chu Feng had a look of disdain on his face. It was impossible for him to dodge at such a close distance, and this sword was likely to seriously injure Jiang Yan. When the smoke cleared, Jiang Yan disappeared. Chu Feng, who had been looking disdainful, was now a little surprised. Look behind you? Jiang Yan's teasing voice sounded behind Chu Feng. What? Chu Feng turned around and saw a huge fist coming towards him with a surging wind pressure. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly pulled back and used his spiritual power to form a shield, ready to block the punch. Snap! The spiritual shield shattered instantly and was about to hit his abdomen. Chu Feng's steps were like a ghost. Several afterimages appeared in front of Jiang Yan in an instant. The next second, Chu Feng's figure appeared not far away. Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had dodged the punch. The next second, Jiang Yan teleported in front of him. Chu Feng, who was originally feeling relieved, was stunned when he saw Jiang Yan teleporting in front of him. Before Chu Feng could react, his fist hit his ribs hard. Snap! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and Chu Feng's thin figure was blown away in an instant. He rolled dozens of times on the ground, and finally stopped after crashing into several extremely thick trees. The long sword in his hand broke into two pieces with a snap. Chu Feng fell in the mess. He was in a terrible state. The bushes that were originally covered with thorns had turned into a path after he rolled over. Aha! Puff! Chu Feng roared in pain and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the pain of broken bones and climbed up. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror when he looked at Jiang Yan. Damn it! Is this really the middle stage of foundation building? Even with my cultivation level at the peak of foundation building, I couldn't even withstand his punch. Moreover, this guy was as fast as a ghost and was right in front of me in an instant. How could I play this game? Chu Feng looked at Jiang Yan, who was still standing there very leisurely. Damn! This guy hasn't even used his full strength yet. When Jiang Yan saw that Chu Feng was still able to stand up, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. His punch was equivalent to a semi-truck driving at full speed on the highway. How could he still stand up after taking such a punch? He is indeed quite resilient after reaching the great perfection of foundation building. If I punch you again, you explode? Then Jiang Yan rubbed his hands together and slowly walked towards Chu Feng, ready to punch him again. Seeing that Jiang Yan was about to continue, Chu Feng panicked and said, "Wait a minute. I admit. Wait for your mother." Before Chu Feng could finish his words, Jiang Yan used his teleportation technique again to teleport in front of him. Take my Martian punch. Chu Feng knew that if he took another punch, he would really be stuck here, so he used the same strange step he had used before, and instantly distanced himself and rushed out. As the saying goes, if you have green mountains, you will never run out of firewood. Chu Feng ignored the pain in his body and gathered all his spiritual power in his feet. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Jiang Yan's sight. Seeing Chu Feng disappear in an instant, Jiang Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? You're not playing by the rules. Isn't that right, buddy? Shouldn't you be using all your strength to block this punch? Shouldn't we have a passionate fight between real men? Jiang Yan really didn't expect that this guy would actually run away. He looked in the direction Chu Feng fled, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. You are the one who can escape today. Jiang Yan raised his thumb. I am the one who can make you run away. Then Jiang Yan gave a thumbs up again. Then Jiang Yan quickened his pace and chased after him. The people outside the camp looked at this scene with strange expressions on their faces. Is this Jiang Yan so outrageous? First, he severely injured Yi Chen with a punch, and then Chu Feng ran away after being punched. On the other side, Chu Feng fled frantically. After running for his life for half an hour, a long abandoned village appeared in front of him. Chu Feng looked back and saw that Jiang Yan did not chase him. He was already seriously injured, and after a long period of escape, his body was now at its limit. At this moment, Chu Feng could no longer care about so many things. He dragged his seriously injured body and limped towards the village. The village is not particularly big, but there are many places suitable for hiding. Chu Feng found a house in the most remote location. After entering, he hid in the corner of the side room just in case. Before coming in, Chu Feng closed the doors of some small houses in the village to confuse Jiang Yan. When Jiang Yan caught up with him, he took advantage of the situation and slipped away again. Chu Feng then seized the opportunity to start practicing internal energy to heal his wounds, while also paying attention to the movements outside. Once you hear footsteps, stop healing and prepare to run away. Chapter 52. If you can run away, I think you're brilliant. Jiang Yan also arrived at the gate of the village at this moment. Jiang Yan did not rush in, but began to observe the situation in the village carefully. Jiang Yan was no longer surprised by the existence of abandoned villages in secret realms. After all, there were even dilapidated cities in the secret realms he had visited before. At this time, the blood on the plants on the ground caught his attention. He slowly squatted down and touched it gently with his fingers. The blood was very fresh, as if someone had been injured and entered the village not long ago. Jiang Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. Oh, it's so hard to guess who was injured. Jiang Yan wiped the blood off his fingers and slowly walked into the village. There was an extremely thick giant tree in the center of the village. Jiang Yan jumped lightly to the top of the tree and then began to observe his surroundings. The village is not big, but there are many houses. He guessed that Chu Feng was hiding in a house somewhere to recuperate. Jiang Yan looked at these houses and began to guess which house Chu Feng would be hiding in. In the house at this time. After a period of treatment, Chu Feng's injuries, except for his ribs, were almost all recovered. He slowly stood up with the help of the wall. Although his injuries had almost healed, he was still in great pain. It was very quiet outside at the moment, but Chu Feng felt inexplicably panicked inside. Chu Feng endured the pain and slowly walked to the window. He looked around through the gap in the window. It was still very quiet outside, as if he was the only one in the village. Who? Chu Feng let out a long sigh, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually disappeared. Just when Chu Feng relaxed his vigilance and was about to go out, suddenly, he saw a figure jumping down lightly from the big tree in the center of the village. The moment Chu Feng saw the figure clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it! Jiang Yan had actually caught up with them, and he was constantly looking around at the houses, as if he was looking for a place to hide. Seeing Jiang Yan walking towards him, Chu Feng quickly squatted down to avoid being discovered. As the footsteps got closer, Chu Feng was panicking. His heart beat faster and faster. Due to excessive tension, his face turned pale and sweat began to seep out of his forehead. At this time, the footsteps stopped outside him. Chu Feng covered his mouth tightly and didn't dare to breathe. The two were only separated by a wall. Jiang Yan looked at the house in front of him, a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he walked forward. Hearing the footsteps leaving, Chu Feng, who had been tense, suddenly relaxed. Jiang Yan almost scared him to death when he was standing outside just now. Chu Feng stood up and wanted to see if Jiang Yan had left the village. He looked out the window and saw Jiang Yan standing by the window staring at him. Fuck! Chu Feng was frightened by Jiang Yan's sudden appearance and fell to the ground. Ah! Chu Feng felt like his body was about to fall apart. Boom! Jiang Yan smiled, gathered all his spiritual power and punched out. The wall in front of him was instantly shattered by this huge force. The whole house collapsed with a loud bang. Just when the beam was about to hit Chu Feng, he reacted and kicked it out. Chu Feng stared blankly at the collapsed house in front of him. Then he looked at Jiang Yan with a trembling voice. Didn't you leave? He had clearly heard Jiang Yan leave, so why did he suddenly come back? Did he already know that he was hiding here? Jiang Yan didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Chu Feng looked at Jiang Yan, his heart filled with fear. Although he was just standing there quietly, Chu Feng felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge mountain. The enormous pressure made him almost unable to breathe. After a long while, Chu Feng endured the pain in his body and said as if he had made up his mind, Jiang Yan, I will give you all my points, and I will also give you this body movement technique after the martial arts exam. Please let me go. Chu Feng knew that he was no match for Jiang Yan even in his prime, not to mention that he could only exert 60% of his strength now. He could still earn more points if he lost them, but it would be all over if he was eliminated by him. Chu Feng thought that after sending this big Buddha away, he would kill monsters in the central area and the outer area. With his current strength, he could just go into the core area to kill monsters. It's a good idea, but I refuse. Jiang Yan's cold voice echoed in the air. Chu Feng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to refuse so decisively. Now there is only one choice. That is, run. Swish. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Feng's figure flashed through the air like lightning and rushed out. I saw a shadow flash past my eyes, and the next second Chu Feng appeared in the distance. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and ran forward madly. But he was also a little confused. Why didn't Jiang Yan pursue him? Jiang Yan looked at Chu Feng's back in the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew that this guy would definitely run away after regaining some of his strength. Jiang Yan shook his head. I told you, if you can really escape from me, you're awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal binding rope appeared in his hand. Then he gathered his strength and threw it out directly. The rope was like a shark in the sea smelling blood, and it chased after it in a flash. Chu Feng, who was still running away at the moment, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Yan had disappeared from his sight. The next second, a brightly colored golden rope shot towards him like an arrow. What is this? Chu Feng was terrified. Just as he was about to run away, he was tied up tightly with a rope. Chu Feng used his spiritual power to try to break free from the rope, but he was horrified to find that he couldn't break free from the rope. At this time, Jiang Yan teleported to a place not far in front of Chu Feng and looked at him on the ground with a playful expression. Don't waste your energy. If you can break free today, I will eat this rope on the spot. You! Jiang Yan! Am I the only one in this secret realm? Why do you insist on chasing me? Chu Feng roared in frustration. What do you think? You attacked me by surprise and you want me to let you go? You get all the good things, right? Jiang Yan frowned. Jiang Yan is actually a very principled person. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. But if someone offends me, I will pin him to the ground and beat him. Watching Jiang Yan slowly approaching, Chu Feng trembled all over and twisted his body desperately like a maggot. Jiang Yan stretched out his hand and Chu Feng's bracelet flew into his hand. As the two bracelets touched, Jiang Yan's points reached 400. When Chu Feng saw that his score was reset to 0, he immediately looked ashen. Not only did he lose all his points, he also estimated that he would be forcibly teleported out. He really couldn't accept this ending. I should have shined in the martial arts exam, achieved excellent results under the watchful eyes of the leaders and teachers of Donghai province, and finally entered one of the 5 top universities in Daxia Kingdom. If I hadn't provoked Jiang Yan, would things not have turned out like this? Chu Feng asked himself this question over and over in his mind. Chapter 53, A Man of Insight. Jiang Yan threw Chu Feng's bracelet aside. He looked calmly at Chu Feng, who was lying on the ground like a dead ash. Jiang Yan thought that Chu Feng and Yi Chen deserved it. He just wanted to kill some monsters, but they had to provoke him. Now he lost both the wife and the army. Jiang Yan slowly walked up to Chu Feng and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Cough, puff. Chu Feng looked painful, a mouthful of sweet and fishy blood gushed out of his throat, and his body trembled uncontrollably due to the pain. Why don't you just focus on killing your monster? Why do you have to provoke me? Speak. Jiang Yan kicked him again. Although Chu Feng's thin body was shaking constantly, his spirit was on the verge of collapse at this moment. He used to be handsome, but now he looks like a walking corpse, without a trace of life in him. Seeing Chu Feng's half-dead appearance, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Isn't it just the points that are gone? It's not like your parents were killed, right? But Jiang Yan would not let him go just because of his appearance. The previous sneak attack on him was not over yet. Just as Jiang Yan was about to take action, he heard a conversation coming from not far away. He looked up and saw 4 students in school uniforms walking towards him. When the yellow-haired boy in the lead saw Jiang Yan, a trace of panic flashed across his face. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Yan here. Then he noticed another person lying on the ground, and his pupils shrank suddenly after seeing the person's face clearly. Team leader. Hearing the word captain, the other 3 also looked forward. After seeing clearly, they all widened their eyes. The scene before them shocked them so much that they were speechless. Without a doubt. The young man lying on the ground with blood all over his face like a dead dog was none other than their gentle and elegant school team captain Chu Feng. Asshole. What did you do to the captain? The yellow-haired boy was extremely angry, and his cultivation level of the 9th level of the 2nd stage burst out instantly. Call out. The yellow-haired figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly cutting through the air around him. Only a residual image appeared. The yellow-haired man gathered all the energy and blood in his body and punched forward. Jiang Yan looked at him with disdain, and disappeared in an instant. The yellow-haired man was shocked. Jiang Yan appeared beside him at this moment. Jiang Yan grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Bang! The yellow-haired man fell to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yan stepped on his head and looked at the other 3 with a cold expression. The shocking scene before them made the 3 of them feel like their brains had crashed, and they stood there in a daze. Is this Jiang Yan still human? The captain of the Foundation Building Great Perfection team, the twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School, was beaten into this state. Jiang Yan looked at the yellow-haired man at his feet and taunted him. Chu Feng has been beaten into such a state, and you still dare to rush over, little golden-haired man, you are quite brave. After saying that, Jiang Yan stepped on him hard and rubbed him on the ground. Woo, woo, woo. The yellow-haired man's mouth was full of dirt. He tried to resist, but Jiang Yan's legs were so strong that he couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. Bang! Jiang Yan squatted down and slapped the yellow-haired man in the face with his backhand. A bloody tooth flew out of his mouth. After the slap, the yellow-haired man's eyes instantly became clear. Did I ask you to move? Jiang Yan's face was filled with impatience. If you move again, I'll break your legs. Your head is stepped on and you are still moving. I think you want to become a transformer. Old Zhang. Seeing Lao Zhang's miserable condition, the three of them came to their senses. But they didn't dare to act rashly. The captain was beaten like a dead dog, and Lao Zhang was killed in an instant when he rushed over. It would probably be easy for the three of them to rush over. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at them. You three want to try it too? Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads like rattles. There is an old saying in the kingdom of Daxia, he who knows the times is a hero. One of them looked at Lao Zhang apologetically and said, Lao Zhang, well, we won't bother you anymore. You're on your own. After saying that, the three of them slipped away in the blink of an eye as if their feet were greased. If you don't run now, when will you run? Huang Mao widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that these three old men would just run away. Little golden retriever, your little friend doesn't want you anymore. Jiang Yan teased. The huge shame enveloped Lao Zhang. Although he was very angry, he was helpless. At this moment, he had no strength to resist and could only close his eyes in humiliation. Seeing that the little golden retriever didn't resist, Jiang Yan showed a trace of disgust on his face. How boring. In the camp. A group of people walked into the camp talking and laughing. They were all teachers or coaches from various colleges and universities in Donghai province. Hey, old Zhang, who do you think will take first place in Donghai province this year? It's hard to say. This year's candidates are much stronger than in previous years. Indeed, the twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School, Morong Wan, the young master of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Qingyu from the Yunhai Qin family, Tang Yuxuan, the third young master of the Wenshui Tang family, and the genius Jiang Yan who was admitted early. Wow, this year's martial arts exam is sure to be exciting. At this time, teacher Yang from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School spoke confidently. Is there even any need to think about this? The number one in Donghai province this year will definitely be Chu Feng, one of my Qingfeng twin stars. After hearing this, everyone started discussing it. After a while, they nodded and agreed that Yang Wei was right. Chu Feng is the one with the highest level among this year's candidates. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the first in Donghai province this time. Afterwards, Yang Wei walked forward excitedly. He couldn't wait to see Chu Feng's performance in the secret realm. Yang Wei walked to the front of the screen and saw Li Dakong and others looking at him with complicated expressions. It was obvious that they had heard what Yang Wei had just said. One of them stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder to prepare himself mentally. Yang Wei hadn't figured out the situation yet. He looked up at the screen. When he saw the picture clearly, his eyes widened in an instant and his mouth opened, unable to speak. On the screen, Jiang Yan was standing there leisurely. Zhang Tao had fainted at his feet, and next to him, Chu Feng was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body like a dead dog. What is going on? After seeing the above scene, the other teachers were shocked and speechless. It took a long time for Yang Wei to recover from his shock. He looked at the general manager, Li Dakong, and his voice was trembling. Li. Senior Li, what is going on? Why? Chu Feng. Li Dakong told Yang Wei about the Qingfeng Gemini sneak attack on Jiang Yan. After hearing that Yi Chen was seriously injured and teleported out, Yang Wei became so angry that he fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing this, everyone rushed over to rescue. The others were shocked by Jiang Yan's strength. The Qingfeng twins were beaten into such a state by him. As expected of a direct admission student, he is so terrifying. Chapter 54, There are so many geniuses in this world. After a while, with the full rescue efforts of medical staff, Yang Wei woke up from his coma. After waking up, Yang Wei looked a little dazed. It was obvious that this incident had a significant impact on him. After a while, Yang Wei came to his senses and walked into the tent. At this time, everyone was preparing to watch the video replay of the fight between Jiang Yan and Yi Chen. When Yang Wei walked in, everyone looked at each other and no one said a word. They could understand Yang Wei's situation. The prodigy of their school could have shined in the martial arts exam, but suddenly he was eliminated. No one would be able to accept this kind of thing for a while. At this time, Hong Tao from Songshan No. 1 Middle School stepped forward and asked with concern, "Old Yang, are you okay?" Yang Wei shook his head and said softly, I'm fine. It's just that this happened too suddenly. I'm not mentally prepared." Seeing that everyone was about to watch the replay, Yang Wei took a deep breath and walked up. Then, someone clicked on the video playback. The video clearly shows Yi Chen sneaking up on and provoking Jiang Yan, and then being seriously injured and whipped by Jiang Yan. Everyone couldn't help but gasp after watching it. Some of them thought that Jiang Yan was too cruel. Yi Chen was seriously injured, and was whipped by Jiang Yan. In the end, he was beaten to a bloody mess. It was simply unbearable to watch. But some people think that this is normal. After all, in previous years, there have been cases where some students have killed people and snatched bracelets for points. A young life was lost just like that. In comparison, Jiang Yan is just a pure good man. Although Yang Wei had prepared himself mentally, he almost fainted again after watching the replay. It was thought that both sides had gone through a tough battle, and in the end Yi Chen was seriously injured because of one move, but Jiang Yan actually knocked Yi Chen out with just one punch. Seeing Yang Wei almost fainting again, Hong Tao advised, "Why don't you go outside and have a cigarette first? We can watch the video later." Yang Wei glanced at him and waved his hand, "I'm fine, don't worry." Hong Tao wanted to persuade him again, but Yang Wei insisted on watching the video replay of Jiang Yan and Xu Feng, so Hong Tao didn't know what to say. Click on the video playback. In the scene, Xu Feng punched Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan dodged with a teleportation. Then Jiang Yan punched Xu Feng severely, and Xu Feng chose to flee. The end of the video shows the scene they saw when they came in. After watching the video, the tent fell into silence. Although Senior Li Dakong told them that Xu Feng and Yi Chen were seriously injured by Jiang Yan alone, everyone was still shocked speechless after watching the video. This Jiang Yan is really outrageous. Yang Wei fell silent after watching the video. After a while, he walked outside the tent, lit a cigarette and started smoking. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression very complicated. At this time, medical staff came over carrying 2 stretchers. On one of the stretchers, Xu Feng was covered in blood and unconscious due to serious injuries. The yellow-haired man on another stretcher had blood all over his face. Although his injuries were not particularly serious, his eyes were dull and it was unknown what he had experienced. Is this Xu Feng from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School? Yes, Yi Chen from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School was also seriously injured and teleported out. Alas, the twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School were eliminated just like that. What a pity. Medical staff carried a stretcher past Yang Wei. Yang Wei looked at Xu Feng on the stretcher and smiled with relief. There are so many geniuses in this world. There is always someone better than you. Xu Feng and Yi Chen are indeed geniuses, but what this world has the most is geniuses. Yang Wei took his last puff of his cigarette and returned to the tent. Molten Mountain Secret Realm, Central Area. There is a huge plain in the center of the central area. Standing on the plain, you can clearly see a big mountain in the core area in the distance. On ordinary days, a large number of monsters would appear on the plains. There are indeed a large number of monsters on the plain today, but without exception, they are all corpses. This is because many military students have moved all the way from the outer area to the central area in order to gain points. Some candidates were covered in blood, some had only slightly dirty clothes, and some even had their weapons cut off. But without exception, each of them is full of energy and vigor. At this moment, all the monsters on the plain have been cleared out. So everyone started a brief chat. After all, everyone was just trying to go to college, which was not easy, so no one chose to snatch each other's bracelets. Hey buddy, do you want to go to the core area to spawn monsters? I can't go any further. The monsters in the core area are all at the peak of level 3. I'd better just farm some monsters around here until the exam is over. Morongwan looked at Xinyu, who was leaning against a tree trunk with her eyes closed, and asked, "Why are you alone? Where did Jiang Yan go?" Xinyu opened his eyes, glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said lightly, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "What? You're not allowed to ask?" Morongwan frowned slightly. Xinyu closed her eyes and ignored her. Seeing Xinyu's attitude, Morongwan felt a little unhappy. She just wanted to ask where Jiang Yan had gone. It was already this late and he should be here. Ever since losing to Jiang Yan in the exchange competition, Mo Wan realized the gap between herself and Jiang Yan. After a period of hard training, her cultivation has reached the late stage of foundation building, and she is only one step away from the great perfection of foundation building. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to fight Jiang Yan again, hoping to learn something from him. This martial arts exam was a good opportunity, but unfortunately she didn't meet Jiang Yan. Is it because he was admitted without taking the entrance exam, so he just went through the motions in the military exam? At this time, 3 figures came running hurriedly from a distance. They saw that many people had gathered here, so they stopped to catch their breath. Someone recognized them and walked up to them and teased, "Why are you 3 running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing you?" One of them rolled his eyes at him and said, "Nem, it's scarier than a ghost." "Oh? Tell me more." The 3 of them then told Chu Feng that he was seriously injured by Jiang Yan and that Chu Feng was eliminated. "What did you say?" "Chu Feng was eliminated by Jiang Yan." Hearing that Chu Feng was eliminated, the people who were chatting around came over curiously. "It's true. The 3 of us saw it with our own eyes." The onlookers couldn't help but gasp after hearing this, but some of them also doubted the authenticity of the matter. Xinyu leaned against the tree trunk and listened to all this quietly. After hearing this, Mo Ron's cold face flashed with shock. Jiang Yan eliminated Chu Feng? Was this true? She stepped forward to verify the truth of the matter. Impossible, Chu Feng has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Although Jiang Yan was admitted, he is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly beat Chu Feng? Please stop talking nonsense here, okay? Some people began to question. Not necessarily. A voice came from behind the crowd. Chapter 55, Frightened Jiang Chen ran away in a hurry. A young man holding a sword slowly walked out from behind the crowd. Not Buddy? Who are you? A muscular candidate raised his eyebrows and looked at him. The boy just glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Fuck? Are you pretending to be awesome? The young man's arrogant look angered the candidate, who walked up to him and was about to teach him a lesson. At this time, a candidate in school uniform in the crowd recognized the young man. He grabbed the candidate who was about to take action and tried hard to signal him not to do so. The candidate saw him blinking non-stop and asked, "Dude, is there sand in your eyes?" The boy in school uniform looked at him speechlessly. He really didn't expect that he had hinted so obviously, but this guy still didn't understand. It seemed that training his muscles had damaged his brain. He leaned close to the examinee's ear and whispered, "Are you stupid? That's Tang Yuxuan, the 3rd young master of the Wenshui Tang family. You dared to provoke him? Are you so eager to reincarnate into another world? Fuck." Upon hearing that the young man was the 3rd young master of the Wenshui Tang family, the candidate broke out in a cold sweat instantly, as if an invisible big hand was pinching his throat tightly and making him unable to breathe. He quickly bowed 90 degrees to Tang Yuxuan and apologized with a very sincere attitude. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. If this guy doesn't bend, the ancestral graves of his family will be destroyed. Tang Yuxuan was too lazy to pay attention to this brainless person. He looked at everyone and said slowly, "What they said should be true. They have no reason to lie about this kind of thing." "Oh, right. I ran into Jiang Yan at the edge of the central area. We chatted for a few words, and then Yi Chen suddenly rushed out and attacked him and provoked him. He punched me and seriously injured me. Then he tied me to a tree trunk and whipped me for almost half an hour. It was a miserable sight. My whole body was covered in blood and flesh." At the end of his words, Tang Yuxuan showed an expression that he couldn't bear to look at. The scene suddenly fell into dead silence, and Jiang Chen in the crowd collapsed to the ground in fear after hearing this. Chu Feng and Yi Chen were actually eliminated by him? You must be kidding me, right? How is this possible? Yes, this is fake, this must be fake. Jiang Chen kept telling himself in his heart that this must be fake. Those were the twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. How could they be eliminated so easily by Jiang Yan? He forced himself to stand up, his limp body stretched out, and staggered to the front of the crowd. He looked at Tang Yuxuan, trying to confirm his answer. His lips trembled with fear. Well, Mr. Tang, are you telling the truth?" Tang Yuxuan frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. "Do you think I'm joking?" Tang Yuxuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, almost killing Jiang Chen on the spot. It's over. It's all over now. According to his original idea, Jiang Yan and the students from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School would definitely come to the central area to hunt monsters. At that time, the people from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School would definitely attack Jiang Yan, and then he would seize the opportunity to seriously injure him, so that he could avenge himself for being beaten into the ICU. But now you tell me that the two big brothers from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School were killed instantly. How can this happen? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress the panic deep in his heart. Reason told him that he absolutely could not stay here any longer. Jiang Yan would definitely come over later, and if he didn't leave, he would definitely be beaten into a folding screen. Yes, the only thing to do now is run. Run. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen rushed out of the crowd and ran towards the other side of the central area. Everyone present found Jiang Chen baffling. Why was he running away for no reason? Was he rushing to reincarnate? Xinyu glanced at the direction Jiang Chen fled, then continued to close her eyes and rest. After a while, Jiang Yan walked over here leisurely, whistling. He was somewhat surprised to see the large number of monster corpses lying on the plains and so many people gathered there. Now that the monsters are gone, what are these people still doing here? The Paw Patrol holds a meeting? Jiang Yan walked over slowly. When everyone present saw Jiang Yan coming over, they all started talking in low voices. Hey, look, that person is Jiang Yan. That's him. He looks so gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Is this what they call contrast? It's possible. We'd better stay away from him. If he spots us later, we'll be screwed. Listening to these discussions, Jiang Yan felt a little embarrassed and could only rub his hair. Jiang Yan glanced at the crowd and found that Jiang Chen was not there. Where are the people? They should be here after such a long time. Could this bastard? Jiang Yan muttered to himself while touching his chin. You're here. Xinyu walked forward and looked at Jiang Yan with a slight smile. Seeing Jiang Yan looking around from time to time, Xinyu asked, Are you looking for Jiang Chen? Hey, how do you know? Jiang Yan asked curiously. I guessed that he ran in that direction half an hour ago. Xinyu pointed in a direction. Run away? Interesting. Jiang Yan's face was full of disdain when he heard that Jiang Chen actually ran away. He stared at me with such a sinister look outside the secret realm, but in the end, he didn't even have the courage to face me? What a loser. Then I'll be leaving first. See you in the core area later. Bye. Jiang Yan waved goodbye to Xinyu. Well, see you in the core area. Call out. Then Jiang Yan's figure instantly tore through the air around him like lightning and rushed out. The speed was so fast that even an afterimage appeared. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Yan disappeared from Xinyu's sight. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already run to the other side of the central area. The surroundings were very quiet at this time. He walked under a tree and began to rest. It should be safe now. The Gemini twins from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School couldn't even beat that bastard Jiang Yan. They're still Gemini twins, bah. I think Chun-Chun are just two people on the street. Jiang Chen spat on the ground. If these two hadn't been able to beat Jiang Yan, he wouldn't have fled like a stray dog. Jiang Chen looked at the points on the bracelet. After such a long time, he only had 150 points. He stood up and prepared to continue hunting monsters nearby. This score was still far from the admission score of the worst martial arts university in the country. At the same time, an idea came to his mind. His current realm had reached the 4th level of the 2nd stage. There were still many candidates whose realm was less than the 2nd stage in this martial arts exam. It was estimated that those people were all in the outer area. At that time, he could directly snatch their bracelets and probably get a lot of points, so that he would have a chance to go to Lingwu University, one of the 5 top universities in Daxia Kingdom. Thinking of this, he showed a sly smile. It was the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest, so it was not his fault. Then he stood up and began to look for the unlucky guy nearby. Chapter 56, NM finally caught you. When Jiang Chen was wandering around, he actually found an unlucky guy. At this moment, this unlucky guy was still focusing on hunting monsters and didn't notice that someone was staring at him. Swish! A silver light flashed, and the head of the last monster fell to the ground. He looked at the points on the bracelet, which had just reached 150 points. Then he casually put the sword back into the scabbard. He looked up and glanced around. He always felt as if someone was staring at him. But when I looked around, I found that there was no one. Am I overthinking it? Call out. At this moment, a figure holding a long sword rushed towards him like an arrow, tearing through the air in an instant. Buzz! The young man reacted and drew his sword out of its sheath instantly, colliding with the long sword and making a crisp buzzing sound. Jiang Chen showed a trace of disdain on his face, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. The long sword in his hand actually condensed into a nearly 1 meter long sword shadow, which exuded a sharp aura. Jiang Chen swung his sword, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The shadow of the long sword slashed straight towards the young man, followed by a terrifying force bursting out. Clang! The sword in the boy's hand broke instantly, and the whole person was directly blown away by this huge force. The boy fell heavily to the ground, and he felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. Puff! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, and the hand that was holding the sword couldn't stop shaking. He looked at Jiang Chen with horror in his eyes. 2nd level, 4th level. The young man really didn't expect that the person who attacked him had reached the 4th level of the 2nd stage, while he was only the 1st level of the 2nd stage. Although there was only a difference of 3 levels in realm, there was a huge gap in strength. The young man secretly groaned. It was obvious that this person was here for his points. He had worked so hard to earn so many points, he absolutely couldn't give them to him. The young man just stood up, and the next second Jiang Chen rushed over and punched him hard in the abdomen. Boom! Puff! A large amount of blood sprayed on Jiang Chen's face. The boy's whole body was blown away by a huge force, breaking several trees in succession before he stopped. The boy felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart and his whole body was in excruciating pain. He struggled to stand up, but he couldn't exert any strength at all due to the pain. Jiang Chen walked over slowly, took out a tissue to wipe the blood off his face, and looked at the boy with a very vicious look. Jiang Chen stepped forward, stepped on his palm, and crushed it hard. Ah! The piercing pain made the young man suffer. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and he increased the strength of his feet. The young man's hand bones were actually broken by him. It was just because Jiang Yan left him with a huge psychological trauma, but he couldn't beat him, so he could only vent his anger on these people. The boy eventually passed out from the pain. Jiang Chen took off the boy's bracelet. The moment the bracelets collided with each other, Jiang Chen's points increased from 150 to 300. He looked at the unconscious boy coldly, then turned and left to look for the next unlucky guy. Some people in the camp frowned when they saw this scene. This guy beat someone so badly that he passed out and he just left like that. At least let him press the transmission device and get out. I knew he did it on purpose. He's so young yet he's so vicious. At least Jiang Yan would report others. Although this guy didn't break the rules, he makes me feel very uncomfortable. Just as Li.Kong raised his hand to send someone in to rescue, a person appeared on the screen. After seeing the person's face clearly, Li.Kong put down his hand. In the secret realm. Jiang Yan chased all the way, but did not see Jiang Chen. Fuck. Where is this bitch hiding? MD, please don't let me catch her. If I do, you'll be in big trouble. At this time, Jiang Yan noticed a person lying on the ground not far away. Jiang Yan walked forward and saw that the man was seriously injured, with bones in his right hand broken. TSK, he beat someone so badly and didn't even tell anyone about it. This guy is a real CS. Oh, I'd better help you. After saying that, Jiang Yan found the man's transmission device and pressed it directly. A small teleportation array appeared, and 2 seconds later the person was successfully teleported out. On the other side, Jiang Chen set his sights on a girl who was killing monsters alone. Seeing that the girl had finished killing the monsters, Jiang Chen walked up to her with a friendly smile and greeted her. Classmate, are you hunting monsters here alone? The girl had a very sweet appearance and a well-developed figure. Jiang Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Please, is there anything I can help you with? The girl asked. Well, I'm alone too. How about we go hunting monsters together? I'll have someone to look after us on the way. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. No need, I can do it alone, you should find other people to form a team. The girl ran away after saying that. Seeing that he was rejected, Jiang Chen's face instantly turned cold. She actually rejected me? Fine. He looked at the direction the girl left and chased after her with his sword. On the other side, the girl breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was chasing her. Suddenly, someone ran out and wanted to team up with her. It was obvious that something was wrong. Call out. There was only a sound of something cutting through the air. The girl turned around and saw Jiang Chen rushing towards her with a sword. Before the girl could draw her sword, Jiang Chen knocked her away with one blow. Sure it. The girl fell to the ground. Her clothes were cut by a sword, revealing her delicate white skin. Because her clothes were torn, her exposed figure looked particularly attractive. Jiang Chen walked slowly towards the girl. Looking at her attractive figure, he licked his lips unconsciously, and his eyes gradually became evil as he looked at the girl. A feeling of heat swept over his body. Noticing Jiang Chen's obscene look, the girl was particularly frightened at this moment. She struggled to retreat backwards. Due to fear, she didn't even have the courage to draw her sword. Watching Jiang Chen getting closer, the girl closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Seeing the girl close her eyes, the smile on Jiang Chen's face became more obscene. He dropped the sword in his hand and couldn't wait to attack the girl. Just as Jiang Chen's hand was about to touch the girl's body, Jiang Yan came over and saw this scene. Seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Yan showed an excited smile on his face. Fuck you, I finally caught you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan used teleportation to instantly come to Jiang Chen's side, then gathered all his spiritual power and punched Jiang Chen's right arm hard. Snap! A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and Jiang Chen was blown away by a huge force. He broke several extremely thick trees in succession before stopping. Jiang Chen fell in the mess, looking extremely miserable. When the smoke and dust cleared, he found that his right arm was broken by Jiang Yan's punch. Aha! Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain and his face became extremely distorted due to the severe pain. He hugged his broken right arm and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Ah! My right hand! Aw, it hurts. The sudden pain made him twitch continuously on the ground. The warrior's physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, but this punch actually broke his entire right hand. Who on earth is it? Jiang Chen's face was pale at this moment, with cold sweat pouring down his face. He endured the pain and struggled to stand up and look at the opposite side. The moment he saw who was coming, his pupils suddenly shrank, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Chapter 57. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Hearing the pig slaughtering scream, the girl tentatively opened her eyes. The girl stared at the scene in amazement. There was a handsome young man standing in front of her, and not far away, the candidate who had just tried to harass her was kneeling on the ground, covering his arm in pain. Can't you run quite fast? Keep going, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Jiang Yan's voice was full of teasing. Hearing Jiang Yan's ridicule, Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan, this bastard, would actually chase him. The pain of his broken right arm made him want to kill Jiang Yan on the spot. Jiang Yan frowned as he looked at Jiang Chen, who looked like he wanted to kill him on the spot, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. This guy really has no memory. Even now, he still dares to stare at him with such eyes. It seems that I was too lenient before. Jiang Chen's right arm was broken at this moment. Although he had not completely lost his combat effectiveness, it was still difficult for him to deal with a second-level monster with his current strength, not to mention that he was facing a person who was even more terrifying than the monster. Jiang Chen racked his brains to understand why Jiang Yan could be so powerful without the help of the Jiang family. How could he do that? Cough cough cough, puff. Jiang Chen was so jealous that his blood rushed up and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, a hint of fear now appearing on his face which was originally twisted by pain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath as if he was about to make a major decision. He looked at Jiang Yan and begged, Jiang Yan, I apologize for what I did to you before. Please let me go this time. After saying that, he bowed 90 degrees towards Jiang Yan, and his attitude looked very sincere. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen, who was bowing to apologize. Jiang Chen lowered his head and Jiang Yan couldn't see his expression. At this time, Jiang Chen's face began to distort due to anger. If he hadn't wanted to ask Jiang Yan to let him go, how could he have apologized to Jiang Yan? He suppressed the anger in his heart and tried not to let Jiang Yan see it. Jiang Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let you go? Are you kidding me? I'm a vindictive person. I won't let you go even if you beg me. Seeing that Jiang Yan remained silent, Jiang Chen began to tremble with anger. Damn it! I apologize to you, and you're still not satisfied? Kneel down. Jiang Yan said lightly. What did you say? Jiang Chen looked up at him, as if he didn't hear what he said clearly. I asked you to kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize. Jiang Yan looked at him coldly. Hearing that Jiang Yan actually wanted him to kneel down and kowtow, Jiang Chen's face turned pale, and the knuckles of his left hand began to turn white due to excessive force. He suppressed the anger in his heart. At this point, he had no other choice. As long as I can leave, I will make this bastard pay back 1,000-fold for the humiliation I suffered today. Boom. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jiang Chen endured the severe pain and knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Shame surged in his heart. He struggled to stand up and turn to leave. Did I let you go? Jiang Yan's voice came from behind. Jiang Yan, don't go too far. You said you would let me go if I kowtowed and apologized. I have done as you said. What else do you want? Jiang Chen clenched his fists and stared at him. I just asked you to kowtow and apologize, I didn't say you can leave. Jiang Yan smiled. How dare you play tricks on me? Jiang Chen roared. Jiang Yan looked at the girl behind him. Did I ever say that he could leave after he kowtowed and apologized? The girl shook her head. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Jiang Chen sarcastically. Look, if you don't want your ears, just donate them. Then what exactly do you want? Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Then of course I will beat you up. After saying that, Jiang Yan disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in front of Jiang Chen the next second. You! Before Jiang Chen could react, Jiang Yan punched him hard in the abdomen. Snap! A crisp and pleasant sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his thin body was blown away by this huge force, and he fell heavily on the 1,000-year-old tree behind him. Ugh! Boom! Jiang Chen fell to the ground. He felt as if he had seen his grandmother. The punch had directly dislocated his internal organs. Aha! The pain from broken bones all over his body made him miserable. His shrill and painful howls echoed throughout the forest. He instinctively wanted to curl up due to the pain, but he couldn't exert any strength at all. The severe pain made him sweat profusely, and his face turned paler than the white-painted wall. Then Jiang Chen's eyes went dark and he fainted from the pain. Jiang Yan walked over slowly and looked at the unconscious Jiang Chen with disgust. Tisk, TSK, you fainted already? You're such a loser. But you don't think I won't continue if you faint, do you? After he finished speaking, Jiang Yan blew a breath on his fist and without hesitation, punched Jiang Chen in the face, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out of his mouth. Jiang Chen's face was also deformed by this punch. Jiang Yan looked at the blood on his hands with disgust. He took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands. Then Jiang Yan punched Jiang Chen hard in the abdomen again. Ugh! Jiang Chen, who had fainted, was awakened by this punch. He stared at Jiang Yan in disbelief with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect that even though he had fainted, Jiang Yan still wouldn't let him go. Fuck you! Jiang Chen didn't finish his words when Jiang Yan punched him hard on the leg again, making a cracking sound. Ah! Jiang Yan, you're going to die a miserable death. Ah, my legs. Jiang Chen kept cursing Jiang Yan. But the more Jiang Chen scolded, the more ruthless Jiang Yan became. Jiang Yan's fists hit Jiang Chen's body as fast as raindrops. Every time a punch hit Jiang Chen, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen eventually fainted again due to excessive blood loss. Jiang Yan took off Jiang Chen's bracelet, stood up and rubbed his fingers. He was in a very happy mood at the moment. The feeling of punching him in the flesh was so fucking great. Looking at Jiang Chen, who seemed to be almost dead, Jiang Yan spat, and then he kicked Jiang Chen hard. Jiang Yan put away Jiang Chen's bracelet and turned to leave. At this moment, the girl from before stopped Jiang Yan, a blush on her sweet face. Well, thank you for coming to save me. Can I go with you? You're overthinking it. I came here specifically to deal with him. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. Jiang Yan said calmly. Then can you take me away? No, I don't like strangers following me. Swish. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, his figure turned into a stream of light. A white light flashed, and in just a blink of an eye, Jiang Yan disappeared from the girl's sight. The girl watched Jiang Yan disappear on the spot, with a look of loss on her face. she had no choice but to move towards the central area alone. Chapter 58 Humanoid Ants? Time soon came to the next morning. Although the name of the secret realm is Molten Mountain, the temperature inside is very cool. At this time in the core area, the geniuses from various cities in Donghai province have already killed monsters all the way into the core area. The monsters in the core area are all at level 3 and above. The geniuses are frantically hunting monsters in order to compete for the ranking in the East China Sea province. In just over 10 minutes, dozens of third-level monsters had died. In the temporary camp, everyone in the camp watched the performance of these geniuses with unstoppable admiration in their eyes. Well, this year's candidates are much stronger than those in previous years. Of course. The secret realms in previous years were all sea-level secret realms. At the same time, almost no one entered the core area. At this time of the military examination in previous years, the vast majority of candidates were in the central area, and almost no candidates entered the core area. Everyone looked at the real-time points ranking list next to the screen. The points gaps between the top 10 on the list were very small, and the ranking would change after a while. The competition is really fierce, someone sighed. In the secret realm. At this time, Jiang Yan had reached the outskirts of the core area, and what came into view was a huge jungle. He looked around and then stepped into the jungle. As Jiang Yan walked on the road, he could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the core area was far greater than that in the outer and central areas. It's worthy of being the core area, the concentration of spiritual energy is so high. Jiang Yan exclaimed. Jiang Yan continued to move deeper into the core area. Looking at the corpses of monsters around him, Jiang Yan was not surprised at all. After all, a day had passed since the start of the martial arts exam, and these monsters were probably killed by the geniuses from various cities. At this time, the faint noise coming from the distance caught Jiang Yan's attention. It sounded like someone was hunting monsters, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. Call out. Jiang Yan's figure turned into a stream of light, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Jiang Yan passed through the jungle as fast as lightning and rushed towards the distance. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yan rushed out of the jungle and saw a huge grassland before his eyes. At this moment on the grassland, the geniuses from various cities were fighting with a large number of monsters, including Qin Yu and Morong Wan. The two figures shuttled among the monsters like dragons. In just a blink of an eye, many monsters died under their swords. Seeing the two of them doing it with ease, Jiang Yan lightly jumped to the top of a tree. He stood on the top of the tree and began to watch them hunt monsters quietly. After a long fight, everyone felt very tired and had some injuries on their bodies, but fortunately, they finally killed all the monsters on the grassland. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a very strange roar was heard. Everyone who heard the sound immediately became alert and looked forward. In the distance, a human-like figure appeared in their sight. What is that thing? Why does it look so much like a human? Tang Yuxuan frowned slightly. The others also looked at the figure with confusion. The figure slowly walked towards them, and their pupils suddenly shrank the moment they saw the figure clearly. I saw that this monster had a very strange shape. Its head looked like an ant. Its body was huge and its muscles were very developed. There were strange textures on its black bones, which looked very hard. This monster also has a pair of lifeless eyes that flash red, the claws on its hands are very sharp, there are 2 pincers on its abdomen, and there are 2 pairs of translucent wings on its back. Is this an ant? A hint of surprise flashed across Morong Wan's face. Qin Yu frowned and looked at the monster. Although there are various monsters in the secret realm, this is the first time they have seen a monster that resembles a human. Jiang Yan always felt very familiar with this monster when looking at it, as if he had seen it somewhere. Just when everyone was puzzled, the ant let out a huge roar, and a terrifying aura burst out from it. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone's expression suddenly became solemn. Peak of the 4th level, someone exclaimed. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. A peak level 4th order monster was almost equivalent to a cultivator's foundation building stage. Swish! At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the monster spread its wings behind it and rushed over in an instant. The long sword in Morong Wan's hand flashed with a cold light, and in an instant dozens of sword energies covered in cold air were slashed out. Boom! The sword energy collided with the monster, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Call out! Dozens of sword energies did not cause any harm to the monster. The monster suddenly swung its claws, and Morong Wan hurriedly held the sword across her body to block it. Clang! The moment the sharp claws hit the sword, a crisp sound was heard, and Morongwan was directly blown away by a huge force. Just as it was about to hit the tree, Xingyu rushed forward like a flash of lightning and caught Morongwan. The two looked at the monster with serious expressions. At this time, the monster let out another huge roar, and in a breath a large group of dense figures appeared in the sky. Oh my god! Why are there so many ants? Tang Yuxuan was shocked. Those densely packed figures in the sky are ants, and these ants are about the same size as 3 or 4-year-old human children. Looking at the large number of ants, everyone in the camp couldn't help but worry for the candidates in the secret realm. The humanoid ants let out a low roar, and instantly the ant colony in the air swept towards everyone like a tide. At this moment, everyone mobilized their own spiritual power or blood and started fighting with the ant colony. Swish, swish, swish. As silver lights flashed, sharp sword energy slashed towards the ant colony, and in an instant, a large number of ants were cut in half by the sword energy. At the same time, the points on everyone's wristbands were also rising rapidly. Seeing this, Zhang Yan was too lazy to just stand by and watch the show. He clasped his hands together and a magic circle appeared behind him. At the same time, dozens of spirit swords emerged from the magic circle. Swish, swish, swish. As Zhang Yan's mind moved, dozens of spirit swords instantly cut through the air and attacked the ant colony. Boom! The magic sword cut through a large number of ants with ease, just like cutting melons and vegetables. After a long period of fighting, only a few ants were left in the originally densely packed ant colony. That's it? I thought it was so cruel. Aren't they just giving us points? Someone mocked. The humanoid ant seemed to understand and instantly flapped its wings and rushed over, just as its sharp claws were about to grab the candidate's head. Zhang Yan used his teleportation to instantly appear in front of the examinee, and then he did a roundhouse kick and hit the ant hard in the abdomen. The humanoid ant let out a painful roar and its entire body flew backwards. Chapter 59, Still Eating? I'm here to kill you. Boom! The ant beast fell heavily to the ground, immediately raising a cloud of dust. Ding! System task release, host, please kill the 4th level peak monster in front of you. Reward, 2,000 points. When Zhang Yan heard the system issuing a task, his eyes lit up. Killing a 4th order peak monster could actually earn him 2,000 points. This system was really generous. At this time, Tang Yuxuan was holding a long sword and ready to attack, but Zhang Yan raised his hand to stop him. What are you doing? Tang Yuxuan frowned and looked at Zhang Yan. This monster is my target, so naturally I have to get rid of it. Zhang Yan said lightly. After hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across Tang Yuxuan's face. He wondered why he should give it to you and was about to speak out his objection. But then he thought of Yi Chen's miserable end. He swallowed, and adhering to the principle of retreat for the happier, he retracted his sword and silently took a few steps back. Seeing Tang Yuxuan's understanding look, Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction. He had originally thought that if Tang Yuxuan didn't agree, he would just hang him on a tree and whip him. At this time, the smoke and dust on the field dissipated, and only a hole was left on the ground, and the ant beast had disappeared without a trace. Run away? A hint of surprise flashed across Zhang Yan's face. This was the first time he encountered a monster that would run away on its own. In the past, the monsters he hunted would just rush towards him mindlessly and then be chopped down by his sword. This ant beast realized that something was wrong and ran away. Could it be that it had gained intelligence? Zhang Yan shook his head. He was not interested in whether the ant beast had developed intelligence or not. He just wanted to kill the monster quickly. At this time, Xingyu came up and said, I'll go with you, so that the two of us can look after each other. No need, I can do it alone. Zhang Yan waved his hand and refused. It's just a peak 4th level monster, killing it is a piece of cake. But. Xingyu wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yan's figure had already turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Xingyu felt a little disappointed, but then she adjusted her mood, glanced at the direction Zhang Yan rushed out, and then turned around to go to other places in the core area to hunt monsters. After all, her goal is Tiandaoan, so how can she stagnate here now? Soon, Zhang Yan chased all the way to the foot of a huge mountain. What came into view was a huge cave. Zhang Yan looked around and then walked in. The cave was pitch black and very quiet. Zhang Yan snapped his fingers, and then a ball of flame condensed by spiritual power appeared in his hand. With the help of the light of the flame, he barely dispelled the darkness around him. Jiang Yan walked slowly towards the depths of the cave, and from time to time he could hear the sound of dripping water. Snap! Jiang Yan looked down and saw that a bone was broken by his foot. Perhaps because it had been too long, the bone had become brittle. Jiang Yan looked up and looked around, only to see a large number of bones on the ground around him, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. It seems that this should be the ants' cave, Jiang Yan murmured. At this moment, a faint light not far away caught his attention. Jiang Yan walked slowly towards the light with light steps. When he was getting close to the light, Jiang Yan stopped and leaned against the edge of the wall, sticking his head out to look inside. After seeing the scene inside clearly, Jiang Yan was stunned. I saw a huge nest inside, and the humanoid ant beast was sitting in the nest. There were many corpses of monsters piled on the ground, and the pits on the surrounding walls were filled with a large number of eggs, and ants would break out of their shells from time to time. The smell of blood and the smell of rotting corpses mixed together in the air. The smell was even more disgusting than canned herrings, and it almost made Jiang Yan vomit on the spot. The ants that hatched out of their shells were about the size of a 1-year-old human child. After smelling the blood, they pounced on the corpse on the ground like crazy and began to eat it frantically. In just a breath of time, a bear demon about 2 meters tall was bitten to the bone. Jiang Yan was somewhat shocked by the amazing eating speed of the ant cubs in front of him. Then Jiang Yan took out his sword and slowly walked out of the darkness. Still eating? I'm here to kill you. Hearing the sound, the ants that were gnawing on the corpse stopped one after another. The humanoid ant beast looked at Jiang Yan and made a sharp hissing sound. Suddenly, the baby ants rushed towards Jiang Yan frantically. As the saying goes, capture the leader first and attack the rear in team battles. A powerful spiritual power emanated from Jiang Yan and was exhaled with a breath of foul air. 3 identical clones appeared beside Jiang Yan. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 clones holding magic swords rushed into the ant colony like lightning. Boom! The sword energy burst out, and the rocks flew through the air. In just a few breaths, all the cubs were killed. Seeing the newborn cubs die like this, the humanoid ant beast let out a heart-wrenching roar. For a moment, even the entire cave began to tremble slightly. Snap! 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 As one crackling sound after another was heard, a large number of ant baby animals broke out of their shells. The humanoid ant beasts let out low roars, and in an instant the ant colony swept towards Jiang Yan like a huge web, blocking the light. A trace of disdain flashed across Jiang Yan's face, and a terrifying spiritual power burst out from him, instantly blasting the ant colony that was rushing towards him into pieces. Swish! Jiang Yan instantly appeared in front of the humanoid ant beast with a long sword in his hand. The long sword in his hand flashed with silver light, and he slashed at the abdomen of the humanoid ant beast. The ant beast reacted and used its arms with hard bones to block in front of it. However, its originally extremely hard bones were as fragile as paper in front of Jiang Yan, and the long sword in his hand instantly broke through its defense. Swish! There was a flash of silver light, and a horrible wound instantly appeared on the body of the humanoid ant beast, and a large amount of green sticky liquid gushed out. The ant beast let out a painful roar, and its entire body flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. Boom! Jiang Yan walked slowly towards the ant beast with a long sword in his hand. At this moment, an expression of fear appeared on the face of the humanoid ant beast, and its body was shaking constantly. Noticing the ant beast's fear, Jiang Yan sneered. Scared? That's right. Seeing Jiang Yan getting closer and closer, the humanoid ant beast actually felt the fear of death. It let out a low roar and spread the 2 pairs of wings on its back. At this moment, several ant cubs on the wall next to them suddenly rushed out and pounced on Jiang Yan's head. Unfortunately, the moment they got close, they were crushed into meat paste by the spiritual power fluctuations emitted by Jiang Yan. Hiss! A deafening roar sounded, and Jiang Yan subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. The humanoid ant beast seized the opportunity, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the humanoid ant beast flew out in an instant. Call out. Fuck you! Jiang Yan cursed, and his body turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Chapter 60 Kill the ant beast and win the first place in Donghai province. The humanoid ant beast ignored the pain of its wound and flapped its wings desperately to escape. As one of the overlords of this area, it had never encountered such a situation before. It didn't expect that this skinny human being was so powerful. At this time, Jiang Yan rushed out of the cave. He glanced at the green liquid on the ground, then sped up and chased in the direction of the liquid. Soon, the humanoid ant beast appeared in Jiang Yan's sight. Jiang Yan sped up and rushed towards the ant beast like lightning. Realizing that Jiang Yan was chasing after it, the ant beast tried to speed up, but the damage to its body meant that this speed was already its limit. Boom! The ant beast accidentally crashed into an extremely thick tree. It already had a long wound on the front of its body. After this collision, a large amount of green liquid suddenly spurted out of the wound, and the wound looked particularly terrifying. Jiang Yan looked at the ant beast lying on the ground without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement at the prospect of getting points. The humanoid ant beast stood up with its seriously injured body. It tried to escape, but due to the previous collision, its two pairs of wings were directly broken and could not be opened at all. It had no choice but to continue running forward while dragging its severely injured body. Looking at the ant beast still running away, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Swish! The long sword in his hand slashed out two sword energies, and in just a blink of an eye, the two sword energies instantly cut off the ant beast's legs. Hiss! The anteater howled in pain and fell to the ground after losing its legs. However, it did not give up and continued to crawl forward with the help of its arms made of hard bones. Seeing this tenacious scene, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. With both legs cut off, he still tried to survive by crawling on his arms? Haji you guy. Jiang Yan teleported in front of it and stepped on its head. The ant beast let out an unwilling roar and waved its arms desperately to try to resist. You look really ugly like this, Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Swish! After he finished speaking, Jiang Yan raised his hand and swung his sword again. The moment the sharp sword blade passed through the ant beast's arms, the ant beast's arms were directly chopped off by the sword. Hiss! The ant beast let out a painful hiss and struggled desperately, but Jiang Yan stepped on its head tightly. After struggling for a while, the ant beast's struggles became weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Jiang Yan kicked it away, then teleported forward and chopped off its head with a sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 4th order peak monster. Reward, 2,000 points. At this time, Jiang Yan's points had reached 450 points. Jiang Yan glanced at the corpse on the ground. At this moment, the system task had been completed, and he was too lazy to hunt monsters anymore. There were still more than 10 hours before the end of the martial arts exam, so Jiang Yan decided to find a place to practice directly until the end of the exam. Time quickly came to morning, and today was the day when the martial arts exam would end. 3 days passed in a flash, and everyone in the camp was concentrating on looking at the rankings on the leaderboard. 10th place, Heiyang No. 1 Middle School, Holy Xie. 9th place, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Fangping. 8th place, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Su Xiaoxiao. 4th place, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Jiang Yan. 3rd place, Wanshui No. 1 Middle School, Tang Yuxuan. 2nd place, Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, Jin Yu. 1st place, Sonshan No. 1 Middle School, Morong Wan. There is a gap of 100 points between the 1st and 2nd place. No one was surprised by this ranking. As the young master of Wanjian Pavilion, Morong Wan's strength is naturally unquestionable. Yan Wei looked at the rankings on the list. Although he had let it go before, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that none of the top 10 students on the list were from Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School. He began to ask himself in his heart, if Chu Feng and Yi Chen had not been eliminated, would Chu Feng be the first? There are 2 minutes left until the end of the martial arts exam, and this ranking should be the final ranking. In the secret realm. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Thanks to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the core area, his cultivation had now reached the great perfection of foundation building. Feeling the vast spiritual power in his body, Jiang Yan was a little excited. He looked at the time on his bracelet and saw that there was still 1 minute left before the martial arts exam ended. He reached into his pocket and touched Jiang Chen's bracelet. Looking at the bracelet, Jiang Yan finally realized that after beating Jiang Chen up, he still hadn't gotten his points. Jiang Yan quickly touched the 2 bracelets together. As the bracelets touched, his score had reached 750 points. On the ranking list, Jiang Yan's ranking jumped directly from 4th to 1st, just 1 point higher than the 2nd place Morong Wan. At this time, someone noticed that Jiang Yan's ranking had become number 1. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did Jiang Yan become number 1? Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to look and saw that Jiang Yan, who was originally in 4th place, had actually risen to 1st place 1 minute before the end of the martial arts exam. What's going on? How did his score increase by 300 points in an instant? Someone asked in confusion. Is this kid cheating? Li Dekong, who had just finished watching the video replay, said calmly, "This guy just took out a bracelet from his pocket. There was exactly 300 points in it." "Oh, I see." At this time, Wang Defa, the principal of Yunhai No. 1 Middle School, was so shocked by the ranking list that he was speechless. It took him a long time to recover from his shock. Wang Defa's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. "Good boy, you are simply my real father." It has only been a month since Jiang Yan joined the school team. Not only was he admitted to Tiandao Academy ahead of schedule, he even won first place in the Donghai Province martial arts exam. Oh my god, if this gets out, people will start to suspect that he drank too much fake liquor. Wang Defa decided to tear down his own statue in the school square and replace it with Jiang Yan's after he returned. Not only in the square, but also in front of the dormitories, cafeterias, and even public toilets, Jiang Yan's statues would be built. If a talented young man like Jiang Yan had enough resources, he would surely achieve the nascent soul stage within 200 years and the celestial being stage within 500 years, and his name would resound throughout the great Xia kingdom. After hearing that Jiang Yan entered Yunhai No. 1 Middle School midway through his studies, everyone present looked at Wang Defa and almost bit their back teeth to pieces. Why is he so lucky? Why can't they meet a genius like Jiang Yan? Congratulations, Principal Wang. Someone came forward to congratulate him. Now, the name of your Yunhai No. 1 Middle School will probably spread throughout the country. Wang Defa smiled faintly and started chatting with everyone. Chapter 61, The Martial Arts Exam is over, Li Dekong tries to snatch people. As the martial arts exam came to an end, the candidates in the secret realm were automatically teleported out. The originally vast and empty plain was instantly covered by a large number of black shadows. At this moment, the expressions of tens of thousands of candidates were different, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. The martial arts exam is finally over. They have practiced hard for so long just to shine in the martial arts exam. Of course, this is just the beginning, and they still have a long way to go in their future lives. Jiang Yan found a place with few people and sat down. The students around him had already started to discuss their test results excitedly. "Hey, what's your score?" "I tried my best and the sword was cut in half, so I only got 400 points. That's already quite high. At least you can pick any top-tier martial arts university in Donghai Province. I'm going to have a blast for the next 2 months. Who do you think will be number 1 in Donghai Province this time?" "I guess it should be Morong Wan, the young master of Wanjin Pavilion." No, I think it should be." Jiang Yan was listening to music with headphones on. He wasn't too interested in who won first place in Donghai Province. He had originally participated in this martial arts exam just to beat Jiang Chen up. Now that the martial arts exam is over, there is no need to stay here any longer. Jiang Yan stood up and prepared to go to where the bus was parked. "Student Jiang Yan." At this time, Li Dekong slowly walked towards Jiang Yan with a kind smile on his face. He walked over to Jiang Yan and whispered, "Jiang Yan, your points ranking is first, exactly 1 point higher than the second place. Congratulations on achieving first place in the province." Feeling the cultivation level in Jiang Yan's body, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Dekong's face. His cultivation level had actually reached the great perfection of foundation building. After Jiang Yan entered the secret realm, Li Dekong asked someone to investigate Jiang Yan's information. In just 1 month, he had cultivated from the qi refining stage to the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. No one with such an incredible cultivation speed had ever appeared in the entire history of the great Xia kingdom. According to this speed of cultivation, he will definitely be able to achieve the nascent soul stage within 100 years. After 200 years, a new nascent soul cultivator will finally appear in our great Xia country. At this moment, he looked at Jiang Yan with more and more satisfaction. How could such a genius be snatched away by Tiandao Academy? No. Although Jiang Yan has been admitted in advance, he has not yet stepped into the gate of Tiandao Academy. I still have to try my best. What if Jiang Yan agrees? As long as he agrees, I will let him enter Zhaixing Academy today. Although this is a bit unethical, as long as he can allow such a genius to enter the academy, he doesn't care what others think of him. Thinking of this, Li Dekong bowed to Jiang Yan and apologized. "I'm sorry, classmate Jiang Yan. Because of our negligence, our college missed out on a genius like you. I'm really sorry." Jiang Yan was a little confused. He didn't understand why Senior Li Dekong suddenly said this. Li Dekong looked at the bewildered Jiang Yan and smiled. "Student Jiang Yan, I know this is unethical of me. But what Tiandao Academy promised you, we at Jiaxing Academy can also fulfill. And we can pay 3 times as much. Would you like to join us at Jiaxing Academy? Li Dakong's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly, and there was an uproar at the scene. Did I hear correctly? Star Picking Academy is actually trying to snatch someone away. Hasn't Jiang Yan already been admitted to Tiandao Academy? Why is Jiaxing Academy trying to snatch him away? Why are you so stupid? Even though he was recommended for admission early, he hasn't even entered the academy yet. As long as he hasn't, there's still a chance to snatch him away. How could Star Picking Academy just give up on a talented young man like him? Fuck. This is so unfair. I'm just a living chicken. I'm jumping. Jiang Yan looked at Li Dakong in shock. He really didn't expect that even though he had already been admitted, Senior Li Dakong would still come to snatch him away. Seeing that Jiang Yan remained silent, Li Dakong became a little nervous. Student Jiang Yan, if you're worried about the academy's faculty resources, you can rest assured. Tiandao Academy only has 2 more nascent soul cultivators than our academy, but our academy is no worse than them in other aspects. Having said that, Jiang Yan had already agreed to be admitted to Tiandao Academy and had even obtained the badge. He couldn't do something like going back on his word. Just as he was about to reject Li Dakong's request, an angry roar came from behind him. Li Dakong! I heard everything you said just now. How shameless of you to poach people from me. Li Yuantian walked over angrily. Li Yuantian protected Jiang Yan behind him. He had originally had a kind face, but now he looked angry. He really didn't expect that even though Jiang Yan had already been admitted, the old man Li Dakong dared to come and poach him. He simply didn't take him seriously. Looking at the angry Li Yuantian, Li Dakong just smiled faintly. Li, you are already so old and still so irritable. If you have anything to say, we can sit down and talk slowly. Bah! I have nothing to say to you. Jiang Yan has already been admitted and you are still trying to poach him. Li Yuantian spat on the ground. So what? He hasn't entered your academy yet. What if he suddenly figures it out? You're overthinking it, aren't you, Jiang Yan? A hint of disdain flashed across Li Yuantian's face. Jiang Yan nodded. Putting Jiang Yan in your school is a waste of his talent. Li Dakong said angrily. You are so good, Li Dakong. Not only did you try to poach our people, you also slandered our school in front of me. You are really awesome. Li Yuantian was very angry. He wanted to teach this old bastard a lesson on the spot. Am I wrong? Didn't our star-picking academy come first in the last friendly match held by the 5 major schools? Li Dakong raised his eyebrows. How dare you say that? In all these friendly matches, how many times have you won first place? Li Yuantian was amused by his words. You! Li Dakong was speechless for a moment. He really didn't want to give up on a genius like Jiang Yan. He looked at Jiang Yan. Student Jiang Yan, why don't you reconsider it? Our Jiaxing Academy is really no worse than Tiandao Academy. If you come to our academy, I can promise you. Li Dakong was interrupted by Li Yuantian's angry shout before he could finish his words. You old bastard! I've tolerated you for a long time. Jiang Yan has made it very clear, but you are still pestering me here. Believe it or not, I will put you in the intensive care unit later. Li Yuantian shouted angrily. Come on. Who's afraid of who? If you lose, let Jiang Yan enter our star-picking academy. Li Dakong was also very dissatisfied. Alright. Let's find a spot and fight now. Jiang Yan was confused. He agreed just like that? Don't you even ask for his opinion? When they heard that the 2 of them were going to fight, the students watching immediately became excited. After all, the battle between Yuanying powerhouses was not something you could see just by wanting to. Upon seeing this, the other teachers hurriedly urged the students to return to the bus. The aftermath of the fight between the 2 nascent soul cultivators was no joke. The onlookers complained, but they had no choice but to return to the bus. Chapter 62, 2 old men fight, and the fight ends in a draw again. Seniors, please calm down first. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, Li Yuantian waved his hand and interrupted him. Student Jiang Yan, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I must teach this old bastard a lesson today. Call out. Li Yuantian's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second Li Yuantian appeared in the air, and Li Dakong also turned into a stream of light and flew into the air. At this time, a figure slowly walked towards Jiang Yan from behind, and at the same time a smell came into Jiang Yan's nose. What's that smell? Why does it smell so good? Jiang Yan looked back and saw a young man in white clothes walking towards him leisurely while gnawing on a chicken leg. The young man in white stood next to Jiang Yan and looked him up and down, then nodded. Yeah, he's more handsome in person than in the photo. Who are you? Hello, I am Lu Hongshu, the last disciple of Old Man Li. According to seniority, I am your senior brother. You can call me senior brother or my name. Lu Hongshu introduced himself. Hello, senior brother. Lu Hongshu patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. He was very satisfied with this polite junior brother in front of him. Senior brother, the two seniors are about to fight, why don't we go and persuade them? Jiang Yan looked up at the two people in the air. Lu Hongshu took a bite of the chicken leg and said nonchalantly, my period happens a few times a month. Those two old men always fight a few times a month. Just get used to it, junior brother. After saying that, he took out two delicious chicken legs from his waist badge and handed one to Jiang Yan's mouth. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Yan took the chicken leg and started to chew it. Old Man Li, you two should be careful not to hurt us later, otherwise you may not be able to see your lovely closed disciple. Lu Hongshu shouted into the air. Jiang Yan was a little surprised to hear his senior brother call Li Yuantian Old Man Li directly. Is the relationship between master and disciple so harmonious? Li Yuantian in the air frowned slightly when he heard Lu Hongshu call him Old Man Li. He usually called him Old Li, but today he called him Old Man Li. Then he sighed. He only had this one close disciple, so he had to spoil him and let him call him whatever he wanted. Li Yuantian raised his hand slightly, and a vast spiritual power formed a protective shield that enveloped Jiang Yan and the other two. The two people in the air looked at each other, and then two vast spiritual powers burst out and released, and the two spiritual powers collided with each other like surging waves. The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul stage swept over, and Jiang Yan and the other two who were wrapped in spiritual power were not affected at all. However, the teachers and students on the bus not far away suffered a lot. They were directly suppressed by this pressure and could not move at all. Li Yuantian waved his hand, and instantly tens of thousands of spiritual swords appeared from behind him, and then the spiritual swords poured towards Li Dakong like a rainstorm. Looking at the tens of thousands of spiritual swords attacking him, Li Dakong had a calm expression. A terrifying chill was released and the temperature around him dropped to freezing point in an instant. Snap! A crisp sound of freezing was heard in the air. Li Dakong raised his hand slightly, and tens of thousands of ice crystals condensed from ice instantly appeared in front of him. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward, and the ice crystals collided with the spirit sword, making a huge roar. Boom! The aftermath of the collision caused the bus not far away to shake, and the two were also knocked back more than 10 meters by the aftermath, and the terrifying pressure also dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bus drivers stepped on the accelerator and more than 10 buses rushed out in an instant. If they didn't leave, the buses would be blown to pieces. The nascent soul experts are indeed so terrifying. Li Dakong clasped his hands together and two 10-meter-long frost dragons roared terrifyingly and attacked Li Yuantian. Li Yuantian also made hand gestures, and the originally cloudless blue sky was suddenly filled with deafening thunder. Then the blue sky instantly turned gray, and terrifying lightning struck the frost dragon. Boom! A dazzling light burst out from the sky, and the terrifying frost dragon was split into pieces of ice by the lightning. The broken ice gradually turned into water droplets on the way down and landed on the ground. Upon seeing this, long swords instantly appeared in the hands of the two men, and then they flashed and appeared in front of each other in an instant. The long swords collided, making a sharp buzzing sound. For a moment, sword shadows flashed, spiritual power overflowed, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this power. Jiang Yan looked at the two people fighting in the air. He turned his head and asked, "Brother, who do you think will win?" Lu Hongshu swallowed a mouthful of chicken thigh and said calmly, "Ever since I started school, I've seen them fight each other no less than 100 times, and without exception, they all ended in a draw. There's no need to watch anymore. It will definitely be a draw this time." Lu Hongshu sat on the ground and waited quietly for the fight between the two to end. Cultivators in the nascent soul stage can mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their spiritual power is almost inexhaustible. If they want to defeat their opponents at the same level, they can only rely on high-level magic weapons or extremely powerful spells. the two kept fighting like this. When they saw that their sword skills were tied, they began to use all kinds of magic skills and started to fight fiercely. After fighting for several hours, there was still no winner. Oldly, please stop. We've been fighting for so long and still can't decide the winner. My junior brother and I are getting fed up with it. Lu Hongshu shouted towards the sky. After hearing this, the two looked at each other and had no choice but to stop. At this time, Lu Hongshu patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, your badge should not be connected to the school system yet, right?" "It seems not." Jiang Yan took out the badge from his pocket and handed it to him. Lu Hongshu looked at the badge in his hand and said, "Once you're connected to the system, you can use it to enter and exit various areas of the school. Once you've linked your badge to your phone, you can use the dedicated software on your phone to accept various tasks. Completing tasks earns you credits, which you can use to exchange for techniques at the school's sutra library, or for elixirs at the alchemy pavilion. Of course, since you're a recommended student, you don't need to rely on credits to exchange for anything. Of course, I suggest you link your phone, just in case you want to do some tasks or something, right?" "Oh, right? With this badge, you're effectively the captain of the Law Enforcement Alliance. You can mobilize law enforcement officers to assist you. Of course, only badges from the 5 top universities can grant this privilege. Badges from other martial arts universities can't. It can be like this." Jiang Yan was a little surprised. "That's for sure. If the top 5 universities don't even have this little right, then what kind of top universities are they?" Lu Hongshu said calmly. He stood up and dusted himself off. "Junior brother, the martial arts exam is over. When do you plan to return to school?" "Then let's do it today. There's nothing else to do anyway." Chapter 63 Hot Discussions Online. It was soon noon. Li Yuantian bought 3 first-class tickets, and then the 3 of them boarded a plane to Kyoto. The news of the end of the martial arts exam spread to all cities in Donghai province at an extremely fast speed. Although the official ranking of this martial arts exam has not yet been announced, some people present still know the results. Soon the ranking of this martial arts exam was posted online, and soon after the ranking was released, it caused an uproar. Among them, the following news are particularly eye-catching. Genius boy Jiang Yan suddenly emerged and was admitted to Tiandao Academy ahead of schedule, and won first place in Donghai province this year. The highly anticipated twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School didn't even score a single point and were eliminated early by Jiang Yan. According to gossip, Jiang Yan was ranked 4th until the last minute, when he suddenly overtook the opponent and took first place in the exam by just 1 point. For a time, a large number of posts about this year's Donghai province martial arts examination and Jiang Yan appeared on a certain bar, the largest forum in Daxia Kingdom. Countless netizens commented on these posts. "This is outrageous. Which god is this Jiang Yan reincarnated from? Not only did he get admitted early, but he also won first place in this year's Donghai province martial arts exam. And he only scored 1 point higher than the second place. Wouldn't the second place guy just jump out of frustration in the middle of the night? I seriously suspect he was deliberately manipulating the score to humiliate the second place. I don't agree with the above opinion. What if it's just luck that I got a higher score? Wow, then he could have won 5 million. Is it possible that as a recommended student, the top student in the province, he could easily get 5 million? Fuck. I'm still a chicken feather, jump brothers. Follow 1. Yunhai No. 1 Middle School has been in the spotlight this year. 4 of the top 10 on the list are from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School. I've decided to enroll my nephew in this school. Calm down, buddy. This is purely a matter of personal strength and has nothing to do with the school. For a time, this year's Donghai province martial arts examination became the topic of conversation among the people of Daxia after dinner. According to an enthusiastic citizen, the reason why the twin stars of Qingfeng No. 1 Middle School were eliminated by Jiang Yan was that they took the initiative to provoke others, and then were beaten up by Jiang Yan because of their lack of strength. If things continue to develop in this way, the popularity of this year's Donghai province martial arts examination will be the highest in the history of Donghai province, and the name Jiang Yan will also leave a strong mark in the history of Donghai province. In Yunhai City Hospital. In a high-end ward. The 3 Jiang sisters looked at Jiang Chen and Jiang Tianlong lying unconscious on the hospital beds without saying a word. Jiang's mother was in low spirits at the moment, and her eyes were already red and swollen from crying. After Jiang Chen was teleported out, he was immediately sent to the hospital. Upon hearing the news, Zhang's father and mother ignored the feelings of the three Zhang sisters and rushed to the hospital as a family. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Chen, Zhang Tianlong was very angry, but he could do nothing. Zhang's mother kept crying there, muttering, "Why is my Xiaochen so miserable?" After today's martial arts exam, Zhang Tianlong spat out blood and fainted on the spot after seeing Jiang Yan get first place in the province in this martial arts exam. Zhang Tianlong tried his best to understand why this unfilial son could achieve such success without the help of the Zhang family. He just wanted Jiang Yan to bow his head and admit his mistake. Jiang Yan was his biological son. As long as he was willing to admit his mistake, everything in the Zhang family would be his. Why couldn't he bow his head and apologize? When the three Zhang sisters saw Jiang Yan get first place in the province, they were happy for him from the bottom of their hearts, but they felt very disappointed after being happy. The martial arts exam is over, and Jiang Yan has probably gone to Kyoto. If he doesn't want to come back, they probably won't see him again in this life. They are extremely regretful now. If they had not done those things to him, they would not have lost their younger brother Jiang Yan. At this time, Zhang Tianlong woke up on the hospital bed and turned his head to look at the people in the room. His voice was a little weak. "Where is Jiang Yan?" Seeing Zhang Tianlong wake up, Zhang Huang walked up and whispered, "Dad. Xiaoyan has probably gone to Kyoto." Hearing that Jiang Yan might have gone to Kyoto, Zhang Tianlong was silent for a while, then he said, "I'll trouble you these few days. I'll move the company to Kyoto. After Xiaochen wakes up, our family will move to Kyoto to live." Zhang Huang was slightly stunned, then nodded, "Okay, Dad, I'll arrange it right away." Zhang Huang then walked out of the ward and started calling his secretary to make arrangements. Mother Jiang wiped her tears and looked up at Zhang Tianlong. "Dad, is it because of Xiaoyan that you decided to move our family to Kyoto?" "No, the conditions in Kyoto are better and more conducive to the future development of the Zhang family." After saying this, Zhang Tianlong lay on the bed and continued to rest. Although he did decide to move to Kyoto for Jiang Yan, he didn't want to lose his dignity and prestige as a father, so he could only say no. At this time, Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed next to him, had already woken up. He heard everything that had just been said in the ward clearly. The whole family is actually moving to Kyoto. He is not a fool. He knows that they must have decided to move to Kyoto because of that bastard Jiang Yan. Jiang Chen was unable to move at this moment and could only feel helpless and furious in his heart. "Jiang Yan, you beast. If it weren't for you, how could I have become like this? If it weren't for you, I would definitely be able to go to Tiandao Academy with my points. I swear I won't be a human being if I don't avenge this. One day, I will kill you with my own hands." At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were closed, but his face began to distort due to the extreme anger in his heart. After Jiang Ling and Jiang Xiaowan returned to the Jiang family, they began to pack their things. They were about to go to Kyoto to see Jiang Yan, and they felt a little uneasy. After all, every time they went to find Jiang Yan, it was to reduce the conflict between him and the Jiang family. However, after going to find Jiang Yan, not only did the conflict not ease, but it became more and more serious. The two could only constantly comfort themselves in their hearts that they would have the opportunity to see Jiang Yan every day after going to Kyoto. As long as they did not give up, they would definitely be able to persuade Jiang Yan to come back. Kyoto. After getting off the plane, the college arranged a special car to pick up Jiang Yan and the other two. As the car was driving on the road, Li Yuantian took out a key and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Xiao Jiang, I guess you won't be too keen on living in the dormitory after entering the academy, so I bought you a house in the neighborhood across from the school. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 100 square meters, the house has been renovated and has all the necessary facilities. As for all the expenses after the house is built, I will bear them. I will take you to the community later." Jiang Yan looked at the key in his hand, so surprised that he was speechless. Are recommended students treated so well? The college teacher even bought him a house. Lu Hongshu patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, just get used to it. I have more money than I can spend. If you need anything, just tell me." Ha ha. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly. Chapter 64 College Rankings. Soon the vehicle drove into the residential area opposite the school. Jiang Yan followed Li Yuantian and soon arrived at the door of the house. Click. The key was inserted into the keyhole, the door opened, and Jiang Yan pushed the door open. The decoration style of the house was very fresh and simple, and the facilities in the house were indeed complete. "Okay, then I'll leave first. If you have nothing to do in the afternoon, you can go and familiarize yourself with the campus environment. Li Yuantian said. Oh, okay. Li Yuantian turned and left. Jiang Yan walked into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe to take a look. Wow, Li Yuantian even bought him clothes and underwear, and folded them neatly. Jiang Yan was lying on the bed feeling bored and started browsing the Tiandao Academy forum. A freshman at the Monk Academy, level 23, successfully broke the Academy's record for consecutive furnace explosions while refining an alchemy furnace. Martial Arts Academy student Li successfully defeated Warrior Academy student Wang in the Academy arena, entering the top 100 of the Academy rankings. Shocked. Xiao, ranked 36th in the college rankings, is actually this kind of person in private? Click the link below for details. Jiang Yan browsed the forum for a long time, and a large part of it was about rankings. Out of curiosity, he sent a message to Lu Hongxiu. Brother, what is this ranking of the Academy? Soon Lu Hongxiu's message came back. This thing was created by the school to encourage everyone to compete with each other. Students can challenge anyone on the leaderboard. If someone loses, the ranking will automatically change to the winner's name. Of course, anyone on the list can challenge someone higher up. If they win, their rankings automatically swap. This ranking is pretty impressive. So, senior brother, where are you in the rankings? Jiang Yan asked while typing. Ahem, your senior brother, tend to follow my own will and have no interest in these things. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. Okay, I'll go check it out when I have time. By the way, let me remind you not to mess with any of the top 20 on the list. Those guys are all true geniuses. Geniuses tend to have somewhat eccentric personalities. For the sake of your physical and mental health, I suggest you stay away from them. Okay. Jiang Yan sent an okay emoticon. Jiang Yan glanced at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still early, so Jiang Yan decided to go to school to familiarize himself with the environment. Jiang Yan walked to the school gate, and there was a long line on the right side of the gate. After hearing their conversation, Jiang Yan realized that the martial arts university is generally open to the general public, but one needs to apply for an appointment in advance. Jiang Yan walked to the front door, took out his badge, and then walked in under the envious gazes of a group of people. The moment Jiang Yan stepped into the campus, he felt a powerful spiritual power. It must be said that as a top-notch university, all the trees on campus are top-quality spirit-gathering trees. There is even a huge spirit-gathering array under the ground of each building to facilitate students' practice at school. Jiang Yan walked on the road, his eyes constantly looking around. As he walked, Jiang Yan came to the college's electronic bulletin board. There was a screen next to the bulletin board, which displayed a map of the school. Following the guidance of the map, Jiang Yan quickly found the college's sutra library. Jiang Yan stood in front of the door, and the door system slowly opened after verifying Jiang Yan's information. The moment Jiang Yan entered the gate, he felt a sense of grandeur. The sutra library was decorated very luxuriously, and it had 8 floors. The sutra library of Tiandao Academy covers almost all the martial arts and skills of the Great Xia Kingdom. Generally speaking, the skills and techniques on the lowest levels are the most advanced. Jiang Yan thought about it and decided to go directly to the 4th floor to take a look. Soon Jiang Yan arrived at the 4th floor. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts in front of him, Jiang Yan began to choose carefully. 4th level martial arts, Gale Hand Seal. Foundation building stage technique, Sea Seal. 4th level martial arts, Mountain Shaking Collision. Jiang Yan took a look and found nothing suitable, so he thought it would be better to go to the system store to pick one out. Of course, as a recommended student, he could choose and borrow martial arts techniques from the sutra library for free. Since it was free, Jiang Yan had no reason to be picky. At this moment, he felt someone walking towards him, and when he turned around, he saw that it was Lu Hongxiu. Is there anything suitable? Lu Hongxiu asked. I took a quick look and didn't find anything suitable. Jiang Yan shook his head. This is only the 4th floor. There are 4 more floors above it. If there is no suitable one in the entire sutra repository. Lu Hongxiu leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and whispered, Old Li still has his treasured martial arts collection. The dean begged him several times to put the rubbing version of the martial arts collection in the sutra library, but Old Li refused. If you want to see it, I can secretly take it out for you. Of course, you can only see it yourself and not show it to others. Brother, aren't you afraid that the senior will punish you for doing this? Jiang Yan joked. I am his only close disciple, so he can't bear to beat me. Lu Hongxiu smiled. Wow, you are such a good disciple, senior. By the way, aren't you interested in the leaderboard? Later, a student will want to challenge someone on the leaderboard, we can go take a look. Okay. Soon the two arrived at the audience seats of the martial arts arena, and the competition was about to begin. On the martial arts field, a young man in plain clothes held a long sword with high spirits, while on the opposite side of the field, a silver spear was inserted into the ground, and a young man in black was leaning on the spear with an expressionless face. The game begins, the referee's voice sounded. The young man in plain clothes turned into a white rainbow and attacked the young man in black. A terrifying sword intent burst out from him, and the long sword in his hand instantly cut through the air and slashed fiercely at the young man in black. The young man in black didn't even blink, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and the spear in his hand drew a perfect arc in front of him. Buzz! The long sword and the long spear collided with each other, making a sharp buzzing sound. The young man in plain clothes only felt that the sword seemed to have hit a piece of extremely hard steel, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward at all. Boom! The young man in black just exerted a little force, and the spear in his hand seemed to have the power to break through thousands of troops, and a terrifying force burst out. The young man in plain clothes was directly blown away by this force, and the long sword in his hand broke into two pieces. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the hand holding the long sword could not stop shaking. The young man in plain clothes is named Chen Shi, ranking 40th on the list, and the young man in black is named Lin Mu, ranking 34th. What do you think of their strength? Lu Hongxiu turned his head and asked. Chapter 65, the 30th place on the ranking list. Well, it feels like that. Jiang Yan said softly after a brief thought. After hearing Jiang Yan's answer, Lu Hongxiu nodded and continued to look at the training ground. As Chen Shi was shot out of the arena by Lin Mu, the competition ended. Junior brother, if you want to challenge someone on the list, you can contact the other party through the badge. After the other party agrees, you can go to the identity identification position under the stage to verify the information of both parties. After the verification is completed, you can go on stage. After the competition, the college ranking list will automatically update the ranking. Lu Hongxiu said. Oh. Jiang Yan nodded. Now that the competition was over, Jiang Yan stood up and was about to leave. Lu Hongxiu. A gritting voice was heard. Jiang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sturdy young man with dyed yellow hair walking towards them with an angry look on his face. Senior brother, who is this golden-haired guy? Jiang Yan asked. Wu Ziming, ranked 30th on the list. Wu Ziming walked over and glanced at Jiang Yan, then he looked at Lu Hongxiu angrily. Lu Hongxiu. Are you still a man? You have the guts to steal my girl, but you don't have the guts to fight me in the martial arts arena? Poaching? What? Jiang Yan smelled a hint of something fishy. There must be something going on between these two. Poaching? Don't talk nonsense. How can you call her my poacher if she came to me on her own? Lu Hongxiu raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Fuck your mother. Wu Ziming was filled with rage. He gathered all his energy and punched Lu Hongxiu hard. Lu Hongxiu dodged the punch by moving sideways. You're such an interesting person. Not only did I help you see her true face, but you didn't even thank me, and you even attacked me. You did that to the girl I like. If you're a man, come out and fight me. Wu Ziming's voice was so loud that everyone present looked towards them. It's boring. Lu Hongxiu shrugged and turned to leave. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Wu Ming became furious. He raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Yan. This guy is with you, right? If you don't agree, I will drag him to Taishan and put him in the ICU. Do you believe it? Poochie. Jiang Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Aren't you so brave, buddy? Wu Ziming glared at Jiang Yan fiercely. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan could actually laugh. Lu Hongxiu was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Wu Ziming with a strange expression. Seeing him turn around, Wu Ming thought Lu Hongxiu was scared, and his face was suddenly full of disdain. Are you scared now? If you give it to me now. Before Wu Ziming could finish his words, Lu Hongxiu looked at Jiang Yan and said directly, Junior brother, he said he would beat you into the ICU. Senior brother, this is a matter between you two. It has nothing to do with me. Come on, senior brother. No, junior brother, you know I am used to doing whatever I want and have no interest in fighting and killing. Can you take my place? Lu Hongxiu smiled. Get lost. This has nothing to do with me. You'd better take care of yourself. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at him and turned to leave. Stop. Did I let you go? Wu Ziming raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned around and frowned slightly. I just said that since he doesn't want to, I have to deal with you first. Wu Ming said viciously. Are you sure? Of course, if you don't want to be beaten, kowtow to me twice and I'll let you go. Are you really sure you want to attack me? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked again. What do you think? Wu Ziming clenched his fists, making a crackling sound. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. It was hard to persuade the damn ghost with kind words. He gave you 2 chances but you didn't know how to cherish them. You couldn't blame him then. Jiang Yan hummed the lyrics and walked leisurely to the identification position on the stage. When Wu Ziming saw Jiang Yan's leisurely look, anger surged in his heart. It's already this late and you're still so leisurely. I'll beat the shit out of you later. The news that a student wanted to challenge Wu Ziming, who was ranked 30th on the list, quickly spread to the campus forum. After a while, a large group of students poured into the originally sparsely populated auditorium, and even some of the top 10 geniuses in the rankings came to watch the fun. A student actually wants to challenge this romantic guy. I wonder if he had a breakup recently. Tell me in detail. This Wu Ziming has been in love with a girl since he started school. He's been pursuing her for a year, showing her care and concern. As long as the girl asks, he's willing to do anything for her. Although this woman agreed to his request, she only let him hold her hand and hug her, not even kiss her. Wu Ziming is a talented person, but he can tolerate this. Some time ago, this woman took the initiative to check into a hotel with a man. Her legs were shaking as she left the hotel. Then she happened to run into Wu Ziming, and then, well, you know what happened. Nah, this woman got fucked like a puff. Is this guy a coward to be so patient? After listening to what was said in the audience, Jiang Yan frowned and showed the same expression as the old man in the subway looking at his phone. This is fucking purebred Fiangyang. Oh no, Fiangyang has never hugged Mianjiang, but this NM at least hugged her. This guy is really sexually repressed. When faced with such a situation, instead of going to that woman, he ran to his senior brother. What kind of brain circuit is this? Has long-term sexual repression damaged his brain? It really proves the saying that if you are reluctant to ride the bike, someone else will stand up and pedal hard. This kind of dead liquor is not worthy of lying at the door and listening to the sound. Wu Ziming looked at Jiang Yan with disdain as he frowned. I'm at the peak of the 3rd level. It's not too late for you to kowtow and admit your mistake. Report your level before fighting. This is so sweet. Why are you still called Wu Ziming? Change your name to Jiahao, Jiang Yan complained madly in his heart. The battle begins, the referee's voice sounded. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Wu Ziming held a long sword and turned into a white rainbow, instantly cutting through the air and attacking Jiang Yan. What a fast speed. He's worthy of being the 30th ranked expert, an audience member exclaimed. Seeing Jiang Yan still standing there motionless, Wu Ziming taunted him, don't you even have the courage to resist? You're such a loser. Many students in the audience were worried for Jiang Yan, but Lu Hongxiu was not panicked at all. He was only a peak 3rd level cultivator, and he estimated that his junior brother could slap him away with a single blow. Just when the long sword was only 0.01 centimeter away from Jiang Yan's body, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 66, Dog Liquor? I'll slap you in the face and turn you into a pig's head. What? Wu Ziming widened his eyes in disbelief. What happened? Why did he suddenly disappear? Suddenly, Wu Ziming felt a chill on his back. Swish! The long sword in his hand flashed with silver light, and he slashed directly behind him without hesitation. But Jiang Yan was not behind him. He was slightly stunned, and just as he was stunned, Jiang Yan appeared in front of him in an instant. Bang! Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power and slapped him hard in the face. The crisp sound of the slap spread throughout the entire training ground, and Wu Ziming was directly blown away by a huge force. Bang! Wu Ziming slid on the ground for a distance and finally stopped at the edge of the field. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, a tooth flew out of his mouth, and half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. The originally noisy audience seats fell into deathly silence. None of them saw Jiang Yan's teleportation clearly, but they saw Wu Ziming being slapped and sent flying. Ha! Is that right? Wu Ziming, ranked 30th, was slapped and sent flying. Is this handsome guy really that powerful? After a while, there was a deafening cry of surprise from the audience. Holy crap! Is this handsome guy so awesome? He's so fast I can't even see him clearly. With just one slap, Wu Ziming was sent flying. Could this be the legendary Tathagata poem? Ha ha, look at Wu Ziming's face, it's swollen like a pig's head, and he's a turtle man. How about giving him the nickname Pig Turtle? It would be better to call him Pig's Head Stewed with Turtle. I always feel like I've seen this handsome guy somewhere before. That's what you say every time you see a handsome guy. No. This handsome guy looks so familiar. Let me think. Oh. Isn't he Zhang Yan, the one who won first place in the Donghai Province martial arts exam this time? Let me see, it really is him. What do you mean the first in Donghai Province? Wu Ziming, lying on the ground, had a face full of question marks. Because he broke up with his girlfriend some time ago, he has been in a bad mood. He has been trying to find ways to get back together with his girlfriend and has no time to surf the internet. He covered his pig face and forced himself to stand up. At this moment, his face was burning with pain. The slap made him completely stunned, and he stared blankly at the opposite side of the field. Zhang Yan looked at Wu Ziming, who was still able to stand, and frowned slightly. Damn, the turtle man has a high defense as expected. He didn't even faint from this slap. At this moment, the stunned Wu Ziming finally came to his senses. His face was filled with shock and his voice was trembling. You actually are the first in the Donghai Province martial arts exam this year. Wu Ziming was complaining bitterly in his heart at this moment. He originally just wanted to pick a soft persimmon to squeeze, but ended up kicking a hard plate. What the hell is this? No. Why? Why does God do this to me? The girl I like broke up with me, and now she's given me the top spot in the province. Why is my fate so difficult? Wu Ziming kept asking questions in his mind. If I continue to fight like this and don't admit defeat, I will definitely be beaten into a folding screen. What should I do if Xiaomei needs me at that time? Wait a minute. I admit defeat. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yan sealed his mouth with his spiritual power. Wu Ziming was horrified to find that he could not speak and could only make this kind of noise. Oh no! An uneasy thought arose. The next second, Zhang Yan's figure rushed over like a flash of lightning. Wu Ziming reacted and wanted to jump off the stage to admit defeat, but Zhang Yan kicked him in the waist and he flew to the center of the venue. Ouch! The pain from his kidneys made him miserable. He wanted to scream to relieve the pain, but his mouth was sealed and he couldn't make any sound. The immense pain made him sweat profusely. Seeing Zhang Yan walking towards him step by step, he ignored the pain and got up to run. Zhang Yan saw what he was thinking, and with a snap of his fingers, the immortal binding rope appeared in his hand, which he gently threw into the air. The immortal binding rope was like a hyena that had been hungry for a long time and suddenly smelled the aroma of meat, and it rushed out in an instant. Wu Ziming tried to dodge sideways, but the rope seemed to have GPS positioning and tied him up accurately. Wu Ziming's body was twisting wildly forward on the ground like a maggot. Zhang Yan walked over and stepped on him. A terrifying force emerged. Wu Ziming felt as if his whole body was pressed down by a huge mountain and he couldn't move at all. Zhang Yan squatted down and looked at him with a smile. Wu Ziming felt that his smile was particularly creepy. Bang! Another loud slap hit him hard in the face, and the other half of Wu Ziming's face also swelled up. He felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, but his mouth was sealed, so he could only swallow the blood alive. He stared at Zhang Yan intently. If his eyes could kill, Zhang Yan would have been cut into pieces by now. Yo! You dare to glare at me? Zhang Yan stood up and kicked him in the abdomen. Wu Ziming's eyes almost popped out of his head due to the pain. His face turned pale from the immense pain. He curled up on the ground and rolled over in agony. The audience immediately started talking about this scene. Wow, isn't Zhang Yan a bit too ruthless? Tisk, TSK, those two slaps hurt just looking at them. I think it's okay. Wu Ziming hasn't fainted yet. In previous sparring matches, some people were seriously injured and fainted on the spot. Alas, poor Wu Ziming. Bah! What's so pitiful about him? He's such a strong man, but he's a tortoise. Being a tortoise is fine, but he can't even get any food. This kind of tortoise doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. That's right, a man of 7 feet tall was toyed with by a woman. It's a disgrace to a man. Lu Hongxiu looked at Jiang Yan on the stage and nodded with satisfaction. He expressed his full approval of his junior brother's actions. Junior brother has already given him 2 chances, but Wu Ziming doesn't know how to cherish them. People like him who like to provoke others should be severely punished. Wu Ziming looked at Jiang Yan, who was still smiling, and he felt miserable in his heart. Fuck. This guy did it on purpose. He knew he was about to admit defeat, so he sealed his mouth and tied him up with this strange rope, completely blocking his path to surrender. What to do? I can't fight him, and I can't run away either. It seems all I can do is lie down and play dead. Thinking of this, Wu Ziming closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Bang! Jiang Yan slapped him in the face with his backhand. Are you pretending to be stupid here? You don't think I'll let you go if you pretend to be unconscious, do you? Jiang Yan said sarcastically. Wu Ziming felt extremely desperate at this moment. This guy was a devil child. At this time, the referee came forward and said, "Student, you have already won, let him go." After hearing the referee's words, hope ignited in Wu Ziming's desperate heart. He now just wanted to get away from this devilish child as soon as possible. I haven't won yet. First, he didn't admit defeat, and second, he didn't fall out of the court. How can this be considered my win? Jiang Yan asked back. This. The referee was speechless for a moment. He had to admit that what Jiang Yan said was indeed correct. Jiang Yan's words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished Wu Ziming's ignited hope. His eyes turned black and he fainted completely. Noticing Wu Ziming fainted, the referee's eyes lit up. Look, he's fainted, let him go quickly. Oh. Jiang Yan reluctantly took back the immortal binding rope. He still wanted to create a few clones to kick Wu Ziming around like a ball. Jiang Yan stood up and walked down the stage. At this moment, his ranking rose directly to 30th place. Chapter 67. How dare a loser like you come and kill me? Jiang Yan walked off the stage. Lu Hongxiu walked up to him with a look of satisfaction on his face and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hongxiu and pretended to be disappointed and said, "Wow, senior brother, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What's wrong with me? That Wu Ziming may be a deadbeat, but it's a bit immoral for you to steal someone else's girl." Ahem, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It was clearly her who came close to me, so how can you blame me? Lu Hongxiu said seriously. Jiang Yan looked at Lu Hongxiu, who was serious in front of him, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Jiang Yan still didn't quite believe it, Lu Hongxiu could only continue to explain, "Junior brother, you have to believe me. Some time ago, that woman took the initiative to find me, and I rejected her with all my heart." So? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Then she wore white stockings to seduce me and I. Lu Hongxiu scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, after talking for so long you just couldn't help it, right? The meat is right in front of me, so why not eat it? But I have to admit that. Lu Hongxiu showed a savoring expression on his face. What? Jiang Yan asked in confusion. She's very smooth. A trace of disgust flashed across Jiang Yan's face, and then he said goodbye to Lu Hongxiu and walked towards the school gate. On the rooftop of a building far outside the school gate, a man in black with a scar on his face was observing the gate of Tiandao Academy with a telescope. Behind him stood 2 men in black, one fat and one thin. The same person's information was displayed on the screens of their mobile phones. One of them looked at the information on his phone with a hint of disdain on his face. First in Donghai province? Interesting. What? Are you scared? The fat man next to him mocked. Afraid? Are you kidding? I love killing these so-called geniuses the most. The man smiled playfully. Don't be careless. The people from the Law Enforcement Alliance have been investigating very closely recently. We must hurry to get rid of him when we take action at night. Do you understand? The scarred man in the lead said in a deep voice. Got it. The two nodded. At this time, Jiang Yan walked out of the school gate and felt that someone was staring at him, so he subconsciously looked at a tall building in the distance. The scarred man on the roof saw Jiang Yan looking over here through the telescope. He put down the telescope and a hint of shock flashed across his face. This guy actually noticed him from such a distance? Or did this guy just happen to be looking here? The scarred man picked up the telescope and looked towards the school gate again, but Jiang Yan was no longer there. Damn it! The scarred man punched the wall, and a crack appeared on the wall with a cracking sound. The fat man behind him saw this and quickly asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" The scarred man shook his head. "It's okay. I must have overthought it. Split up at night and put on your headphones. If something goes wrong, run away immediately and explain the situation. Got it?" Oh. Jiang Yan returned to the room, still thinking about what had just happened. His intuition has always been accurate. Although the distance was too far to see clearly, there was definitely someone on the roof of the building looking at him. Could it be that this little bastard Jiang Chen hired another killer? Jiang Yan murmured. It was soon midnight, and Jiang Yan decided to go out and see if he could lure those people out. Jiang Yan walked to the gate of the community. There was a park nearby. There was basically no one in the park at this time, so he decided to go there for a walk. Although it was the middle of the night, there were still many pedestrians on the street. Jiang Yan hummed the lyrics as he walked towards the park. At this time, a figure followed him slowly. Jiang Yan noticed that someone was following him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he quickened his pace towards the park. Jiang Yan soon walked into the park. Since it was the middle of the night, the street lights in the park had been turned off, and it was now dark inside the park and he could hardly see anything. Jiang Yan walked to the deepest part of the park, and with a thought, he released a clone, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. The man in black behind saw Jiang Yan walk in and quickly quickened his pace to follow him. The man hid in the dark bushes and began to observe. Then he saw Jiang Yan walking out leisurely. Seeing him come out, the man quickly hid himself, and then Jiang Yan walked along the path in front of him humming a song. This guy didn't notice me, the man wondered. Seeing that Jiang Yan's back was exposed to him, the man did not hesitate at all. Call out. Although the man was fat, he was extremely fast. With a flash of his shadow, the fat man instantly appeared behind Jiang Yan. Then he gathered all his energy and blood and punched Jiang Yan on the head. The moment the fist hit his head, the fat man showed joy. Success! The next second he was stunned, only to see Jiang Yan's body become illusory. Woo! Before the fat man could react, his mouth was instantly blocked by something and he couldn't speak. The next second, Jiang Yan appeared in front of him. The fat man's pupils suddenly shrank, and then Jiang Yan gathered his spiritual power and punched him in the abdomen. Snap! The sound of broken bones was heard, and the fat man flew backwards. The moment he hit the ground, he realized that something was wrong. He stood up and tried to run away without caring about the pain in his body. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan had already seen through his thoughts and tied him up with the immortal binding rope in an instant. The fat man tried his best to break free, but the rope was getting tighter and tighter. Jiang Yan teleported in front of the fat man and looked at him with cold eyes. This guy really came to kill him. The fat man looked at Jiang Yan in horror. This guy had actually noticed him a long time ago. At this moment, a voice came from the fat man's headphones. Fatty, what's going on over there? Why is there so much noise? The fat guy really wanted to tell him that he had been tricked, but his mouth was sealed and he could only make whimpering sounds. Noticing that the fat man was wearing headphones, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all. A spiritual sword appeared in his palm and instantly cut off his ear. Ouch! The fat man let out a painful groan, and a large amount of blood gushed out. He rolled on the ground wildly in pain. Looking at the fat man lying in agony on the ground, Jiang Yan had no expression on his face. Jiang Yan took a few steps back and stretched out his palm towards the fat man's head. Suddenly the fat man felt an invisible force grabbing his head. The fat man struggled desperately, but the force suppressed him tightly. Bang! As Jiang Yan tightened his grip, the fat man's head was instantly crushed by a huge force. Transparent brain matter mixed with a large amount of blood sprayed on the ground, and a disgusting smell instantly spread out. Jiang Yan released his spiritual power and dragged the fat man's body towards the depths of the park. There was a big tree in the deepest part of the park. Jiang Yan blocked his sense of smell, took out a rope from the system space, tied the fat man's hands and hung him on the tree. How dare a loser like you come and kill me? Jiang Yan spat and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 68. Watch out, rubbish, this sword will be very fast. At the same time, the thin man saw that the fat man didn't respond for a long time, and a trace of impatience flashed across his face. Could it be that this fat guy accidentally dropped his earphones again? Damn, this fat guy does nothing but eat and sleep all day long. It takes him so long to kill someone. The thin man complained, then he sped up and rushed into the park. Soon the thin man arrived at the park. Since the park was pitch black, he could only slow down and walk inside. As he walked, he smelled a strong smell of blood. Besides the smell of blood, there was also a smell that he couldn't describe. The combination of the two smells made him vomit. He had no choice but to temporarily block his sense of smell and continue walking forward. Suddenly, he felt as if he stepped on something. When he saw it clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he fell to the ground, his hands immediately becoming wet. There was a large pool of blood on the ground and an ear was lying there with an earphone in it. The fat man is dead? No. Impossible. He kept muttering to himself. The fat man was at the peak of the 4th level and 5th stage. How could he die like this? He looked down at his hands, which were covered in blood. Only then did he notice that the bloodstains on the ground extended deep into the park. At this moment, he didn't care about the bloodstains on his hands and hurried towards the depths of the park. When the thin man rushed to the depths of the park, a black shadow hanging from a tree not far away caught his attention. When he saw clearly what it was, his eyes almost popped out, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. The body hanging on the tree was the fat man's corpse. The fat man was dead and even his head was missing. At this moment, the fat man's body was still dripping blood. Ugh! Looking at the disgusting scene in front of him, the thin man couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited directly. Although he had killed many people before and had no feelings towards corpses, the sight of a headless corpse hanging from a tree did make him feel physically uncomfortable. How did the fat guy die? Was he really killed by that student? The thin guy no longer thought too much at this moment. The fat guy died just like that. The situation had changed. If he stayed here any longer, something would definitely happen to him. The thin man turned around and was about to leave, but Jiang Yan suddenly appeared in front of him. You! Before the thin man could finish his words, Jiang Yan punched him in the ribs. Boom! The thin guy flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Snap! The thin man's ribs were all broken and his chest was sunken. Aha! He let out a miserable howl, his body curled up in pain, and he rolled wildly on the ground due to his body's instinct. Puff! He felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was in excruciating pain, and he felt as if he had been hit by a semi-trailer traveling at full speed on the highway. This punch directly injured the skinny guy. At this time, a voice came from his earphones. What's wrong, second brother? What happened to you? The thin man was extremely weak at the moment, his lips trembling. Boss. Boss, I. Before the thin man could finish his words, Jiang Yan pointed his finger and the thin man's mouth was sealed with spiritual power. On the other side, the man with the scar heard the sound interrupted, and he instantly guessed that something might have happened to the two guys. He jumped down from the roof and rushed towards the park with all his strength. The thin man found it very difficult to breathe at this moment. The fear of death was like a net that tightly wrapped around his heart. He couldn't even stand up because he was too seriously injured. The thin man's face was pale. He endured the pain of broken ribs, gritted his teeth and crawled forward little by little with his hands. He kept telling himself in his heart that he just had to hold on until the boss came, and when the boss came, he would definitely grind this little bastard to dust. Jiang Yan looked at the thin man crawling on the ground with disdain, and he teleported in front of the thin man. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the spiritual seal on the thin man's mouth was instantly lifted. Jiang Yan raised his foot and stepped hard on the back of the thin man's hand. Aha! The pain on his palm made him break out in a cold sweat. He used his other hand to desperately try to push Jiang Yan's foot away. But Jiang Yan didn't move at all. Instead, he increased the strength of his feet and crushed the back of his hand madly, leaving the entire back of his hand covered in blood. Snap! The sound of broken hand bones was heard, and the severe pain made the thin man faint on the spot. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at the unconscious thin man. You little bastard, you're looking for death. The man with the scar rushed over at this time. When he saw the fainted thin man and the dead fat man, his anger instantly devoured his reason, and the terrifying murderous intent burst out. He wanted to grind this bastard into ashes. Swish! The scarred man rushed over instantly with two knives in his hands. A terrifying force burst out, and the two knives chopped towards Jiang Yan's head fiercely. Just as the two swords were about to hit Jiang Yan's head, Jiang Yan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. What? The scarred man was shocked. Just as he was confused, Jiang Yan appeared behind him. Before the scarred man could react, he was blown away by a terrifying force. He rolled on the ground for several times before he stopped. He struggled to stand up and looked at the opposite side with disbelief. What the hell is this monster? How can a newly graduated student be so powerful? Jiang Yan looked at the stunned scarred man, his tone full of sarcasm. 3 losers, you dare to kill me with such little strength. Hearing the ridicule, the scarred man gripped his 2 swords tightly, and the raging anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Yo, you're so anxious. Jiang Yan continued to mock. In order to completely make this force out of control, a good idea came to his mind, and Jiang Yan condensed a magic sword in his hand. Watch out, you piece of shit, this sword will be very fast. The moment the words fell. Swish! The magic sword in his hand cut through the air and instantly chopped off the thin man's head. Jiang Yan kicked the thin man's head to the scarred man's feet like kicking a football. The scarred man looked at the thin man's head at his feet. His eyes turned blood red due to extreme anger, and his aura became more and more terrifying, like a wild beast out of control. I'm going to grind you to dust. The scarred man rushed forward in an instant, and the ground shattered in an instant. Looking at the scarred man rushing towards him, Jiang Yan looked disdainful. Even if you are angry, what can you do? Isn't it still a road? Jiang Yan's figure disappeared again in an instant, and the scarred man looked around trying to find Jiang Yan's location. At this time, Jiang Yan appeared behind the scarred man. The scarred man felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, he slashed backwards with both swords. It was a pity that Jiang Yan dodged it easily with a teleportation, and then chopped off the scarred man's left arm with a backhanded sword. Aha! The pain of his arm being chopped off made him let out a heart-wrenching howl. The knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell to the ground in agony, covering his broken arm. A large amount of blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the ground red. Chapter 69 Smiling Coffin. Ah, my hand! The scarred man rolled on the ground in pain, howling in agony. The heart-wrenching pain instantly devoured his sanity, so much so that he even forgot to use his special martial arts to relieve the pain. Jiang Yan looked coldly at the scarred man who was wailing madly on the ground, and then kicked him hard in the abdomen. Ah! The scarred man flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he had lost his previous ferocity. He looked at Jiang Yan with fear in his eyes. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Jiang Yan's voice was flat, but it carried a huge sense of oppression. The scarred man found it very difficult to breathe, his heart was beating wildly because of extreme fear, and his back was already wet with cold sweat. 3. Jiang Yan began to count down. The scarred man was so frightened that he didn't even have the courage to pick up his weapon. He began to have a crazy ideological struggle in his heart. He wanted to escape, but this guy was a monster and he couldn't escape at all. Should he tell this monster his identity? But if I tell this guy my identity, will he let me go? 2. This countdown, like a death sentence, caused the immense pressure on him to explode like a bomb deep within his heart. The great fear made him cover his chest tightly and fall to the ground, twitching continuously. 1. When the countdown ended, a hint of surprise appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. He was so scared, but he didn't say a word. He was really an important person. Jiang Yan walked slowly towards the scarred man with the magic sword in his hand. There was silence all around him, and his footsteps echoed throughout the park. The scarred man forced himself to look up at Jiang Yan. In his eyes, Jiang Yan was not just a newly graduated student, but a terrifying devil. He wanted to escape, but the pain in his body and the extreme fear in his heart kept him locked in place like a cage. Despair and powerlessness surged in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all his strength and means, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. At this moment, he couldn't even utter the words to beg for mercy, so he could only close his eyes and wait quietly for death to come. Swish! Jiang Yan flashed and chopped off the scarred man's head in an instant. The whole process took less than a second. The sweet and fishy smell of blood filled the air. At this time, Jiang Yan noticed that the scarred man had a very strange tattoo on the back of his right hand. The tattoo was of a coffin with a very strange smiling face on it. What the hell is this pattern? A cult? Jiang Yan was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Jiang Yin frowned as he looked at the corpses on the ground that were still bleeding. Now it became a problem how to deal with these corpses. In the past, if someone was killed in the secret realm, no one would care. But now it's outside, and this is Kyoto. The headquarters of the Law Enforcement Alliance is nearby. Although these people were killers, he had no way to prove that they were killers. If they destroyed the bodies and were discovered by the Law Enforcement Alliance, it would be even more difficult to explain. In desperation, he had to report the case, saying that there was a body in the park. After receiving the report, the Law Enforcement Alliance quickly dispatched a team of 10 people to the park. Jiang Yan sat on a bench next to the corpse, waiting for the arrival of law enforcement officers. A few minutes later, law enforcement officers arrived. When they saw the headless body on the ground and Jiang Yan sitting on the bench, they became alert instantly. "Did you report the case?" Qin Yao, the second captain of the Law Enforcement Alliance's Kyoto headquarters, frowned and looked at the young man. She could feel that the young man in front of her was much stronger than her. "Right. Then please cooperate with us and squat down with your hands on your head." Jiang Yan squatted down with his head in his hands as she said, and the law enforcement officer next to him walked up and put handcuffs developed by the Research Institute on Jiang Yan. This handcuff is similar to a magic weapon and can restrain warriors below the 6th level and monks below the Jindan level. It is very precious. Qin Yao glanced at the corpse on the ground. She noticed a tattoo on the back of the corpse's hand. After seeing the tattoo clearly, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. There are 2 more bodies deep inside the park. Jiang Yan raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Hearing that there were still corpses, Qin Yao suppressed her shock and asked Jiang Yan to lead the way, while asking 5 law enforcement officers to guard here. When they arrived deep into the park and saw the bloody scene before them, several law enforcement officers couldn't help but frown. "What is your relationship with these corpses?" Qin Yao asked. "I don't know them. They wanted to kill me, but I killed them directly," Jiang Yan said lightly. The law enforcement officers present looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. They didn't expect that this handsome young man in front of them would be so ruthless. Qin Yao looked at the calm young man in front of her, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. He could still be so calm after killing 3 people. "Then please come back to the bureau with us. We need to investigate." In the interrogation room. At this time, Jiang Yan was the only one in the interrogation room, and Qin Yao was standing outside observing the boy. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over with a serious expression. Seeing the middle-aged man, Qin Yao saluted, "Director." The director nodded and looked at Jiang Yan in the interrogation room. He was the one who killed the 3 assassins from Smiling Coffin? The camera in the park is damaged. Judging from the situation at the scene, it should be him. "Okay, go and inquire about the situation at that time, make a record and then release the person," said the director. Qin Yao nodded and turned to enter the interrogation room. "Do you know the identities of the 3 people chasing you?" Qin Yao asked. "I don't know. Just say whatever you want to say." Jiang Yan was speechless. If he knew, it would be easy. Qin Yao was a little embarrassed, then she said, "More than 10 years ago, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared. They specialized in hunting down young warriors and cultivators from all over the world. The Law Enforcement Alliance tracked them down for 10 years but didn't make much progress. During one operation, we successfully captured a member of the organization. However, after he was told the name of the organization, he suddenly died on the spot. This organization is called Laughing Coffin, and each member has a special tattoo on the back of their hand. Over the past 10 years, many geniuses in various countries have been assassinated before they could even grow." Qin Yao became very angry when she said this and punched the wall hard. After listening to what Qin Yao said, Jiang Yan began to complain in his heart. What a great organization that hunts young warriors and monks from all over the world. Will this organization destroy the world in the future? Qin Yao turned and looked at Jiang Yan. The young man still had a calm expression. This surprised her a bit. A mysterious organization specializing in hunting down talented warriors from various countries. Would anyone be frightened or nervous to hear this? How could he remain so calm? "Aren't you afraid?" Qin Yao asked. Chapter 70: Killing Without Blinking an Eye. Fear? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Why should I be afraid? A useless organization that only knows how to carry out assassinations is really in trouble. When his cultivation level rises and he finds the lair of this bastard organization, he will kill every living thing without leaving a single one alive, even shaking the egg until the yolk falls apart." When Qinyao heard Jiang Yan ask why she should be afraid, she was speechless for a moment. Why be afraid? There is an organization that specializes in hunting down talented people from all over the world. You are their target. How come you are not afraid? Qinyao really wanted to ask Jiang Yan, have you always been so brave? But thinking of the tragic deaths of the 3 smiling coffin killers, Qinyao changed the question and asked. 3 of you were trying to kill me, so why didn't you leave one alive? At least you could try to get some useful information out of me. Jiang Yan looked at Qinyao speechlessly. Is this girl's train of thought so unique? They are here to kill me, why should I leave them alive? Do you think people like them will reveal information about their organization? Jiang Yan asked back. Qinyao was speechless for a moment. Jiang Yan was right. Who would leave anyone alive in such a situation? She was silent for a moment before continuing, you have to be careful from now on. The Laughing Coffin organization will probably continue to send people to kill you. The waters behind this organization are very deep. I understand. Jiang Yan nodded. He just wanted to cultivate himself to be an immortal, but some idiots insisted on provoking him. It's no wonder that he was so ruthless. Qinyao saw that Jiang Yan must have taken her words to heart, so she smiled and said, okay, the record is done, you can leave now. After Qinyao finished speaking, she stepped forward and uncuffed Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stretched his wrists, stood up and walked outside. As Jiang Yan walked out of the door, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Host, please go to the abandoned construction site 10 kilometers east of the city. A surprise is waiting for you. Surprise? I'm afraid it's more like a shock. I won't go. Jiang Yan complained in his heart. He was not interested in this so-called surprise, so he turned around and flew towards the community on his sword. Host, the accomplices of the 3 people you just killed are over there. Are you sure you don't want to go? Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment when he heard the system's words, then smiled helplessly. So what are you talking about? You have to go and kill these bastards. Jiang Yan immediately changed direction and flew towards the abandoned construction site. Following the guidance of the system, Jiang Yan quickly arrived above the abandoned construction site. A bonfire was burning on the ground, and the voices of 2 people talking could be faintly heard. Jiang Yan landed lightly on the top floor and began to listen carefully. It's been so long, why haven't Scar Brother and his 2 little brothers come back yet? I think they're done by now. They should be back soon. Oh, who are they going to kill this time? Well, it's the one who's been going viral online lately and ranked first in the Donghai Province martial arts exam. Is this true? Why would I lie to you? Even if he's number 1 in Donghai Province, so what? Even a genius needs time to grow. Wouldn't it be better to just strangle him in the cradle before he even grows up? At this moment, a voice sounded. If a genius is stifled, is he still worthy of being called a genius? The 2 people who were chatting shut up immediately after hearing the sound, and a burly middle-aged man slowly walked out from the darkness. Brother Long. The 2 men bowed respectfully to the man. Brother Long looked at the 2 of them and said, you haven't answered my question yet. Is a genius still worthy of being called a genius if it's been stifled? The 2 looked at each other, and after a while one of them said tremblingly, it should be considered. Another person shook his head. A genius is no longer a genius if he dies. After all, how can a genius die? Brother Long nodded, obviously satisfied with the answer. 2 years ago, a martial arts genius girl appeared in Nanbo City. I still can't forget the scene of that genius girl taking off her clothes and kneeling on the ground begging me in order to survive. Brother Long showed a look of reminiscence on his face. Seeing this, the 2 people on the side began to flatter him crazily. Brother Long took out his cell phone and called Scar. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. A trace of impatience flashed across Brother Long's face. Useless. It takes 3 of us ages to kill 1 person. Brother Long walked to the side and lay down to rest. Seeing this, the 2 of them also found a place to sit down. Jiang Yan stood on the roof and looked coldly at the 3 people on the ground, a small spiritual sword condensed in his hand. Swish! The magic sword in his hand cut through the air like a flash of lightning. A cold light flashed, and the magic sword instantly cut through one of the men's necks. The man felt a chill on his neck. He touched his neck and was shocked to see the blood on his hand. Another person noticed his abnormality and walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The man fell down with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and an expression of pain. Ah! The scream woke up the sleeping Long Gu, who yelled, "What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the night?" Long? Brother Long, he. The younger brother's voice was trembling, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a long time. Brother Long walked over with an impatient look on his face. Looking at his little brother lying dead on the ground, his pupils suddenly shrank. Who's here? Brother Long looked around trying to find the person. Bang! The moment Jiang Yan landed on the ground from the sky, there was a startling noise, and the entire ground even began to tremble. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up on the field. Brother Long looked back and saw a figure standing in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust cleared and he could see the man's face clearly, Brother Long exclaimed, "You're Jiang Yan." "Impossible. Weren't you killed by Scar?" Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but a terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Feeling this murderous aura, my legs couldn't stop shaking. "Call out." Jiang Yan instantly appeared in front of the younger brother and grabbed his neck with his left hand. The younger brother made a painful sound and felt very miserable. Brother Long reacted and a heavy hammer appeared in his hand. He swung the hammer and smashed it towards Jiang Yan's head, but Jiang Yan raised his hand and easily caught the hammer that was about to fall. He looked at Brother Long coldly, and no matter how hard Brother Long tried, he couldn't break free. Jiang Yan kicked Brother Long hard in the abdomen. Brother Long's strong body couldn't withstand the kick, and he flew backwards and fell heavily into the unfinished building. Snap! With a little force from his hands, Jiang Yan easily broke the man's neck. In the unfinished building, Brother Long stood up while enduring the pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his younger brother's neck was broken, he looked incredulous. A newly graduated student is so decisive in killing people. Realizing that something was wrong, Brother Long rushed to the back without hesitation. Chapter 71: The 10 Executors of Smiling Coffin. Seeing that Brother Long chose to escape without any hesitation, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with disdain, and then he flew after him on his sword. Although Brother Long is at the peak of the 4th level, his speed is far beyond that of warriors of the same level. He escaped 3 kilometers away in just a few breaths. He subconsciously looked back. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. When he did, he saw Jiang Yan riding a sword and chasing after him. Brother Long suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly mobilized the energy and blood in his body to increase his speed to a higher level. He was about to widen the distance between him and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the immortal binding rope in his hand instantly rushed out like Dianwei in the canyon of King seeing Xiao Xiao with low health. In just a blink of an eye, Brother Long was tied up with the rope and fell heavily to the ground. What is this thing? Brother Long showed horror on his face and tried to break free from the ropes. However, after a struggle, the ropes became tighter and tighter. At this time, Jiang Yan appeared above him. Brother Long looked up and saw that Jiang Yan's expression was cold and the murderous aura on his body was getting heavier. Brother Long was extremely panicked at the moment. This was the first time he encountered such a student who killed people without blinking an eye. He couldn't understand why a newly graduated student could be so decisive in killing. Jiang Yan jumped to the ground, holding a long sword and looking at Brother Long coldly. Brother Long couldn't help but gasp when he saw the sword in his hand. "Brother, please, let's talk it out nicely. There's no need to get involved, right?" Brother Long quickly begged for mercy. Seeing Brother Long begging for mercy, Jiang Yan still didn't say anything but just clenched the sword in his hand. Swish! A silver light flashed, and the long sword in his hand instantly cut off one of Brother Long's thighs as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the green grass was instantly dyed red. Aha! The heart-wrenching pain made him wail louder than a pig being slaughtered. Brother Long fell to the ground, the intense pain making his face extremely distorted, and his wails echoed around him one after another. He stared at Jiang Yan with bloodshot eyes, trying to cut Jiang Yan into pieces with his eyes. Seeing his hateful eyes, Jiang Yan suddenly became interested. Jiang Yan retracted his sword, used his spiritual power to condense a small knife, and then stabbed it into Brother Long's other thigh. "Ah! You beast, I'm going to kill you. Ah! My legs!" Brother Long cursed madly, while his body struggled desperately. "You actually dared to scold me? It seems I was too gentle." Jiang Yan's voice was flat. Then he pulled out the knife and stabbed it again. "Beast! I'll fuck you." Before Brother Long could finish his words, Jiang Yan grabbed his neck tightly. Cough, cough, cough. As the strength of his hands increased, Brother Long's face became redder and redder. He began to have difficulty breathing, and his face gradually turned from red to purple. Just when Brother Long thought he would be strangled to death by Jiang Yan let him go. Brother Long began to breathe heavily, his eyes full of malice and resentment. Tell me, who is the leader of your laughing coffin? Hearing this, Brother Long's pupils shrank instantly. He looked at Jiang Yan in shock. He didn't understand why Jiang Yan, a newly graduated student, knew the name of Smiling Coffin. Could it be that Scar and the others told him the information about the organization? I don't know what you mean. Brother Long said calmly. Tisk. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue and showed a hint of impatience on his face. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Brother Long's answer. Ah! Brother Long screamed. Jiang Yan pulled out a knife and began to play with it in his hand. I hope that when I cut off your second brother later, you can still act calmly with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the knife touched Brother Long's second brother. Feeling the coolness coming from his second brother, Brother Long began to tremble wildly all over. He could feel that Jiang Yan was not joking with him. He kept shaking his head and his voice trembled. I really don't know. I didn't lie to you. Brother Long was extremely scared at this moment. He would rather Jiang Yan kill him with a knife than endure the pain of his second brother being cut by the knife. Sure it. The sharp knife cut open his pants, and Brother Long began to struggle desperately, just as the knife was about to cut through. He collapsed and yelled, I really don't know. I only entered a branch. I really don't know who the leader is. Jiang Yan put away the knife and looked at Brother Long, who looked devastated, with a calm face. How many branches does this organization have? The exact number. I don't know either. Brother Long answered while enduring the pain. Then, does this organization have someone similar to the captain of the Law Enforcement Alliance? Yes. There are 10 executive officers in the organization. They are the 10 most powerful people besides the leader. Jiang Yan began to think, 1 leader and 10 executives, since they specialize in assassinating geniuses from various countries, this organization must have quite a few branches. Do these 10 people have code names or something? Yes, their code names from 1 to 10 are. Before Brother Long finished speaking, his face suddenly became very distorted, his eyes were bloodshot and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Jiang Yan looked at Brother Long, who suddenly fell down with a confused look on his face. He put his hand on Brother Long's heart, but Brother Long had no heartbeat and had become a corpse. Jiang Yan was very surprised. Was this guy silenced? Just as he was wondering, a faint sound came from not far behind him. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan directly condensed dozens of spirit swords. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the spirit swords attacked towards the rear like a rainstorm. Boom! Rocks flew through the air, the ground cracked, and smoke and dust rose up. When the smoke and dust cleared, a slender figure slowly walked out. Because the person was wrapped tightly in a black robe, his gender could not be identified at all. He also wore a very strange smiling mask on his face. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at the figure. He knew at a glance that this guy was definitely not a good person. Jiang Yan made a hand gesture, and instantly the surrounding plants seemed to come alive and attack the opponent. A large number of vines wrapped around the opponent tightly like a python. The figure just looked down at the vines, and a terrifying spiritual power burst out, and the pressure of the Jindan period was emitted. In an instant, the vines were crushed into slag. Feeling the other party's Jindan stage cultivation, Jiang Yan didn't hesitate at all. He instantly used the shadow move and flew away on his sword. Fuck you, how can this thing be a golden elixir? Jiang Yan cursed in his heart. The black-robed figure was also slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Jiang Yan to choose to run away directly. The black-robed figure glanced at the direction Jiang Yan fled but did not choose to chase him. Instead, he walked towards Brother Long's body. The moment the black-robed figure placed his hands on the corpse, it burst into flames. In a single breath, the corpse was reduced to ashes. Chapter 72: The Lingering Zheng Family. Wow, host, why did you just run away? This doesn't fit your usual style. Shouldn't you just go up and beat him up? The system's somewhat surprised voice sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. I'm a foundation establishment cultivator trying to fight for the golden core. I'm afraid I have some serious brain problems. Jiang Yan said unhappily. What are you afraid of? You're a man with a system, so don't be scared. Knowing you can't win but still going forward, that's just hot-blooded stupidity. Host, what are you going to do? Nonsense, I'll definitely beat this bastard up once I grow up. Haven't you heard that when things get tough, don't bully the poor young man? Oh, that makes sense. Soon Jiang Yan returned to the community. Entering the bathroom, Jiang Yan took a hot bath, then lay comfortably on the bed and began to think. The man in black robe just now was definitely from Smiling Coffin, but he shouldn't be the so-called executive. According to Brother Long, the executive is the strongest fighter below the leader, so he can't be just a Jindan cultivator. How about waiting until daybreak to ask Senior Li Yuantian? He should be more knowledgeable about these things. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. After all, he had already established his foundation, so it didn't matter whether he slept or not. Time soon came to morning. Jiang Yan changed his clothes and went to Tiandaoan. On the way there, he called Senior Li to explain his purpose. Senior Li Yuantian's residence is in the deepest part of the academy. It is a small courtyard located in a large bamboo forest. There is also a pond in the courtyard where small fish are fed. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, giving it the feel of a hermit's residence. Soon Jiang Yan arrived outside Senior Li's yard. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Hongshu feeding the fish in the yard. Brother, you are here too. I come here every day to feed the fish and sweep the yard for Old Li. Do you have something to ask him? Lu Hongshu asked. Jiang Yan nodded, and at this time Li Yuantian pushed open the door and motioned for them to go in. The two of them went into the house and sat down. Li Yuantian looked at Jiang Yan and asked. Jiang Yan, why are you suddenly asking about the Smiling Coffin? Hearing about the Smiling Coffin, Lu Hongshu couldn't help but clench his fists, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Well, last night, a few people tried to kill me, but I took them out. Someone from the Law Enforcement Alliance later told me they were from Laughing Coffin, so I came here to ask them. Li Yuantian nodded and then said, the Smiling Coffin organization suddenly appeared more than 10 years ago. In recent years, they have specialized in assassinating talented warriors and monks from various countries. They have people all over the world. Although many have been eradicated with the help of universities and law enforcement alliances, many are still assassinated every year. The most important thing is that this group of people only target the younger generation in order to strangle these talented individuals before they can grow up. Alas, most of the veteran strongmen are nearing the end of their lives, while the geniuses of the younger generation cannot rise to the occasion. This gives the top leaders of various countries a headache. Li Yuantian sighed helplessly at the end. Then Senior Li, how much do you know about the 10 executives of this organization? Jiang Yan asked. The 10 executive officers? These people are all elusive, and the outside world knows very little about them. I only know a few of their code names: the Joker, the Butcher, Lycoris Radiata, the White Emperor, and the Blind Man. 5 years ago, the Joker was killed on the spot by Li Dakong, and the remaining executive officers seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth and have never been seen again. So that's how it is. Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Li Yuantian took out a book of martial arts and handed it to Jiang Yan. I heard you were looking for a suitable technique. I think this one is suitable for you. Jiang Yan took the martial arts technique, on which were written 4 large characters: Mysterious Ice Dragon Soaring. Isn't this the martial arts method of Senior Li Dakong? Jiang Yan asked doubtfully. Well, this is what that guy lost to me in a bet when he was young, and this is the original version. It has his own notes and insights written on it. It will be of great help to you in practicing this technique. Li Yuantian smiled. Jiang Yan glanced at the system panel and saw. Mysterious Ice Dragon Soars can consume corresponding points to comprehend. Seeing the available points for comprehension, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The system is powerful. It is easier to comprehend a technique than to eat or drink water. You can just choose to consume points and wait. If you don't want to wait, just spend more points. Jiang Yan put the skills into his waist badge, stood up, bowed to Li Yuantian to express his gratitude, and left. Li Yuantian picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Lu Hongshu took a deep breath to dispel the anger in his heart and said calmly, I'm fine. I've finished cleaning the yard. I'll come back tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Hongshu pushed the door open and left. Li Yuantian shook his head helplessly when he saw Lu Hongshu leaving. When Jiang Yan walked into the community, he was already impatient to comprehend this technique. At this moment, he looked up and saw several figures not far away, and a look of disgust unconsciously appeared on his face. These people are none other than the Jiang family. It's really a haunting ghost that even chased me all the way to Kyoto. Jiang Yan originally planned to pretend that he didn't see it. Jiang Huang, who was not far away, seemed to sense something. She subconsciously turned around and saw Jiang Yan. Xiao Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan, Jiang Huang ran up to him with a look of joy and was about to hold his hand. Jiang Yan thought about it and released his spiritual power to block her. When the others saw Jiang Yan, they hurried over. Xiao Yan, you really didn't even tell your mother that you came to Kyoto. Jiang's mother's tone was filled with a hint of blame. Why should I tell you? Jiang Yan frowned and looked at her. Xiao Yan, can you please let me hug you? I've always missed you. Jiang's mother begged. Crawl, the farther you go, the farther you will die. Jiang Yan said impatiently. Jiang Yan. Your mother carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How can you talk to her like this? Jiang Tianlong said angrily. You better stay away from me. Seeing you guys is bad luck. I'm your father. Without us, you wouldn't be here. Without us, how could you have achieved what you have today? Idiot. Jiang Yan rejected Jiang Tianlong's moral blackmail and started cursing. Xiao Yan, don't be like this. Your father was in the hospital because of you last time. Just be obedient and come home with us, okay? Jiang's mother said with red eyes. What the hell does it have to do with me? Then I just wish him a quick death, okay? After saying this, Jiang Yan used his spiritual power to separate them and walked towards the building where he lived. You. Jiang Tianlong covered his heart and gasped for breath. Jiang Yan's words almost made him angry again. Xiao Yan, wait a minute. Jiang Huang and Jiang Xiaowan hurriedly chased after him. Just when they were only 1 meter away from Jiang Yan, an invisible pressure directly suppressed them and prevented them from moving forward at all. The two of them could only watch Jiang Yan enter the elevator. The two looked disappointed, but then they thought that Jiang Yan and they actually lived in this community, and they would be able to see him every day in the future. Thinking of this, smiles appeared on their faces. They believed that Jiang Yan would definitely forgive them soon. Chapter 73 Thunderclouds Rise, Preparing to Form a Pill. After Jiang Yan returned to the room, he sat on the bed and called up the system panel. Mysterious Ice Dragon soars, can consume points to comprehend. Do you choose to consume 1000 points to comprehend? Jiang Yan chose to consume points without hesitation. Ding! Successfully consumed 1000 points for comprehension. Estimated comprehension time is 2 hours. Please be patient. Seeing that he was comprehending the technique, Jiang Yan turned his head and looked out the window. It was some time before he entered the great perfection of foundation building. He murmured, it's time to prepare for Dan. Qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden elixir, these 3 realms are like 3 huge watersheds that separate cultivators. The 3 realms seem to be similar, but in fact, the gap between each realm is an unbridgeable chasm. Qi refining is when a cultivator introduces the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, which flows through the various meridians and gradually forms rivers, while foundation building is when a cultivator expands the rivers in the body and gradually forms a vast ocean. As for the golden elixir, it is completely different from the previous one. A cultivator needs a large amount of spiritual energy to help him form a pill. He must continuously compress the vast ocean in his body and finally condense it into a pill, thereby bursting out amazing combat power and achieving a qualitative leap. However, when the cultivator is consolidating his elixir, he will be disturbed by 9 terrifying thunder tribulations. He can choose to use talismans to block the first few thunder tribulations, but the last 3 thunder tribulations can only be resisted by relying on the physical body. Why are there so few cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom, and even fewer with high levels of cultivation? It is because many cultivators fell under the last few thunder tribulations of the Jindan stage and eventually died. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan opened the system store. The system even thoughtfully prepared the talismans he needed to resist the thunder tribulation. You need to buy 6 tickets at 2,000 each, which is 12,000. This price is a bit expensive. Jiang Yan muttered as he looked at the price above. Host, You can also choose not to use the talisman and directly use your physical body to withstand the 9 thunder tribulations. After resisting these thunder tribulations, your physical strength will be greatly improved. Then what are the chances of me achieving a breakthrough to the golden core stage if I choose to withstand the 9 thunder tribulations with my physical body? Then, host, you have about a 20% chance of withstanding the thunder tribulation and achieving a breakthrough to the golden core stage. 20% sure? That means 80% of death. Ahem, money must be spent wisely. I'd better use the talisman to resist the thunder tribulation. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he directly bought 6 talismans. Ding! Successfully consumed 12,000 points, remaining points, 5,800. Seeing the points drop from 17,800 to 5,800 in an instant, Jiang Yan still felt a little painful, but this was all for the purpose of forming a pill, so it was all worth it. Afterwards, Jiang Yan opened the window and flew on his sword to Tiandao Academy. Tiandao Academy covered a large area. Due to the effect of the spirit gathering array, the entire academy was covered with sufficient spiritual energy. There was also a mountain behind the academy, which was the most suitable place for a breakthrough. Jiang Yan flew out of the window on his sword. At this moment, Jiang Shaoan was downstairs. Since she didn't know which floor Jiang Yan lived on, she had to sit on a chair downstairs to see if she could wait for Jiang Yan to come down. She had a lot to say to her younger brother. Jiang Shaoan subconsciously looked up at the sky and was stunned when she saw Jiang Yan flying in the air with a sword. Just as she was stunned, Jiang Yan flew away. Xiao Yan. Jiang Shaoan reacted and hurriedly chased in the direction of Jiang Yan. Soon Jiang Yan arrived at the gate of the college. After the system recognized the token, the moment Jiang Yan stepped into the campus, he flew directly towards the deep mountains on his sword. Jiang Shaoan also arrived at the college gate, but was stopped directly because she did not apply for an appointment in advance. She tried to negotiate with the security personnel, but they followed the rules and refused to let her in no matter what. Jiang Shaoan felt helpless and had to find a place to sit down and wait for Jiang Yan to come out. Soon Jiang Yan flew to the top of the mountain on his sword. After looking around carefully, Jiang Yan thought that the top of the mountain was a very good location. Jiang Yan fell from the sky and landed gently on the ground. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and let his whole body enter a state of emptiness. Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of foul air, and the spiritual power in his body began to gradually boil, and a thunderous roar sounded at this moment. As the thunder roared, an astonishing aura burst out from him, and a dazzling beam of light rose from the ground and then suddenly went straight into the sky. This sudden scene stunned all the students of Tiandao Academy. They all looked at the beam of light in surprise. Li Yuantian, who was drinking tea, disappeared instantly after feeling this breath. The next second, Li Yuantian appeared in the air. He looked in the direction of the light column and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Who could be preparing to form a pill there? The other teachers at Tiandao Academy also looked at the beam of light with great curiosity. Boom! As the beam of light shot straight into the sky, the originally blue sky became ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, thunderclouds gathered and strong winds blew. Thunders exploded in the air, making people's scalps numb. Passers-by outside were very confused when they saw this strange scene. Hey, didn't the weather forecast say there wouldn't be any rain today? It looks like we're going to have a heavy downpour, right? Oh no! My clothes that I hung out to dry haven't been collected yet. On the rooftop of a building in Tiandaoan, a young girl with a high ponytail and dressed in white looked at the beam of light, her eyes moving around, and no one knew what she was thinking. As the spiritual power in Jiang Yan's body circulated, his body began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy like a vortex, and at the same time a large amount of spiritual energy began to gather towards Jiang Yan. When everyone present saw this scene, they immediately realized that someone was in the process of forming a pill. Oh my god, someone is actually forming a pill. Senior Sister Bai, who is ranked first in the academy rankings, has already reached the core formation stage. Who is the next genius to achieve this? Could it be Senior Brother Zhao? That's not right. Senior Brother Zhao just reached the great perfection of foundation establishment yesterday. His realm hasn't even stabilized yet. How could he possibly be forming a pill now? Everyone was talking about it, they all wanted to know which genius was going to form a pill. At this time, Jiang Yan had already begun trying to compress the spiritual power in his body. As the spiritual power in his body was compressed bit by bit, the thunderclouds in the sky made a rumbling sound. A terrifying pressure erupted, and everyone present looked up. The thunderclouds in the sky were beginning to shrink. In just a few breaths of time, a special area was formed. The originally gloomy sky has now returned to its original blue color, but in that special area, dark clouds are densely packed with thunder. At this moment, Tiandawan fell into silence, and everyone was looking intently towards the back mountain, fearing that they would miss the shocking scene if they were not careful. Chapter 70 for the terrifying thunder tribulation. Boom! A loud thunder exploded in the air with a deafening sound, breaking the silent atmosphere. The loud noise changed the entire sky and earth, and made everyone present tremble in their hearts. As the thunder echoed, a flash of lightning was like a pair of huge hands that parted the clouds, and then turned into a giant dragon and suddenly attacked downwards. Jiang Yan looked up at the terrifying lightning. Although he had prepared the talisman, he still couldn't help but gasp. The talisman in his pocket sensed the thunder tribulation and instantly emitted a dazzling light and flew towards the lightning. Just when the talisman was about to touch the lightning, it burst out with a terrifying spiritual power. A huge spiritual shield was formed, and lightning struck the shield fiercely. Boom! The thunder and lightning were so powerful that even the entire mountain trembled slightly. A dazzling light illuminated the top of the mountain. When the light faded, the shield disappeared and the talisman turned into ashes and dissipated. Feeling the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation, Jiang Yan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although he directly used the talisman to block this thunder tribulation, but this first thunder tribulation was so terrifying, wouldn't the subsequent thunder tribulations be? Just as Jiang Yan was thinking, the second deafening thunder sounded. Boom! In the clouds, the second lightning bolt was thicker than the first one. In just a blink of an eye, the lightning bolt instantly came above Jiang Yan's head. The talisman in his pocket emitted a dazzling light again, forming a shield that collided with the lightning. But it was not over yet. The third, fourth, and fifth lightning bolts, each thicker than the last, followed one after another. These lightning bolts seemed to have intelligence and wanted to strike Jiang Yan at the moment when the shield was broken. In Tiandawan, everyone looked at these terrifying lightning bolts and started talking about it. Holy crap, the power of this thunder tribulation is too terrifying. I don't even dare to think about what would happen if I were struck by such a thunder tribulation. If you get hit like that, you'll be completely jerky right there. At this time, Li Dekong from Jiaxing Academy also appeared above Tiandao Academy. When Li Yuantian saw him coming, he went up to him and started chatting. Is this the fifth thunder tribulation? Li Dekong asked. That's right. What a pity that it is the Jindan thunder tribulation. Outsiders cannot interfere and I have to bear it myself. I hope this little guy can survive it. Li Dekong looked at the tribulation cloud and shook his head. The top of the back mountain. As the sixth thunder tribulation fell, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire mountain top. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a golden elixir about the size of a football. There are still the last 3 thunder tribulations left. The remaining 3 thunder tribulations will continue to compress this golden elixir. As long as you can withstand this final thunder tribulation with your physical strength, you can achieve the golden elixir. Boom! The 7th thunder exploded in the air. This thunder was even more terrifying than the previous 6 thunders, and the lightning turned into a brilliant golden color. Jiang Yan looked at the golden lightning without any fear in his eyes. The path of cultivation is to go against the will of heaven. He took a deep breath and burst out with spiritual power as surging as the sea. The golden lightning turned into a giant dragon and attacked Jiang Yan, as if it wanted to swallow Jiang Yan on the spot. Boom! The huge noise echoed throughout the Tiandao Academy, and everyone present was shocked by the terrifying power and was speechless. On Jiang Yan's side, smoke and dust rose up and the ground was shattered into pieces by the thunder, leaving a pit. Jiang Yan was still sitting cross-legged in the pit, but blood was gushing out of his body, and blood was constantly oozing out of his eyes, ears, and even nostrils, and his whole body was shaking. Puff! Jiang Yan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The power of this thunder was so terrifying that Jiang Yan's body almost collapsed on the spot. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. Although his eyes were blurred by blood and he could not see the scene in the sky, he could feel that the golden elixir was compressed by this thunder tribulation. There are still 2 more, we must hold on. Boom! The 8th thunderbolt roared out, shaking the heavens and earth. It deafened everyone, and Zhang Xiaowan, who was outside the school gate, looked at the golden lightning in the sky, and a sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. This time the lightning was no longer the giant dragon as before. It was more like a huge heavy blade, which seemed to have the power to split the world as it chopped down towards Jiang Yan fiercely. Ugh! Jiang Yan, who was already seriously injured, fell into the pit dying. He lost his sight and hearing due to the horrible thunder. At this moment he was in darkness and could not hear any sound. He tried to stand up while enduring the pain, but he had no strength in his body and could only fall into a pool of blood. At this moment, the ninth thunder in the sky showed signs of dissipating. Everyone fell into dead silence as they watched the scene. The woman in white on the top of the building couldn't help but reveal an expression of regret when she saw that the thunder was about to dissipate. She didn't understand why the thunder tribulation produced by this person's elixir formation was so terrifying. The power of the seventh thunder tribulation alone was more terrifying than the ninth thunder tribulation she had experienced when she formed her elixir before. Alas! What a pity, such a genius finally fell under this thunder tribulation. The two old men in the sky saw this scene and shook their heads with regret. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Yan fell in a pool of blood. Although he had lost his vision, pictures appeared before his eyes one after another. The screen showed some of the things he had experienced in his previous life. After graduation, he was insulted by his stupid boss when he joined the company. During the Chinese New Year, he was despised by his disgusting relatives. He was betrayed by his trusted brother, and so on. Is this the legendary revolving lantern? Is this all I can do now, just wait quietly for death? No. I suffered so much humiliation in my previous life. Now I have traveled to this world and have a system. How can I, who has the template of the protagonist, fall here? Jiang Yan let out an unwilling roar. He had been lying on the ground dying, but now he managed to stand up with his terrifying perseverance. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered towards him and began to frantically repair his broken body. There was a faint rumble of thunder in the sky, and the thunder tribulation that was about to dissipate gathered again. Everyone cheered when they saw this scene. They all began to cheer for Jiang Yan in their hearts, hoping that Jiang Yan could withstand this last thunder tribulation and achieve the golden elixir. The woman in white on the tall building saw the lightning tribulation gathering again, and a hint of joy flashed across her cold face. She whispered, "You must hold on." At this moment, the sky was dyed golden by this last thunder tribulation. From a distance, it looked like a sky full of golden lightning. With a roar, the thunder and lightning poured down and went straight towards Jiang Yan. "We must not fall here." Jiang Yan roared towards the sky, and all the remaining spiritual power in his body, his tenacious perseverance, his unyielding soul, everything in him burst out without reservation. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to withstand this last thunder tribulation. Chapter 75 Achieving Golden Elixir. Jiang Yan used all his strength and leaped into the air, heading towards the golden elixir. Boom! His entire body collided directly with this final thunder tribulation. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. They had not expected that Jiang Yan would take the initiative to face this final thunder tribulation. At this moment, only the dazzling gold remained between heaven and earth, and Jiang Yan's figure had merged with the golden elixir thunder tribulation. Everyone looked up at the golden sky. The calamity clouds dissipated, and Jiang Yan's figure also disappeared in the air. Disappeared? Everyone was very confused. They didn't know whether Jiang Yan had successfully formed the elixir, but all they could do now was to wait patiently. At this time, the dazzling gold in the sky was slowly dissipating, revealing the original appearance of the sky. Everyone held their breath, and everyone in Tiandao Academy focused their attention on the sky. They couldn't wait to know the result. At this moment, the golden color in the sky completely dissipated. As the golden sky disappeared, everyone saw the vague figure in the air. Jiang Yan stood there with his eyes closed. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body was emitting brilliant golden light, as if an immortal had descended. Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. At this moment, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, the originally blue sky was once again filled with thunderous sounds, and a terrifying power burst out from his body and spread in all directions. This is the power of the golden elixir. Li Yuantian and Li Dakong swept their spiritual sense over and saw that the person in the air was Jiang Yan. They looked at each other with shock on their faces. The person who had reached the Jindan stage was actually Jiang Yan. This kid's cultivation speed was too terrifying. It had only been a short time since he reached the Jindan stage. The people below felt this terrifying pressure and burst into deafening cheers. Is this a successful Dan formation? Fuck, this guy is so handsome. Golden core experts are indeed so terrifying. Jiang Yan could hear clearly what the people in the crowd below were saying in the air, and he could feel the cultivation powers surging in his body. He looked at the injuries on his body, and found that his body, which had been struck by lightning and was covered in blood, had now fully recovered. Not only that, Jiang Yan's physical strength is now far stronger than before. He feels full of power. It seems that the whole world will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Is this the golden elixir? Jiang Yan murmured. He could feel that a golden elixir had appeared in his originally empty dantian. Jiang Yan looked around and felt that this world seemed different from before, as if he had established a connection with this world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a pill and receiving 5,000 bonus points. Current remaining points, 10,800. At this time, Li Yuantian and Li Dakon came in front of Jiang Yan. Congratulations, Jiang Yan, Li Yuantian said with a kind smile. Good boy, it hasn't been long since you formed the Dan. In the history of our great Xia country, there has never been anyone with such an incredible cultivation speed as yours. Li Dakong exclaimed. Jiang Yan scratched his head and said, I was just lucky. Ha, you don't have to be so modest. Li Dakong smiled. Jiang Yan's performance was so shocking. He had previously believed that Jiang Yan could achieve the nascent soul stage within 100 years. Now thinking about it, it was really stupid. At his current speed of cultivation, he could achieve the nascent soul stage in at most 20 years. Jiang Yan is only 18 years old now, and he will only be 38 in 20 years. My god, a 38-year-old nascent soul cultivator, is this guy really a human being? Li Yuantian looked at Jiang Yan. He had originally planned to accept Jiang Yan as his disciple and personally guide him in his cultivation, but now it seems that he is not worthy of guiding him at all. It's really true that comparing yourself to others makes you feel dreadful. How can the gap between people be so huge? When Li Yuantian thought of his apprentice idling around all day long, he wanted to hang him up and give him a good beating. If you two seniors have nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. After saying that, Jiang Yan bowed to the two of them, then turned into a stream of light and flew towards the community. The two looked at each other and then left. Outside the school gate, Zhang Xiaoan was still standing there in a daze. She had always thought that Jiang Yan was a warrior. When Jiang Yan flew out of the community on a sword, she was so busy chasing him that she hadn't reacted yet. It was not until the strange vision in the sky just now that she came back to her senses. Jiang Yan was actually a cultivator. At the same time, she felt extremely guilty. Her brother was so outstanding. If it weren't for that beast Jiang Chen, how could Jiang Yan have left the Jiang family? Zhang Xiaoan couldn't understand why her parents only had eyes for Jiang Chen, even though Jiang Yan was their biological son. Zhang Xiaoan felt very helpless. The conflict between Jiang Yan and them was too deep now. Jiang Yan would not return to the Jiang family for a while. If only my parents could think it through and send Jiang Chen away, and then apologize to Jiang Yan, then maybe Jiang Yan would be willing to return to the Jiang family. Thinking of this, she stood up and walked towards the community. On the way back, she sent a message to Jiang Huang to explain her thoughts. On the other side, Jiang Huang, who was handling affairs in the company, saw the news. She had thought about sending Jiang Chen away before, but Jiang's father and mother said they would never agree. Jiang Huang sat on the chair and rubbed her tired brows. She began to think about how to send Jiang Chen away. Zhang Yanfei walked to the balcony and entered the room from the balcony. He walked into the bathroom and started taking a hot bath. The hot water slid across his skin and washed away the fatigue in his body. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the bathroom and looked at his face in the mirror. He was stunned for a moment. After forming the elixir, not only did his cultivation level skyrocket, but even his temperament and appearance underwent tremendous changes. Just as he was still admiring the handsome face, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The Shenbing Longxian technique has been fully comprehended. After hearing that he had mastered the technique, Jiang Yan no longer cared about admiring her beauty. He changed his clothes and jumped out of the window to the roof, ready to try out the technique. Jiang Yan stood on the top floor and clasped his hands together, and then a bone-chilling cold air burst out from his body and spread all over his body. Snap! There was a crisp sound of freezing in the air. The temperature in the originally scorching hot weather suddenly dropped to freezing point, and the cold covered the entire community in an instant. Jiang Yan's dark eyes turned ice blue at this moment. Countless ice crystals condensed around him, and suddenly a huge ice dragon appeared above him. The ice dragon roared, and the passionate dragon roar echoed throughout the entire community. When the residents in the community heard the noise, they pushed the doors open to check. As soon as they opened the door, they were hit by freezing cold air. Feeling the chill, everyone was stunned. Isn't it June now? Why is it so freezing outside? Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the cold air disappeared instantly. The ice dragon on his head turned into water drops and fell to the ground. Chapter 76: Hunting down the suspect. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was summer vacation time for major martial arts universities, and students welcomed a 2-month summer vacation. Jiang Yan walked out of the alchemy pavilion, holding a manual containing a complete knowledge of alchemy. When Jiang Yan read fantasy novels in his previous life, he was interested in the various elixirs in them, so the day after he formed the elixir, he came to the alchemy pavilion to start learning alchemy. I have to say that alchemy is really a very mysterious thing. After mastering the basic knowledge of alchemy, Jiang Yan decided to put it into practice. So Jiang Yan prepared to refine the most basic elixir, qi and blood powder, which a first-level warrior could use to strengthen his control over his qi and blood. I originally thought that there should be no problem if I followed the normal steps, but in the end the furnace exploded 3 times in a row. Jiang Yan thought something went wrong, and feeling dissatisfied, he started refining the elixir again. The furnace exploded 3 times in a row. Jiang Yan was really convinced, and could only take the alchemy knowledge manual home to study it slowly. Since he reached Dan's stage, Jiang Yan has always entered the room from the balcony. After all, who would still take the elevator up when they can fly? Jiang Yan sat on the bed and began to carefully read the Encyclopedia of Alchemy Knowledge. After reading for half an hour, Jiang Yan began to suspect that he was being set up. I clearly followed the steps perfectly, with the correct proportions of the ingredients and the right heat control, so why did the furnace explode? And it exploded 3 times in a row. Fuck. Jiang Yan threw the Encyclopedia of Alchemy Knowledge aside. He told himself that the explosion of the alchemy furnace was definitely not his problem. Yes, it was definitely the problem of the alchemy furnace. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and prepared to go online to find some fun to distract himself. Shocking news, a blogger's girlfriend is actually someone else's contracted spirit. After the incident was exposed, the woman even threatened the blogger. Jiang Yan couldn't help but frown after reading it. If he encountered such a thing, he could just raise his hand and kill those two. Why bother with so much trouble when the problem can be solved by taking action? A bride cheated on her husband the night before her wedding, and a private video of her cheating was leaked. The groom cancelled the wedding on the spot after learning about it. A blogger's girlfriend cheated on him with a fitness trainer. In the end, she successfully withdrew $1 million, while the man only got a few cats. Jiang Yan found it boring to browse through all the apps he saw, which were all about this kind of cheating incidents, so he started to browse the software used by the academy to issue bounty tasks. Although it is summer vacation now, the college will still post various tasks on it so that students can earn credits and bounties during the holidays. The tasks above are quite varied, ranging from chasing suspects to helping find cats and dogs, all kinds of miscellaneous tasks. Jiang Yan thought that since he was free anyway, he might as well take on a few tasks to pass the time. There is a task at the top of the software page. 4 peak level second level suspects fled to a B-level secret realm that suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Kyoto some time ago. The task requires them to be captured alive or killed directly if necessary. Note, this task is released nationwide, and all warriors or monks in the country can accept this task. Jiang Yan took on the task directly, but capturing him alive was too troublesome. It was written on the notice that he could be killed if necessary, so it would be more convenient to just kill him directly after catching him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan jumped out of the window and flew towards the location of the secret realm. Soon Jiang Yan arrived near the secret realm. He landed on the ground and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, many people had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. The vast majority of people present were from various guilds, and there were also some students, probably all there to catch the suspect. At this time, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a frivolous look saw Jiang Yan coming here alone, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. Since there were 4 suspects this time, everyone present came in groups. Jiang Yan noticed Huang Mao's disdain. He glanced at him and ignored him as he walked straight towards the entrance of the secret realm. Huang Mao felt very unhappy with Jiang Yan's aloof appearance, especially since Jiang Yan was so handsome, which made him feel even more unbalanced. So he chatted with a few people around him, and they stepped forward to block Jiang Yan's way, ready to teach him a lesson. Get out of the way. Jiang Yan said lightly. You little bastard, I'll fuck your mother. Are you going to pretend in front of me again? The yellow-haired man cursed. Just as he was about to take action, a terrifying pressure emanated from Jiang Yan's body. Everyone present was breathless due to this pressure, and the people in front of Jiang Yan knelt directly on the ground. As soon as Jiang Yan had the idea, the people in front of him were blown away by an invisible force. They fell heavily to the ground and were seriously injured by this force. They looked at Jiang Yan in horror. They didn't expect that the handsome young man in front of them was so powerful. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at them calmly. The few of them felt their scalps tingling instantly when they saw him like that, and the others present didn't even dare to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. Several people ignored the pain in their bodies and started to kowtow frantically. Huang Ma was scared to death at this moment. He thought it was a soft persimmon, but it turned out to be a titanium alloy steel plate. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong and I looked down on you. Please be magnanimous and let us go. We won't do it again. The yellow-haired man kowtowed and begged for mercy. Huang Ma was regretting his decision to the point of death. The handsome young man in front of him was so powerful, and his background must be even more terrifying. It would only take him a thought to kill him. Thinking of this, his whole body began to tremble wildly, and his lower body couldn't help but become incontinent, and a foul smell filled the air. Jiang Yan frowned slightly when he smelled the scent. He was not a murderer, but if he had not controlled the pressure just now, these people would have died here in an instant. Jiang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to these people and turned around to enter the secret realm. Seeing this, Huang Mao and his companions limped away, enduring the pain. The others had no choice but to turn around and leave when they saw Jiang Yan enter the secret realm. Jiang Yan's strength is so terrifying, what is the point of them going in? After entering the secret realm, Jiang Yan flew directly into the air and began to look for the suspects. On the way, he encountered some monsters that tried to attack him. Jiang Yan had no interest in these monsters and killed them casually. Jiang Yan searched for half a day but still couldn't find the suspect, which made him feel a little annoyed. How could several peak-level second-level masters run so fast? At this time, a pool of blood on the ground caught his attention. Jiang Yan landed on the ground and began to observe. The blood was very fresh and obviously left not long ago. Jiang Yan followed the direction of the bloodstains and found a broken arm in the grass a few minutes later. Jiang Yan just took a look at the broken arm and quickened his pace to rush forward. Soon a corpse appeared in Jiang Yan's sight. The corpse not only had no head, but also had a broken arm. The broken arm just now should belong to this corpse. Jiang Yan opened the picture on his phone and started comparing it. The clothes on the body exactly matched the clothes of one of the suspects. Looks like someone got there first, huh? This is... Only then did Jiang Yan notice that there was a red flower next to the corpse. Chapter 77 Red-Dressed Woman Like Horus. Jiang Yan raised his hand and pointed, and the red flower flew in front of him. Is this... Lycoris radiata? Jiang Yan recognized the flower after careful identification. Lycoris radiata is also known as the flower of the other shore. Its flower language is the longing for life and death and the eternal separation. Jiang Yan was a little confused. This thing usually blooms in September. It was only the end of June. Could it grow in the secret realm? Jiang Yan looked around but found that there were no other red spider lilies around. He looked at the red spider lily in front of him and a trace of disgust flashed across his face. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and the red spider lily began to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the red spider lily was burned to ashes. Then Jiang Yan continued to walk forward. Soon a faint smell of blood came from the air, and then a head appeared in his sight. Jiang Yan walked forward to check, and his eyebrows twisted together when he saw the expression on the head's face. I saw him rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, his face still a little red, looking as if he was in ecstasy. Jiang Yan found it hard to imagine what the body had experienced before. He clicked on the picture on his phone and started comparing it, confirming that this was one of the 4 suspects. Jiang Yan glanced at the head, then retracted his gaze and turned into a stream of light and flew forward. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan came to a stream and noticed a naked male corpse lying on the ground on the other side of the stream. Jiang Yan walked to the side of the corpse, and when he saw the corpse in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. The corpse was curled up on the ground, its skin tightly attached to its body, wrapped around the skeleton like a layer of shriveled paper, and its eyeballs were sunken. The entire corpse looked as if something had sucked all the blood out of it. Jiang Yan subconsciously sniffed and vaguely smelled a foul fishy odor in the air. The face of the corpse was distorted and difficult to recognize. Jiang Yan clicked on the picture, and after 5 minutes of careful comparison, he confirmed that this was also one of the 4 suspects. TSK. First he cut off his head and hands, and now here comes someone who has been sucked dry. This guy is even more cruel than me. Jiang Yan curled his lips. It was then that Jiang Yan noticed a large pool of dried up milky white liquid on the stone on the ground. He stared at the liquid for a long time, and the more he looked at it, the more it looked like that thing. Jiang Yan looked at the mummy again, the corners of his mouth twitched, and a horrible idea appeared in his mind. This person couldn't have been given alive. Thinking of this, pictures one after another automatically appeared in his mind. Hiss. The images in his mind made Jiang Yan gasp for air, so he hurriedly took out the tranquil divine chain from his waist badge. The moment he put on the necklace, he felt a cool sensation. Jiang Yan calmed down and the images in his mind were cleared. 2 of the 4 suspects are already dead, and the remaining 2 are probably gone too. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. He was very curious about who could be so perverted. Jiang Yan looked around and then flew into the air to look for the remaining 2 people. After searching carefully for half an hour, Jiang Yan still found no trace of the remaining 2 people. How can these 2 idiots hide like this? We'll kill them when we catch them, damn it. Jiang Yan cursed. Jiang Yan really didn't expect that 2 mere second-level peak masters could hide so well. The main reason was that the scope of the B-level secret realm was too large, and it was too troublesome for him to find them alone. Under the soothing effect of the necklace, Jiang Yan's inner irritability disappeared. He looked around and sighed helplessly. Forget it, the secret realm is so big that I won't be able to find it in a short time. I'd better go back and continue studying alchemy. Jiang Yan chose to give up looking for people at this moment. After all, there were only 2 suspects. This was a B-level secret realm. Even if they managed to escape the pursuit of that person, the monsters here could tear them into pieces. Anyway, he just wanted to take the task for fun on a whim. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan turned around and prepared to return to the entrance of the secret realm along the same route. Aha! At this time, a wailing sound even more miserable than the sound of slaughtering pigs came from the top of the mountain far behind. Hearing the scream, Jiang Yan started cursing. Fuck you! I've been looking for you for ages and was about to leave, but now you show up again. Anger surged in his heart. Jiang Yan took off the necklace and flew towards the top of the mountain like lightning. If the screams were from the 2 suspects, they would definitely be beaten up. On the top of the mountain. There was originally a large flat area on the top of the mountain, covered with various weeds. But now the flat land is covered with brightly blooming Lycoris radiata, which looks like a sea of red flowers at first glance. In the middle of this sea of flowers, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and dressed in red was lying on her side. Not far from the woman, a dried corpse was lying on the ground. Not far to the left of the woman, a burly man was kneeling on the ground, his whole body shaking uncontrollably with fear. The woman in red stretched out her slender fingers to wipe the liquid from the corner of her mouth and then lightly tapped. The red spider lilies on the ground wrapped around the mummy. Then she hooked her finger at the man, signaling him to come over. Boom, boom, boom. Please let me go, I didn't see anything. The man kowtowed to the woman madly with tears in his eyes, and he did not stop even when his head was broken and bleeding. Regarding the man who was frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, the woman in red just put her fingers to her lips and smiled lightly. Be good, come here quickly, I will satisfy you well. The woman's voice seemed to have some kind of temptation. The man who was still kowtowing and begging for mercy stopped at this moment. He lay on the ground and slowly crawled towards the woman. Just as the man crawled to the side of the woman, the Lycoris radiata on the ground seemed to suddenly come alive, and a large number of Lycoris radiata instantly turned into a huge net that covered the 2 of them. At this time, Jiang Yan, who was in the air, happened to see this scene, and he also saw the man's face clearly. The man was one of the 4 suspects. Jiang Yan landed lightly on the ground, looking at the huge web formed by Lycoris radiata in front of him, and thinking of the strange scene just now. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had watched many TV dramas and movies. Based on the plots in those movies, he guessed that the woman in red had a special kind of charm. At this time, waves of extremely seductive moans came from the red sea of flowers. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yan instantly realized what the woman was doing inside, and he thought of the mummy before. Could it be she who did it? Jiang Yan leaned against a tree trunk, listening with interest to the breathing of the men and women inside and the sound of water. Jiang Yan sighed. Alas, this man must be gone. Chapter 78: The Old Lady Who Absorbs People's Young Energy. The sounds in the sea of flowers are sometimes as turbulent as the waves of the sea, and sometimes as gentle as the flowing water of a stream. Jiang Yan put on the tranquil divine chain to suppress his cultivation to the initial stage of foundation building, and then listened quietly to the movements coming from inside. Finally, after an hour, the web formed by the Lycoris radiata dissipated and the Lycoris radiata returned to the soil. The woman in red wiped the corner of her mouth as if she was not satisfied yet. Beside her, the man who was originally a burly man had now become a mummy. Jiang Yan glanced at the woman in red, then at the dried corpse on the ground. Now that the mission target was gone, there was no need for him to stay here anymore. He was about to leave when he felt the woman in red looking at him. Jiang Yan turned around and met the gaze of the woman in red. The woman in red was stunned for a moment after seeing Jiang Yan's face clearly. The young man in front of him was so handsome. Although he was wearing a t-shirt, his 8-pack abs could be seen when the breeze blew through him. He also faintly exuded the spiritual power fluctuations of the foundation building period. Oh my god, this is exactly what she wants. Not only were the 4 people from before all misshapen, but after squeezing them dry, their strength only recovered a little bit. If I can suck all the energy out of this handsome boy, my strength will definitely recover a lot. Thinking of this, the woman in red smiled and said, "Little brother, what are you doing here alone?" "Sister, I accepted the mission to catch these 4 suspects. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You solved it all by yourself," Jiang Yan said with pretended admiration. "Brother, you are so sweet. Come on, play a game with your sister, okay?" The woman in red smelled the faint scent of grass emanating from Jiang Yan, and a hint of obsession appeared on her face. "No, my mom sent me a message asking me to go home for dinner, so I'll leave first. Bye," Jiang Yan said, then tapped his ear with his finger and was about to leave. "Hey, don't be anxious. You can eat later. I have something more delicious here," the woman in red said as she gently stroked her plump breasts with her fingers. "Come on, come quickly." The very seductive voice of the woman in red came. But Jiang Yan was not affected at all and turned around to walk down the mountain. The woman in red was shocked when she saw that Jiang Yan was unaffected. What's going on? Why isn't the charm working on him? While she was still confused, Jiang Yan's figure turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived at the foot of the mountain. "Idiot!" Jiang Yan cursed. The necklace has the function of calming the mind and nourishing the heart. Jiang Yan wore the necklace just to prevent the woman from using magic on him. Jiang Yan felt that wearing only the necklace was not safe enough, so when he heard that the woman's tone was not right, he simply blocked his hearing. In this way, he would not be affected by her voice. Jiang Yan was originally planning to wear sunglasses or something, but wouldn't that be bad if the woman's eyes could also be charming? Jiang Yan didn't want to fight with her. After all, there was no need to do so if there was no grudge between them. But if that woman didn't know what was good for her, then he couldn't be blamed. The woman in red came to her senses and saw that Jiang Yan had disappeared without a trace. She stood up and walked to the tree trunk that Jiang Yan was leaning against. The air was filled with the scent of grass left by Jiang Yan. The woman in red took a deep breath and was instantly intoxicated by it. The taste was so great. She looked in the direction where Jiang Yan left with love in her eyes. She didn't expect that Jiang Yan would not be affected by her charm. "Run, run. If I catch you later, I will give you." The woman in red smiled. She already had a stunningly beautiful face, and her smile at this moment was even more seductive. Originally, she just wanted to suck Jiang Yan clean, but now she changed her mind. Once she caught Jiang Yan, she would pin him down and eat him dry until not a drop was left in him, and then she would suck him clean. Thinking of this, the woman in red flew into the air and chased in the direction of Jiang Yan. "It seems like there's not much time left to make a wish, it seems like just one more day." Jiang Yan hummed the lyrics and quickened his pace as he rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, he was still 5 kilometers away from the entrance. Just when Jiang Yan thought that the woman in red would not chase him, a breeze blew by, and the next second the woman in red slowly fell from the air right in front of him. "TSK, he actually caught up with me," Jiang Yan muttered in his heart, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. "Little brother, why are you running? I won't eat you. You make me so sad." The woman in red looked pitiful. "What are you mumbling about?" Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that the woman in red had a look and figure that could indeed be described as stunningly beautiful, but it was a pity that Jiang Yan was not interested in her. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, the woman in red did not get annoyed but became more excited. The little guy in front of her was so interesting that she couldn't wait. Swish! The figure of the woman in red turned into a stream of red light and appeared in front of Jiang Yan in the blink of an eye. Just as her white and slender palm was about to touch Jiang Yan's handsome face, Jiang Yan's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. A trace of shock flashed in the eyes of the woman in red. This little guy is so fast. Just as she was surprised, Jiang Yan's teasing voice sounded from behind her, "Auntie, how can you touch someone else's face so casually? What did you call me?" The woman in red turned around and looked at Jiang Yan with a hint of anger on her face. Age has always been a taboo for women, and she hates being called an old aunt the most. Lululu, an old lady who sucks people's young energy. Jiang Yan made a face and continued to mock. "You're looking for death." The woman in red waved her hand, and instantly the sky full of red spider lilies poured down towards Jiang Yan like a rainstorm. At this moment, the woman in red was extremely angry. The little brother in front of her was too disobedient. Even though he was handsome, he must be taught a lesson. Jiang Yan looked at the rain of flowers with an expressionless face. He exhaled a breath of cold air, and then his dark eyes turned into a shining ice blue. A bone-chilling chill burst out, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to freezing point. The woman in red couldn't help but frown slightly after feeling this horrible chill. Just nearby, a rain of flowers was about to envelop Jiang Yanshi. A whoa! A loud dragon roar sounded, and in an instant a huge frost dragon appeared in front of Jiang Yan. The frost dragon opened its bloody mouth filled with cold air and swallowed the rain of flowers into its belly. The frost dragon let out a terrifying roar and attacked the woman in red. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the woman in red. She raised her hand and released her spiritual power, thinking that the frost dragon would be instantly shattered by her spiritual power. But the frost dragon directly broke through the spiritual power. Realizing that something was wrong, she instantly released a spiritual shield to resist. Boom! The spiritual shield shattered instantly, and the next second she flew backwards. The woman in red flipped 360 degrees in the air before landing steadily on the ground. You are not at the foundation building stage. A hint of surprise appeared on the beautiful face of the woman in red. Chapter 79: The Woman from the Smiling Coffin Organization. The red-dressed woman's surprise was fleeting, and then an expression of fascination and excitement appeared on her face. Little brother, you really make me excited. Don't worry, I will definitely make you feel the ecstasy. Jiang Yan blocked his hearing and naturally could not hear what the woman in red was saying, but he noticed the obsessed expression on her face. Fuck! This is a pure nympho. Jiang Yan complained crazily in his heart. The woman in red gently raised her hand, releasing spiritual power as surging as the tide, and the terrifying pressure of the middle stage of the golden core instantly came upon her face. Feeling the woman's cultivation level of the middle stage of the golden core, Jiang Yan remained calm. As long as her cultivation level was not above the nascent soul stage, it would be fine. Even if he couldn't beat her, he had more than 10 ropes in his waist badge. Couldn't he just run away easily? Swish! The woman in red appeared in front of Jiang Yan in an instant like a ghost, and her originally slender fingers turned into terrifying claws. She slapped Jiang Yan's body with her claws, and Jiang Yan flew backwards. Then he gathered his spiritual power and punched out. Boom! The deafening sound of breaking through the air, like a bomb explosion, resounded throughout the entire forest. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose in the forest. Jiang Yan knew very well that this punch did not cause any harm to the woman in red. He condensed a clone and stayed there, then he disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the woman in red rushed out of the smoke and grabbed Jiang Yan's neck fiercely. Got you, little brother. Just when the woman in red was feeling proud, Jiang Yan's figure became illusory and then turned into spiritual power and dissipated. Clone. The woman in red looked at her hand in disbelief. She didn't expect that Jiang Yan, who was in the Jindan stage, could actually condense a clone. Sword. At this time, Jiang Yan's angry voice appeared in the air. The woman in red looked up and saw Jiang Yan standing in the air. Jiang Yan clasped his hands together, and a huge formation appeared in the air. The sword formation formed by hundreds of spiritual swords attacked the woman in red like a rainstorm. Looking at the hundreds of spiritual swords, the woman in red raised her hand and pointed at a large number of red spider lilies, which instantly began to collide with the spiritual swords. Boom! Each of these Lycoris radiata flowers contains the spiritual power of the woman in red, and naturally has extremely strong killing power. However, no matter how strong the killing power of a flower is, it is just a flower. How can it compete with this terrifying sword formation? Swish swish. In just a breath of time, the sword formation directly penetrated the group of red spider lilies and instantly attacked the woman in red as if it had GPS positioning. Just when the magic sword was about to pierce the woman in red, she dodged the sword formation with an extremely strange movement. Just as she was closing the distance between herself and the sword formation. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Zhang Yan, holding a long sword, turned into a white rainbow, cutting through the surrounding air and instantly coming in front of the woman in red. The long sword in his hand flashed with silver light, and a sword energy with extremely strong killing power slashed out. Tear! Although the woman in red reacted quickly and distanced herself from Zhang Yan, her clothes were still accidentally torn to pieces by the sword energy. Her outer clothes were torn into pieces, revealing her fair and delicate skin, and her graceful and seductive figure was fully revealed. Oh, little brother, you are so bad. You have ruined my clothes. The woman in red said coquettishly, looking shy. If other men saw this scene, they would probably rush over and pin her down to have sex with her. Come on, let your sister help you relax. The voice of the woman in red was full of temptation. After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hands and kept kneading her body, making seductive moans from her mouth. Ugh! Zhang Yan dry heaved. Although he couldn't hear what the woman in red was saying, her actions really made him feel sick. You! The woman in red was so angry that she was speechless. She really didn't expect that she had seduced Zhang Yan so much, but not only did he not fall for it, he even almost vomited. Is this guy still a man? If the men I met in the past saw me like this, they would have rushed over with anger. Is it that I am not attractive enough? Thinking of this, she took off her coat, and suddenly the air was filled with a sweet and tempting scent. Just as she reached out to unbutton her underwear, she felt a very terrifying murderous intent. She looked up and saw Zhang Yan staring at the tattoo on her arm. Are you from Smiling Coffin? Zhang Yan's tone was cold, and the murderous intent on his body became stronger. The woman in red was surprised. She didn't expect that the little brother in front of her actually knew about the Smiling Coffin. At this moment, Zhang Yan had regained his hearing, and his sharp gaze was like a sharp blade piercing the woman in red. Guess. Guess your mother. At this moment, Zhang Yan had already confirmed that the woman in red was a member of the Smiling Coffin. Without any hesitation, he used teleport to instantly appear in front of the woman in red. You! The woman in red didn't expect that Zhang Yan actually wanted to kill her. The moment she reacted, she grabbed the sword. Snap! The spiritual sword in Zhang Yan's hand broke into two pieces. She gathered her spiritual power and slapped Zhang Yan's abdomen with one palm. It's a pity that Zhang Yan's shape-shifting has been mastered to perfection. The moment his hand touched Zhang Yan's clothes, Zhang Yan's figure disappeared again. Damn it! The woman in red cursed inwardly. She guessed that Zhang Yan must have some kind of body movement skills, otherwise how could a Jin Dan stage cultivator have such an incredible speed? Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. Oh no! The moment she reacted, Zhang Yan punched her and sent her flying. Ah! Puff! The woman in red flew backwards. She spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Zhang Yan in disbelief. Zhang Yan's whole body was shrouded in murderous intent. Although Zhang Yan's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the golden core, the aura on Zhang Yan's body at this moment was even more terrifying than that of a golden core great perfection. Damn it! If you hadn't been seriously injured and your realm hadn't dropped, you'd still be in the Jindan stage. I could have turned you into ashes with just my pressure. The woman in red cursed in her heart. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan walked towards her step by step like a god of death. The woman in red waved her hand, and instantly thousands of Lycoris radiata rushed towards Zhang Yan like a surging wave. Zhang Yan looked coldly at the red spider lilies flying towards him, and slowly raised his right hand. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers was heard, and in an instant, the surrounding trees, grass, and vines, like subjects receiving orders from their king, formed a huge barrier to block the surging red spider lilies. What? The woman in red looked at the plants in shock. Only then did she realize the terrifying strength of this handsome young man. The skills mastered by a Jindan stage cultivator are so incredible. Chapter 80, Butcher, Clown, Lycoris. The woman in red looked at the huge barrier in front of her in shock. As a person in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, she not only couldn't gain any advantage over the young man in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, but was suppressed by him instead. She had never seen any of the techniques this kid practiced. Who was this guy? At this moment, the face of the woman in red was very solemn. Although she also had extremely powerful magic skills, it would take a lot of spiritual power to use them with her current cultivation level, and she was not sure whether Jiang Yan had any other trump cards. There is absolutely no point in wasting time here with him now. Although I am unwilling to do so, I can only slip away for now and settle accounts with him after my realm recovers. Thinking of this, the woman in red turned into a stream of red light and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm in an instant. Seeing that the woman in red chose to run away, Jiang Yan's face was full of disdain, and then he turned into a white rainbow and flew over. At this time, a figure in a black robe slowly walked out. He glanced at the direction the two people left, and then his figure turned into a ball of black mist and dissipated. The woman in red was very fast. In just a few breaths, she was only 1 kilometer away from the entrance to the secret realm. Just when she thought she could leave safely. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. She looked back and saw that Jiang Yan had actually caught up with her. She hurriedly increased her speed and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just as she was about to reach the entrance to the secret realm, a rope instantly wrapped around her like a poisonous snake swimming in the water. Ah! The woman in red fell heavily to the ground and screamed. She looked at the ropes tied around her body and used her spiritual power to try to break free, but she was horrified to find that she couldn't break free and the ropes were getting tighter and tighter. This is a magic weapon, the woman in red exclaimed. At this time, Jiang Yan landed on the ground, holding a long sword and slowly walking towards the woman. Seeing Jiang Yan getting closer, a look of panic appeared on her face. Wait a minute. Calm down, handsome boy. There is no grudge between us. There is no need for you to kill me, right? She opened her mouth and tried to beg for mercy. Just because you are from Smiling Coffin, you must die. Jiang Yan's voice was flat, but it was like a sledgehammer hitting her heart. So, you are here to avenge those who died? No, the people in your organization want to kill me, so I won't let any of you go. Jiang Yan's voice was as calm as water, but the woman felt like she was drowning in a terrifying tsunami. Well, it has nothing to do with me if they want to kill you. I don't even know you. Please let me go. I will agree to whatever you want, said the woman in red tremblingly. She joined this organization 10 years ago. Over the years, she has killed many people who claim to be geniuses, but she has never encountered a monster like Jiang Yan. This guy is so scary. There's a saying that one person's punch can punish the entire team. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan instantly came in front of the woman in red, and the long sword in his hand flashed with silver light. Just as Jiang Yan was about to kill her with a sword, a strange black mist appeared. Jiang Yan instantly distanced himself and looked at the black mist with a vigilant look. The black fog slowly condensed into a person wearing a black robe and a smiling mask. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This person was the man in black robe that night. The woman in red looked at the figure, a look of joy on her face. Before she could say anything, the man in black robe raised his hand and grabbed the rope, which broke instantly. The woman in red stood up and looked at Jiang Yan with a playful expression. It was obvious that the arrival of the man in black robe gave her enough confidence. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps was heard, and the entire ground began to tremble slightly because of the footsteps. Soon, a fat man over 2 meters tall stood beside them. Although the man had no spiritual power, the fluctuations of chi and blood emanating from his body were no weaker than those of a golden elixir. Little brother, weren't you very arrogant just now? How about you apologize to your sister and I will be gentler with you later? The woman in red smiled and covered her mouth. Boy! Now that you are about to die, do you have any last words to say? The fat man said sarcastically. To Jindan and a warrior who was not weaker than Jindan. That's interesting. Jiang Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. Kid, you know what? You're really ugly when you pretend to be calm. I know you're very powerful. You're only at the early stage of the Golden Core stage and you can suppress Manjushij, but do you think you can survive against the 3 of us? Jiang Yan glanced at the woman in red. Although he had guessed her identity before, he was not sure. Now that the fat man spoke, he finally confirmed the woman's identity. But Jiang Yan was a little surprised. As one of the strongest fighters under the leader, Manjushij was only at the Golden Core stage? This was a bit too much. Jiang Yan looked at the other two people. These two people were also among the top 10 executives. She is Lycoris Radiata. What about you? Which one of the 10 executives are you? Jiang Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. Originally, you were not worthy of knowing my name, but today I will let you die knowing full well. My code name is Butcher, and his code name is Joker. The Joker? Wasn't he killed by Senior Decon? Could it be that his soul survived and he was reborn? But Jiang Yan was too lazy to think about it now. He looked at the butcher and smiled. Do you think you three can definitely eat me? 1 against 3, do you think you have a chance of winning? Snap. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, then let's turn the situation around. In an instant, 3 spiritual clones appeared beside Jiang Yan. The butcher couldn't help but burst out laughing as he looked at the 3 clones. Boy, you don't think you can win just by using your skills to condense clones, do you? Lycoris Radiata covered her mouth and chuckled without saying anything, while the clown stared at the clones as if thinking about something. Alas, what a brainless thing. Jiang Yan sighed. In an instant, terrifying pressures from the Jindan stage burst out. The butcher, who originally had a look of disdain on his face, instantly widened his eyes after feeling the pressure. No. Impossible. How could a clone condensed by you at the Jindan stage possibly have the same cultivation level as your original body? Manjushij was also shocked at this moment. How many cards does this guy have? I know you're bluffing. You want to use your clone to confuse us? You underestimate me. As soon as he finished speaking, the butcher mobilized all his energy and blood and rushed forward to punch out. Boom! Jiang Yan's clone collided with him, and the two forces collided with astonishing momentum. What? The butcher was slightly stunned. The combat power of this clone was so strong. Just as he was stunned, Jiang Yan teleported in front of him, used his spiritual power and punched him hard in the abdomen. Ah! The butcher flew backwards, and his fat body hit the ground heavily like a ball. Bang! The butcher fell to the ground, looking at Jiang Yan angrily. You little bastard. You're playing dirty tricks. Idiot, I must be crazy to fight you one-on-one. Jiang Yan said sarcastically. Chapter 81. Kill the butcher, the cute little white fox. You little bastard, I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death. As soon as he finished speaking, the butcher's aura suddenly rose. With the help of a special secret technique, his originally plump body of more than 2 meters became extremely huge. From a distance, it looked like a handmade beef ball that had expanded tens of thousands of times. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. If this fat pig was chopped into sauce and made into dumplings, it would probably take more than a year to eat it all. Although the butcher's body became extremely huge, his speed was not affected at all and was even faster than before. There was a gust of wind, and the butcher appeared in front of Jiang Yan in an instant like a teleporting semi-trailer truck, and then punched him. Bang! The entire ground shook violently, smoke and dust rose up, and the sound of the ground breaking was heard in the air. The ground was directly smashed into pieces by this punch and turned into a huge pit. The butcher's eyes were full of contempt. If he punched Jiang Yan, he would probably turn him into a pool of meat paste. When the smoke and dust cleared, the butcher withdrew his hand. He had been very disdainful at first, but now his eyes widened in disbelief. There was not even any blood in the pit. The next second, he felt a chilling chill at the back of his neck. Swish! A flash of cold light flashed, and Jiang Yan's clone, holding a long sword, instantly cut a horrifying wound on the back of the butcher's neck with lightning speed. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ah! The butcher howled in pain. He angrily punched the clone. The clone's face was full of mockery. The clone directly turned into spiritual power and dissipated back to Jiang Yan. At this moment, Jiang Yan stood in the air, looking down at the butcher. He smacked his lips impatiently. This fat pig's defense was so high? This sword only opened a gap for him. Seeing this, Lycoris Radiata raised her hand to release the red spider lily, but the clown raised his hand to stop her. Let's go. There's no point in wasting time here. Manjushij glanced at Jiang Yan in the air. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice but to leave now. Then the two of them flew directly towards the entrance of the secret realm. Jiang Yan looked at the two people who were leaving in some surprise. They actually sold out their teammates and ran away? Poochie. It seems that the relationship between you two is not very good. It would be fine if they didn't take action, but now they just run away. Jiang Yan's voice was full of sarcasm. What? The butcher looked back and saw that the two people who were originally standing there had disappeared without a trace. Fuck your mother, clown. The butcher cursed out loud. He was originally at home doing business with his woman, but the clown sent him a message saying that Manjashij needed support. The butcher pulled out his gun without even bothering to wipe it, put on his clothes and rushed over. Now you actually sold me out. You are truly a conscienceless beast. 5 years ago, you were killed on the spot by Li Dakang. Your body collapsed and only a trace of your soul managed to escape. And I even caught a genius for you to possess, you beast. The butcher cursed the clown madly in his heart. Originally it was 3 against 1, and the butcher thought that even if Jiang Yan had 3 clones, the 3 of them could still easily eat Jiang Yan. But now he is the only one left. Isn't this the end? Thinking of this, the butcher looked up at Jiang Yan in the air and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Now get out of here quickly, or you won't be able to leave if I change my mind later. After the butcher said this, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. Ha, do you think I'm an idiot? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Snap. There was a crisp sound of freezing in the air, and the biting cold instantly covered the entire forest. A whoa! An excited dragon roar resounded throughout the entire secret realm, and even the entire sky and earth changed color. Then a huge frost dragon appeared in the air. You are Li Dakang's disciple. The butcher exclaimed as he looked at the frost dragon. 5 years ago, the Joker was crushed into a pulp by the frost dragon, and only a trace of his soul escaped. At this moment, the frost dragon kept making low roars from its mouth. The butcher took a deep breath, and his fat body shot out in an instant. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to fight with Jiang Yan. He just wanted to escape from this place of trouble as soon as possible. Run? Do you think you can run away? Jiang Yan raised his hand and pointed, and the frost dragon let out a deafening roar and rushed towards the butcher. Aha! The frost dragon instantly pierced through the butcher's fat body. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the butcher fell heavily to the ground. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the secret technique failed and his body returned to its original state. The severe pain all over his body made him fall to the ground in a miserable state, unable to move. At this moment, he had long lost his previous arrogance. Beast! The butcher roared unwillingly. He treated the clown as a brother, but the clown kicked him into the ditch. At this time, Jiang Yan slowly landed in front of the butcher and looked at him with a playful expression. Well, brother, let's talk it over. Is it too late for me to beg for mercy now? Swish! A flash of silver light appeared, and Jiang Yan raised his sword and chopped off the butcher's head with one stroke. You're saying it as if I'll let you go if you beg for mercy. Jiang Yan took a look at the butcher's fat body, then he took out a lighter and lit the butcher's clothes. The clothes began to burn, and in an instant the butcher's body was wrapped in flames. The air was suddenly filled with a special smell, which soon attracted a monster. Jiang Yan looked up and saw a little fox with snow-white fur staring at the burning corpse with wide eyes. Snap! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and the flames went out instantly. At this moment, the butcher's whole body was blackened by the fire, and the little white fox actually had the courage to walk to the side of the corpse. Gurgle! The white fox's stomach growled loudly. It looked up at Jiang Yan and made a soft whimpering sound, as if asking if it could eat the corpse. Jiang Yan looked at the white fox and asked tentatively, Do you want to eat him? The white fox nodded as if he understood. Then you can eat him. The little white fox walked to Jiang Yan's feet, rubbed Jiang Yan's ankles affectionately with its head, and then walked to the corpse and started eating. Jiang Yan glanced at the little fox that was eating and turned to walk towards the entrance of the secret realm. The little fox who was eating watched Jiang Yan leave, and quickly ran to Jiang Yan's feet and began to rub his head against him, whimpering. Jiang Yan squatted down and was about to reach out to touch it, but the little fox took the initiative to get into Jiang Yan's arms and kept licking Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan patted its head and said, Little fox, be good here. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Jiang Yan put the little fox on the ground, but the little fox bit Jiang Yan's trouser leg tightly and wouldn't let him leave. Chapter 82 Then I'll call you Xiao Hei. Jiang Yan looked down at the little fox, a hint of helplessness showing on his face. Little fox, where's your mother? The little fox opened its mouth upon hearing this, and let out a whimper. Then it ran for a distance in one direction, stopped halfway, and looked back at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan understood what the little fox meant and followed it. Soon the man and the fox came to a cave. There was a smell of rotting meat in the air. Jiang Yan blocked his sense of smell and followed the little fox into the cave. There was a faint light in the depths of the cave. Jiang Yan came to the depths of the cave. He snapped his fingers, and with the appearance of the flame, the surroundings suddenly became bright. Jiang Yan fell silent after seeing the scene inside the cave. There were a large number of white bones and a pool of dried blood on the ground. Behind these bones lay the corpse of a white fox that had been rotted beyond recognition. The little fox ran up and rubbed the white fox's head affectionately. This white fox should be the mother of these little foxes. In order to protect its children, it fought desperately with these monsters, but eventually it fell to the ground because it was too seriously injured. The little fox has survived to this day by relying on the corpses of these monsters. The spiritual energy has revived, and the little fox can understand Jiang Yan's words, which naturally shows that it has gained intelligence. And how could it not know that its mother is dead if it has intelligence? But what can it do now that it is weak? It can only fall asleep next to its mother's body. The survival of the fittest is the law of nature, and this is the eternal law of nature. Jiang Yan is very clear about this, but he still feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. He walked up to the little fox, squatted down, and whispered, will you follow me?" The little fox glanced at the white fox, then it stood up and walked to Jiang Yan's side and rubbed Jiang Yan's face affectionately. The path of cultivation is long and lonely. It would be nice to have a little pet to accompany you on this journey, isn't it? Come on, stay on my shoulders while we find a nice spot for your mother. Ouch! The little fox climbed onto Jiang Yan's shoulder and licked Jiang Yan's face with its tongue. Snap! Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and the white fox's body floated in the air. Jiang Yan flew out of the cave with the little fox. Jiang Yan quickly found a place with beautiful scenery. There were mountains, water, and trees around it. It was really beautiful at first glance. After a while, Jiang Yan dug a hole and gently placed the white fox's body in it. At this time, the little fox jumped from the shoulder into the pit. It rubbed its head against the white fox affectionately, and kept whimpering from its mouth. After a long time, the little fox jumped to the edge of the pit and looked at the white fox in the pit quietly. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After burying the white fox, he walked into the forest and found a huge rock. Swish, swish, swish. A few silver lights flashed by, and Jiang Yan used his sword to make a tombstone for the white fox. After he erected the tombstone, he took the little fox and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Soon Jiang Yan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, and a dazzling white light made Jiang Yan close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Yan had already arrived outside the secret realm, and it was already late at night outside. He lifted the little fox into his arms and began to fly towards the neighborhood. Soon Jiang Yan brought the little fox back home. Jiang Yan walked into the bathroom and started filling the bathtub. The little fox had never seen these magical things before, and it ran around everywhere in the house excitedly. Jiang Yan grabbed the little fox and started to give it a bath. The little fox was very obedient and stayed in the bathroom and let Jiang Yan wash its body. Soon the dirty little fox's fur returned to its original color, and it exuded a pleasant fragrance. The little fox sat obediently on the ground. Jiang Yan lay in the bathtub. He released a trace of spiritual power to control the towel and began to dry the little fox's hair. But as soon as he dried it, the little fox climbed directly into the bathtub and leaned against Jiang Yan. Hey! I just wiped you dry. Jiang Yan was just about to carry the little fox out, but the little fox made a whimpering sound and blinked at Jiang Yan, looking very aggrieved. Oh! Jiang Yan sighed helplessly and had to spoil this cute little guy. 10 minutes later, the man and the fox walked out of the bathroom. Jiang Yan was lying on the bed, and the little fox was lying on him. Jiang Yan touched the little fox's head for a while, then held it and took a deep breath. There was nothing he could do about it because this little guy was just too cute. Jiang Yan looked at the cute little guy and thought, I can't keep calling you little fox. I have to give you a name. Maruko, Nico, Laifu, Mary? No, these names still don't seem to be enough. After 2.5 minutes of contemplation, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Since you are a little white fox, your name should be Xiaohei. Well, is this name suitable? The little fox tilted its head and looked at Jiang Yan, its little head trying to understand what Jiang Yan said. Soon the little fox excitedly climbed onto Jiang Yan and began to rub against him. Seeing Xiaohei so excited, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Well, I really am a genius at naming. Then Jiang Yan gave an order, and Xiaohei obediently lay down next to the pillow and fell asleep, while Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. Time quickly came to the next morning. Jiang Yan was about to prepare food for Xiaohei, but when he opened the refrigerator, there was nothing inside. Jiang Yan then realized that he hadn't eaten much since he started fasting, so naturally there was nothing in the refrigerator. Jiang Yan closed the refrigerator door and was about to go out to prepare food for Xiaohei. At this time, Xiaohei woke up and rushed over when he saw Jiang Yan in the kitchen with an excited look on his face. It lay on Jiang Yan's feet and began to rub against them. Xiaohei, come up quickly. After he finished speaking, Xiaohei jumped lightly and landed on Jiang Yan's shoulder. Then Jiang Yan took Xiaohei to the largest vegetable market nearby. The moment Jiang Yan walked into the vegetable market, he attracted the attention of most people in the market. A handsome and elegant young man is holding an adorable white fox. Oh my god, this picture is so pleasing to the eyes. The girls passing by were so attracted by Jiang Yan that they couldn't walk anymore. Oh my god. How can there be such a handsome guy in this world? This handsome guy is actually a student at Tiandao Academy. If I could date him, I would be willing to die even if $5 million hit me. The brave ones enjoy the world first. I must go up and get the contact information. Soon, several girls with outstanding looks came forward to greet Jiang Yan. They wanted Jiang Yan's contact information, but Jiang Yan smiled faintly and politely declined. The girl was not angry after being rejected. Instead, her liking for Jiang Yan increased sharply. In this way, surrounded by a large group of people, Jiang Yan finally finished buying all the ingredients. Chapter 83: The Unreasonable Girl. Mid-July. 3 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Jiang Yan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, regulating his breathing. After a few minutes, he felt his palms were wet. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohei in his arms helplessly. This little guy became particularly energetic in the middle of the night. Go to bed, Jiang Yan said, pretending to be angry. Oh, what? Xiaohei cried out excitedly and twisted around in Jiang Yan's arms, refusing to go to sleep. Oh. Jiang Yan sighed and lay on the bed, raising his hand to gently stroke Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei liked Jiang Yan touching his head very much. He lay on Jiang Yan's body and enjoyed the warmth coming from Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan quietly looked at Xiaohei lying on him. Ever since he brought this little guy back, Jiang Yan found that this little guy especially liked to stick to him. Except for going to the toilet, he liked to stay on him all day long. Jiang Yan stood up and held Xiaohei in his arms and walked to the balcony. It was pitch black outside and almost everyone in the community was still asleep. Come to think of it, since I brought Xiaohei back home, I have hardly ever gone out except to buy groceries. How about taking Xiaohei to a bigger park for a stroll? Xiaohei, do you want to go out and play? Jiang Yan asked. Oh, what? Xiaohei shouted excitedly. Seeing that Xiaohei was willing to go out and play, Jiang Yan turned on the navigation on his phone and found that there was a large wetland park in the south of the city. Jiang Yan held Xiaohei and flew towards the wetland park. A few minutes later, the man and the fox arrived at the wetland park. The moment he landed, Xiaohei looked up and began to look around. Jiang Yan put Xiaohei on the ground and patted its head. Go play. When Xiaohei heard Jiang Yan say that they were going to play, his feet seemed to be greased, and in the blink of an eye he ran into the grass and rolled around. There is a huge lake in the center of the park, and there is a huge spirit gathering array underground that covers the entire park. Jiang Yan walked to a bench in the middle of the park, sat down and began to rest with his eyes closed. With rhythmic breathing, his body began to slowly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. In the early morning, the night gradually faded away and a ray of light came into the sky. At this moment, Jiang Yan was still resting with his eyes closed. At this time, faint conversations were heard in the distance, and soon the conversations became clearer and clearer. Jiang Yan looked up and saw two figures, one old and one young, walking towards him. Jiang Yan just took a look and then looked away, then continued to close his eyes and rest. Soon the two of them arrived at the lake in front of Jiang Yan. The old man looked at the young man who was resting with his eyes closed on the bench, and a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. He always felt as if he had seen this handsome young man somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. The young girl beside him saw the old man staring at the boy on the bench, so she asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" The old man looked away and shook his head. "I'm fine." Then the old man took a deep breath and started practicing boxing. Seeing this, the girl also walked aside and started strolling. At this time every morning, she would accompany her grandfather here to practice boxing. Although there is a spirit gathering array at home, the old man still prefers to practice boxing here. Although the old man has gray hair due to his age, his figure is still as straight as a pine tree and his steps are steady. Every punch he throws is accompanied by an extremely swift force. Jiang Yan opened his eyes and looked at the old man who was practicing boxing. He was a little curious about the boxing style he was practicing. The old man's boxing style seems as smooth as flowing water, but in fact, each punch he throws is as fast as a tsunami. Wow! What a cute little fox! Come to your sister quickly, little cutie. The girl on the side saw Xiao Hei playing with butterflies in the grass. Xiao Hei tilted his head and looked at the girl in front of him. He walked forward tentatively and sniffed her. It's so cute. I really want to take a deep breath. The girl had no resistance to this furry animal. She squatted down and reached out to touch Xiao Hei's head. Just when the girl was about to touch Xiao Hei's head, Xiao Hei ran directly towards where Jiang Yan was. Hey! Wait a minute. The girl saw the little fox running away and hurriedly chased after it. At this time, Jiang Yan was looking down at his mobile phone. When Xiao Hei saw Jiang Yan's excited face, he jumped directly into his arms. Jiang Yan began to touch its head with one hand and continued to watch the video with the other hand. Hey! Are you the owner of this little fox? The girl asked when she saw Xiao Hei jumping into Jiang Yan's arms. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yan looked up and met the girl's eyes. After seeing Jiang Yan's handsome face, especially his particularly beautiful eyes, the girl was so fascinated that she was speechless for a moment. This boy is so handsome. Are you okay? The girl came to her senses and noticed her own gaffe. She spoke calmly, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Name your price. I want this little fox. Hearing that the girl wanted to buy Xiao Hei, Jiang Yan smiled and said, Sorry, this little guy is not for sale. Everything in this world has its value. No matter how much you ask, I can afford it. The girl said this with obvious disdain on her face. She did not feel any fluctuations in blood and spiritual power from Jiang Yan. It was obvious that Jiang Yan was just an ordinary person. As the youngest daughter of the head of the Qin family, the largest family in Kyoto, she naturally looked down on ordinary people who had the chance to be admitted to a university in Kyoto. Jiang Yan looked at the girl with a look of disdain. If it were in the past, Jiang Yan would have stuck her head into the ground on the spot, but now with the improvement of his realm, Jiang Yan's state of mind has also changed significantly. He is now too lazy to bother with people like her. You're right. Every item has its corresponding value, but that doesn't mean I have to sell it. Jiang Yan said lightly. You rejected me twice. This is Kyoto. Do you know who I am? My father is. Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt the girl before she could finish her words. Stop, I'm not that interested in who your father is, but since he raised someone as rude and unreasonable as you, I guess your father isn't a good person either. Asshole. You're looking for death. The girl has been spoiled since she was a child and has been pampered by the whole family, so she developed this arrogant and unreasonable character. When she heard Jiang Yan humiliating her, she immediately released her spiritual power and prepared to give Jiang Yan a good beating. After feeling the girl's cultivation level of the 10th level of Qi refining stage, Jiang Yan almost couldn't help laughing. We are not sisters. After all this time, you have been so arrogant and unreasonable, but in the end you are just a Qi refining stage. I thought you were at least a foundation establishment stage or a third-level warrior. Are you so arrogant as a Qi refining stage? But Jiang Yan thought about it carefully again. Judging from the girl's clothes, it was obvious that she was of extraordinary status. She was probably from a big family in Kyoto. If that was true, then the girl, who was in the Qi refining stage, did have the capital to be arrogant. The girl gathered her spiritual power and slapped Jiang Yan with one palm, just as it was about to hit Jiang Yan in the face. Xiaoxue, don't be rude. The old man spoke out to stop him. Although the girl was a little reluctant, the old man was her grandfather, so she had to withdraw her hand. Chapter 84. Why does this scene look so familiar? Grandpa, he bullied me. The girl stepped forward and grabbed the old man's hand, looking aggrieved. The old man looked at the girl's aggrieved expression, and he raised his hand and slapped her on the head. Ah, it hurts. Grandpa, why did you hit me? You still feel pain? I heard everything you two said just now, Grandpa. Go and apologize to them right now. I don't want to. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, looking reluctant. Alas, it seems that I have really spoiled you. The old man sighed helplessly. Then he looked at Jiang Yan and showed a kind smile. I'm really sorry, little brother. My little granddaughter has been spoiled since she was a child, and her temper is indeed a bit bad. I'm here to apologize to you on her behalf. Grandpa. How can you apologize to such a person? The girl said anxiously. Her grandfather was the previous patriarch of the Qin family. How could he apologize to such an ordinary person? How dare this guy dare to provoke the Qin family like this? Xiao Xue, stop messing around. The old man's tone was filled with obvious anger. Seeing that her grandfather was a little angry, Qin Shui had to shut up. She turned around and stared at Jiang Yan. If the old man hadn't stopped her, she would have beaten Jiang Yan into a pig's head on the spot. Qin Shui was very angry at this moment. She had never suffered such injustice since she was a child. No way. When I get back later, I must send someone to beat this guy up. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him, the park, the sensible old man and his unreasonable granddaughter. Why did this scene look so familiar? At this moment, Jiang Yan set his sights on the old man. The old man had gray hair and a calm aura. His body was full of qi and blood. The aura he exuded was enough to show that the old man was a warrior. Uncle, go back and take good care of your granddaughter, otherwise you won't know when she will be punished. Jiang Yan originally wanted to call him old man, but calling him old man was not polite, and he was not worthy of being called senior. After thinking it over, he decided that calling him uncle was more appropriate. Asshole. How dare you talk to my grandpa like that? I have to teach you a lesson today. Qin Shui took out her cell phone and typed a few words on it. You know, the Qin family is the strongest among all the major families in Kyoto. Even the dean of Tiandao Academy has to give them some face. How dare you, an ordinary person, speak like this? Do you really think you have lived too long? With your level, you'd better go home and take a shower and go to bed. Jiang Yan shook his head. The old man looked at Jiang Yan. He did not feel any spiritual power or blood from Jiang Yan. He seemed to be just an ordinary person. He had already apologized on behalf of his granddaughter, but he didn't expect Jiang Yan to still have this attitude. Young people like him who don't know their place need to be taught a lesson, otherwise they will suffer in the future. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of heavy footsteps came from the left, and a dozen people in black suits ran over in a line, each of them emitting fluctuations of qi and blood. Jiang Yan casually glanced at the group of people. They were just a bunch of second-rate warriors, not worth mentioning. Qin Shui clapped her hands, and the dozen or so warriors stepped forward to surround Jiang Yan. They even considerately left a gap for the grandfather and grandson to escape. Jiang Yan sat on the chair and stroked Xiaohei's head, not caring about this group of people at all. Qin Shui sneered as she walked forward. She looked at Jiang Yan with disdain. Boy, remember this, don't be so arrogant next time. After saying that, Qin Shui gathered a bit of spiritual power and slapped him directly. There was only a loud bang, and the slap was incredibly powerful. Qin Shui originally just wanted to teach Jiang Yan a lesson, but she was at the 10th level of the qi refining stage after all. If an ordinary person was hit by this slap, he would definitely be sent to the ICU. Just as the slap was about to land on Jiang Yan's face. Kneel down. Jiang Yan's voice was calm, but like a king standing high above everyone else, making it impossible to resist. Everyone present instantly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom! Except for the old man, everyone present knelt on the ground in an instant, and the entire ground even shook slightly. This pressure was like an enormous mountain, making everyone present unable to move. A powerful Jin Dan master. Feeling this terrifying pressure, the old man exclaimed, and fear instantly surged into his heart. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary boy in front of him would actually be a powerful Jin Dan master. This was simply unbelievable. Golden pill. Qin Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, was shaking wildly all over. This young man looked to be the same age as her, but his cultivation was so terrifying. I'm sorry, sir. We were wrong in this matter. Please forgive us. After saying that, the old man bowed deeply to Jiang Yan. Xiao Xue, apologize to the gentleman quickly, the old man said quickly. The old man was very frightened at this moment. There was such a young Jindan cultivator. Although the Qin family was the strongest family in Kyoto, it had never produced such a heaven-defying person. If this young man had murderous intentions, he and his father would die here in an instant. Who is this young man? Such a young Jindan cultivator has never appeared in the history of our great Xiao nation. Yes. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Qin Shui no longer had the arrogance she had before. She was now scared to death. The young man in front of her, who looked the same age as her, had actually reached the golden core level. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, just gently stroked Xiao Hei's fur, and the scene fell into dead silence. Time passed minute by minute, and due to fear and pressure, the clothes of everyone present were already soaked with cold sweat. Their bodies began to feel weak from kneeling for a long time, but they didn't even dare to breathe at this moment, for they were afraid that Jiang Yan would kill them if he was unhappy. Just when everyone was about to give up, Jiang Yan exhaled, and the terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant. Everyone present collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. The bodyguards stood up and saluted Jiang Yan respectfully, even though they took orders from the Qin family. But now Jiang Yan is their big daddy, how can they dare to leave without Jiang Yan saying anything? Xiao Hei had fallen asleep in Jiang Yan's arms. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui. Qin Shui didn't even have the courage to look at Jiang Yan at this moment, and her whole body was still shaking uncontrollably. You should be thankful that I have a good temper now. If you had done this in the past, I would have crushed your head. Jiang Yan's voice was calm but carried a strong murderous intent. Feeling this murderous intent, Qin Shui suddenly felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. A terrifying chill swept through her body, and her legs went soft and she knelt on the ground again. I'm sorry, sir. I will teach that little girl a lesson when I go back today. Please be so kind as to spare her. The old man also felt the terrifying murderous intent. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this moment, the old man felt that his worldview was severely shattered. It was true that geniuses in the world were as numerous as crushing carp crossing the river. Even if the Qin family is the most powerful family in Kyoto, what does it matter? There are always people who are better than you, and there are always things better than you. The power behind this young man can crush them more easily than crushing an ant. Chapter 85 Qin Jinghua's Thoughts. As the previous patriarch of the Qin family, the old man had seen many strange stories in the world, but this was the first time he had seen a Jindan cultivator as young as Jiang Yan. To be able to cultivate such a young Jindan cultivator, how terrifying must the force behind him be? But the old man was also puzzled. He had lived for hundreds of years but had never heard of the name of such a force. The old man took a deep breath to suppress the panic in his heart. Fortunately, the young man did not bother with the two of them, otherwise Qin Yun would have to come and collect the body. Well, my name is Qin Zhenghua. May I ask your name, senior? Qin Zhenghua asked respectfully. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Qin Zhenghua murmured. He looked at Jiang Yan and after seeing Jiang Yan's face clearly, he reacted instantly. No wonder he felt that the boy looked familiar before. It was only when he heard the boy's name that he realized that this boy was the first place in the Donghai province martial arts exam who had caused heated discussions on the internet some time ago. But wasn't he just at the foundation building stage when he took the martial arts exam? And how could he have already achieved the core forming stage in just a short time? Could it be that he was the one who achieved the core forming stage in Tiandao Academy a while ago? Oh my god, this is such a monstrous speed of cultivation. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry about what happened today. Could you please provide me with your bank card number? I will transfer 3 million to your card later to express my regret for our offense against you today. Qin Zhenghua apologized again. Hearing that Qin Zhenghua was going to give him 3 million, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. As expected of a wealthy family, he was so generous. How could he not eat the meat when it was right in front of his mouth? Since this uncle was going to give it to him, he would honestly accept it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan directly reported his card number, and Qin Zhenghua did not hesitate. After confirming the card number, he arranged for someone to transfer the money. A few minutes later. Bite. Jiang Yan heard a message on his phone. He took it out and saw the following message: card with the last number 3775 received 3 million yuan at 8:30 a.m. on July 16. Transfer from card number X, balance 3.2 million yuan, bank X. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment when he saw so many zeros on the balance. He became a rich man in the blink of an eye just by going out for a walk. He hoped that such things would happen more often in the future. Mr. Jiang, how are your parents' health recently? Qin Zhenghua began to get close to him. A genius like Jiang Yan must not be offended. If he could make friends with him, it would be good for the entire Qin family. Parents? I've severed ties with them a long time ago. I wish they would die sooner. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Ah? Qin Zhengwei was very surprised. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan had actually severed ties with his parents, but this was someone else's family affair after all, so he couldn't ask. So where are you living now? If you have nowhere else to stay, I have a nice main guest room at my house. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house from now on. After Jiang Yan sparked heated discussions online some time ago, Qin Zhengwei sent people to check Jiang Yan's background. Jiang Yan is the son of Jiang Tianlong, the richest man in Yunshui City, Donghai Province, and his family also has an adopted son. I never thought that an ordinary family with moderate financial resources could actually cultivate such a genius. And such a genius would actually cut off ties with his family. Qin Zhengwei was no fool. He guessed that Jiang Yan's severance of ties with the Jiang family was obviously related to that adopted son. These people must have some serious mental problems. How could they let their adopted son and biological son live under the same roof? I really don't understand how people with such brains can start a company. No, I have my own place to live. Jiang Yan directly rejected Qin Zhengwei. He guessed that Qin Zhengwei must want to win him over or ask something of him, but Jiang Yan didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, so he flew away with Xiao He in his arms. Mr. Jiang. Qin Zhengwei wanted to say something else, but Jiang Yan had already disappeared from his sight. Qin Zhengwei thought that if Jiang Yan could live in the Qin family and let Qin Shui become his disciple, if Qin Shui could become Jiang Yan's apprentice, she would surely become a great person in the future. Seeing that Jiang Yan had left, Qin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and her voice was very depressed. I'm sorry, Grandpa. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't. Qin Shui started crying before she could finish her words. It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't ever do that again, okay? Qin Zhengwei comforted her. Okay, I understand. Qin Shui wiped her tears and nodded. Xiaoxue, do you want to become Mr. Zhang's disciple? I want to. Qin Shui said it without any hesitation. She had been spoiled since she was a child, and after seeing Jiang Yan's strength, she was more impressed than afraid. She and Jiang Yan were both 18 years old. Others had reached the golden core stage, but she was still in the qi refining stage. This huge gap made her feel very uncomfortable. When I get back later, I will ask Laoli if he knows where Mr. Jiang lives. After we find out Mr. Jiang's address, we will go to visit him. Qin Zhengwei said. I just don't know if Jiang Yan has a girlfriend. If I could have him become my grandson-in-law, he. Thinking of this, Qin Zhengwei showed a meaningful smile on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Qin Shui asked curiously when she saw Qin Zhengwei smiling so happily. Ahem, I'm fine, let's go back first. Oh. After Jiang Yan returned home, he started to prepare food for Xiao He. Ever since he brought the little guy back home, he has become increasingly picky about food. Now it won't even touch a bite of raw meat. Jiang Yan didn't want to spoil it too much, but Xiao He always liked to look at him with blinking eyes, whimpering from time to time, looking very aggrieved. Jiang Yan felt very helpless about this and could only cook for it every day. When Jiang Yan was cooking in the kitchen, Xiao He would lie beside him and watch. Half an hour later, after the meal was ready, Xiao He began to eat it with relish, while Jiang Yan fell directly on the bed to rest. After all, he had not rested for a single day since he brought Xiao He back. Jiang Yan lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Chapter 86 Going to the Qin Family. Boom boom boom. Jiang Yan, who was still asleep at this time, was forcibly awakened by the knock on the door. He opened his eyes in a daze and began to look for his mobile phone. After groping for a long time, he finally found the phone. He opened the phone and saw that it was 8 o'clock in the morning. After seeing the time clearly, Jiang Yan felt a surge of anger in his heart. Why are you knocking on Bull Demon's door so early in the morning? Don't you know it's holiday time? Damn, you have no sense of public morality at all. Xiao He, go open the door. Jiang Yan ordered Xiao He to open the door, then Jiang Yan turned over and continued to sleep. After receiving the order, Xiao He ran to the door excitedly and put his front body on the door handle. Click. As Xiao He pushed down, the door opened and two figures, one old and one young, stood in front of the door. Hey! Little cutie, let your sister touch it. Qin Shui saw Xiao He and walked forward excitedly to touch its head. Ahem, Xiaoxue, don't be rude. Qin Zhenghua stopped her. Qin Shui had no choice but to withdraw her hand in disappointment. There was nothing she could do as she had no resistance to this furry little animal. "Excuse me, is Mr. Jiang at home?" Qin Zhenghua asked. Xiao Hei looked up at Qin Zhenghua, then turned his head to look at one of the rooms. Qin Zhenghua understood what Xiao Hei meant. He took out shoe covers from his pocket, put them on, and walked in lightly. Qin Shui, who was standing next to him, also took out shoe covers, put them on, and walked in. The two walked to the door of the room. Jiang Yan was still sleeping soundly. Seeing this, the two could only sit on the sofa and wait for the time being. It would be bad if they woke him up. In addition to visiting Jiang Yan this time, Qin Zhenghua also wanted to invite Jiang Yan to visit the Qin family, hoping to take this opportunity to make friends with Jiang Yan, and Qin Yan also wanted to get to know Jiang Yan. As time passed, Jiang Yan still hadn't woken up, but the two people on the sofa didn't show any dissatisfaction and continued to wait quietly. 2 hours later, Jiang Yan dreamed that he slipped and fell off a cliff, which was a complete disaster for him. This successfully woke him up from his dream. Jiang Yan walked into the living room, yawning and rubbing his fluffy hair. After seeing two people sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yan was a little dazed. How did these two people find their way here? "I'm really sorry, Mr. Jiang, for coming here to disturb your rest," Qin Zhenghua said apologetically. "Are you okay?" Jiang Yan was now fully awake. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Zhenghua in front of him. As the old saying goes, first time is strange, second time is familiar. "I came to visit you because I want to make friends with you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yan looked at Qin Zhenghua, and it was obvious that this old man was not here just to make friends. "Just say what you want to say. You can't have come here so early in the morning just to say this, right?" Jiang Yan said calmly. "Mr. Jiang is indeed very intelligent. I will speak frankly then. I would like to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to visit the Qin family." Qin Zhenghua stated the purpose of this trip. "That's it? I just want to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to my house to be my guest and make friends. I don't have any other ideas." Jiang Yan looked at him with confusion. Based on his experience of reading so many novels in his previous life, Jiang Yan thought that Qin Zhenghua wanted him to accept Qin Shui as his apprentice or to treat Qin Zhenghua's hidden injuries. But Jiang Yan always felt that this old fox had other plans. After all, he came here early in the morning just to ask him to visit the Qin family. It was obvious that something was wrong. "If you came here just to say this, then please go back." "I don't want to go." Jiang Yan directly rejected Qin Zhenghua. Qin Zhenghua felt a little disappointed when he heard Jiang Yan's refusal, but he was not willing to give up. "Mr. Jiang, please accept this as a small token of my appreciation. The head of the Qin family also wants to meet you, a talented young man." Qin Zhenghua took out his mobile phone and entered a few numbers. Byte. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and saw that Qin Zhenghua had actually transferred 2 million yuan directly to his card. "What else do you have to say? You are so generous, so I will definitely make you my friend." Jiang Yan put his phone back in his pocket and looked at the two of them. "Then wait for about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Qin Zhenghua looked excited. The 2 million was just a small amount of money to him. As long as he could get Jiang Yan to agree to go to the Qin family, he could afford even 10 million. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan finished his shower, changed his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Xiao Hei jumped into Jiang Yan's arms with excitement. Led by the three of them came to the Qin family's special car. The special car driver saluted the three people, then considerately opened the car door for Jiang Yan. Qin Zhenghua sat in the passenger seat, while Qin Shui and Jiang Yan sat in the back seat. The car started, and Jiang Yan began to close his eyes and rest, while Xiao Hei looked at the scenery outside the window rapidly receding with curiosity. Well, can I hug it?" Qin Shui asked tentatively. "Yeah." Jiang Yan hummed and patted Xiao Hei, who then walked sensibly to Qin Shui. Qin Shui held Xiao Hei in her arms with joy and began to stroke it, taking a deep breath from time to time. "This little guy is so cute, what's his name?" "Xiao Hei." "Ha, this name is such a contrast." Qin Shui covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to name the little white fox Xiao Hei. Along the way, Qin Shui asked a lot of questions about Xiao Hei, such as how old Xiao Hei was, what he liked to eat, and whether he hated anything. Although Jiang Yan didn't open his eyes, he still replied to Qin Shui one by one. As a result, the two became a little familiar with each other and started chatting. Qin Zhenghua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was watching all this with a smile through the rearview mirror. Although there had been some friction with Jiang Yan before, it was ultimately their fault. Qin Zhenghua had forgotten to ask Jiang Yan if he had a girlfriend. After he sent someone to check and found out that Jiang Yan didn't have a girlfriend, he immediately became excited. In Qin Zhenghua's eyes, Jiang Yan was not only handsome but also had incredible talent in cultivation and a high level of cultivation. Moreover, after he returned yesterday, he sent people to carefully investigate everything about Jiang Yan's martial arts exam. After reading it, he became more and more satisfied with Jiang Yan. He is usually humble and polite to others, and shows no mercy to those who want to attack him. He is simply the best candidate for his grandson-in-law. Besides, the eldest daughter Qin Yao is not young anymore and has reached the age for marriage. Qin Zhenghua respects Qin Yao's choice and will not force her to marry someone from other families, but she can't always remain unmarried. But Qin Yao always said that she didn't have anyone she liked, which made him very anxious. If this continued, would he be able to have a great-grandson in his lifetime? How about bringing Qin Yao and Qin Shui together to talk to Jiang Yan? Wouldn't that be a good idea? The Tao should not be so small, and the Tao companions should not be so few. Moreover, Jiang Yan is such an outstanding young man, so she feels more at ease leaving her two granddaughters to him. Thinking of this, Qin Zhenghua even began to think about what to name his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Then Qin Zhenghua laughed out loud as he thought about it. Jiang Yan tilted his head to look at Qin Shui. "What's wrong, sir?" I don't know either. Grandpa must have thought of something happy, right? Qin Shui shook her head. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the manor. The Qin family manor is located on the outskirts of the city and covers an area about the same size as Tiandaoan. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. As soon as Jiang Yan got out of the car, he felt the rich spiritual energy. Although he knew that the Qin family was very powerful, he was shocked speechless when he saw the extremely luxurious manor in front of him. Unfortunately, I am not well educated and can only say I'm a fool. Chapter 87 Qin Zhenghua's Request. Just when Jiang Yan was still admiring the luxury of the manor, Qin Zhenghua walked up to Qin Shui with a smile and motioned her to take Jiang Yan inside. So Qin Shui walked to Jiang Yan and took him inside, while Xiao He followed Jiang Yan obediently. Along the way, Qin Shui took the initiative to introduce some information about the Qin family to Jiang Yan. As the largest family in Kyoto, the Qin family has interests in various fields and its business scope spans the globe. Since the passing of the ancestor of the Qin family hundreds of years ago, the focus of the Qin family has begun to develop towards martial arts. Now she is the only cultivator in the head of the Qin family. Soon they arrived at the gate of the mansion. The butler in front of the gate bowed to them, and then they stepped into the gate. The decoration style of the mansion reveals two words everywhere: luxury. Qin Shui took Jiang Yan to sit on the sofa, and Xiao Hei's eyes were full of curiosity when he came to the new place, but Xiao He was also very sensible and knew that this was someone else's home and he couldn't run around, so Xiao He lay obediently on Jiang Yan's legs and began to sleep. At this time, a middle-aged man slowly walked down from upstairs. He was wearing a tan shirt, with an upright figure and a serious expression, exuding the majesty of a superior. Qin Shui walked forward and threw herself into the man's arms with a happy look on her face and began to act coquettishly. The man looked at Qin Shui in his arms, and his originally serious expression now showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his broad palm and stroked Qin Shui's head lovingly. This person is Qin Yun, the current head of the Qin family. Soon Qin Zhenghua came over, and Qin Yun respectfully called him Dad. Qin Zhenghua nodded, and Qin Shui pulled Qin Yun to the sofa. Dad, this is Jiang Yan. Qin Yun looked at the young man sitting on the sofa. Qin Zhenghua told him what happened yesterday after he came back. Qin Yun was even more shocked than Qin Zhenghua when he learned that Jiang Yan had already formed a pill at the age of 18. Such geniuses must be made friends with and must not be offended. Qin Yun smiled faintly and extended his hand towards Jiang Yan. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Qin Yun, the current head of the Qin family. Welcome to the Qin family. Hello, uncle. Out of politeness, Jiang Yan stood up and shook Qin Yun's hand. The moment he held Qin Yun's hand, Jiang Yan felt the vast and boiling energy and blood in Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun's strength was far above Jiang Yan's, and Jiang Yan was not surprised at all. After all, as the current head of the largest family in Kyoto, it would be unacceptable for him to be too weak. Qin Yun then released his hand. Mr. Jiang, I still have some things to deal with, so you two can talk first. After saying that, Qin Yun turned and walked towards the gate, and several bodyguards followed him. Goodbye, Dad. Qin Shui waved, and Qin Yan also waved. At this time, a servant wearing a black silk-made outfit and with a great figure came over with brewed tea. Mr. Jiang, this tea is made from tea leaves grown in a place with abundant spiritual energy. The tea leaves absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Drinking it is very beneficial for cultivation. Qin Zhenghua said with a smile. Jiang Yan picked up the teacup and a unique fragrance filled his nose. The moment the tea entered his throat, Jiang Yan felt a pure spiritual energy entering his dantian. The golden elixir in his body began to become restless after sensing this pure spiritual energy. Not only that, Jiang Yan's cultivation level was showing signs of a breakthrough. Well, it's really good tea. Jiang Yan put down the teacup and said lightly. Well, that Mr. Jiang, I. Qin Zhenghua opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Seeing Qin Zhenghua like this, Jiang Yan guessed that he must have something to ask for. Jiang Yan was speechless. He knew that this visit could not be just to visit and make friends. Just say what you want to say. Jiang Yan said. In that case, I'll just speak frankly. Qin Zhenghua took a deep breath. I beg Mr. Jiang to accept my granddaughter Qin Shui as your disciple. Qin Zhenghua made his request. After Qin Zhenghua finished speaking, Qin Shui pinched the corner of her clothes nervously, and her cute little face gradually turned red. She glanced at Jiang Yan from time to time. Although she was indeed very scared yesterday, Jiang Yan also left a mark in her heart, so much so that she dreamed about Jiang Yan at night. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yan, who was drinking tea, choked when he heard this. Okay, he was right before. This old fox really wanted him to accept Qin Shui as his apprentice. I don't accept disciples. Jiang Yan refused without even thinking. Jiang Yan didn't understand why Qin Shui asked him to be his teacher. He was just a Jindan cultivator. Didn't Tiandao Academy have 7 Yuanying cultivators and more than a dozen Jindan cultivators? It was obvious that Tiandao Academy was better than him. Mr. Jiang, please think about it again. If you are worried about the issue of cultivation resources, you can rest assured. As long as you agree, the Qin family will do its best to support you. Qin Zhenghua stroked his beard and assured. I'm just a young man who has just reached the stage of Dan formation. Moreover, with the status of the Qin family, it's just a matter of a word for your granddaughter to enter Tiandao Academy. It would be better for her to become a disciple in Tiandao Academy than for me to accept her as my disciple. Jiang Yan wiped his mouth with a tissue. Qin Zhenghua waved his hand and said sincerely, you are right, but Mr. Jiang, your extraordinary cultivation talent is unmatched in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. You must have achieved great accomplishments in cultivation. If Xiu Shui could become your disciple, she would be able to go even further in her cultivation in the future. No, I don't know how to teach. Taking Qin Shui as my apprentice would be a waste of time. You should find someone else. Jiang Yan shook his head and refused again. Qin Zhenghua still didn't give up. He said earnestly, Mr. Jiang, please don't be so modest. You are extremely talented. Even if you are not good at teaching disciples, if Xiu Shui stays with you for a long time, she will naturally be influenced by you and her cultivation will improve in the future. Jiang Yan also felt very helpless at this moment. He felt something cold on his hand. Jiang Yan turned his head and saw Qin Shui holding his hand, blinking her big watery eyes and looking at him pleadingly. Jiang Yan pulled his hand back and shook his head. No, I have a bad temper. What if? Thump! Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, Qin Shui knelt down. She looked up at Jiang Yan and said, I'm not afraid of hardship. If I don't do anything right, you can beat me or scold me. Please accept me as your disciple. After Qin Shui finished speaking, she was about to kowtow to Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan quickly stopped her when he saw her. Jiang Yan didn't understand. She was such an unreasonable young lady yesterday, so why did her attitude change 360 degrees today? It couldn't be that she had changed just because of what happened yesterday, right? Jiang Yan sighed. The grandfather and grandson were so sincere that he couldn't bear to refuse them, but the main reason was that he really didn't want to take in an apprentice or anything. Well. At this time, the housekeeper walked to Qin Zhenghua's ear and whispered a few words. Let him in. Qin Zhenghua clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Yes. The butler bowed to the few people and then walked out. Chapter 88 If you defeat me, I will take you in. Grandpa Qin Xiuxue, I'm here to see you. A voice came from the gate. A young man dressed in blue, with an elegant and easygoing temperament, walked in with things in his hands. The young man looked at Qin Shui kneeling in front of a young man. He frowned and clenched his hands unconsciously. Xiaofei is here, please sit down. Qin Zhenghua said lightly. Yeah. The young man suppressed the displeasure on his face, showed a gentle smile and walked forward. Grandpa Qin, I know you like drinking tea. This is the best pu'er tea sold on the market, so I brought some for you. Leave it there. Well, Grandpa Qin, why is Xiaoxue kneeling on the ground? Did she do something wrong? The young man asked in confusion. Qin Zhenghua didn't say anything, but just looked at Jiang Yan with begging eyes. Xiaoxue, get up first. Your knees must hurt from kneeling on the ground. The young man walked forward with a worried look on his face and raised his hand to help Qin Shui up. Don't touch me, this has nothing to do with you. Qin Shui directly shook off the young man's hand. The young man was not angry when he saw this, but he didn't understand why Qin Shui was kneeling in front of the boy. He looked up at the handsome young man in front of him, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Brother, how can you have the nerve to make a girl kneel on the ground? The young man's voice was filled with anger. I didn't ask her to kneel. It's so confusing. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at the young man. You. Although the young man felt very unhappy, he couldn't do anything because Qin Zhenghua was here. The young man looked at Qin Shui and began to coax her. Xiaoxue, get up first. If you have anything to say, get up first. Look, your skirt is all dirty. I already told you it has nothing to do with you. Could you please just get away from me? The young man felt a little aggrieved after being yelled at by Qin Shui. He stared at Jiang Yan fiercely. He didn't know what Jiang Yan had done to Qin Shui. Tisk, get up first. Jiang Yan showed a hint of impatience on his face. Have you agreed to accept me as your disciple? Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. TSK. Realizing that Jiang Yan was about to get angry, Qin Shui quickly stood up. Accepting a disciple? What? The young man grasped the crux of the matter. Hey! What did you do to Xiaoxue, you bastard? The young man stepped forward to teach Jiang Yan a lesson. This bastard must have done something to Xiaoxue, otherwise, with Xiaoxue's personality, how could she kneel down to him? How dare you? Zhuan Yunfei, Mr. Jiang is my distinguished guest. If you don't want to be thrown out, just stay here honestly. Qin Zhenghua shouted angrily and stopped Zhuan Yunfei's behavior. Qin Zhenghua said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Xiaofei has been taking good care of Xiaoxue since she was a child. I lost my mind for a moment. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, I'm not that narrow-minded. Jiang Yan said lightly. Zhuan Yunfei didn't dare to do anything after being scolded. He clenched his fists and hung them at his sides. His knuckles began to turn white from excessive force. I thought about it and it's really not possible for the two of us. Jiang Yan shook his head. Zhuan Yunfei looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. What's wrong? What are you talking about, you bastard? No. I want to be your apprentice. Qin Shui felt particularly wronged at this time. She hugged Jiang Yan directly. Jiang Yan wanted to push her away, but Qin Shui hugged him tighter and tighter, and even her sobs could be faintly heard. Qin Zhenghua smiled with relief when he saw the scene, while Zhuang Yunfei's eyes were red with anger. The girl he had liked since childhood actually hugged another man and even cried for him. What right does this bastard have? Just because he is handsome? Zhuang Yunfei was furious at this point. Just as he was about to take action, he felt a terrifying pressure. He turned around and saw Qin Zhenghua staring at him with a cold expression. It seemed that if he took another step forward, he would be sent flying on the spot. Zhuang Yunfei clenched his teeth tightly, his face distorted with anger. At this moment, he was like that incompetent husband who could only bear to watch the girl he loved hugging someone else. He swore in his heart that as long as this bastard left the Qin family's gate, he would definitely beat this guy into a cripple. At this moment, Jiang Yan was thinking about how to make Qin Shui give up, when suddenly he had a good idea. It's not impossible for you to be my apprentice. As long as you can meet these conditions, I will accept you as my apprentice. Jiang Yan said. Really? I can agree to any condition, even if you ask me to be your girlfriend. Qin Shui said excitedly. Damn it! This beast! Zhuan Yunfei cursed in his heart. He wished he could cut Jiang Yan into pieces. He hadn't been home for just a few days, and his house was actually robbed. You're overthinking it. Being my apprentice is simple, you must be strong. Let's go out and fight. If you beat me, I'll take you in as my apprentice. This, Mr. Jiang, are you kidding me? With Xiaoshua's current level of cultivation, how could she possibly beat you? Qin Zhenghua said anxiously. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with disappointment. How could a qi refining stage cultivator defeat a golden core stage cultivator? Just as Qin Shui was about to ask if they could change the terms, Jiang Yan said, "Don't worry. I will suppress my cultivation to the qi refining stage and fight you, but I won't hold back. You have to think it over carefully. You have to keep your word. If I beat you, you will take me as your disciple." Jiang never lies. Qin Shui showed a confident smile on her face. Although Jiang Yan had an incredible talent for cultivation, he had suppressed his cultivation to the qi refining stage, and he had also learned the Qin family's ancestral technique, the Wanhua Bingjing. He was sure to defeat him. Hearing that Jiang Yan actually wanted to suppress his cultivation to the qi refining stage, Zhuang Yunfei's face was full of disdain. Suppressing realm? This bastard is simply courting death. With Xiaoshua's strength, she would definitely be able to easily crush this bastard, but at the same time, Zhuang Yunfei felt very conflicted. If Xiaoshua wins, she will become this bastard's apprentice. He can't accept this result. This bastard is not a good person at first glance. What if he does something to Xiaoshua? Thinking of this, images that are not suitable for children appeared in his mind. No! Zhuang Yunfei roared unwillingly. Zhuang Yunfei, are you fucking sick? Qin Shui looked at him angrily. Qin Shui didn't like Zhuang Yunfei in the first place. This guy had been pestering her since she was a child. Now he suddenly yelled at her like that. He must be sick. Xiaofei, you are so grown up but still so impulsive. Qin Zhenghua showed a trace of disgust on his face. This kid is far inferior to Jiang Yan. After hearing what the father and son said, Zhuang Yunfei could only smile awkwardly. Damn it! What kind of magic potion did this bastard feed Grandpa Qin and Xiaoshua? Let's go, let me see how strong you are as a young lady. Jiang Yan walked outside with his hands in his pockets. Oh whoa! Xiao Hei ran outside excitedly. Qin Shui looked at Zhuang Yunfei with disgust, then hurriedly followed Jiang Yan. Qin Zhenghua stroked his beard and followed slowly, while Zhuang Yunfei cracked his knuckles. He wanted to see what strength this bastard had. Chapter 89, Injured Qin Shui and Extremely Angry Zhuang Yunfei. Qin Family Manor. At this time, quite a few people had gathered below the martial arts arena, some of whom were servants of the Qin family, and the rest were all members of the Qin family's main family. When they heard that the second young lady Qin Shui was going to compete with someone, they all put down what they were doing and chose to come and watch. They looked at the two people on the stage and immediately started talking. Hey, the second young lady actually wants to spar with someone. Who is that young man? The first place winner of the Donghai Province Martial Arts examination this year is a guest invited by the previous head of the family. It seems that he wants the second young lady to become his disciple. Ah? Is this true? Even if he ranked first in the Donghai Province Martial Arts exam, he's not qualified to take the second young lady as his disciple, right? Ahem, the previous patriarch certainly had his reasons for doing this. We just need to watch quietly. The second young lady will definitely be able to crush the opponent easily. Not necessarily. The first place in the martial arts exam is not easy to come by. In the martial arts arena, Jiang Yan and Qin Shui stood on both sides of the arena. Jiang Yan, I will definitely beat you. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan and said confidently. Then you do your best. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Zhuang Yunfei looked at Jiang Yan on the field with hatred in his eyes. Just a provincial number one, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. He must have lived too long. The battle begins. Qin Zhenghua's voice sounded at the right time. Swish. Qin Zhenghua finished speaking. Jiang Yan's figure turned into a white rainbow, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Shui. What a fast speed! Qin Zhenghua was shocked. Wow! Qin Shui felt a vast spiritual power, and a fist as big as a sandbag, accompanied by a strong wind, came towards her abdomen. Qin Shui raised her hand, and a spiritual power barrier condensed in front of her, and Jiang Yan's fist slammed heavily on top. Bang! A loud sound like a gas tank exploding resounded throughout the training grounds, and instantly a huge cloud of dust rose up on the field. Just when Qin Shui thought she had blocked the punch. Snap! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and cracks appeared one after another on the spiritual barrier that she was so proud of. Qin Shui was very smart. When she saw the barrier broken, she did not hesitate at all and instantly distanced herself and floated towards the other side of the venue. Although there was smoke and dust on the field, Qin Zhenghua and Zhuang Yunfei could see everything clearly. Qin Zhenghua was shocked by Jiang Yan's strength at this moment. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan's strength in the qi refining stage would be so powerful. When Zhuang Yunfei saw Jiang Yan shatter Qin Shui's spiritual shield with one punch, a look of disdain appeared on his face. This guy has some strength to be able to break Qin Shui's shield with one punch. When the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Yan was seen standing there with a leisurely look on his face, while Qin Shui, who was not far away, felt tremendous pressure. She had to admit that Jiang Yan gave people an invisible sense of oppression just by standing there. Although they were both at the 10th level of qi refining, Jiang Yan was obviously much stronger than her. Qin Shui took a deep breath and adjusted her state. A long sword appeared in her palm. The sword was extremely sharp and emitted a faint blue light. Swish! Qin Shui, holding a long sword, turned into a stream of light. The sharp sword cut through the air. Only a shadow flashed by, and Qin Shui instantly came in front of Jiang Yan. The long sword passed by like flowing water, seemingly gentle but actually with astonishing killing power. Sonorous! Just as the sword was about to cut Jiang Yan, a silver light suddenly appeared, and a spiritual sword instantly condensed in Jiang Yan's hand. The two swords collided with each other, making a crisp and loud sound. The spiritual power generated by the collision of the swords spread out like ripples, and the onlookers all stepped back, fearing that they would be affected. Qin Shui gripped her sword tightly and tried to knock the spiritual sword out of Jiang Yan's hand, but no matter how hard she tried, Jiang Yan's spiritual sword was like a huge and extremely hard rock, and she couldn't shake it at all no matter how hard she tried. Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at Qin Shui, whose face had turned red due to excessive exertion. Her swordsmanship was good, but unfortunately her strength was not enough to unleash her killing power. Jiang Yan turned his wrist to move the sword, and directly knocked the long sword in Qin Shui's hand away. The moment the sword slipped out of her hand, Qin Shui widened her eyes. Jiang Yan had actually knocked her sword away so easily. Before Qin Shui could react, she felt severe pain in her body. Jiang Yan seized the opportunity when Qin Shui was stunned and turned around and kicked her sideways, sending her flying. Ah! Qin Shui flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Qin Shui spat out a mouthful of blood. The severe pain made her cry. She felt like all the bones in her body were about to fall apart. At this moment, the audience fell into dead silence. Everyone present was speechless with shock. The second young lady had actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. This young man's strength was truly terrifying. It took a while for everyone to recover from their shock. Oh my God! As expected of the number one in the martial arts exam, his strength is too strong. Look at his calm demeanor. It's obvious he hasn't used his full strength yet. It's over, it's over. The second miss is going to lose. Qin Zhenghua felt distressed when he saw Qin Shui injured, but this competition was also a test for Qin Shui. At this moment, he can only hope that Jiang Yan would be gentler later. When Zhuang Yunfei saw Qin Shui vomiting blood, his heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible big hand, and the pain was so severe that he almost couldn't breathe. Zhuang Yunfei stared at Jiang Yan angrily, hatred gushing out of his eyes. If looks could kill, Jiang Yan would have been cut into pieces by now. This beast! You promised to fight me, but you resorted to such heavy blows? I will kill you the moment you leave the Qin family's gate. Zhuang Yunfei cursed madly in his heart. It was not his fault. The girl he liked was beaten and vomited blood. Anyone who saw this would be very angry. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up while enduring the pain. Although she knew that Jiang Yan was stronger than her, she didn't expect the gap between her and Jiang Yan to be so big. She vomited blood and fell to the ground after less than 10 moves. A feeling of frustration surged into Qin Shui's heart. Well, why don't you just admit defeat? You can't beat me, and there's no point in continuing to fight. Jiang Yan said. I haven't lost yet. Qin Shui did not choose to admit defeat. She took a deep breath, and her cultivation level of the 10th level of qi refining burst out at this moment. Feeling the amazing aura from Qin Shui, the onlookers broke out in a cold sweat for her. Judging from the previous fight between the two, it would be difficult for Qin Shui to defeat Jiang Yan even if she used all her strength now. "Oh, tell me, why are you doing this?" Jiang Yan sighed. He couldn't understand why Qin Shui was so obsessed with being his apprentice. Is he really that good? Qin Zhangwei was very excited at this moment. In the past, Qin Shui would have admitted defeat, but now Qin Shui not only did not admit defeat but instead wanted to use all her strength. Jiang Yan, you did a great job. Qin Zhangwei thought that after the competition was over, he must let Jiang Yan stay here today to deepen the relationship between him and Qin Shui. Chapter 91 Hua Ice Mirror catches timing Qin Shui. Qin Shui took a deep breath, and her originally dark eyes turned into ice blue. The biting cold air suddenly hit me in the face, and the temperature around me dropped to freezing point in an instant. Snap! A crisp sound of freezing was heard in the air, and suddenly a thin layer of ice formed on the dry ground of the martial arts field. The originally cloudless sky was now covered by dark clouds. This is Wanhua Bing Mirror. Someone in the crowd recognized this move. What Qin Shui was performing now was the Qin family's ancestral martial arts technique, Wanhua Bing Mirror. The second miss actually used her trump card. Can Jiang Yan block it? Wow! There was a strong wind in the sky, and the cold wind blew straight towards the crowd. Hiss! It's so cold, I can't stand it. Second miss's skills are too fierce. I'm going to run away first. I can't take it anymore. If I don't leave now, I'm going to be an ice sculpture. The people watching the game off the court couldn't stand the horrible cold and left one after another. At this moment, only Qin Zhangwei and Zhuang Yunfei were left off the court. Qin Zhangwei felt this astonishing chill and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Xue's Manjiki Ice Mirror has improved again. Zhuang Yunfei was looking at Qin Shui on the stage with an obsessed look on his face. At this moment, Qin Shui was like the Ice Queen walking out of the glacier, and the temperament she exuded was particularly eye-catching. Wow! Another gust of strong wind blew, and the martial arts field was instantly wrapped in a thick white mist. Jiang Yan didn't feel the biting cold at all. After all, he mastered the mysterious ice dragon soaring, and his body was immune to this kind of cold. Manhua Ice Mirror? Interesting. Jiang Yan had seen Qin Yu perform the Wanhua Ice Mirror before, so he was not surprised at all. But now he wanted to see to what extent Qin Shui could perform the Wanhua Ice Mirror. Jiang Yan, holding a long sword, began to walk slowly towards the other side of the venue. Every step he took was accompanied by a crisp crackling sound in the air. With a wave of his hand, the fog in front of him was dispersed by an invisible force. Jiang Yan looked around and saw an ice mirror standing in each of the 8 directions around him. Oh, not bad. Jiang Yan looked at the 8-door ice mirror and said with some satisfaction. The last time I sparred with Qin Yu could only condense 3 or 4 ice mirrors at a time, while Qin Shui could actually condense ice mirrors in 8 directions at the same time. Not bad. At this time, Qin Shui's clones appeared on the 8 mirrors. The clones held long swords made of ice and looked at Jiang Yan with a cold expression. Swish swish. A series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and clones in 8 directions rushed over with swords in hand in an instant. Although the sword was made of ice, it was extremely sharp. The moment the long sword in Jiang Yan's hand collided with the ice sword, a sharp and piercing sound was made. As the master of this ice and snow area, Qin Shui could naturally see the scene in the fog clearly. She saw Jiang Yan holding a long sword, his body moving as gracefully as a dragon, and the 8 clones could not touch Jiang Yan at all. Swish! The long sword flashed with a cold light. Jiang Yan turned his wrist to move the long sword, and dozens of sword energies were slashed out in an instant. Boom! After a loud bang, the ice mirrors in 8 directions were directly split into pieces of ice by the sword energy. Swish! Qin Shui held a sword, and her figure emerged from the fog like a ghost. Clang! The swords collided with each other, making a crisp buzzing sound. Jiang Yan, holding the long sword, exerted a little force and sent Qin Shui flying. In an instant, Qin Shui's figure was covered by the mist and disappeared on the spot. Swish! Just when Jiang Yan's attention was still on the front, Qin Shui suddenly rushed out from behind Jiang Yan. Turret! The sharp sword instantly cut through Jiang Yan's clothes. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. He raised his hand and swung a sharp sword energy, but before the sword energy touched Qin Shui's figure disappeared in the fog. At this time, the fog in the martial arts field was getting thicker and thicker, and Jiang Yan's vision was also disturbed. He had to admit that this martial art was a bit weird. The martial arts arena has now become Qin Shui's territory. Due to the interference of fog, Qin Shui is like a ghost at the moment. Jiang Yan has no way to confirm from which direction she will attack, so he can only counter her moves. Who? Jiang Yan closed his eyes and gradually calmed down. He began to listen to the sounds around him, but now there was only the sound of the cold wind whistling wildly, and no other sound. But Jiang Yan is not in a hurry now. He knows very well that as a prey, the hunter will definitely reveal his true identity in order to hunt him. Time passed by minute, and due to the thick fog, the two people in the audience could not see the situation in the training ground at all. Qin Zhengwei was getting a little anxious at this moment because the field was too quiet. After the fog covered the martial arts field, he could only hear the buzzing sound of swords colliding. It would have been fine if he couldn't see anything, but now there was no movement at all. He now really wants to know what happened on the court. Zhuang Yunfei was looking at the quiet field at this moment, feeling a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. He let out a breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay. Xiao Xue will definitely win. Xiao He was lying on the ground listlessly. He only knew that he hadn't seen his owner for almost half an hour. In the fog at this moment. Damn, how can she be so patient? It's been so long and still no movement. Jiang Yan complained in his heart. Jiang Yan had been standing for a long time and his waist felt a little sore, so he prepared to stretch. Swish! Just as he stretched, Qin Shui rushed out from the smoke with a sword in hand. Fuck! Catch me timing! Jiang Yan reacted instinctively and punched out directly. Jin Fu's unique skill, deliberate punch. Qin Shui felt a terrifying fist wind. Snap! She quickly held the sword across her body, but the punch was so powerful that the moment her fist hit the sword broke into two pieces. The fist made direct contact with Qin Shui's abdomen. Ah! Qin Shui let out a scream, and flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Because the ground was icy and the impact of the punch was so great, she slid directly to the edge of the field. Puff! Qin Shui fell to the ground in a terrible state. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt that all her internal organs were dislocated. She felt like she was hit by a car. The severe pain made her break out in cold sweats, and her face was extremely pale. She wanted to stand up, but her body was now lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Are you okay? Jiang Yan asked with concern. Jiang Yan really didn't expect that Qin Shui would catch him on time, so he instinctively punched out. Qin Shui stammered but no sound came out. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Jiang Yan guessed that this punch might have knocked the person unconscious. Jiang Yan retracted his sword and prepared to go forward to check on Qin Shui's condition. Chapter 91: The Incompetent Zhuang Yunfei. At this moment, the fog on the field had not yet dissipated, and the two people off the field heard Qin Shui's screams. Qin Zhenghua couldn't help but gasp after hearing the scream. He felt helpless. Jiang Yan didn't know how to be gentle with women and was so harsh in his attack. Zhuang Yunfei was so anxious at this moment. Qin Shui's painful voice was like a dagger that cut a big hole in his heart, making him unable to breathe. It hurts so much. Extreme anger made him lose his mind. Just when he was about to rush up and press Jiang Yan to the ground and rub him madly, Qin Zhenghua pressed his broad and powerful palm on Zhuang Yunfei's shoulder. Zhuang Yunfei turned his head and saw Qin Zhenghua with a faint smile on his face. Xiao Fei, this competition isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to go up? Grandpa Qin, didn't you hear? Xiao Xue is injured now and she needs me. Zhuang Yunfei said anxiously. Grandpa knows that you have a good relationship with Xiao Xue, but this is Xiao Xue's own business. All we can do now is wait quietly. But. Zhuang Yunfei was interrupted by Qin Zhenghua before he could finish his words. Helpless, Zhuang Yunfei could only endure and continue waiting. Tension, fear, and anxiety were intertwined. At this moment, Zhuang Yunfei felt particularly stressed, so he lit a cigarette and tried to relieve his stress by smoking. Qin Zhenghua, who was standing by, shook his head when he saw this. The Qin family and the Zhuang family were old friends. When Qin Zhenghua was young, he and Zhuang Yunfei's grandfather Zhuang Mingyuan were brothers. Both sides jokingly arranged a marriage for Qin Shui and Zhuang Yunfei. When he was a child, Qin Zhenghua was quite satisfied with Zhuang Yunfei, but since Zhuang Yunfei grew up, he felt that Zhuang Yunfei seemed to have changed. It is true that Zhuang Yunfei likes Qin Shui, but Qin Zhenghua has lived for so many years and has always been very good at judging people. He always feels that Zhuang Yunfei is particularly hypocritical now and likes to disguise himself. But out of consideration for Zhuang Mingyuan's face, he didn't say much. He just occasionally reminded Zhuang Yunfei to behave himself. Although Qin Zhenghua had only known Jiang Yan for one day, he believed from the bottom of his heart that Jiang Yan was a very reliable person, which was why he wanted to match Jiang Yan with Qin Shui. You have to give everything a try. Even if Qin Shui doesn't like Jiang Yan, it only means that his granddaughter is unlucky. Qin Zhenghua looked at the field. He really wanted to know what happened in the smoke. At this time in the martial arts field, Jiang Yan walked over to Qin Shui and squatted down. Looking at the seriously injured Qin Shui, Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly. Well, I'm sorry, I accidentally hit her a little too hard. Qin Shui didn't say anything, but just stared at Jiang Yan with some grievance. Then she tried to stand up, but she had no strength. Seeing this, Jiang Yan quickly supported her and said, "Don't move. I'll heal you first." Yeah. Qin Shui hummed softly, then stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Jiang Yan's neck, leaning her whole body into Jiang Yan's arms. Qin Shui smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Jiang Yan. Her pretty face gradually felt a little hot, and even her breathing began to become a little rapid. Jiang Yan stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Shui's body. His spiritual power began to nourish and repair the injuries on Qin Shui's body like a steady stream of water. The spiritual power brought with it a warmth like the first ray of sunshine in winter. Feeling this warm and comfortable feeling, Qin Shui leaned her head on Jiang Yan's neck and began to enjoy this comfort. The injuries on Qin Shui's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the thick fog on the field gradually began to dissipate, and soon the fog dissipated, and this scene appeared in front of the two people off the field. Qin Zhenghua looked at this scene. He was stunned at first and then nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Yan was a smart guy. He took the initiative to hug Qin Shui so quickly. Not bad. Asshole. Who told you to touch Xiao Shui? Get your dirty hands off me. I'll fucking kill you. Zhuang Yunfei's handsome face became extremely ferocious, just like the red-faced Guan Gong, and then he suddenly leaped into the air. A long sword instantly appeared in his hand, and a terrifying aura burst out. An extremely huge shadow appeared on the long sword in his hand and slashed straight towards Jiang Yan. Bastard, what are you doing? Qin Zhenghua shouted angrily. He stepped forward to stop Zhuang Yunfei, but he didn't expect that Zhuang Yunfei, the brainless one, would rush forward directly. Jiang Yan looked at the angry and ferocious Zhuang Yunfei. He just felt that this person was incomprehensible. Idiot. Jiang Yan complained, and then a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Boom! Zhuang Yunfei, who was originally still in mid-air, was directly hit by this terrifying pressure and was pinned to the ground. You! Zhuang Yunfei was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yan's current strength to be so terrifying. Don't touch her. Take your dirty hands away from me. Zhuang Yunfei's eyes were bloodshot. He had liked Xiao Shui for 18 years, but now Xiao Shui was in the arms of another man, and that man even touched her body. Beast! Ah! Zhuang Yunfei let out an unwilling roar. Qin Shui, who was lying in his arms, frowned when she heard the wailing. Why are you calling your mother here? I'm just going to heal her wounds, and you're still yelling here. If you're fucking mentally ill, go get treated. Jiang Yan started cursing. Hearing Jiang Yan scolding Zhuang Yunfei, Qin Shui tried hard not to laugh. I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. You know Xiaofei has always taken good care of Xiao Shui since she was a child. I lost my mind for a moment. I hope you can let him go this time. Qin Zhenghua was very disappointed with Zhuang Yunfei at this moment. He was far inferior to his father. If it weren't for Zhuang Mingyuan's face, he would have thrown him out long ago. At this time, Jiang Yan also realized that this boy had a strong possessiveness towards Qin Shui, otherwise he would never have such a big reaction. Jiang Yan looked down at Qin Shui in his arms. Your injuries are almost healed. You can stand up now. After hearing Jiang Yan say this, Qin Shui did not react at all, as if she was asleep. Qin Shui felt very comfortable leaning on Jiang Yan's arms, so she pretended to be asleep and wanted to lean on him for a while longer. Fell asleep? Jiang Yan stretched out his finger and touched Qin Shui's face, but Qin Shui did not respond. When Zhuang Yunfei saw Jiang Yan reaching out to touch Qin Shui's face, he was extremely jealous, but he was suppressed by the pressure and could not move. He could only watch it all. Jiang Yan looked at Zhuang Yunfei's angry face and immediately became interested, so he reached out and began to stroke Qin Shui's head. You beast! Don't touch me! I'm going to chop off your hands. Ah! Zhuang Yunfei cursed Jiang Yan madly. Qin Zhengwei was also very angry at this moment. He raised his hand to teach Zhuang Yunfei a lesson, but after seeing Jiang Yan's eyes, he instantly understood and withdrew his hand. Every time Jiang Yan touched him, Zhuang Yunfei started cursing madly, as if a switch had been turned on. Qin Shui was very angry when she heard the cursing, but she couldn't wake up now. She wanted to continue enjoying Jiang Yan's touch. Chapter 92 Qin Shui playing rogue. 10 minutes passed like this. Jiang Yan felt bored and snapped his fingers. The terrifying pressure from Zhuang Yunfei disappeared instantly. Jiang Yan! Just wait for me. Zhuang Yunfei stood up and glared at Jiang Yan fiercely, then ran out of the manor without looking back. Jiang Yan shook his head. Is this the only line these people know? Qin Zhenghua looked at the two people who were so close, and his face was full of uncontrollable smile. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui in his arms. He thought it was not a good idea to hold her like this all the time, but it was not a good idea to just throw her on the ground. After some thought, he came up with a good idea. Jiang Yan raised his hand and slammed his head directly onto Qin Shui's forehead. Hiss, it hurts. Qin Shui hissed, opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yan with some grievance. Why are you playing me? You haven't been pretending to be asleep, have you? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Logically speaking, how could a person who was soundly asleep wake up with a sudden brain explosion? Jiang Yan had originally planned to do this a few more times, but Qin Shui woke up in one go, which inevitably made him wonder if Qin Shui was pretending to be asleep. I didn't. It's obviously, you were too harsh. Qin Shui said with a guilty conscience. Seeing Qin Shui looking so guilty, Jiang Yan understood. He was about to put Qin Shui down, but Qin Shui held him tightly and refused to let go. What are you doing? I want you to hold me for a while longer. Qin Shui blinked her watery eyes and looked at Jiang Yan. I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll throw you down. Jiang Yan said lightly. Qin Shui didn't say anything, still holding on stubbornly and refusing to let go. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, but Qin Shui still didn't let go. Jiang Yan had no choice but to release some of his spiritual power. In an instant, Qin Shui felt the sense of weightlessness, and she flew out. Xiao Xue! Qin Zhenghua shouted anxiously. Just when Qin Shui was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Yan raised his hand and Qin Shui was directly wrapped by an invisible force, and then fell steadily to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Qin Zhenghua expressed his gratitude. It should be. Jiang Yan nodded and walked downstairs. Qin Shui ran over and took Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yan subconsciously wanted to pull his arm away, but Qin Shui had an aggrieved expression on her face. Jiang Yan had no choice but to let her hold his arm. Qin Zhenghua behind him watched the scene with a smile. Not bad, not bad. The relationship between the two of them has become closer. If it continues at this pace, well, they can consider getting married. Xiao He looked at the two of them somewhat unhappily. He was a little angry that his master didn't pick him up after coming down. Soon the three people and the fox returned to the mansion. Jiang Yan and Qin Shui sat back on the sofa. Xiao He jumped directly onto Jiang Yan's legs and made a very aggrieved howl. How could Jiang Yan not understand what the little guy meant? The little guy was a little angry and blamed himself for not holding him. Jiang Yan hugged Xiao He and started touching him in a bad mood, while Xiao He looked very happy. Qin Shui looked at Xiao He and saw that he gave her a provocative look. Qin Shui rubbed her eyes and seemed a little bit unbelievable. Xiao He, was it provoking me just now? Master, look, Xiao He is actually provoking me. After hearing this, Jiang Yan raised his hand and slapped Qin Shui on the head. I've already said that I won't accept you as my apprentice. And Xiao He is just a child, how could he possibly provoke you? Please don't talk nonsense here. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he looked at Xiao He, who still looked like he was enjoying it. Look, my little He is so well behaved, you must be seeing things. Qin Shui was not angry after being slapped. She began to wonder if she had really seen it wrong. So she looked at Xiao He again, but Xiao He still had a provocative look on his face, even more arrogant than before. Look, it's coming again. Qin Shui quickly pointed at Xiao He and said. Hearing Qin Shui say this, Jiang Yan looked down at Xiao He again, but Xiao He still looked harmless. Boom! Jiang Yan raised his hand and smashed his head on Qin Yu's head. Qin Shui, have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Master, I really didn't lie to you. Qin Yu covered his forehead with his hands, looking aggrieved. This little guy is really going too far. Alas, I told you not to call me master. Didn't we agree that if you lose, I won't accept you as my disciple? Jiang Yan sighed. I don't care. I will recognize you as my master in this life. Qin Shui said stubbornly. The servants who were cleaning the living room saw this scene, especially when the second young lady did not get angry after being slapped on the head twice by the young man. They were all shocked and speechless. Isn't this right? Is this still the arrogant and unreasonable second miss? Qin Zhenghua on the stairs couldn't stop laughing as he watched this scene. Isn't this the scene after their marriage? Then Qin Zhenghua walked into the study with a smile. Jiang Yan sneezed. Jiang Yan naturally didn't know what Qin Zhenghua was thinking. He thought someone was saying bad things about him behind his back. Jiang Yan took out a tissue and wiped it. He turned his head and saw Qin Shui still looking at him stubbornly. Aren't you being a rogue? Master, you are right. I am just being a rogue. Anyway, you are the only master I recognize in this life, hee hee. Forget it, forget it. If you want to call me master, then go ahead. I don't have anything to teach you anyway. Jiang Yan had given up resisting at this point. Master, can you tell me why you practice so fast? Qin Shui asked curiously. Well, I'm just lucky. Jiang Yan didn't understand why his cultivation was as easy as eating and drinking water, and he hardly encountered any bottlenecks. Then Master, what do you think is the most important thing in the path of cultivation? What is the most important? Jiang Yan murmured. Jiang Yan thought for a while before answering. I think the state of mind is the most important. What I pursue is just the clarity of thoughts. I won't let some shitty things affect my mood. The saying, if you are patient for a while, you will have peace of mind. If you take a step back, you will have a broader horizon, is bullshit to me. Why should I endure? If there's a road that's blocked, I'll use my fists to break it. If someone provokes me, I'll punch him into the wall right there. Life is like chess, make your moves without regret. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he looked at Qin Shui. At this time, Qin Shui was still thinking about what Jiang Yan said. After a while, she nodded and said, Master, I remember it. Then Qin Shui asked Jiang Yan several questions like a curious baby, and Jiang Yan patiently answered her. Qin Zhenghua. Get out here. Just as the two were chatting, an angry shout was heard outside the manor gate. Chapter 93 Zhuang Yunfei's grandfather. The roar was like a deafening thunder on a summer night, making people's scalps numb. Qin Zhenghua, who was writing calligraphy in the study at this time, was frightened by the sudden shout and his hand trembled, and the four words, heart as calm as water, were directly drawn by the brush. Originally, Qin Zhenghua was very satisfied with the calligraphy he wrote this time. He thought it was the best calligraphy he had written in all the years of practicing calligraphy. However, because of this roar, the calligraphy was so beautiful that it was ruined. Zhuang Mingyuan. Qin Zhenghua gritted his teeth. He pushed the door open angrily, walked down the stairs, and headed towards the gate. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui in the living room. Master seems very angry? It's okay. The voice outside the gate is Grandpa Zhuang. He has a very good relationship with my grandfather. Qin Shui said with a smile. Let's go and take a look. I guess Grandpa and Grandpa Zhuang are arguing again. They might even fight later. Qin Shui pulled Jiang Yan's hand and walked outside. Jiang Yan wanted to pull his hand back, but Qin Shui saw through his thoughts and held his hand even tighter. Jiang Yan had no choice but to let Qin Shui hold his hand. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of the house, and at this time the two old men outside had already started arguing. Zhuang Mingyuan. Do you want to die? Why are you yelling in broad daylight? My beautiful calligraphy has been ruined because of you. Qin Zhenghua looked at Zhuang Mingyuan angrily. Qin Zhenghua, how dare you say that? Your calligraphy looks like poop, I can't even bear to look at it. Zhuang Mingyuan said with a look of disgust. What did you say? Zhuang Mingyuan, you want to be beaten again, right? An astonishing aura burst out from Qin Zhenghua. Come on. It's been a while since I last dealt with you. Zhuang Mingyuan also burst out with amazing momentum. The two forces collided, instantly creating a violent gust of wind. The fallen leaves in the yard were blown everywhere. Jiang Yan looked at the two equally matched people with some surprise. It was worthy of being a world of advanced martial arts. They were so brave even at their age and would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. At this time, Zhuang Yunfei walked out from behind Zhuang Mingyuan. He was so jealous that he was almost going crazy when he saw Qin Shui and Jiang Yan holding hands tightly. Damn it! This shameless bastard is still holding Qin Shui's hand. Jiang Yan naturally noticed Zhuang Yunfei's extremely jealous expression. He tilted his head to look at Qin Shui. Your childhood sweetheart seems very angry, why don't you go and comfort him? Childhood sweethearts? What childhood sweethearts? We're just close because of the relationship between our two families. Besides, what does it have to do with me if he's angry? I told him clearly before that I don't like him, but he still keeps pestering me. If it weren't for Grandpa Zhuang, I would have beaten him up a long time ago. Qin Shui said angrily. Oh, I see. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. After all this time, Qin Shui didn't like Zhuang Yunfei at all. So what on earth was that possessiveness Zhuang Yunfei had shown earlier? Had the catheter damaged his brain? At this time, Zhuang Mingyuan also saw Qin Shui holding Jiang Yan's hand not far away. He looked back at Zhuang Yunfei's jealous and crazy look, and felt helpless about it. Zhuang Mingyuan knew that his eldest grandson had liked Qin Shui since he was a child. He also watched Qin Shui grow up, and sometimes thought how nice it would be if Zhuang Yunfei married Qin Shui, but Qin Shui had made it clear before that she did not like Zhuang Yunfei. But his eldest grandson just doesn't understand that a forced melon is not sweet. But the guy named Jiang Yan bullied his eldest grandson, and Qin Zhenghua was partial to him, which was a bit too much. Qin Zhenghua, Xiaofei grew up under your care. When an outsider bullied Xiaofei, it would have been fine if you didn't help him, but you even sided with that outsider. Isn't that too much? What outsider? Mr. Jiang is Xiaoshua's master. Qin Zhenghua said. Master? How can a person who ranks first in the Donghai province martial arts exam be your granddaughter's master? Qin Zhenghua, are you senile? Zhuang Mingyuan looked at Qin Zhenghua with a strange expression. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Qin Zhenghua shook his head. I'll settle the score with you later for favoring that brat. He bullied my eldest grandson, so you must give me an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by, and Zhuang Mingyuan instantly appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Young man, you bullied my eldest grandson. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in front of him. What do you mean I bullied him? I didn't beat him up, uncle, you can't say such things. Zhuang Mingyuan felt unhappy when he heard Jiang Yan calling him uncle. This handsome guy had no manners at all. Young man, don't be arrogant just because you have some strength. You will suffer a great loss in the future if you do so. Zhuang Mingyuan shook his head. Jiang Yan was speechless at this moment. Maybe there was something seriously wrong with the grandfather and grandson's brains? At this moment, Qin Shui saw Zhuang Yunfei approaching. She angrily said, Zhuang Yunfei, explain yourself. How did my master bully you? Xiaoshua, we are childhood sweethearts. What's so good about this bastard? Why do you always speak for him? Zhuang Yunfei, keep your mouth shut. Qin Shui was extremely disgusted with Zhuang Yunfei at this moment. She didn't want to say anything more for the sake of Grandpa Zhuang, but this guy was really too much. Xiaofei, Xiaoshua has made it very clear before that she doesn't like you. Why do you insist on pestering her? Qin Zhenghua walked over and said. Grandpa Qin, it doesn't matter if Xiaoshua doesn't like me. As long as I like her, that's enough. You and my grandfather have such a good relationship. Isn't it a good thing for me to marry Xiaoshua and strengthen our relationship? After Zhuang Yunfei said this, the scene fell into dead silence. Obviously, this sentence had a huge impact on them. Jiang Yan couldn't help but admire Zhuang Yunfei's incredible train of thought. Just because you like someone, they have to marry you? Is that something a human being can say? After a while, everyone came back to their senses. Zhuang Mingyuan looked at Zhuang Yunfei. At this moment, he felt that his eldest grandson was very unfamiliar. Old Zhuang, take Xiaofei back quickly and have your private doctor check him out. Qin Zhenghua whispered in Zhuang Mingyuan's ear. Zhuang Mingyuan felt very distressed when he saw his eldest grandson was so crazy. He was a good grandson before, how could he suddenly become like this? He looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Young man, what on earth did you do to my eldest grandson? How could he become like this? Is it possible that he has always been this kind of person, but you just haven't discovered it yet?" Jiang Yan said lightly. "Impossible. You little bastard must have done something to my precious son." At this time, an angry female voice came from behind Zhuang Mingyuan. Chapter 94, One Punch to the Mother of Zhuang Yunfei. A plump woman walked over with an angry look on her face. "Shaoli, why are you here?" Zhuang Mingyuan asked when he saw his daughter-in-law coming. "Dad, I just came back from the company and heard the servants at home say that Xiufei was bullied, so I rushed over directly." After Wang Shaoli finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with disdain. "You're just the best in the province, yet you dare to bully my son? You little bastard, do you think you've lived too long? You old witch, the powder on your face is thicker than the wall. If you curse me again, I will kill you." Jiang Yan said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Wang Shaoli felt like she had just heard a huge joke. Her face was full of sarcasm as she continued to curse. "You little bastard." Boom! Before Wang Shaoli could finish her words, she flew backwards and instantly smashed the outer wall of the yard. The collapsed wall raised a cloud of dust, and Wang Shaoli fell to the ground in a miserable state like a dead dog. Snap! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Aha! All the bones in Wang Shaoli's body broke in an instant. The severe pain made her wail in agony. Blood kept gushing out of Wang Shaoli's mouth. Her eyes were wide open and her mouth kept opening and closing, but she couldn't say anything. "Mom!" Zhuang Yunfei yelled and rushed over. When the smoke and dust cleared, he was horrified to find that Wang Shaoli was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, and the gray ground was stained red with blood. Vomit! Seeing this bloody scene, fear instantly devoured his sanity. Zhuang Yunfei's legs went soft and he knelt on the ground and began to vomit wildly. Jiang Yan just watched it all coldly. He calmly retracted his fist and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. Zhuang Mingyuan looked at the scene in disbelief. "You beast! How dare you hurt someone? Old man, do you want to die too?" Jiang Yan said lightly. "You!" Feeling the terrifying murderous intent from Jiang Yan, Zhuang Mingyuan could only suppress his anger. He glared at Jiang Yan fiercely, then rushed over to check on Wang Shaoli's condition. Qin Zhengwei was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to act so decisively. "Mr. Jiang, you..." Qin Zhengwei was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say, while Qin Shui stared at everything in front of her in a daze. This sudden scene made her unable to recover for a long time. At this time, Zhuang Mingyuan could feel that Wang Shaoli's life was rapidly slipping away. He quickly put his hands on Wang Shaoli's body and began to use healing martial arts to heal her injuries. At this time, Qin Shui came back to her senses and turned to look at Jiang Yan, but found that Jiang Yan had a calm face without any expression. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Zhengwei. "Uncle, do you think I shouldn't attack her?" Qin Zhengwei looked at the miserable appearance of Wang Shaoli not far away. He was silent and didn't know how to answer. "Master." Qin Shui opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Jiang Yan gave Qin Shui a gentle smile, and subconsciously reached out and touched her head. Then Jiang Yan looked at Qin Zhengwei and said, "Uncle, you and Qin Shui can go in. After all, this has nothing to do with you." Jiang Yan was about to walk forward after he finished speaking, but Qin Shui reached out from behind and grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. Jiang Yan turned his head and saw Qin Shui looking at him quietly without saying a word. At this time, Qin Zhengwei said, "Mr. Jiang, you did nothing wrong. You were just speaking the truth." Jiang Yan was a little surprised to hear Qin Zhengwei say this. After all, Qin Zhengwei had such a good relationship with Zhuang Mingyuan, and he thought Qin Zhengwei would stand on Zhuang Mingyuan's side. "Master, do you think you did something wrong?" Qin Shui asked. "Then I must be right. She insulted me like that. Do you think I would let her go? Besides, I gave her a chance, but she didn't cherish it." Jiang Yan said lightly. "That's good. Master, you just said that what you pursue in cultivating immortals is the enlightenment of thoughts. I thought you would fall into internal friction so quickly." Qin Shui said with a smile. "You're overthinking it. I never waste time on internal conflicts. I'll take revenge on the spot." Jiang Yan smiled. On the other hand, after Zhuang Mingyuan's crazy treatment, Wang Shaoli's life was finally saved, but because her injuries were too severe, she is still in a coma. Zhuang Mingyuan stood up and looked at the three people who were still talking and laughing, and anger instantly surged in his heart. Qin Zhenghua. Jiang Yan hurt my daughter-in-law so badly, and you can still talk and laugh with him. Qin Zhenghua was about to speak when Jiang Yan waved his hand to signal him to come. Old man, can you be reasonable? She cursed me so badly, and I'm not a coward. Why should I endure it? Jiang Yan said sarcastically. You. If you hadn't bullied my eldest grandson, how could Shelly come here? I still say the same thing. I didn't even touch a hair of your grandson. If you want to avenge your daughter-in-law, you can try. I guarantee that I can beat you into the ICU. Jiang Yan said lightly. How arrogant. I want to see how a mere number one in the province can boast so arrogantly here. After he finished speaking, Zhuang Mingyuan used a special secret method, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura continued to rise, and in the end, the aura emanating from his body was almost the same as that of a mid-stage Jindan. You two, step back so I don't get hurt. Jiang Yan said. Then master, you have to be careful. Qin Shui said worriedly. I'm not so bad that I can't even beat an old man. Jiang Yan joked. Soon, Qin Zhenghua and his grandson retreated to a safer location. Jiang Yan looked at Zhuang Mingyuan and said calmly, it's just the end of the road to relying on external objects to improve your strength. Then you can try it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Mingyuan instantly came in front of Jiang Yan and threw a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, but in fact it was extremely powerful. Boom! A gust of violent fist wind blew past, raising a cloud of dust on the field. Zhuang Mingyuan was very confident that Jiang Yan would not be able to dodge at such a close distance. Just as the fist was about to hit Jiang Yan's abdomen, Jiang Yan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. What? Zhuang Mingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Jiang Yan's figure instantly appeared behind him, and then Zhuang Mingyuan felt himself being lifted up by a pair of big hands. The next second, Jiang Yan flew directly into the air, grabbed Zhuang Mingyuan and slammed him to the ground. Wait a moment. The old man realized that something was wrong and wanted Jiang Yan to stop, but unfortunately Jiang Yan would not let him go. Bang! The moment the old man landed on the ground, he created a huge dent in the ground. Chapter 95. Three people kneeling in kowtow. Puff! A few bloody teeth were spit out, and Zhuang Mingyuan fell to the ground in a mess. Although the old man was quite strong, he was old after all, and his physical fitness was not as good as before. This blow directly caused him serious injuries. Grandfather! Zhuang Yunfei rushed over with a worried look on his face to check on Zhuang Mingyuan's injuries. Zhuang Mingyuan endured the pain and forced himself to sit up. He turned to look at Zhuang Yunfei, who was also worried, and said comfortingly. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaofei, Grandpa. Grandpa is fine. Old man, I've already told you that relying on external things is useless. You still don't believe me and will be obedient now, right? Jiang Yan said jokingly. At this moment, Zhuang Mingyuan no longer had his previous contempt. He had to admit Jiang Yan's terrifying strength. After using the secret technique, his strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage Jindan, but he was still crushed by Jiang Yan with one hand. What does this mean? This shows that Jiang Yan is at least a Jindan. Jiang Yan is 2 years younger than Yunfei, yet his strength is so terrifying. No wonder old man Qin wants Qin Shui to become his disciple. At this time, Zhuang Mingyuan reacted. If Jiang Yan really attacked Yunfei, how come Yunfei didn't have any injuries on his body? He thought of Qin Shui holding Jiang Yan's hand just now, and Yunfei's crazy look, and an idea instantly came to his mind. Could it be that when Yunfei came to the Qin family to visit old man Qin, he happened to see Qin Shui and Jiang Yan together, and he started to criticize Jiang Yan in a fit of rage, but Qin Shui directly scolded Yunfei, and then Yunfei came back in anger and lied to himself that he was bullied by Jiang Yan? Thinking of this, Zhuang Mingyuan's face grew serious. He looked at Zhuang Yunfei. Xiaofei, tell me the truth, did Jiang Yan do anything to you? Hearing Zhuang Mingyuan's words, a trace of panic flashed across Zhuang Yunfei's face, but then he calmed down and was about to continue lying when he met Zhuang Mingyuan's scrutinizing eyes. Zhuang Yunfei felt so scared when he was stared at that he fell silent for a while. Zhuang Mingyuan saw this and knew that his most beloved grandson had deceived him. Zhuang Mingyuan looked at Zhuang Yunfei with some disappointment. He always thought that Yunfei was a very sensible child, but he easily lost his mind when facing Qin Shui's affairs. But Zhuang Yunfei's behavior today was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him. Alas, it seems that I have spoiled you too much. Zhuang Mingyuan sighed. Grandpa. Zhuang Yunfei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhuang Mingyuan. Zhuang Mingyuan looked at Jiang Yan, who was standing right above him. He struggled to stand up and bowed to Jiang Yan to apologize. Mr. Jiang, we were wrong in what we did today. I sincerely apologize to you here. I hope you will forgive my mistakes. Jiang Yan just nodded without saying anything. He was a little surprised that Zhuang Mingyuan apologized so quickly. He thought that Zhuang Mingyuan was going to burn himself out and try to trade one for one with him. At this time, Wang Xiaoli, who had been in a coma for most of the day, woke up. Thanks to Zhuang Mingyuan's full treatment, her injuries have almost healed, but her body is still very painful. She saw Zhuang Mingyuan standing not far away and immediately ran up to him crying, "Dad, you have to make the decision for me. Please teach this kid a lesson." Wang Xiaoli no longer dared to scold Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's punch almost sent her to reincarnation. She didn't want to experience the pain of broken bones all over her body a second time. At this time, Wang Xiaoli noticed that Zhuang Mingyuan was seriously injured. "Dad, how did you get so badly injured?" Because Wang Xiaoli was in a coma, she had no idea what happened during the time she was unconscious. "Xiaoli, you should also quickly apologize to Mr. Jiang." Hearing Zhuang Mingyuan's words, Wang Xiaoli was stunned at first, then she looked up and saw Jiang Yan standing in midair looking down at them condescendingly. Wang Xiaoli saw that Jiang Yan was unharmed, and there was not even a speck of dust on his white short-sleeved shirt. Wang Xiaoli was no fool, and she instantly understood that her father-in-law was being pressed to the ground and rubbed madly by Jiang Yan. "My father-in-law is so powerful, but he can't beat him. This guy is really terrifying. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I offended you with my previous words. I hope you can forgive us." Wang Xiaoli's attitude was very sincere, but she hated Jiang Yan very much in her heart. Wang Xiaoli was furious when she saw Zhuang Yunfei still standing there stupidly. She raised her hand, pressed his head and began to apologize. Now they could only endure it for the time being. Zhuang Yunfei felt very aggrieved at the moment. Although he was unwilling, he could only swallow his anger. "Just wait for me, you little bastard." Zhuang Yunfei cursed in his heart. A hint of viciousness flashed across his face, and then he adjusted his mood and bowed to Jiang Yan to apologize. Sorry." Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuang Yunfei. He could clearly see the vicious look that flashed across Zhuang Yunfei's face. Jiang Yan frowned. At this time, Zhuang Yunfei actually dared to show such an expression. Any normal person would know to restrain himself. He was really brainless. Just when Zhuang Yunfei thought that he was done with his apology, he supported Zhuang Mingyuan and prepared to leave. "Did I let you go?" Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, do you have anything else to say?" Zhuang Mingyuan asked. Zhuang Mingyuan looked at Jiang Yan and suddenly felt something was wrong. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, then you can leave." "Jiang Yan, don't go too far. I've already apologized." Zhuang Yunfei said angrily. "TSK, Zhuang Yunfei, do you think I'm blind? I saw clearly the sinister look on your face just now." Zhuang Yunfei was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to notice his expression. "Damn it! What?" Zhuang Mingyuan stared at Zhuang Yunfei with wide eyes. At this moment, Zhuang Mingyuan was completely disappointed with his eldest grandson. Even at this time, he dared to show such emotions on his face. Wang Xiaoli also looked very disappointed. Everything was fine before, but now she had to kneel down and kowtow to others. The huge shame overwhelmed them like a tide. Zhuang Mingyuan took a deep breath and then knelt on the ground. "There's nothing we can do about it, it's because they kicked the titanium alloy plate." Wang Xiaoli gritted her teeth. The wife of the Zhuang families had actually had to kneel down and kowtow to a junior. If this were to get out, she would become a laughingstock among all the families in Kyoto. "I think you can't kneel down." "It's okay. I'm a helpful person. If you can't kneel down, I'll break your legs so that you can kneel down." Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Wang Xiaoli's face showed horror. She knelt down without hesitation. She knew that if she didn't kneel, Jiang Yan would really break her legs. This Jiang Yan is not a student at all, he is simply a devil. Zhuang Yunfei looked at Jiang Yan, tears of humiliation streaming from the corners of his eyes. Thump! Zhuang Yunfei knelt on the ground, enduring the humiliation. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Zhuang Yunfei will make Jiang Yan pay back 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered today. Boom! 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 The three of them kowtowed 3 times on the ground. That's right, if you lose, you have to accept the beating and stand at attention. Now you 3 can get out of here. The 3 of them felt relieved and quickly stood up and ran outside in a panic. Chapter 96. Sir, you are such a joker. Soon the 3 people disappeared from Jiang Yan's sight. Jiang Yan fell to the ground and looked at the messy yard. Jiang Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. Master! Xin Shui ran over excitedly with open arms to hug Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan raised his hand and smacked her on the head. Ouch, it hurts. Master, what are you doing? Xin Shui covered her red forehead and looked at Jiang Yan angrily. Nothing, I just want to play you. Jiang Yan smiled. Then I'm angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. Xin Shui said angrily. After saying that, Xin Shui pretended to be very angry and turned around and stopped looking at Jiang Yan. Oh, then I'd better accept another disciple who was easy to please. Jiang Yan said jokingly. No. You are not allowed to accept others as your disciples. Xin Shui turned around and said quickly when she heard Jiang Yan say that he wanted to accept others as his disciples. Have you ever seen a master who only accepts one disciple? Jiang Yan said with a smile. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't look like he was joking, Xin Shui quickly explained, Master, I was just joking. I'm not angry, really. I'm really not angry. After Xin Shui finished speaking, she was afraid that Jiang Yan might not believe her, so she deliberately gave him a very sweet smile. I know, I was just kidding you. It's hard for me to teach you alone, so how can I possibly accept another disciple? Jiang Yan joked. That's good. Master, please don't make such jokes next time. It's not funny at all. Xin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want Jiang Yan to take in another disciple. The master belonged to her alone. Xin Zhenghua watched the 2 of them joking with a smile. Isn't this the legendary couple look? I'm sorry for messing up your yard like this. Jiang Yan said apologetically. You have to pay for damaging someone else's yard. Xin Zhenghua said jokingly. Of course, sir, I'll pay you whatever you want. Not much, just 5 million. Jiang Yan was not surprised at all when he heard the 5 million. After all, the turf and other materials used in this kind of yard must be the best. However, Xin Zhenghua also gave him 5 million, which was equivalent to him getting the money back. Of course, Mr. Jiang, as long as you marry Shoshua, we will be a family and you won't have to pay. At this time, Xin Zhenghua revealed his fox tail. Grandpa. What are you talking about? Xin Shui said shyly, her originally fair face now stained with a hint of bright red. Xin Shui was a little shy. She didn't expect her grandfather to say that. She was not prepared yet. Then Xin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with anticipation. If her master agreed, wouldn't she be able to be with him 24 hours a day? Thinking of this, beautiful pictures appeared in Xin Shui's mind one after another. In the end, Xin Shui's face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. Jiang Yan was stunned by Qin Zhenggua's words, but Jiang Yan thought Qin Zhenghua was joking with him. Uncle, you are really a joker. What's your card number? I will transfer the money to you later. Hearing Jiang Yan's refusal, Xin Shui's eyes, which were originally full of expectation, instantly dimmed. She pouted and looked at Jiang Yan with a resentful look. Mr. Jiang, I'm not kidding you. You don't have to pay this money. This is also my selfish desire. You have such a fast talent for cultivation. It is only a matter of time before you achieve nascent soul in the future. So I want Shoshua to follow you, so that I can leave with peace of mind in the future. Xin Zhenghua smiled. Grandpa. Xin Shui's eyes were a little moist at this moment. Seeing Qin Zhenggua's sincere look, Jiang Yan knew that he was not joking, but this also made Jiang Yan unable to deal with it. Jiang Yan turned his head to look at Qin Shui, and happened to meet Qin Shui's eyes. Qin Shui looked at him expectantly, and Jiang Yan quickly turned his head back when he saw this. Grandpa and Qin Shui are both good people. He began to think about how to refuse without hurting the feelings of the grandfather and grandson. At this time, Xiao He ran over with an excited look on his face. Jiang Yan held Xiao He in his arms and started to rub him. Gurgle. Xiao He's stomach growled out in frustration, and Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Doesn't this give him a reason to run away? He looked at the two of them and said, "Uncle, Xiaohei is hungry. I'll go back and cook for him first. I'll come back another day to guide Qin Shui in her cultivation." After saying that, Jiang Yan hugged Xiaohei and turned into a stream of light and slipped out in an instant. "Hey! Mr. Jiang." Before Qin Zhenghua could finish his words, Jiang Yan had already disappeared from the sight of the grandfather and grandson. Qin Shui was angry and felt very disappointed when she saw Jiang Yan slip away so quickly. Qin Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh when he saw Qin Shui's lost look. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and he was indeed too anxious about this matter. Afterwards, after the grandfather and grandson returned to the house, Qin Zhenghua began to arrange people to clean up the yard. Qin Shui was lying on the bed, her mind full of the image of herself lying in Jiang Yan's arms. When she thought of the fragrance she smelled on Jiang Yan, her cheeks began to feel hot. Why would Master reject me? Is it just because we just met yesterday? Qin Shui began to think about how to make Jiang Yan accept her. After thinking for a long time, she came up with a good idea. On the other side, Jiang Yan started cooking for Xiaohei after returning home. Fortunately, Xiaohei was hungry, so he had a reason to run away. Half an hour later, when the meal was ready, Xiaohei began to eat it with relish. Jiang Yan sat on the sofa, his mind full of what Qin Zhenghua had just said. "Oh, whoa!" Just as Jiang Yan was thinking, Xiaohei shouted excitedly after finishing his meal. The cry brought Jiang Yan back to his senses. Jiang Yan shook his head. It was indeed too early for him to think about this kind of thing. Forget it, why think so much? Jiang Yan stood up and walked towards the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan walked out of the bathroom, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. Time quickly came to the next morning. After half a day of practice, Jiang Yan's cultivation had improved a bit. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was only 6:30 in the morning. Who is this early in the morning? Jiang Yan got up from the bed and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw Qin Shui standing outside alone. "Qin Shui, why are you here to see me so early?" "Hee, master, I've made up my mind. From today on, I'm going to live with you." Bang! When Jiang Yan heard that Qin Shui wanted to live with him, he raised his hand and closed the door without hesitation. Chapter 97, Living Together. Jiang Yan was speechless. Qin Shui came here early in the morning and actually wanted to live with him. Although he was her master now, wasn't she afraid that he would do something to her? Qin Shui was a little angry when she saw Jiang Yan close the door directly. So Qin Shui began to knock on the door repeatedly, with a hint of threat in her tone. "Master, open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, I will break it down." Oh my! It's Tiangang who's being insulted. The disciple is actually threatening his master. Jiang Yan was so angry that he laughed when he heard Qin Shui threatening him. "Now that you've said that, it's even more impossible for me to open the door for you. I knocked on the door for 10 minutes, but it still didn't open." Seeing that Jiang Yan was still unwilling to open the door, Qin Shui stomped her feet in anger. "Since the hard approach doesn't work, let us try the soft approach." Thinking of this, Qin Shui took out a tissue from the storage ring and poured some mineral water on it. Then she used the wet tissue to moisten the corners of her eyes. Qin Shui saw that it was almost time, so she squatted down, covered her face and burst into tears. Woo woo! Inside the house, Jiang Yan was preparing breakfast for Xiaohei. At this time, he heard Qin Shui's whimpering, but Jiang Yan didn't take it seriously. He guessed that Qin Shui must be pretending just to get him to open the door. As time passed, Qin Shui, who had been crying for most of the day, took a sneak peek and found that the door was still closed, so she cried even louder. In order to make Jiang Yan really think she was crying, Qin Shui sobbed from time to time. Jiang Yan, who was in the house, heard Qin Shui's increasingly miserable sobs, and from time to time she would say, "Master, you have such a cruel heart." He sighed helplessly. He walked forward and opened the door. Qin Shui heard the noise, but she did not stand up. Instead, she buried her head deeper and her crying became quieter and quieter. Qin Shui felt somewhat proud, for she knew this trick would be useful to Jiang Yan. "How long do you plan to cry? If you don't come in, I'll close the door," Jiang Yan said lightly. "Then master, do you agree that I can live with you?" Qin Shui stood up and looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui, whose eyes were wet and her face was covered with tears, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Is Qin Shui really crying? You're overthinking it." You're crying here so early in the morning. I'm afraid you're disturbing others. Master, if you had opened the door earlier, I wouldn't have used this trick. Qin Shui muttered softly with her head down. What did you say? No. Nothing. I knew you wouldn't be so cruel as to throw me out like that, Master. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at Qin Shui, then turned and went into the house to continue making breakfast for Xiao Hei. Qin Shui walked to the sofa and sat down. She was in a very happy mood at the moment. Qin Shui thought that everything would be fine as long as she got into the house. She was staying there anyway, and she didn't believe that Jiang Yan would be so cruel as to throw her out. Soon Jiang Yan brought out Xiao Hei's breakfast. Xiao Hei, who was still sleeping, smelled the fragrance of the food. He immediately jumped up from his bed, ran to the food bowl and started eating. Jiang Yan squatted down and touched Xiao Hei with a doting look on his face. Qin Shui, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Jiang Yan's doting look and was a little dazed for a moment. It would be great if Master could look at me like this. Qin Shui muttered in her heart. Jiang Yan stood up and saw Qin Shui staring at him. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Why are you staring at me? Because you are very handsome, Master. Qin Shui came back to her senses and said with a smile. Hearing Qin Shui say this, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Well, good vision. Jiang Yan walked over to the sofa and sat down, then asked, Qin Shui, why did you suddenly want to come live with me? Hee, Master, I just thought it would be more convenient for me to stay at your place. After all, my home is outside the city. If you come to guide me in my cultivation, it will be very troublesome to go back and forth. Qin Shui responded with this reason. Of course, this was just one of her ideas. The main reason she lived here was that she wanted to see Jiang Yan 24 hours a day. That's a good reason, but I don't agree. Hey! Why, Master? It's definitely inconvenient for men and women to live together. I prefer to live alone. Jiang Yan said. Master, I am very obedient and will never cause you any trouble. Please let me live here. Qin Shui said pleadingly. That won't work either. I welcome you to come over any time, but living together is definitely not an option. Jiang Yan refused again. You are my master and I am your apprentice. Isn't it normal for a master and an apprentice to live together? Qin Shui tilted her head and looked at Jiang Yan. We are a single man and a single woman in the same room, and you trust me so much. Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Jiang Yan joked. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Qin Shui was actually a little excited. She muttered in her heart, I really hope that you can do something for me, Master. And do Grandpa and Uncle know about this? I know. Grandpa and Dad both agree with this. They even told me not to go back if there's nothing else to do. Are you lying to me? Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui suspiciously. Master. As your disciple, how could I possibly lie to you? I swear to God, if I lie to you, I will have no toilet paper and no seasoning packets when I eat instant noodles. Qin Shui stretched out 3 fingers and said seriously. Damn! What a vicious oath. After hearing Qin Shui's words, Jiang Yan was completely speechless. These 2 old men really have big hearts. Seeing that Jiang Yan did not refuse immediately, Qin Shui knew this was an opportunity, so she threw herself on Jiang Yan, hugged him and started to act coquettishly. Master, my father and grandfather have both agreed. Don't worry, from today on, I'll take care of all the housework. And I won't refuse anything you ask of me. Can you just let me stay here? But. Seeing that Jiang Yan was still trying to refuse, Qin Shui showed a pitiful look, and her eyes were wet as if she was about to cry in the next second. Jiang Yan looked down and saw Qin Shui like this, and his words of rejection were swallowed back. The 2 of them remained in a stalemate for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Jiang Yan still couldn't resist Qin Shui's tactics of pretending to be pitiful. He sighed and said, Forget it. I'm convinced by you. Go clean up the room. I've got a deal. If you don't obey, I'll throw you out. Great. Master is the best. Qin Shui's original disappointment was swept away, and she excitedly ran to the room next to Jiang Yan and started to clean up. Looking at Qin Shui who was busy in the room, Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. Chapter 98 Go to the Secret Realm to obtain the inner pill. An hour later, Qin Shui finally cleaned the room. Qin Shui was lying on the bed, her mind full of the scene where she hugged Jiang Yan and started to act coquettishly. Master's body feels so comfortable to hug. Xin Shui's face showed a hint of obsession, especially the faint fragrance on Jiang Yan's body. She still can't forget that smell. Xin Shui glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. The whole house was very quiet. She was very curious about what Jiang Yan was doing. Xin Shui got out of bed and walked to the living room, but Jiang Yan was not there, so she walked to Jiang Yan's door. Dong dong dong. Xin Shui raised her hand and knocked on the door, and soon the door of the room opened. Jiang Yan looked at Xin Shui. What's wrong? Xin Shui tilted her head and looked into the room curiously. Master, can I go into your room and take a look? Oh, come in. Jiang Yan stepped aside, and Xin Shui walked into the room and began to look around. The whole room was spotlessly clean, and a faint fragrance could be smelled in the air. Jiang Yan sat on the edge of the bed and browsed the task software, preparing to continue looking for some tasks to do. Anyway, there was no rush to practice for the time being, so he might as well do some tasks to earn some credits. Xin Shui sat next to Jiang Yan, quietly looking at his profile. At this moment, the room was very quiet, and only the even breathing of the two could be heard. Soon Jiang Yan saw a task issued by Dan Pavilion. The task was to go to the secret realm and obtain the inner alchemy of any 102nd level monsters. There was no limit to the number of times the task could be accepted. Jiang Yan thought the task was not bad, so he accepted it. Master, are you going out? Xin Shui asked. I'm going to the secret realm. If you want to go out, there's a spare key in the drawer in the living room. I want to go to the secret realm with you too. Xin Shui will not miss any opportunity to get along with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded. Since Xin Shui had not established her foundation and could not fly on the sword, Jiang Yan had to fly on the sword to take her there. The Great Xia Kingdom has a vast territory and is the country with the most secret realms in the world. The sea-level secret realm that Jiang Yan chose this time is relatively high in the ranking of sea-level secret realms. Half an hour later, the two arrived near the secret realm. At this time, a lot of martial arts students gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. These were basically students who had just entered the martial arts high school. Each of them wore a teleportation bracelet on their hands to facilitate timely teleportation. These students all want to take advantage of the holiday to enter the secret realm to hunt monsters and accumulate practical experience. There will be people arranged outside each conquered secret realm, whose purpose is to register information for those who need to receive the teleportation bracelet. Soon, Jiang Yan and Xin Shui walked into the crowd. After seeing their looks, the students present immediately started talking about them. Oh my god. Ah wei, look, this girl is so beautiful. Oh my god, this look is even better than those girls with millions of fans. Holy crap. That handsome guy looks as good as me right after I took a shower. Bah! You don't even care about your F-King shame, do you? Jiang Yan came to the registration office and took out the Tiandawan waist badge. When the staff saw the 3 words Tiandawan on the waist badge, they exclaimed. You are a student of Tiandao Academy. Jiang Yan nodded, wondering if it was necessary for this staff member to be so excited. The staff member's words were like a bomb dropping in the crowd, instantly causing a heated discussion. Nanny! This handsome guy is actually from Tiandawan. Ah! Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Could they be a couple? That should be the case. After all, they look so well matched. But I don't feel like it. If you say so, it seems I still have a chance. With your appearance, you still dare to approach me? When Xin Shui heard someone say that she and Jiang Yan were a couple, she was secretly delighted and a blush appeared on her face. Many of the students present were ready to come forward to ask for their contact information. Seeing this, Xin Shui naturally took Jiang Yan's arm and leaned on his shoulder. Jiang Yan was already used to Xin Shui's behavior, so he didn't say anything and let her lean on his shoulder. When the students who were about to ask for contact information saw this scene, their hearts broke. Look, I said they were a couple. Well, do you think they could be brother and sister? Hee, would your sister be so clingy to you? He's handsome, strong, and has such a beautiful girlfriend. I'm just living a miserable life. I'm going to find a building and jump off it. At this time, after the information registration was completed, the two put on the bracelets and waited for a while for the entrance to the secret realm to open. Under the envious gaze of everyone, the two entered the secret realm. There was still a dazzling white light that made it impossible for people to open their eyes. After a few seconds, the light disappeared, and what came into the eyes of the two was a huge wasteland. Jiang Yan could feel that the spiritual energy here was very thin. Jiang Yan looked around and saw some uneaten corpses of monsters on the wasteland. This shows that there are still monsters nearby. Qin Shui, who had never entered the secret realm, was like a curious baby at this moment, curious about everything around her. Is this your first time entering the secret realm? Jiang Yan asked when he saw Qin Shui was so curious. Yes, I used to stay at home and never entered the secret realm. Qin Shui nodded. In that case, you can wander around the secret realm. I'll go find the monster first. Eh? Master, you have such a cruel heart. You actually want to leave such a lovely disciple like me alone. Qin Shui said, pretending to be sad. You're overthinking it. I was thinking about your first time entering the secret realm. Anyway, you have the teleportation bracelet so you can travel around. It's just right that I'm going to go do the quest first. I don't want to wander around alone. I want to follow you, Master. It's okay if you don't want to go. Let's go find some monsters first. Seeing that Qin Shui didn't want to stay alone, Jiang Yan took her to look for monsters. Soon a huge black bear appeared in their sight. The black bear was eating at this time and had no idea that two pairs of eyes were staring at it. Just as Jiang Yan was about to crush the black bear to death with a palm from a distance, he turned his head to look at Qin Shui, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Jiang Yan felt that this mission might be a very good opportunity for Qin Shui. Qin Shui, have you ever hunted monsters? Jiang Yan asked. No, what's wrong, master? Hee, as your master, I naturally have to teach you carefully. Now go and kill that bear monster and take out its inner elixir. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this mission to gain some practical experience. Jiang Yan said. Well, master, please take care of it. I will bring the inner elixir to you right away. Come on, I'm rooting for you. Jiang Yan smiled. Qin Shui was very happy to see Jiang Yan cheering her on. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Qin Shui's figure rushed out in an instant like lightning. Chapter 99. Angry Qin Shui kills the Black Panther with one sword. At this time, the black bear who was eating heard the noise and looked back. Swish! Suddenly, a silver light appeared, and Qin Shui raised her hand and killed the black bear with a sword. Then, without hesitation, Qin Shui directly broke open the black bear's belly and took out its inner elixir. The whole process was very quick and efficient. Jiang Yan nodded after watching it. He thought Qin Shui did a good job. Hunting monsters required decisiveness and speed. Afterwards, Qin Shui ran over excitedly and handed the inner elixir to Jiang Yan. How is it, master? Am I really amazing? Well done. You're so decisive even on your first monster hunt. Qin Shui's face was full of pride when she heard this. Seeing how proud she was, Jiang Yan patted her on the head. I'm just praising you a little bit, just to see what you can do. Then master, what should we do next? Qin Shui asked. Ahem, in order to train your combat experience, I have decided that you must hunt down 99 second-level demon beasts and extract their inner cores. Jiang Yan originally wanted to hunt the monsters by himself, but now that he has accepted Qin Shui as his apprentice, he doesn't need to do such small things. After all, isn't it normal for a master to order his apprentice to do things? Okay, master. Will there be any reward after the hunt? Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with some anticipation. Improving your combat experience, isn't that a reward? Oh. Qin Shui was a little disappointed when she heard the reward Jiang Yan mentioned. She thought Jiang Yan would give her some substantial rewards, such as martial arts techniques or elixirs. Jiang Yan noticed Qin Shui's disappointment, so he reached out and touched her head. Qin Shui was stunned at first, and then she began to enjoy Jiang Yan's touch like a docile kitten. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to touch her head on his own initiative. Does this mean that he has her in his heart? Oh, whoa! Just as Qin Shui was immersed in Jiang Yan's touch and enjoying the peace, a roar from not far away broke the peace. I saw a pitch-black monster that looked like a leopard, opening its bloody mouth and revealing extremely sharp fangs, staring at the two of them with a fierce look. It hadn't eaten for 2 days and the Black Panther was already starving. Jiang Yan and the other man were like the clear spring in the desert, very tempting after a long drought. Jiang Yan began to look at the monster. The monster's strength was about the 8th level of qi refining. After seeing its extremely sharp fangs, Jiang Yan smacked his lips. Jiang Yan began to think that if he had been bitten by this thing when he was in the qi refining stage, his body would probably be covered with bruises. But Qin Shui was very angry. She was enjoying herself so much and was about to hug Jiang Yan, but this hateful monster had to come out and ruin her good thing. This monster is dead today. Not even the Buddha can stop it. Qin Shui exuded a bone-chilling chill, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out. Jiang Yan was a little surprised when he felt the murderous intent from Qin Shui. Is Qin Shui angry? Why is she so angry? After the Black Panther felt the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Shui, its eyes, which had been very ferocious, suddenly became clear. The guy in front of him was so thin, but the Black Panther was very scared and wanted to run away. The Black Panther took 2 steps back and then ran directly towards the forest behind. You beast, how dare you run away? Qin Shui was already very angry, and the monster actually ran away, which made her even more angry to the extreme. Qin Shui stood with a sword in her hand, and her figure rushed out in an instant like an arrow. Jiang Yan smiled upon seeing this, then turned into a stream of light and followed. Soon the Black Panther fled into the forest, but it did not stop. Instead, it sped up and continued running because it knew that if it stopped now, it would be dead. At this time, there were several martial arts students in the forest who were hunting monsters. When they saw the Black Panther running so fast, they were a little confused for a moment. At this time, Qin Shui chased after him with a sword. Seeing that the Black Panther was still fleeing, Qin Shui sped up and chased after it. When the martial arts students saw this scene, they followed him out of curiosity. Finally, Black Panther stopped and began to gasp for breath due to exhaustion. Snap! The sound of branches being crushed was heard, and Qin Shui walked slowly towards the Black Panther with a long sword in her hand. When the Black Panther saw Qin Shui approaching step by step, it began to make a low roar, trying to intimidate Qin Shui in this way. At this time, the military students also rushed over, and the Black Panther's low and terrifying roar made their scalps tingle. At this moment, the Black Panther was like a wild cat that would normally breathe out crazily at people, but Qin Shui did not react at all. A monster like this that could breathe out should be killed directly. Seeing that Qin Shui didn't react at all, the Black Panther opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Then its body began to grow larger, and the aura emanating from its body became more and more terrifying. When the martial arts students saw this scene, especially after feeling the terrifying aura, they couldn't help but hold their breath and their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although they had experience in hunting monsters, this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying monster. Out of fear, they had no choice but to retreat. Qin Shui looked at the Black Panther, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She exhaled a breath of foul air, and all her cultivation in the 10th level of Qi refining burst out. Qin Shui's aura rose instantly, and the two auras collided with each other, but it was obvious that Qin Shui's aura was more terrifying. Feeling Qin Shui's terrifying aura, the Black Panther was a little panicked, but out of the instinct for survival, it roared and then opened its bloody mouth and pounced. Swish! The long sword in Qin Shui's hand cut through the air, and she rushed directly towards the monster. The Black Panther slapped Qin Shui with its claws. Boom! In an instant, dozens of trees were broken by this claw, and a cloud of dust was immediately raised, and a huge claw mark instantly appeared on the ground. Oh my god! Such terrifying destructive power! If I get hit by that, I'm afraid I'll turn into a meat pie. No, if you get hit by this claw, you'll be turned into minced meat. Several martial arts students were shocked by the terrifying destructive power, and they couldn't help but worry for Qin Shui. Qin Shui gripped the long sword tightly, and the long sword emitted a dazzling light. A huge shadow appeared on the sword. She leaped into the air, holding the sword in both hands, and the shadow of the long sword slashed down at the Black Panther fiercely. Black Panther tried to dodge, but it was useless. Boom! With this sword strike, the Black Panther's body was instantly split in half. A large amount of blood sprayed and dyed the ground red. Suddenly, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Qin Shui stretched out her hand and the Black Panther's inner core slowly flew into her hand. When the martial arts students saw Qin Shui kill the monster with just one sword, the three of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Chapter 100 Qin Shui talking in her sleep, mission accomplished. Qin Shui landed lightly on the ground. Her expression was cold and her eyes were as calm as a still lake. The bloody scene before her did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. At this moment, Qin Shui's temperament was cold and elegant, quite like a cold sword immortal. The three people not far away were fascinated by Qin Shui's cold and arrogant look and couldn't take their eyes off her. At this time, Jiang Yan jumped down from the top of a tree nearby. When Qin Shui killed the Black Panther earlier, Jiang Yan saw it clearly from the top of the tree. He looked at the body that was split into two halves and was slightly dazed. This woman is really cruel when she gets angry. At this moment, The coldness on Qin Shui's face disappeared instantly when she saw Jiang Yan coming, and then she ran towards Jiang Yan excitedly. Master, please praise me. Am I very powerful? Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with anticipation. How dare you say that? If you, a Qi refining level 10 cultivator, can't beat it, then don't say you are my disciple. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at her. Oh, I see. Qin Shui said, and lowered her head with some disappointment. Seeing Qin Shui's frustration, Jiang Yan felt helpless. Wasn't he telling the truth? It would be embarrassing to say that a 10th level Qi refiner couldn't defeat an 8th level Qi refiner monster. Ahem, but that sword move you made just now was pretty cool. Really? Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Qin Shui looked up at Jiang Yan carefully, wanting to confirm whether what he said was true. Really handsome. Jiang Yan nodded. Hee, I knew that my sword move just now was very cool. The disappointment on Qin Shui's face disappeared, and she laughed. Let's go and find other monsters. Qin Shui directly took Jiang Yan's hand and happily began to look for traces of other second-level monsters. The three people not far away saw this scene. The originally cold and arrogant Qin Shui became like a docile and clingy kitten in front of him, which made them very envious. Ah, I want a girlfriend like this too. Then you can raise your pillow higher when you sleep at night, and you will dream about anything. Fuck you. Along the way, Qin Shui did not let go of any monsters they encountered, and the inner elixir in Jiang Yan's hand continued to increase. Soon all the monsters around were slaughtered by Qin Shui, and Jiang Yan now had a large number of inner elixirs in his hands. Master, I have killed so many monsters, the inner elixir should be enough, right? Qin Shui wiped the sweat from her face and asked. Let me take a look. Jiang Yan lowered his head and began to count the inner elixirs. Since Qin Shui also hunted a lot of first-level monsters, she had to count the first and second-level inner elixirs separately. 2.5 minutes later, Jiang Yan finished counting the number of inner pills. 86 first-level demon beast inner pills, 82nd level demon beast inner pills. I still need 20 more to complete the mission. Why are there still so many missing, Master? Qin Shui complained when she heard that there were still 20 missing. You're only 20 away. Come on, I'm rooting for you. No, Master, you are squeezing me. I need to rest for a while. I can't even lift the sword now. Ahem, this is exercise for you, how can it be called exploitation? Jiang Yan said somewhat embarrassedly. But I'm really tired now, Master. Can you bear to exploit your lovely disciple? Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan pitifully. How is that possible? Then you should rest first and talk about it after you have rested well. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he walked to a tree and sat down, then leaned against the trunk and prepared to close his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Qin Shui walked up to Jiang Yan and said, Hey, Master, can I lie in your arms and rest? No. Jiang Yan said lightly. Please, Master, since I have worked so hard to kill the monster, please let me lie down for a while. Don't worry, Master, I will never move. Qin Shui begged. Seeing Qin Shui looking so pitiful, Jiang Yan nodded helplessly. Hee, I knew that Master is the best. After Qin Shui finished speaking, she sat down and leaned in Jiang Yan's arms. The fragrance emanating from Jiang Yan's body wafted into her nose. Qin Shui leaned her face against Jiang Yan's body, and when she felt the warm body temperature of Jiang Yan, her face immediately turned red. Qin Shui was only in the Qi refining stage. After a long period of fighting, her body was already exhausted. She soon fell asleep leaning on Jiang Yan's arms. Qin Shui's body was soft in his arms, and she was emitting the scent of shower gel. Jiang Yan couldn't help but blushing as he held her like that. So Jiang Yan could only divert his attention and not look at the person in his arms. The surroundings were very quiet, with only the breeze blowing through the leaves and Qin Shui's steady breathing. Master, you smell so good, Qin Shui even started talking in her sleep because she felt so comfortable in Jiang Yan's arms. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui who was sleeping in his arms, feeling helpless. Master. Qin Shui started talking in her sleep again. Jiang Yan was a little curious about what this guy was going to say, so he lowered his head slightly and began to listen carefully. Master, I like you. After hearing what Qin Shui said, Jiang Yan stared at her with wide eyes. What are you talking about here? Although Jiang Yan knew that was what Qin Shui meant to him, he was still a little shocked when he heard her say it with his own ears. Oh, why do you like me? Jiang Yan sighed softly. An hour later. Snap. Just when Jiang Yan was still in a daze, a slight clicking sound in the distance caught his attention. Jiang Yan looked up and saw a pack of demonic wolves slowly heading towards him from a kilometer away. Ouch! It was obvious that the leading demon wolf had discovered Jiang Yan and the others. The leader wolf let out a low roar, and the wolf pack received the signal and rushed towards them directly. The demon wolves rushing in the front have opened their bloody mouths, wanting to tear the prey in front of them into pieces. Just as the wolves were about to pounce on the two, Jiang Yan yawned, and a terrifying pressure burst out, instantly crushing the large group of wolf monsters into meat paste. Seeing that something was wrong, the leader wolf let out a roar, turned around and started to flee. A trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed, and a spiritual sword condensed in his hand. Swish! The spirit sword instantly cut through the air, and in just a breath, the spirit sword caught up with the wolf leader and pierced its heart with one sword. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the inner elixirs in the wolf demon's body began to gather towards him. Jiang Yan counted them and found that there were exactly 200 first and second level inner elixirs in total. The mission was completed. At this time, Jin Shui, who was sleeping soundly, smelled a strong smell of blood in the air. She frowned and opened her eyes, and then saw this bloody scene. She looked at Jiang Yan and saw that he had a calm face. Jin Shui understood that Jiang Yan had dealt with these monsters while she was asleep. Awake? Then let's go back. Yeah. Jin Shui hummed and stood up. She stretched comfortably. Although she had only slept for an hour, she slept particularly comfortably during this hour. Master, did I talk in my sleep? Jin Shui asked curiously. After all, she used to talk in her sleep often. No, you slept like a dead pig. Master! You are not allowed to call me a pig. Jin Shui looked at Jiang Yan angrily. Okay, I won't say it next time. Jiang Yan smiled. Master, if you call me a pig again next time, I will beat you. Jin Shui said, clenching her fist and pretending to beat someone. Ha ha. Then, he took Jin Shui's hand and pressed the teleportation bracelet. The two of them teleported out of the secret realm. Chapter 101 Zhuang Yunhai, the head of the Zhuang family. Kyoto, Zhuang family compound. The weather was extremely hot, and the sunlight shining into the yard could not dispel the coldness in the yard. In front of a very ancient ancestral hall, the atmosphere in the hall was very heavy at this time. Several people in ancient costumes stood quietly on both sides, as if they were waiting for someone to come. Soon, a handsome middle-aged man came out. There was a hint of anger on his cold face, and he looked very solemn. Yunhai, you have to make the decision for us. As the man walked out, a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes ran out from the crowd crying. The middle-aged man was Zhuang Yunhai, the current head of the Zhuang family. He was originally handling some matters out of town, but upon hearing that the mother and son and his father were being bullied, he immediately rushed back on a private plane. Wang Xiaoli was crying, looking like she had suffered a great injustice. Zhuang Yunhai didn't know the details of the matter, so he started to ask. Xiaoli, what happened? Wang Xiaoli didn't say anything but just kept crying. Seeing this, Zhuang Yunhai could only ask the servants to take Wang Xiaoli aside to rest. Originally, Zhuang Yunhai wanted to ask about the specific situation of his father, but Zhuang Mingyuan kept saying that it was not a big deal and told him not to interfere in the matter. In desperation, he began to ask Zhuang Yunfei, but Zhuang Yunfei had been in seclusion practicing these days, and he couldn't disturb Yunfei's practice. Then Wang Shirley kept crying here and couldn't say anything for a long time. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the gate. The man glanced around, then turned to Zhuang Yunhai and said, Master, we've investigated the matter thoroughly. Young Master Yunfei was taught a lesson by that man named Jiang Yan when he went to visit old Master Qin. Then when the old patriarch and his wife went to ask for an explanation, they were beaten up by that little bastard. In the end, he even forced his wife and the others to kowtow several times before letting them leave. Hearing these words, the Zhuang family members present couldn't help but gasp. This Jiang Yan actually dared to attack the previous head of the Zhuang family and young Master Yunfei. Did he think he had lived too long? After hearing the whole story, Zhuang Yunhai's face instantly turned dark and anger instantly surged in his heart. What made him even more angry was the attitude of the Qin family. The Zhuang family was on good terms with the Qin family, but the Qin family chose to stand idly by for the sake of an outsider. How could he not be angry? Ha, a country lackey got first place in the province, how impressive. Although the banker is currently ranked fourth among the Kyoto families, it doesn't mean that any cat or dog can act arrogantly over them. At this time, Wang Xiaoli, who was standing by, calmed down. Her charming face was distorted by extreme anger. She said angrily, "Damn you, little bastard. You actually let us suffer such humiliation." Wang Xiaoli looked at Zhuang Yunhai. "Yunhai, we can't just let this go. This little bastard must die." As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the Zhuang family present nodded in agreement. The reason is simple. The banker has existed for hundreds of years and is a well-established family in Kyoto. They have always adhered to the principle of "I will not offend others unless they offend me." Since you dare to take action, you must pay a heavy price. Isn't he just the top student in the province, a recommended student from Tiandao Academy? This is Kyoto. If you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. All the major martial arts universities in Kyoto have to give face to these families. If a lackey with no background dares to take action, he can't blame anyone if he dies. Master, I have already checked it out, but... At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward, but hesitated to speak. Tell me once you've found out. That guy named Zhang Yan now lives in the residential complex across from Tiandaoan. I even found out the address, but his cultivation level isn't at the foundation building stage. His current cultivation level is at the golden elixir stage. The middle-aged man's words were like a bomb, instantly sparking a heated discussion. Golden core? Are you kidding me? An 18-year-old golden core, such a genius has never appeared in the history of our great Xiao nation. Is this news true? Impossible. Even if that kid is very talented, he can't be so amazing. None of the Zhuang family members present believed that Zhang Yan could be a golden elixir, mainly because it was too unbelievable. There are very few cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom. There are a very small number of cultivators who can build their foundation at the age of 18. Moreover, how can a lackey from the countryside form a pill at the age of 18? Zhang Yan. Zhuang Yunhai muttered the name in a low voice, his eyes dark and unclear. He looked at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "Is he really a golden core?" "Yes, I went to investigate carefully, and it was him who formed the Dan in Tiandaoan some time ago." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Zhuang family who were previously discussing the authenticity of the Jindan technique fell silent. 18-year-old golden core. Zhuang Yunhai's eyes were filled with fear. This guy is truly a monster. Now things are difficult to handle. No wonder his father doesn't let him interfere. An 18-year-old Jindan is simply too amazing. Such a genius must be the key protected person of Tiandao Academy. If he attacks him, it will be like declaring war on the entire Tiandao Academy. If they declare war on an academy with hundreds of years of history, then they, the banker, will definitely disappear from history. Damn it! Zhuang Yunhai felt more uncomfortable than eating shit at this moment. With Zhang Yan's current cultivation level, they couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Even if Zhang Yan ran to his head and shit, he would still have to praise him for shitting well. Damn it! Wang Xiaoli saw Zhuang Yunhai's serious expression and became a little unhappy. Yunhai, what do you mean? Are you planning to let this little beast go? My son was humiliated like that, and your father, a centenarian, was beaten up by him. We even kowtowed to this beast and apologized. Are you still going to put up with this? Zhuang Yunhai remained silent. Zhuang Yunhai. Are you still a man? Your wife, son, and father have been humiliated like this, and you are still enduring it. Wang Xiaoli roared. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Zhuang Yunhai raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Wang Xiaoli covered her swollen face and looked at Zhuang Yunhai in disbelief. Zhuang Yunhai, you dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me. I'm going to fight you. Seeing this, the members of the Zhuang family present hurriedly left. This was not a scene they could bear to watch. Lily, calm down. Zhuang Yunhai said. Calm down? How the hell can I calm down? Wang Xiaoli shouted in despair. Lily, didn't you hear? Zhang Yan is a Jindan. Jindan. If we touch him, it will be like declaring war on Tiandaoan. Do you really want our Zhuang family to disappear? Zhuang Yunfei was also very angry at this moment. He also wanted to take revenge, but he was the head of the family and had to consider the entire family. The Zhuang family had existed for hundreds of years and must not be cut off by him. Ah! But I can't swallow this. Wang Xiaoli covered her face and burst into tears. Chapter 102: The Wang Family's Death Squad. Wang Shili's crying made Zhuang Yunhai even more annoyed. Zhuang Yunhai also wanted to kill Jiang Yan to vent their anger, but he couldn't touch Jiang Yan at all now. If he touched him, the Zhuang family would be doomed. The most important thing is that even if I take action, I may not be able to beat him. This kid has such an incredible talent for cultivation, and who knows if he has some strange skills and magic weapons. Let's leave this matter alone. Such a genius must not be offended. I will pay a personal visit to him another day. What did you say? Just say goodbye? Zhuang Yunhai, I really misjudged you. You said you wanted to consider the Zhuang family, but in fact, your wife was bullied like this, and you didn't even dare to fart. Wang Sholi's face was full of disappointment. So what if that little beast is a golden elixir? He must die if he offends me. Wang Sholi's voice was full of malice. At this moment, Wang Sholi was so angry that she lost her mind. When Zhuang Yunhai saw Wang Sholi like this, he knew there was no point in continuing the conversation, but after all, they had been husband and wife for more than 10 years. He began to persuade her, Lily, I know you're very angry, but I still hope you can calm down. Our great Xia nation has never had a cultivation genius like him since ancient times. Because of that mysterious organization 10 years ago, every year, the geniuses of various countries are assassinated. The leaders of various countries are eager to skin and bone the people of this organization. If you touch Jiang Yan, it is equivalent to making an enemy of the great Xia kingdom. Do you understand? I hope you don't do such a stupid thing. Zhuang Yunhai said and left. Wang Shili stared blankly at Zhuang Yunhai's departing back. He expected her to endure it? Impossible. Who was she? She was the wife of the current head of the Zhuang family. How could she, who had been pampered since childhood, endure such humiliation? Because of this shame, she would wake up every night. She couldn't sleep until Jiang Yan died. Jiang Yan! Wang Shili let out a deafening roar. At this moment, Wang Shili was already in a trance. She didn't hear clearly what Zhuang Yunhai said at last. Wang Shili's voice was cold, and a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Zhuang Yunhai, since you are unwilling to take action, then I will do it. After saying this, Wang Shili left the ancestral hall and walked towards the bamboo forest to the east of the house. Soon Wang Shili walked to the bamboo forest. She blew a whistle and 2 carrier pigeons flew over. Wang Shili is the eldest daughter of the Wang family. She married into the Zhuang family not only to form a powerful alliance, but also to be able to compete with the Qin family if there is a conflict with the Qin family in the future. As the third-ranked family in Kyoto, the Wang family had secretly trained a number of assassins when the previous head of the family was still alive, and only the head of the Wang family and her knew about these assassins. And these carrier pigeons are the way to contact them. After all, with the development of modern technology, only using carrier pigeons is safe. But in this day and age, who would pay attention to 2 pigeons for no reason? These assassins knew very well that they were just pawns to be used and discarded by the Wang family, but they were willing to work for the Wang family. They were all helpless, and it was the Wang family that gave them the chance to survive. Relying on these death warriors, the previous head of the Wang family eliminated many enemies. Even if the death warriors were accidentally caught, they would commit suicide by taking poison without hesitation and would never reveal any information. Although these chess pieces have not been used since the previous head of the family passed away, it does not mean that they are gone. The 2 strongest chess pieces now are Sui Jianxian and Wu Ming. Sui's sword immortal had formed his elixir 100 years ago. Even though he is only at the great perfection of the golden elixir now, his sword technique of flowing water is superb. Even if he only has a fallen leaf in his hand, he can use it to cut through the mountains. Nameless is an extremely powerful warrior. He has no name, and the martial arts he uses are also his own creation and have no name. He once killed all the monsters in dozens of level secret realms by himself. 100 years ago, the 2 were well known throughout the great Xia kingdom, but after the death of the previous head of the family, they disappeared into the dusty city. Sui Jianxian now works in a noodle restaurant, while Wu Ming works at a construction site under a pseudonym. Wu Ming's full-scale unleashed strength is equivalent to a cultivator's golden core great perfection, while Jiang Yan is just a lackey who has just entered the golden core stage. 2 Jindan Deshang masters are going to deal with a Jindan early stage master. She wanted to see how this little beast survived. Although you, a beast, are unrivaled in talent, you must die for making me endure such humiliation. Wang Shili's expression was cold, and a terrifying murderous intent emanated from her body. She wrote a few words on a piece of paper and agreed to meet at a place, then she tied the note to the pigeon's foot. Go ahead. The two pigeons received the command and flew in different directions. Seeing the pigeon fly away, Wang Xiaoli went back to her room, changed her clothes, and then went out pretending to go shopping. Wang Shower Beef Noodle House. Backyard. At this time, a young man in white clothes was washing dishes. The young man was tall and handsome. Xiaoli, there's nothing to do today. You can go home after you clean up these dishes. The proprietress said and turned to leave. Okay, boss lady. Li Taixian smiled. Coo. At this time, a pigeon's cry was heard in the air, and soon a carrier pigeon flew next to him. Li Taixian, who was originally smiling, instantly lost the smile on his face after seeing the carrier pigeon. He took the note, read the words on it and then destroyed it. Then he released the pigeon and continued to clean up the dishes. At a construction site west of Kyoto. It was a hot afternoon and many workers temporarily put down their work because of the heat. Only a strong man was still tying steel bars, and it seemed that the hot weather had no effect on him. Oh my god, this strong man values money more than his life. I've never seen him rest in such hot weather. A worker sighed. Are you new here? This is Brother Nyo, who is famous on our construction site. Brother Nyo is born with endless energy. He works hard and seriously. He can work 360 days out of 365 days a year. Our boss cherishes him very much and has to give him extra wages every 1 or 2 months. Another worker explained. Coo. A pigeon's cry was heard. Brother Nyo, who was tying steel bars, turned his head and saw a carrier pigeon standing on a steel bar, staring at him with its head tilted. Brother Nyo ignored him and continued to tie the steel bars. Soon he finished tying the steel bars and walked towards the bathroom. The carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew over. Brother Nyo went to the bathroom to wash his face, then he took the note off the pigeon's feet, read the words on it, and threw it into the toilet pit. Afterwards, Brother Nyo went to the team leader to ask for 2 days of leave. When the team leader saw Brother Nyo asking for leave, he approved it on the spot. Because the leader said that as long as Brother Nyo wants to take leave, he doesn't need to go through the procedures, he can just say it directly. Brother Nyo returned to the dormitory, took a shower, changed his clothes, and walked towards the city center. On the other side, after Li Taixian cleaned up the dishes, he said hello to the proprietress and rushed towards the city center. Chapter 103 Kill Someone for Me. As night falls, the sky becomes starlit. On the roof of a high-rise building in the central area of Kyoto, Wang Xiaoli lit a lady's cigarette, took a puff, and then exhaled a puff of smoke, apparently waiting for someone to come. Under the bright moonlight, she exudes an indescribable temperament. Wow! At this time, a strong wind blew in the air. Wang Xiaoli looked back and saw a handsome young man in white clothes standing not far behind her. The young man was none other than the sword immortal in plain clothes, Li Taixian, who bowed towards Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli nodded slightly, and then continued to wait for the arrival of another person. Squeak! A few minutes later, the iron door was pushed open and a sturdy man walked in. Mississippi. Brother Nyo glanced at Li Taixian, then bowed to Wang Xiaoli. Yeah. Wang Xiaoli nodded, and the two looked at each other and slowly walked forward. The last time the two met was when the previous head of the Wang family was still alive. They had been hiding in the mortal city for almost 100 years. They knew very well that Wang Xiaoli called them out this time because there must be something very difficult. You are very strong, kill someone for me. Wang Xiaoli said. I wonder who the lady wants to kill. Brother Nyo asked. The person who could make the two of them attack together must be a very famous old monster. Zhang Yan from Tiandao Academy. Who? The two looked at each other, confusion in their eyes. Since they retired from society, the two of them rarely paid attention to social affairs, so they had never heard of the name Zhang Yan. This man's talent is unrivaled throughout history. He reached the golden core stage at the age of 18. But he offended me. Even if he has unrivaled talent throughout history, he must die. A terrifying murderous intent flashed in Wang Xiaoli's eyes. When Brother Nyo heard Wang Xiaoli say that Zhang Yan was only 18 years old and had already become a Jindan cultivator, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was obvious that this sentence had a huge impact on him. Li Taixian was also shocked for a while. At the age of 18, Chun Chun was a monster. This little beast lives in room 1402, building 9, in the community opposite Tiandaoan. I think you should know what to do. Wang Xiaoli's expression was cold, and she raised her hand and pointed to her chest. The two took in Wang Xiaoli's cold expression. After thinking for a moment, they nodded and said, "I understand." Wang Xiaoli glanced at the two of them and left. After Wang Xiaoli left, the two of them looked solemn. This matter is far more difficult than they imagined. The other party has an incredible talent in cultivation and is also a key protected person of Tiandao Academy. What is Tiandao Academy? Tiandao Academy is the top institution of learning in the Great Xia Kingdom. It has 7 nascent soul cultivators and many high-level warriors. Even more terrifying is that Tiandao Academy also has an old monster with celestial cultivation in charge. The combat power of the Jindan cultivators was astonishing, and the skills they used were so powerful that they were difficult to conceal. Even if they used formations to cover it up, there was an old monster sitting on the opposite side. How could such a small trick be hidden from the opponent? As soon as they made a move, they would be discovered instantly and then caught. If Jiang Yan was a foundation establishment cultivator, they could kill him instantly, but this kid was a golden core cultivator. Wang Xiaoli just gave orders, but they had a lot to consider. This is almost impossible to accomplish. Brother Niu looked at Li Taixian and asked, "What should we do now?" Li Taixian remained silent. Seeing that Li Taixian remained silent, Brother Niu became more and more annoyed. At this time, Li Taixian said, "At this point, do we have any choice? We can only bite the bullet and do it." Brother Niu looked at Li Taixian, and Li Taixuan's eyes were full of helplessness at this time. Li Taixian was right. As the Wang family's death warriors, they had no choice at all. When each of them was taken in by the Wang family would plant a poisonous insect in their chest using a strange secret method. This poison is extremely toxic. If you do not obey the Wang family's orders, the poison will take effect and the person will suffer from the pain of having his heart and bones cut through. Once the attack occurs more than 3 times, the person will die on the spot the next time it attacks, and there is no medicine to cure this poison. The two of them didn't even have the right to escape, and now they could only take one step at a time. Either life or death. A few minutes later, the two left and headed towards the community where Jiang Yan lived. At this time, the banker's villa. The lights in the villa were on. Wang Xiaoli pushed the door open and walked in. In the living room, Zhuang Yunhai and Zhuang Mingyuan were sitting on the sofa and talking about something. "Yunhai, I told you that a genius like Jiang Yan must not be offended. You must make friends with him and never show any hostility towards him." "I understand, Dad. I'll visit him in person someday with gifts." At this time, Zhuang Yunhai saw Wang Xiaoli coming back and asked, "Lily, where have you been all day? Why are you back just now?" "MN has released new bags. I went shopping and then went shopping with some friends." Wang Xiaoli smiled. She was afraid that the two would not believe her, so she showed the new limited edition bag from a certain brand in her hand. "Okay, honey, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room. My feet are sore after walking around for so long." "Yeah." Zhuang Yunhai nodded softly, then he looked at Wang Xiaoli's departing back. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In the past, Wang Xiaoli would always have a few servants accompany her when she went shopping. This has been the case for many years without exception. Why didn't she bring any servants today? This is not right. It is absolutely wrong. "Yunhai, what's wrong with you?" Zhuang Mingyuan saw Zhuang Yunhai frowning, so he asked. "Dad, I'm fine. It's getting late, you should go and get some rest." Zhuang Mingyuan nodded and walked towards the room. Seeing Zhuang Mingyuan return to the room, Zhuang Yunhai clapped his hands, and soon a middle-aged man came over. "Head of the family. Well, go and check where the lady went today. I want to know the result in half an hour." Zhuang Yunhai ordered. "Yes." The middle-aged man bowed and stepped back. Zhuang Yunhai returned to the study, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart. Half an hour later. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. "Enter." The middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked to Zhuang Yunhai's side. He said softly, "The head of the family has found out that in addition to shopping and catching up with friends today, the lady also went to a building in the central district, but she left quickly and then returned." "Okay, I understand. You can go down first." "Yes." After the middle-aged man left, Zhuang Yunhai looked a little unhappy. He knew something was wrong. She always brought servants with her when she traveled in the past, so how could she not bring servants today? It was obvious that the building was the key. Zhuang Yunhai really wanted to know what happened to Wang Xiuli during the few minutes she was in that building. He looked out the window, his anxiety growing more intense. Chapter 104 Jiang Yan's Thoughts. As the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the room, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Yan got out of bed, stretched, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. "Good morning, master." Xin Shui, who was busy in the kitchen, greeted Jiang Yan with a smile when she saw him get up. "Well, good morning." Xin Shui quickly brought out the prepared breakfast. Xiao Hei looked at the food bowl on the ground with anticipation. Xin Shui touched its head lovingly and then put the breakfast in its food bowl. Xiao Hei let out an excited roar, and then began to eat with relish. At this time, Jiang Yan finished washing up and sat on a chair to start eating breakfast. Xin Shui sat opposite him with a smile on her face, watching Jiang Yan eat breakfast quietly. Jiang Yan had no habit of eating breakfast, but Xin Shui insisted on making it for him every day. Jiang Yan had no choice but to get up and eat breakfast every morning. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yan took the initiative to clean up the dishes. After all, since someone else made breakfast every day, it was his job to clean up the dishes. Xin Shui sat on the sofa, quietly admiring Jiang Yan's figure in the kitchen. Jiang Yan quickly cleaned up the dishes and walked into the living room to change his shoes. "Master, are you going out?" Xin Shui came over and asked. "Yeah." Jiang Yan hummed softly. "Hey, then I want to go too." "If you want to go out, just go out. Don't you have the key?" Jiang Yan turned his head and looked at Xin Shui. "Master, I should go with you." "Then you'd better not go." When Xin Shui heard Jiang Yan's refusal, her whole body drooped instantly. She looked at Jiang Yan pitifully. "Master, just let me go with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble for you. I'm just going to Dan Pavilion to learn alchemy from the teacher. You don't have to follow me." Jiang Yan said unhappily. "Hey, isn't it normal for a disciple to follow his master? Can't you spend more time on cultivation? It's been so long, and your cultivation is still stuck at the qi refining stage. Don't say you are my apprentice when you go out." A trace of disgust flashed across Jiang Yan's face. "I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation," Xin Shui said somewhat embarrassedly. 666, you've been here for so many days, but I've never seen you practice. Are you telling me that you've encountered a bottleneck in your practice? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and said. "Oh, master, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xin Shui said a little embarrassedly. She looked at Jiang Yan. The expression on Jiang Yan's face at this moment showed that he was not joking. Master. Xin Shui began to use the tactic of acting like a spoiled child, but this time Jiang Yan did not indulge Xin Shui. Ahem, the day when Tiandao Academy starts school is coming soon. If you haven't established your foundation before school starts, I will just throw you out. Jiang Yan said with some regret. Don't worry, master. I will definitely be able to successfully build my foundation before school starts. Xin Shui patted her chest and promised. Well, by the way, keep up the good work. Your master has faith in you. Jiang Yan gave Xin Shui a thumbs up to show encouragement. Then Jiang Yan floated up and flew directly towards Tiandaoan. After Xin Shui took a deep breath and adjusted her state, she returned to her room and began to practice. After all, she didn't want to be thrown out by Jiang Yan. If she was thrown out, she would probably not see Jiang Yan for a long time, and she didn't want to see this result. On the rooftop of a building in the community, two figures were quietly watching Jiang Yan fly towards Tiandaoan. Wu Ming looked at Li Taixian. What do you mean? Keep waiting for the opportunity. I don't believe he will stay here forever. Li Taixian said lightly. Jiang Yan naturally felt a faint murderous aura, but he didn't care about it. After all, Tiandaoan was just across the community, and those people with any brains would not take action here. Soon, Jiang Yan arrived at the alchemy pavilion. After paying his respects to his teacher, Jiang Yan prepared to start refining the elixir. Ever since he came back from the secret realm last time, Jiang Yan would come to the alchemy pavilion every day to learn alchemy. Unfortunately, after so many days of learning, the furnace still exploded. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. Isn't it just a furnace explosion? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If you try a few more times, you will always succeed. Jiang Yan then walked to the alchemy furnace. As the furnace began to burn, Jiang Yan began to add materials according to the recipe. Dead dog flower, crystal orchid, fire carbuncle grass, and lotus seed pod are the 4 herbs needed to refine the qi refining powder. Jiang Yan pointed with one hand, and the herbs were wrapped in spiritual power and sent into the alchemy furnace. Then Jiang Yan began to control the temperature to prevent the fire from being too big and directly burning the herbs to ashes. Then Jiang Yan raised his hand and the spring water in the wooden barrel slowly entered the alchemy furnace. The spring water wrapped around the herbs and soon burned at high temperature. The herbs gradually formed juice and mixed with the spring water. Seeing this, Jiang Yan hurriedly channeled his spiritual power to prepare for the pill to take shape. As time passed, sweat began to seep out of Jiang Yan's forehead, and the fragrance of elixir came from the furnace, but Jiang Yan did not relax. You have to know that the later the alchemy process is, the more critical it becomes. If you are not careful, the furnace will explode at best, and it may even trigger various chain reactions, such as acid rain. Jiang Yan stared at the furnace intently, and saw that the herbal liquid gradually began to take shape under the embrace of spiritual power. At this moment, Jiang Yan didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of affecting the pills in the furnace. Final. As the flame in the alchemy furnace went out, a strong aroma of elixir spread throughout the alchemy room. It's done! I finally succeeded. Jiang Yan was very excited at this moment. He finally succeeded in refining the elixir. Although the qi refining powder was only the lowest level elixir, it was at least an improvement. Jiang Yan put the pill away and began to mutter, should this pill be given to Xiaohei or Qin Shui? After all, someone has to try it to see how effective it is. But then, Jiang Yan remembered the murderous intent he had just felt in the community. He was speechless. He just wanted to practice honestly, but some idiots insisted on picking on him. He wanted to see who sent them this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan had a very good idea in his mind. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Senior Li Yuantian. Senior Li, I just felt a surge of murderous intent again. Oh? Is it someone from Laughing Coffin again? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. Because of Tiandaoan, they didn't dare to attack me after I returned to the community, so I decided to go to a more secluded place to lure them out. Senior, you hide in the dark, and after I finish extorting them, please take action to destroy them. Li Yuantian replied with an okay emoticon. Those who dared to attack the people from Tiandaoan must be tired of living. Jiang Yan turned off his phone and walked straight out of the Dan Pavilion's door. Could it be someone from Laughing Coffin again? Jiang Yan lowered his head and began to think. After all, the Smiling Coffin specialized in hunting down talented people among the younger generation, and he had killed the butcher, so it was normal for him to be targeted. Chapter 105 Meeting Qinyu again. Forget it, we'll find out when we catch those people and torture them severely at night. Jiang Yan shook his head, too lazy to think about it anymore. Jiang Yan glanced at the time and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Since it was still early, Jiang Yan decided to find a place to kill time. The holiday is already half over. Some students of Tiandao Academy choose to return to school early in order to earn credits, while some students return to school in order to practice better. Since forming the elixir, Jiang Yan's perception of spiritual energy has become particularly sharp. He can detect any changes in the spiritual energy in the air. At this time, he felt that the spiritual energy in the air was a little restless, and the specific location was over at the Academy's training ground. Jiang Yan originally wanted to find a place to kill time, so he flew towards the martial arts field. Soon Jiang Yan came to the audience seats of the martial arts arena. There were only a few people in the audience seats, and 2 figures were standing on both sides of the martial arts arena. The girl in white clothes holds a long sword, with a graceful figure and a cool and elegant temperament, which makes people unable to take their eyes off her. On the opposite side of the martial arts arena, a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood with his hands behind his back. He had no expression on his face and just looked at the girl in white quietly. Jiang Yan stared at the girl in white on the martial arts field. The more he looked, the more familiar she looked. Qin Yu? Jiang Yan doubted whether he was seeing things. He felt that the girl in white looked a bit like Qin Yu. Junior brother? I didn't expect you to be here. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Jiang Yan looked up and saw Lu Hongxue walking towards him with a happy face. Senior brother, are you back so early also for the credits? Jiang Yan asked. How should I put it, actually I didn't want to come back so early. Lu Hongxue sat next to Jiang Yan and said somewhat embarrassedly. Could you elaborate? Oh no. It's all because of my mom. I ate a lot of meat and fish every day during the week I was on vacation. My mom kept complaining that I was losing weight. After half a month, I was eating porridge and pickles every day. My mother saw that I was just lying at home and not practicing, so she sent me back to school. Lu Hongxiu said helplessly. Jiang Yan was speechless after hearing Lu Hongxiu's words. Jiang Yan then turned his attention to the martial arts training ground. Oh, this girl in white is a freshman, right? She's so brave that she wants to challenge Chen Ming, who's ranked 26th on the list. Lu Hongxiu said in surprise after seeing the young man's face clearly. Seeing Jiang Yan's lack of reaction, Lu Hongxiu came over and said, "Junior brother, aren't you curious about who will win?" "I'm not curious. I just came here to watch the fun. It doesn't matter to me who wins or loses," Jiang Yan said lightly. "Oh, I see." Lu Hongxiu said and then turned his attention to the competition stage. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the girl in white rushed in front of Chen Ming in an instant like a white rainbow. The long sword in her hand suddenly flashed with silver light, and a terrifying sword intent burst out from the girl. Such a terrifying sword intent! Chen Ming frowned, and the blood in his body began to boil. Then an extremely violent aura burst out from his body, and in an instant, a huge bell-emitting golden light wrapped around Chen Ming. Clang! The sound of the long sword colliding with the huge bell resounded throughout the entire training ground. A trace of disdain flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. This was the best martial art he had ever mastered. Apart from the monsters in the top 10 of the rankings, no one could break his defense. Snap! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden bell. Boom! As the girl increased the strength in her hands, the huge bell shattered in an instant. What? Chen Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. The defense he was so proud of was broken just like that. The next second, Chen Ming let out a cry of pain, and was blown away by the terrifying sword intent and fell outside the venue. Puff! Chen Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the girl in white with shock in his eyes. Such terrifying strength? You told me you were a freshman? Originally, Chen Ming returned to school early because it was convenient for him to practice at school. He happened to meet the girl in white at the school gate. Seeing that she was a freshman, he wanted to familiarize herself with the environment in advance. So, as a senior, Chen Ming took the initiative to take the girl around the school. In the middle of the conversation, Chen Ming casually mentioned the college rankings and told them his ranking in order to show off in front of his schoolmate. However, this aroused the fighting spirit of the girl in white, and she proposed to compete with Chen Ming. Chen Ming sighed. He had originally planned to stop at that point so as not to hurt the self-esteem of the girl in white, but he ended up being killed instantly by the girl's sword. It's over, this is so embarrassing. Chen Ming was killed instantly by one sword. Lu Hongxiu looked surprised. Is it right that a freshman could kill Chen Ming, who was ranked 26th on the list, with just one sword strike? But Lu Hongxiu was only surprised for a moment before he calmed down. This was normal as there were always a few monsters among the freshmen every year. Look, the one next to him was even more terrifying than a monster. The girl walked to the edge of the martial arts arena. Chen Ming, who was standing in the audience, stood up and looked at the girl awkwardly, saying, I lost. The girl hummed softly and glanced casually at the audience. When she saw the familiar figure in the audience, she was stunned at first, and then joy appeared on her face. Jiang Yan. The girl jumped lightly and came to the audience seats, then walked quickly towards Jiang Yan. Junior brother, do you know him? Lu Hongxiu asked. Jiang Yan looked at the girl walking towards him with some confusion. Qin Yu? Jiang Yan called out tentatively. Why are you looking at me like that? You didn't recognize me, did you? Qin Yu said angrily when she saw Jiang Yan's confused look. No, it's just that you've changed so much that I was a little distracted for a moment. Jiang Yan explained quickly. Then tell me, how have I changed? Qin Yu was obviously not satisfied with Jiang Yan's answer. Seeing this, Lu Hongxiu on the side showed a meaningful smile on his face, and then he left tactfully. She's become more beautiful and has a better figure, Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Although Jiang Yan's voice was low, Qin Yu still heard it clearly. The anger on Qin Yu's face instantly dissipated, and she said with a bit of arrogance, Humph, that's more like it. School hasn't started yet, has it? Why are you here so early? Jiang Yan quickly changed the subject. The head of the family asked me to come here early to familiarize myself with the environment. Oh, I see. What about you? Have you been doing well these past 2 months? Xin Yu asked. It's okay. Jiang Yan smiled. So where do you live now? I live in the community opposite the college. Would it be convenient for me to go and take a look? Xin Yu asked. Sure. Jiang Yan nodded, then walked in front and began to lead the way. Chapter 106. Sisters recognize each other. Soon the two arrived at the front door. Jiang Yan originally planned to take Xin Yu into the house from the balcony as it would be more convenient, but he thought again that it might not be a good idea to take the guests into the house through the balcony. So Jiang Yan chose to take Xin Yu in through the main door. Jiang Yan inserted the key and opened the door. When Qin Shui heard the sound of the door opening, she ran out of the room with a look of joy on her face. Master, you're finally back. Qin Shui was just about to hug Jiang Yan and act coquettishly when Jiang Yan raised his hand to stop her. Master? Qin Shui was a little confused. Jiang Yan usually didn't stop her from hugging him, so what happened to him today? Only then did she notice that there was a girl standing behind Jiang Yan. Suddenly, Qin Shui felt a sense of crisis. Why would Jiang Yan suddenly bring a girl back? And this girl was so beautiful and had such an outstanding figure. Qin Shui began to look at Qin Yu, with a hint of fear in her eyes. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Oh. Qin Shui reluctantly made way for the two of them. Jiang Yan, when did you accept a disciple? And it seems that your disciple has a special relationship with you. There was a hint of jealousy in Qin Yu's voice. She didn't expect that after not seeing Jiang Yan for just 2 months, Jiang Yan actually accepted a female apprentice, and this woman obviously had feelings for Jiang Yan. I didn't want to accept it at first, but she kept pestering me, and I couldn't get rid of her, so I had to accept it. Oh, then what have you done? Qin Yu sat on the sofa, her tone revealing a hint of nervousness. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Shui. Of course, my master, and I did everything. Qin Shui proudly put her hands on her hips, trying to provoke Qin Yu. I've done everything. Qin Yu muttered softly, feeling very lost, and the light in her eyes began to dim. She and Jiang Yan have already done. Why did it turn out like this? In order to catch up with Jiang Yan as soon as possible, she had been practicing in seclusion after the martial arts exam. Now that she had finally met Jiang Yan, her house was robbed. Bang! Jiang Yan raised his hand and slapped Qin Shui on the head. Ouch, it hurts. Master, why did you hit me? Qin Shui covered her head and looked at Jiang Yan aggrievely. I told you not to talk nonsense. If you do it again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Jiang Yan glared at Qin Shui. Humph. Qin Shui was a little angry. Now she was sure that the woman in front of her definitely had feelings for Jiang Yan. This is absolutely not possible. Jiang Yan can only be hers. Don't listen to Qin Shui's nonsense. What happens between her and me is not what you think. Jiang Yan noticed that Qin Yu was in a bad mood and hurriedly explained. Really? Qin Yu looked up at Jiang Yan, the light in her eyes lit up again. What else? Do you want something to happen between her and me? Jiang Yan joked. No. Qin Yu stood up, very excited. You. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Qin Yu realized her gaffe and quickly sat down. Qin Shui, who was standing by, was disdainful of this. At this moment, Qin Yu realized something and looked at Qin Shui. Your name is Qin Shui? Yes, does it matter to you that my name is Qin Shui? Qin Shui said impatiently. She had no good feelings towards the person in front of her who might snatch Jiang Yan away. Your father's name is Qin Yun, and your grandfather's name is Qin Zhenghua? Oh. It seems that you know my identity very clearly. Qin Shui raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Yu. Xiu, don't you remember me? I'm Qin Yu. Qin Yu? Qin Shui was a little confused. This person happened to have the same surname as her. The next second, Qin Shui reacted and her voice was very excited. Are you Sister Ye? Yeah. Qin Yu nodded. Sister Ye. Qin Shui rushed over and hugged Qin Yu. Her previous disdain and hostility disappeared instantly. After all this time, you two know each other. Jiang Yan said as he looked at the two people hugging each other tightly. Yes, I always stayed with Xiao Shue when I was little, but we are from a separate family. Later, when I was 5 years old, my family and I moved to Yunhai City for special reasons, so we haven't been in touch for more than 10 years. Xin Yu explained. Oh, so that's the case? Then you guys continue. I won't disturb you two sisters from reminiscing about the past. After saying that, Zhang Yan went straight back to the room and closed the door. Sister yeah, do you know how much I miss you? Xin Shui said in a crying voice. Xin Yu touched Xin Shui's head lovingly. Yeah, I miss you too. By the way, how did you choose Zhang Yan as your master? Xin Yu asked. Hearing Xin Yu's question, Xin Shui sat up and told her everything that had happened during this period. After listening to what Xin Shui said, Xin Yu nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. After the two of them finished talking, they fell into silence. They both knew what the other thought of Zhang Yan, but at this moment they didn't know what to say, so they could only remain silent. As time passed, Zhang Yan saw that there was no sound in the living room, so he walked out to take a look. He saw the two of them sitting on the sofa like sculptures, not saying a word. Zhang Yan looked at the two of them and asked, Are you doing performance art? No. We're just thinking about something, yes. We were thinking about something. Xin Yu made up a lame excuse. Yes, master. My sister yeah and I were thinking about our childhood. Xin Shui nodded. Oh, then you guys continue. Zhang Yan didn't think much about it, walked to the balcony and began to enjoy the scenery. When the two saw that Zhang Yan didn't think much about it, they both breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, on the rooftop of a building in the community, Wu Ming and Li Taixian stared at Zhang Yan. Damn it! This little bastard has always been active right here. Wu Ming cursed. This is a difficult situation. He has been staying here the whole time and there is no way we can do anything. Li Taixian looked troubled. This was the most troublesome thing they had encountered since they started the mission. Fuck. Keep waiting. I don't believe this little bastard can stay here forever. Oh, just wait and wait. Li Taixian sighed. What patience. Zhang Yan whispered. Ever since he stood on the balcony, he felt that someone was staring at him. Zhang Yan glanced at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost there. Master, what's coming soon? Xin Shui asked. It's okay. Zhang Yan shook his head. Really? Zhang Yan, you really are not hiding anything from us, right? Xin Yu said with some concern. She always felt that Zhang Yan was hiding something from them. It's really okay, why would I lie to you? Zhang Yan smiled. Xin Yu looked at Zhang Yan, her eyes flickering, as if she was thinking about something. Chapter 107. The show is about to begin. Night falls and the sky is filled with stars. On the street, Zhang Yan looked at the two people beside him and rubbed his brows tiredly. Well, I just came out for a walk to get some fresh air. There's no need for you to follow me, right? Zhang Yan said speechlessly. Hee, master, I just want to take a walk with you. Xin Shui showed an innocent smile. Xin Yu didn't say anything but just looked at Zhang Yan quietly. Her calm eyes seemed to see through Zhang Yan. Xin Yu believed that Zhang Yan was definitely hiding something from them. She was a little angry. She was angry because Zhang Yan was unwilling to tell them the truth? Zhang Yan felt frightened by the look and felt helpless. He knew that no matter what he said, these two people would not leave. Never mind, if they want to follow, let them follow. Zhang Yan walked forward, and the two sisters followed him forward. On the way, Zhang Yan took out his mobile phone, opened the chat interface of Senior Li Yuantian, and started sharing his real-time location. Li Yuantian sent a message soon. Xiao Jiang, where are you planning to lead them? There's a park nearby, and there aren't any surveillance cameras. I'll just pretend to go for a walk. These people won't miss this opportunity. No problem, I'll go to the park and wait for them now. I'll make sure they never come back. Well, thank you for your help, Senior. Don't be polite, just consider it as stretching my old bones. Zhang Yan put away his phone. Not far ahead was the snack street. Zhang Yan looked at the two people beside him. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Really, master? Xin Shui looked at Zhang Yan expectantly. Zhang Yan smiled and said, well, just tell me what you want to eat, and master will buy it for you. Great. I knew that master is the best. Xin Shui pulled Zhang Yan's hand and ran directly towards the snack street. Hey! Wait for me. Xinyu felt a little jealous when she saw Qin Shui holding Jiang Yan's hand. Seeing that the two had run far away, Xinyu hurriedly chased after them and took Jiang Yan's arm. Since Qin Shui had already held Jiang Yan's hand, there was no need for her to restrain herself. The two of them held Jiang Yan's arm and headed towards the snack street. At this time, on the rooftop of a building, Li Taixian and Wu Ming just watched quietly as the three people walked into the snack street. Wu Ming looked at Li Taixian. Do you want to follow? No need. He is in the open and we are in the dark. Let's keep waiting and try to kill him tonight. Li Taixian said lightly. At the same time, Jiang Yan and the other two attracted a lot of people's attention after entering the snack street. These people were all fascinated by Qin Yu and Qin Shui's stunning looks and attractive figures. When these people saw the two beauties affectionately holding Jiang Yan's arms, jealous anger suddenly rose in their hearts. Fuck! Does this guy have any leverage over them? What gives him the right to do that? I admit I'm jealous. Can you give me a class? I can kneel down and listen the whole time. Damn it! Isn't it just handsome? Can being handsome be enough to make a living? This guy really deserves to die. A group of people were talking loudly to Jiang Yan here, their words full of jealousy. Handsome guy, are they your girlfriends? The boss selling tofu pudding asked curiously. Qin Yu and Qin Shui looked at each other and nodded shyly. When the boss saw the two of them nod, the envy in his eyes was about to overflow. No, one is my apprentice and the other is my friend. Jiang Yan looked up at the boss. Ah? The boss was a little confused when he heard Jiang Yan's answer. Is this true or not? When Qin Shui heard Jiang Yan say no, she pouted and looked a little unhappy. Qin Yu didn't say anything, but just gripped Jiang Yan's arm harder and harder. Okay, here is your tofu pudding. Please take it. Welcome to come next time. The boss handed the prepared tofu pudding to Qin Yu and Qin Shui. Because the two of them wanted to eat, they temporarily let go of Jiang Yan's hand. The three of them walked towards the park at a leisurely pace. Ah, master, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Qin Shui scooped a spoonful of sweet tofu pudding and handed it to Jiang Yan's mouth. Ah. I don't want it. Jiang Yan showed disgust on his face. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with some grievance. Master, you actually despise me? Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at her and said, It's good that you know. Humph. I'll never talk to you again. Qin Shui withdrew her hand angrily. Really? Then please ignore me, so I can have some peace and quiet. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he immediately distanced himself from Qin Shui. Oh, master, I was just kidding you. Qin Shui walked up to Jiang Yan, hugged his arm and started to act coquettishly. Qin Yu, who was behind him, looked at this scene and felt a little unhappy. She quickened her pace and walked to the other side of Jiang Yan, hugged Jiang Yan's other arm and glared at Qin Shui. Qin Shui glared back unwillingly, holding Jiang Yan's arms tighter and tighter. Feeling the force on his arm, Jiang Yan felt helpless. Can you guys let go first? No. The two looked at each other, neither refusing to let go. Jiang Yan's mouth corners rose slightly, and he felt two unfamiliar auras appear in the air. Are there only two of us? Qin Yu looked back in a certain direction with some confusion. Is it an illusion? Qin Yu always feels that someone is staring at them. What are you looking at? Let's go to the nearby park. Jiang Yan's words brought Qin Yu back to her senses. Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yan, who had a calm face, with doubts in her eyes. Am I really thinking too much? Qin Yu shook her head and stopped thinking about it. The three of them walked straight towards the park. At this time, Li Taixian and Wu Ming slowly walked out from the darkness where the street lights did not reach. Wu Ming's face was filled with disdain. One is in the early stage of Jindan, one is in the great perfection of foundation building, and the other is only in the qi refining stage. TSK, just kill them all. Li Taixian nodded. Don't hold back when you attack, just use your most powerful move. Soon the three of them arrived at the park. The park was brightly lit at this time, but empty. After all, few people would choose to come to the park late at night. The bright summer moon was like a flawless white jade. The three of them walked to a bench and sat down. Two of them leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulders and admired the scenery of the park. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and saw a message that was sent more than 10 minutes ago. Xiao Jiang, I'm already at the park. Bite. Another piece of news came. I didn't realize you're so lucky, two beautiful women leaning on you. At this moment, a breeze blew by, and Jiang Yan suddenly felt two unfamiliar auras. Jiang Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and Qin Shui beside him asked curiously, "Master, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, just that there will be a good show to watch later." "Good show?" Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yan with some confusion after hearing this. "Yes, the fun is about to begin." Chapter 108 Two Idiots. The moment the words fell, a violent wind blew up, and a murderous intent as violent as a tsunami rushed towards him. "There is murderous intent." Qin Yu's face became solemn as she felt the terrifying murderous intent, her eyes fixed on the place where they had just entered. When Qin Shui felt this terrifying murderous aura, her face turned pale, her breathing became rapid, and her body began to tremble unconsciously. Jiang Yan noticed that Qin Shui was very scared, so he reached out and patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Well, Master, I'm not afraid." Qin Shui took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. Jiang Yan stood up and looked at the place not far away. "You've been following us for so long, don't you plan to come out and meet us? Have you discovered us a long time ago?" a voice came. The next second, two unfamiliar figures appeared in the sight of the three people. A handsome young man in white clothes stared at Jiang Yan with a cold expression. At this time, a strong man walked out from behind the young man. Both of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The young man took a step forward, and instantly the pressure of the golden core great perfection came upon him. "Jindan Cultivator." Qin Yu exclaimed in shock, her tone as if she was facing a great enemy. She didn't expect that the Jindan Cultivator would actually want to kill them. "Boy, today is the day you die." The strong man stretched his muscles and bones, and the blood in his body began to boil. In an instant, his cultivation level of the 6th stage and 7th level burst out. A warrior with strength comparable to that of a golden core. Qin Yu was shocked by the sturdy man's cultivation. Without hesitation, she stood in front of Jiang Yan and whispered, "Jiang Yan, take Xiaoxue to Tiandaoan to get help. I'll hold them back." "Sister Ye, don't worry. Master is also a Jindan. He can easily lift up those two little karamis on the opposite side and beat them with one hand." Qin Yu was stunned by Qin Shui's words. She looked back at Jiang Yan in disbelief. Jiang Yan was standing behind her calmly, without any fear on his face. Jiang Yan patted Qin Yu's shoulder, and instantly Qin Yu felt the vast and powerful spiritual power in Jiang Yan's body. After feeling Jiang Yan's cultivation level, Qin Yu was so shocked that she was speechless. It's been less than 2 months since the martial arts exam ended, and Jiang Yan has already reached the Jindan stage. This speed of cultivation is simply too incredible. A feeling of frustration instantly surged into her heart, and she felt very lost. Originally, the gap between her and Jiang Yan was very large, and she practiced hard just to catch up with him as soon as possible. But in the end she found that the gap between her and Jiang Yan was like a chasm, and even if she practiced hard, she could not cross it. A Jindan in its early stage is so arrogant? Even if you have incredible talent in cultivation, today is the day you die. Wu Ming shouted loudly, and his aura began to rise continuously. At this moment, the aura he exuded was almost at the level of golden elixir great perfection. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the burly man, Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yan with some concern. "Jiang Yan, are you okay?" After all, the opponent's strength is so terrifying. Although she knows that Jiang Yan is very strong, it will definitely be a bit difficult to deal with him. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, raised his hand and patted her shoulder. "We will win. Didn't I tell you the show is about to begin? You and Qin Shui just need to stand a little further away and watch the show." "Yeah." Qin Yu nodded softly and pulled Qin Shui to a safer place. Jiang Yan smiled politely at the two of them and said, "If you don't take action now, you won't have another chance later." Furious, Li Taixian shouted loudly, and the pressure of the golden elixir great perfection came like a tsunami. Li Taixian waved his hand, and instantly thousands of spiritual swords rushed towards Jiang Yan like a rainstorm. Swish swish. Qin Yu and Qin Shui couldn't help but gasp as they looked at the rain of swords in the sky. Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of foul air, and his originally dark eyes turned into an ice blue as dazzling as blue crystal. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold air burst out, and in an instant the entire park seemed to be covered by a huge field of ice and snow. Snap! There was a crisp sound of freezing in the air, a thin layer of ice formed on the ground, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Feeling the biting chill, Li Taixian couldn't help but frown. "Oh whoa!" A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky, and an ice dragon emitting a terrifying aura appeared in the air. The ice dragon opened its big mouth and broke through the clouds directly towards the rain of swords. Boom! The rain of swords was actually swallowed directly by the ice dragon, and the ice dragon's body turned into ice chips that fell to the ground. Li Taixian looked at all this in disbelief. The rain of swords he had unleashed by gathering all his spiritual power was blocked just like that? The other party was still standing there with a leisurely look on his face, not even moving his feet. Is this the fucking early stage of Jindan? Wow! Master is so awesome. Xin Shui said with admiration. Die, kid! Wu Ming shouted when he saw that something was wrong. The blood in his body boiled completely and his body emitted extremely hot air. The next second, Wu Ming rushed out like lightning, and the originally frozen ground instantly turned into water because of the heat. Wu Ming clenched his broad palm into a fist, and the moment his shoulder shook, he slammed a punch with a force comparable to dozens of tons towards Jiang Yan. Looking at this punch that contained amazing boxing intent, Jiang Yan's face was full of disdain. That's it? A huge spiritual shield appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Boom! Wu Ming's punch hit Jiang Yan's spiritual shield hard. His punch was more terrifying than a semi-trailer running at full speed on the highway, but unfortunately, this punch couldn't even break Jiang Yan's shield. I'm here to help you. Li Taixian clasped his hands together and instantly condensed a giant sword in the air. Li Taixian swung his hand downwards. The giant sword seemed to have the power to cut through the heaven and earth, and it suddenly slashed towards Jiang Yan. Boom! The ground couldn't withstand this overbearing force and instantly shattered into a huge deep pit, and a cloud of dust immediately rose on the field. Jiang Yan! Xin Yu shouted worriedly. Li Taixian showed a sarcastic look on his face. At such a close distance, Jiang Yan might be split in half by his sword, while Wu Ming started to mock him. Boy, even though you took my punch, can you block the sword strike from the Sui sword immortal? At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Wu Ming, who was originally mocking, was stunned for a moment. There was only a huge deep pit in front of him, but Jiang Yan was not in it. What? Li Taixian was also shocked when he saw this scene. At that distance just now, how could this guy possibly dodge? You two idiots, your dad is here. Jiang Yan's mocking voice sounded. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Yan standing in another place looking at them with a mocking expression. Li Yuantian, who was in the dark, saw the scene and looked a little shocked. It's just because Jiang Yan's speed is too fast. Then Li Yuantian frowned. No, this is not fast speed, this is completely teleportation. Xin Shui was delighted, Master is so handsome. Xin Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Jiang Yan was not injured. Chapter 109, Two People Being Played Like Monkeys. When the two saw that Jiang Yan was unharmed, their faces suddenly became very ugly. I really underestimated you. Li Taixian looked at Jiang Yan with fear in his eyes. Is this the level of the so-called Sui sword immortal? I'm afraid your golden core great perfection cultivation wasn't achieved by taking drugs, right? Jiang Yan's voice was full of sarcasm. Li Yuantian, who was observing in the dark, had a flash of surprise on his face when he heard the name of Sui sword immortal. He didn't expect that 100 years ago, Li Taixian, the white-clothed swordsman who was famous in the Great Xia Kingdom, would actually kill Jiang Yan. Could it be that this kid Jiang Yan has a grudge against him? You little bastard. I will grind you to dust today. Li Taixian shouted angrily. This little bastard actually dared to humiliate him like this. Li Taixian's figure rushed out like lightning. In just a moment, the long sword in Li Taixian's hand pointed directly at Jiang Yan's throat. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. This sword contains amazing sword intent. Even a warrior with a strong body at the same level will be pierced through the body by this sword in an instant. Die! Li Taixian shouted angrily, his face twisted and hideous with anger. It's quite fast, but it's useless. Jiang Yan said lightly. When the tip of the sword was only a few centimeters away from Jiang Yan's throat, Jiang Yan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. What? Li Taixian widened his eyes in disbelief. Jiang Yan's sudden disappearance made him stunned for a moment. The next second, Jiang Yan appeared not far behind Li Taixian. Got you, little bastard. Li Taixian heard the voice and turned to look. Wu Ming appeared beside Jiang Yan at some point, his blood boiling. In an instant, he slapped out with his broad and huge palm, and the terrifying force of tens of tons seemed to turn Jiang Yan into an oversized pizza. The moment his palm touched Jiang Yan's body, Wu Ming showed a trace of disdain on his face. This little bastard would definitely be turned into a meat patty if he slapped him. But the next second, a look of astonishment appeared on both of their faces. Jiang Yan's body became illusory, and the next second Jiang Yan's body turned into spiritual power and disappeared on the spot. This is a clone. Li Taixian exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe that Jiang Yan, who was in the Jindan stage, could actually condense a clone. Why is this? How can he, a Jindan stage cultivator, condense an avatar? Clone? Damn it, I've been fooled. Wuming looked around with resentment, trying to find the location of Jiang Yan's real body. Xin Yu and Qin Shui, who were hiding behind a tree, were so shocked when they saw the scene that they were speechless. It's quite interesting. Even I didn't realize that this was a clone. Li Yuantian's tone was full of admiration for Jiang Yan. Swish. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Jiang Yan, holding a magic sword, instantly appeared in front of Wuming. Wuming looked at Jiang Yan, who suddenly appeared with some disbelief. Without any hesitation, he punched Jiang Yan directly. Wuming's punch hit Jiang Yan's abdomen hard, but he felt that the punch was as soft as hitting cotton, and there was no feeling of a fist hitting flesh at all. He looked at Jiang Yan, only to see Jiang Yan's figure once again transform into spiritual energy and dissipate. Wuming cursed, "Fuck you. Another clone." He was extremely frustrated at the moment. He felt like a monkey being toyed with by Jiang Yan. Damn it! Where is this guy's real body? Li Taixian was extremely furious at this moment. He never thought that he would be fooled by Jiang Yan from beginning to end. Damn it! He had never seen any of the techniques this kid used. Who on earth was he? How could he have so many heaven-defying techniques? Wuming roared in frustration, "Damn it! Where is it? Where on earth is this guy's real body?" At this moment, he felt worse than eating shit. He never thought that he and Li Taixian could not get any advantage at the hands of this little beast. Wuming looked at Qin Yu and Qin Shui, who were hiding behind the tree with his eyes wide open. "Since you, little beast, won't come out, I'll kill them first." As soon as he finished speaking, Wuming rushed towards the two of them. Feeling the surging murderous intent from Wuming, Qin Yu hurriedly stood in front of Qin Shui, and then his cultivation that had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage burst out in full force. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength. Wuming looked at Qin Yu with disdain. A person who had reached the great perfection of foundation building actually dared to try to resist. He was really overestimating his own abilities. Just when Wuming was 2 meters away from Qin Yu, Jiang Yan instantly appeared in front of Qin Yu and then punched out fiercely. Puff! Wuming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and was blown away by a huge force. He flipped 360 degrees in the air and finally crashed into the rockery with a bang. Only a loud cracking sound was heard, and the remaining huge force directly smashed the rockery into rubble. Wuming fell to the ground looking extremely miserable, but his body was extremely strong, and the punch only made him spit out a large mouthful of blood. Jiang Yan frowned and looked at Wuming, who was lying on the ground. "Hiss, is this penis bone made of titanium alloy? Why is it so hard? Are you two okay?" Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook her head, "It's okay." Although Qin Yu said that everything was fine, the feeling of powerlessness in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. "Wow! Master, you are so awesome." Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with admiration. Jiang Yan just smiled and said nothing, then he turned and looked at Li Taixian. Li Taixian was under tremendous pressure at the moment. Logically speaking, under the same realm, a cultivator of great perfection could easily defeat an early-stage cultivator. But now Jiang Yan showed with his actions that this was pure bullshit. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Wuming, who was lying on the ground, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled to stand up and looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. Damn it! How could he be so powerful when he was in the early stage of Jindan? Li Taixian racked his brains at this moment, but couldn't figure out what the deep hatred was between Jiang Yan and Wang Xiaoli. Why did Wang Xiaoli have to kill him? But at this point they had no other choice. Li Taixian took a deep breath, slowly suspended in the air, and a sword intent that was far more terrifying than before burst out. Wow! A strong wind blew, and the scattered leaves on the ground were blown into the air. Then spiritual power as abundant as the sea emanated from his body. Suddenly, the fallen leaves in the air turned into spiritual swords. In just a breath, the number of spiritual swords in the air reached tens of thousands. And each spiritual sword contains terrifying sword intent. Boy, I wonder if you can withstand my 10,000 swords skyward attack? Wu Ming couldn't help but look overjoyed when he saw Li Taixian hanging in the air. It was great that Wan Jiantian was coming. This little beast was doomed to die. Zhang Yan frowned as he looked at the rain of swords in the sky. He was not sure if he could withstand this move. Xing Yu couldn't help but hold his breath as he looked at the rain of swords from the sky. Chapter 110 Soul Search. Wu Ming saw Zhang Yan frowning and thought that Zhang Yan was scared. Then he taunted, "Are you scared now, kid? Hand over those skills you used earlier, and maybe we can give you a quick death. If you don't want to, I'll tie you to a tree and let you watch your two girlfriends relieve themselves before my eyes. Then I'll skin you alive, ha 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 ha." Wu Ming looked at Qin Yu and Qin Shui with a lewd expression. He hadn't touched a woman for many years, so he was going to have some fun with these two beauties later. Ugh! So disgusting! Qin Shui felt nauseous and wanted to vomit instantly when Wu Ming stared at her like that. She quickly hid behind Zhang Yan. Qin Yu, however, endured the physical discomfort, stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Yan's hand, and whispered, "Zhang Yan, let's just run. There's no point in wasting time here with them." Zhang Yan smiled faintly at the two of them. "Do you believe that I can take them down without any action?" Ha! Hearing Zhang Yan say this, the two were very confused. Could he win without taking any action? Could Zhang Yan win the opponent just by talking? Although they didn't know why Zhang Yan said that, Zhang Yan must have his reasons for saying that. Qin Yu and Qin Shui chose to believe Zhang Yan. Furious, Li Taixian naturally heard what Zhang Yan said. He wanted to see how Zhang Yan would block his Wan Jiantian lie. Li Taixian waved his hand, and instantly tens of thousands of spiritual swords containing terrifying sword intent attacked Zhang Yan like a rainstorm. Zhang Yan looked at the incoming rain of swords and shouted, "Seniorly, it's your turn to take action." Bang! With a loud bang, the rain of swords in the sky shattered instantly. What? Wu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. The two realized that there was another expert. Without hesitation, they burst out with all their strength and rushed out. But unfortunately, escaping from the hands of a nascent soul expert is simply a pipe dream. In an instant, a terrifying pressure came like a huge palm, slamming the two of them into the deep pit. Nascent soul cultivator. The two men's faces were filled with fear. They tried to struggle, but the pressure from the nascent soul cultivator was like an enormous mountain, making them unable to move at all. Call out. Li Yuantian instantly appeared above the two men. He looked at them kneeling on the ground with cold eyes. "How dare you attack students from Tiandao Academy?" The two were so frightened that their clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, their whole bodies were shaking uncontrollably, and they stammered, unable to utter a word. Li Yuantian removed some of his pressure. "Lift your head up for me." The two could only suppress their fear and raised their heads tremblingly. Zhang Yan walked over and looked at the two people kneeling on the ground with a playful look on his face. "TSK, TSK, TSK, I told you that I can take you down without any action, and you still don't believe me." Li Taishuan's voice trembled. "Could it be, you have discovered us a long time ago, so you deliberately led us here? Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. You two idiots look like you've lived for 100 years, right? You actually figured out this was a trap now." You. Being humiliated by Zhang Yan, their faces turned pale instantly, their eyes filled with anger, and they wished they could cut Zhang Yan into pieces. Zhang Yan's tone was cold. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Wu Ming looked at Zhang Yan with disdain. "I can't possibly tell you anything." Although they were afraid, as death warriors they had to follow the principles of death warriors. Even if Zhang Yan beat them to death, they would not say anything. "Ah, you are such a brainless idiot. Don't you know you can search souls?" "What?" When the two heard about soul search, their faces turned pale instantly. Soul search can turn all the memories in their minds upside down. No. We must not let him know the secrets of the assassins. Li Taishan and Wu Ming gritted their teeth and were about to self-destruct, but how could they hide such a thing from Li Yuantian? Li Yuantian raised his hand and pointed, instantly sealing the two of them. "Oh no! The spiritual power is sealed." Li Taixian cried out inwardly. Wu Ming tried to resist, but with his blood and energy blocked, he was no different from an ordinary person. The two of them are now like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Li Yuantian came in front of the two and prepared to start searching their souls. Li Taixian began to beg for mercy frantically. "No! No! Senior, I was just confused for a moment, please let me go. Senior. It's not that we don't want to tell you. We have been poisoned. If we reveal the news, we will suffer from the pain of having our hearts and bones cut open. Wuming explained frantically. Isn't this perfect? I can just search your soul directly, and you won't have to endure the pain of the poison. Jiang Yan said jokingly. Senior, please. Don't. Before Li Taixian could finish his words, Li Yuantian put his hand on his head and began to search his soul. Ah! Li Taixian howled in pain. He wanted to resist, but it was useless. The soul search ignored any defense and went straight into the depths of his soul. Wuming, who was standing by, saw this tragic scene and his whole body trembled wildly. He felt a heat in his lower body and the air was suddenly filled with a foul smell. Jiang Yan sat on the ground and watched all this with great interest. Xin Yu and Qin Shui saw this cruel scene, but they did not feel pity for the two people. Instead, they felt particularly refreshed. Xin Yu didn't expect that Jiang Yan had already known about it, and he hadn't allowed them to follow him before, probably to avoid implicating them. Thinking of this, Xin Yu suddenly felt warm in her heart. It seems that Jiang Yan also has them in his heart, right? Xin Yu walked over to Jiang Yan and sat down, reached out and gently held his hand, then leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulder. Qin Shui, who was standing by, felt a little jealous when she saw this scene. She pouted and sat next to Jiang Yan, leaning directly into Jiang Yan's arms. What are you doing? Jiang Yan looked at the two people beside him with a confused look on his face. Master, I want to hug. Qin Shui rubbed her little face in Jiang Yan's arms, acting coquettishly. Seeing this, Qin Yu buried her head in Jiang Yan's neck and breathed gently. When Jiang Yan felt Qin Yu's warm breath, his face turned red for a moment. At this time, Li Yuantian ended the soul search of Li Taixian. Li Taixuan's eyes were empty and lifeless at this moment, and his whole body collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. After reading the memories in Li Taixuan's mind, Li Yuantian was furious. What a great Wang family, what a great Wang Shelley. Li Yuantian turned and looked at Jiang Yan. When he saw the two of them leaning in Jiang Yan's arms, he showed a meaningful smile, and then he told Li Taixian the memories in his mind. After hearing what Li Yuantian said, Qin Shui gritted her teeth and said, This Wang Shelley. I can't stand it anymore. Master, don't worry, I will tell my father later. I will make this old woman pay a heavy price. Xin Yu looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what are you going to do? At this moment, Jiang Yan was sorting out the information with his head down. Chapter 111. The Kyoto royal family intends to rebel and betray the country. After Jiang Yan sorted out the information, his brows furrowed. How dare Wang Xiaoli send someone to kill him? Didn't she know what would happen if she attacked the Tiandao Academy's talented students? If he was just an ordinary martial arts university student, with the Wang family's means, even if he was wiped out by the Wang family, this matter would not make any splash in society. But the fact is that he was the first in the province's martial arts exam, a recommended student of Tiandao Academy, and the youngest Jindan cultivator in the history of Daxia. Originally, the Smiling Coffin had been specializing in hunting down the geniuses among the younger generation in various countries over the years, causing many of the younger generation's outstanding people to die at their hands before they even grew up. The top leaders of various countries wished they could grind these people to dust. For this reason, every outstanding young person today is the focus of the country's attention. As a citizen of Daxia, Wang Xiaoli actually dared to send people to assassinate the genius of Daxia. She is obviously planning to rebel and commit treason. At this time, Qin Yun and Qin Zhenghua, who received the news, rushed over exhausted. Xiao Xue and Xiao Ye. Are you two okay? Qin Zhenghua said with concern. He had just heard Qin Shui say at home that they were being chased by someone. He was so scared that he sprained his waist. He ignored the pain and rushed over with Qin Yun at full speed. Grandpa, we are fine. Master is so powerful. He can beat these two beasts by himself. Qin Shui said with great admiration. Hearing Qin Shui say that everything was fine, Qin Zhenghua breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and excitedly shook Jiang Yan's hand. Mr. Jiang. Thank goodness you're here, otherwise I can't imagine what would have happened. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly. They had come for him, but accidentally dragged Qin Yu and Qin Shui into it. Qin Yun saw Li Yuantian standing in front of Jiang Yan and hurriedly stepped forward to bow and salute, seniorly. Li Yuantian hummed softly. He looked at Li Taixian and Wuming. Because of his anger, he was a little heavy-handed when searching their souls. At this moment, the two of them fell to the ground like two dead dogs. Jiang Yan, what is going on? Qin Yun looked at Jiang Yan and asked. When Qin Yun and Qin Zhenghua heard Qin Shui say that they were being chased, they asked for the location and then rushed over directly, so they were not aware of the details of what had happened. Jiang Yan looked at the two of them and said calmly, the Jingdu Wang family trained assassins to assassinate Tianjia with the intention of rebellion and treason. What? Qin Zhenghua and Qin Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Train assassins to kill the geniuses with the intention of rebelling and treason. Is this Wang family crazy? Qin Yun took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. He was about to continue asking. Li Yuantian slowly walked up to him and told him the details of what had happened and the memories in Li Taixian and Wuming's minds. The Wang family has trained many assassins over the years. When the previous leader of the Wang family was alive, he used every possible means to win over the outstanding young people. If those people did not agree, he would let these assassins kill the entire family. Even if these assassins were caught accidentally, they would choose to commit suicide on the spot, so it would be impossible to find out the forces behind them. When the previous head of the Wang family passed away, there were only a few dozen of these death warriors left, and these death warriors basically chose to hide in the Dust City, but as long as the head of the Wang family gave the order, they would take action without hesitation. After learning the truth of the matter, Qin Yun and Qin Zhenghua were filled with shock. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Yun has seen many storms and waves. He has always warned him to stay calm when encountering things, but today's matter is very serious. At this moment, his breathing is very rapid and he can't calm down at all. There are certain connections between the major families in Kyoto, but he really didn't know that the Wang family actually trained death warriors. In a few days, it will be the birthday of Wang Mingyun, the current head of the Wang family and Wang Xiuli's father. They have also invited people from all major families to attend the birthday party. The Wang family assassinated Tianjia with the intention of rebellion and treason. Now there is irrefutable evidence and the consequences of this matter are extremely serious. The Qin family must immediately sever ties with the Wang family. If they are affected by this, it will be troublesome. The Qin family has hundreds of years of foundation cannot be destroyed in his hands. At this time, Qin Zhenghua was thinking, the Wang family and the Zhuang family had already married more than 20 years ago, and the Wang family secretly trained assassins to assassinate the genius. Did Zhuang Mingyuan know about this a long time ago? If Zhuang Mingyuan knew this, then he was concealing the truth by not reporting it. Qin Zhenghua looked at Li Yuantian. He wanted to know whether Zhuang Mingyuan knew about these things. If Zhuang Mingyuan didn't know, then he wanted to plead for Zhuang Mingyuan. After all, they had been brothers for almost a lifetime, and he really couldn't bear to see Zhuang Mingyuan bear the crime of treason. Does Zhuang Mingyuan know about these things? Li Yuantian said, I'm not sure about that. The memories in their minds are all about the Wang family, but they have no memories of the Zhuang family at all. Is that so? Qin Zhenghua took a breath and fell silent. Jiang Yan, just do it. The 7 Yuanying teachers in the academy will follow your arrangements. Li Yuantian looked at Jiang Yan. He knew that Jiang Yan was a man who would never let go of his grudges, and this matter was too serious. He really wanted to see how Jiang Yan would deal with it. The Jingdu Wang family secretly trained assassins to assassinate Tianjia with the intention of treason. They have been caught red-handed. Notify the Law Enforcement Alliance headquarters and prepare to raid their house. Qin Yun and Qin Zhenghua couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. They didn't expect Jiang Yan to directly choose to confiscate the house. Li Yuantian nodded in satisfaction after hearing Jiang Yan's answer. Then he took out his cell phone and called the director of the Law Enforcement Alliance General Administration. What about the banker? If the banker has nothing to do with these things, then the banker. Qin Zhenghua asked tentatively. If the dealer knows about it but doesn't report it, it will be considered as harboring a criminal and will be directly handed over to the Law Enforcement Alliance for handling. They will make their own decision on this situation. Jiang Yan said calmly. Qin Zhenghua nodded, and at the same time he prayed madly in his heart, hoping that the banker had nothing to do with these things. Qin Yun looked at Jiang Yan and said, the Wang family's patriarch's birthday is coming up in a few days. Do you plan to go tomorrow or? Birthday party? That's perfect. I'll go give him a big gift. Wang family residence. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Wang Mingyun slapped Wang Xiaoli hard in the face. Wang Xiuli fell to the ground immediately, and half of her face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing his daughter's happy face, Wang Mingyun asked out of curiosity. However, when he learned that Wang Xiaoli had sent assassins to kill Jiang Yan from Tiandaoan, he almost fainted. Are you crazy, you evil creature? How could you do such a stupid thing? Do you know that many geniuses from various countries have suffered at the hands of that mysterious organization? And now you actually dare to use your assassins to kill Jiang Yan. Dad! I have suffered such humiliation, how can I swallow this? Besides, although that little beast has an incredible talent for cultivation, he is only in the early stage of the Golden Core. The one I sent is a Golden Core Great Perfection and a 6th grade 8th level warrior. Nothing will happen. Wang Xiaoli said confidently. She firmly believed that Sui Jianxian and Wu Ming could easily kill Jiang Yan. Idiot! Don't you know that there are 7 nascent soul cultivators in Tiandao Academy? This Golden Core Great Perfection is nothing. Wang Mingyun looked at Wang Xiaoli angrily. He didn't expect that his good daughter could be so stupid. Chapter 112, Wang Mingyun is extremely angry, and Wang Xiaoli is broken. Wang Xiaoli was a little dazed when she saw Wang Mingyun with his eyes wide open in front of her. 7 nascent souls. Wang Xiaoli whispered what Wang Mingyun had just said. At this moment, she reacted and exclaimed, "There are 7 Yuanying in Tiandaoan." She had lost her mind due to anger and just wanted someone to kill Jiang Yan quickly to vent her anger, but she missed the most important point. Isn't the Golden Core Great Perfection awesome? It is indeed awesome, but in front of Tiandaoan, this Golden Core Great Perfection is not impressive enough. Seeing Wang Xiaoli finally react, Wang Mingyun pointed at her nose with a look of resentment and cursed, "Did your brain go out after marriage? It would be fine if you didn't take the initiative to make friends with a genius like that, but you even sent assassins to kill him. But I feel wrong too. Dad, you have never been willing to hit or scold me since I was a child. That little beast, he forced me to kneel down and kowtow to him." Wang Xiaoli cried with tears in her eyes. Bang! Wang Mingyun raised his hand and slapped her hard in the face again. "I can't stand it any longer, I don't need to stand it any longer." Wang Mingyun thought that the slap in the face would wake his daughter up, but in the end she still felt wronged. Idiot! Wake up! Do you know that in recent years, the young geniuses of various countries have been assassinated by that mysterious organization? That's why all countries now pay special attention to these geniuses. Do you know what it means for you to send someone to assassinate Jiang Yan? At this moment, Wang Xiaoli, who had been slapped twice, finally regained consciousness. She knelt on the ground and trembled constantly. She looked up at Wang Mingyun with a face full of fear, her mouth trembling. I don't know. Looking at Wang Xiaoli, whose whole body was shaking, Wang Mingyun felt that he would be angered to death. Treason! Treason! Do you know that? Wang Mingyun roared at Wang Xiaoli with all his strength. It was clearly his 80th birthday party in a few days, but this bastard had actually made a big mess of it for him. If he wanted to kill him, he should just say so. After Wang Mingyun yelled, his face turned red and his body was a little unstable due to extreme anger. He never expected that his good daughter would prepare such a big gift for him. Treason? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoli's face turned pale instantly. Her brain buzzed and she realized that she had done something big that would write her name in history. Treason! She murmured softly, and fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength and means. Wang Mingyun looked at Wang Xiaoli, who was lying on the ground, his heart filled with despair and anger. Is it too late for him to break off relations with her now? No. No. No, I didn't commit treason. I didn't. This isn't my fault. At this moment, Wang Xiaoli seemed to have lost her mind. She kept repeating that she was not wrong. As she kept repeating, tears of regret flowed from the corners of her eyes. Only then did she remember that Zhuang Yunhai had earnestly advised her not to be impulsive, but she was blinded by hatred. She only wanted to kill Jiang Yan and did not listen to his advice at all. What to do? What to do now? Who can help her? Despair swallowed her like a surging tide. Because of extreme fear, she even found it difficult to breathe. She curled up on the ground, at a loss. Wang Mingyun felt a little sad but more angry when he saw his daughter, whom he had spoiled since she was a child, become like this. He really wanted to grab her by the collar and ask her, why? Why? Why did she have to provoke Jiang Yan? At this point, there is no point in saying anything. The most urgent thing is to confirm whether these two people have attacked Jiang Yan. As long as they haven't, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyun walked around Wang Xiaoli and was about to leave. Seeing Wang Mingyun about to leave, Wang Xiaoli quickly hugged his legs. She looked at Wang Mingyun with a trembling voice and a panicked face. Dad, please. I really know I was wrong, please help me. Help? How can you ask me to help? At this point, we can only hurry up and confirm whether these two have made a move on Jiang Yan. Wang Mingyun's words were like a stimulant, calming Wang Xiaoli down, and she stumbled to her feet. Yes, I still have a chance. Her hands were shaking as she prepared to perform a special secret method of transmitting sound. This secret method is specially used by the Wang family to contact the assassins working outside. This secret method is extremely concealed and almost impossible to be eavesdropped by outsiders. Wang Xiaoli opened her hands and began to make seals. As time passed, cold sweat began to seep out of her forehead, but she did not get any response. Why? Why aren't you responding? Come on, reply. Wang Xiaoli was extremely anxious at this moment. She frantically used telepathy to try to get a response. But this is meaningless. Wang Mingyun, who was standing by, understood what was happening. The fact that there was no response for such a long time could only mean that Li Taixian and Wu Ming had been captured by the people from Tiandaoan. Yes, they are also poisoned. At this time, Wang Xiaoli remembered that each of the assassins was poisoned by a gu in order to prevent them from leaking information about the Wang family. No one could bear the heart-wrenching pain. If they didn't want to endure this pain, they could only choose to commit suicide. When Wang Mingyun heard the gu mentioned by Wang Xiaoli, he closed his eyes in despair. Gu? What's the use of gu? Yuanian cultivators can directly choose to search the soul, and as long as they search the soul, they will know everything. At this point, he could only find a way to seek Jiang Yan's forgiveness. As long as he could save his life, he would agree to any conditions he proposed. If you lose your family business, you can slowly work hard to build it back up, but if you lose your life, you really have nothing left. At this time, in the Zhuang family mansion, Zhuang Mingyuan stood in the yard, looking up and quietly gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Dad, what are you doing in the yard? Zhuang Yunhai walked over and asked. At this time, a breeze blew by. Zhuang Mingyuan shook his head. I'm afraid the situation in Kyoto is about to change. He could sense that something big was about to happen in Kyoto. Hearing Zhuang Mingyuan say this, Zhuang Yunhai felt vaguely uneasy. Is the world going to change? Chapter 113. I wish I could slap her to death. General Directorate of Law Enforcement Alliance. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the first ray of warm sunlight shone into the courtyard of the Alliance headquarters. At this time, a large group of law enforcement officers were already standing in the courtyard. All of them were wearing the same uniform and had third-grade swords on their waists. Most people present were a little confused. After all, the general administration had previously stipulated that people were not required to wear uniforms when going out on business. They seek convenience, so they never wear uniforms when performing tasks, but why did the general administration order everyone to wear uniforms today? Only a very small number of people present knew the inside story, and they were very excited when they heard the news. After all, no one wouldn't be excited when they learned that their house is going to be raided. The scenes of the Jinui raiding houses in film and television dramas are so damn cool. Execute first and report later, the imperial power has specially permitted it. If anyone resists, they will be killed on the spot. At this time, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Alliance headquarters came out with a serious face. He glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice, "Everyone get in the car." After receiving the order, everyone present immediately got on the bus in an orderly manner. A few minutes later, the Law Enforcement Alliance's convoy drove towards the Wang family residence. When passers-by saw this scene, they all widened their eyes in disbelief and started talking. Oh my God! Did something big happen today? Why did the Law Enforcement Alliance headquarters dispatch so many people? Oh my God! I've lived in Kyoto for so many years and this is the first time I've seen such a grand occasion. For the Law Enforcement Alliance to send so many people, this matter must be extremely serious. It's probably already related to the Great Xian Nation. At this time, the deputy director was leaning on the passenger seat of the leading vehicle in the convoy with a very serious expression. When he received the order from the director saying that the Kyoto royal family intended to rebel and commit treason, he thought the director was telling a cold joke. After all, the major families in Kyoto all had certain connections with the Law Enforcement Alliance headquarters. Sometimes, when special reasons caused the spiritual energy in the secret realm to become disordered and monsters rushed out of the secret realm to harm the surrounding residents, the Wang family would actively send warriors to support them. But when he noticed the director's serious tone, he realized that the director was not joking with him. So he immediately rushed back to the headquarters. After understanding the whole story, he widened his eyes and was so shocked that he was speechless. The Wang family secretly trained assassins and assassinated the Tiandao Academy's Tenjiao students. This Wang family is really crazy. Don't they know that the crime of assassinating at Tianjiao is equivalent to treason now? At this time, some law enforcement officers in the convoy's vehicles began to discuss in low voices. What on earth happened? Why do we need to mobilize so many people? Of course, we're raiding the house. House raid? Really? Really? The Jingdu Wang family secretly trained assassins and even went to assassinate the Tiandao Academy's Tianjiao. Don't they know that assassinating at Tianjiao is now equivalent to treason? God-defying. Do you know who the genius was that the Wang family sent someone to assassinate? I don't know about that. It is said that one of the assassins sent by the Wang family was the famous, Sui Sword Immortal, Li Taixian 100 years ago. Ah? Li Taixian is the Wang family's assassin. Are you kidding me? How could such an awesome person like him be the Wang family's assassin? Ahem, I don't know the specific reason. I never thought I'd be in the general administration for only 2.5 years, and I'd already encountered something as serious as a family raid, and the one raiding was a large family in Kyoto. No, I'm so excited when I think about the scene when the house is raided later. The Wang family residence at this time. Today is the 80th birthday of Wang Mingyun, the head of the Wang family. It should have been a peaceful and joyful atmosphere, but now it is dead and dull. All the members of the Wang family gathered in the courtyard. Everyone lowered their heads in fear and didn't even dare to breathe. Wang Xiaoli sat on the ground with a dejected look on her face. Her mental state was very depressed. Wang Mingyun's throat rolled and his eyes swept over the pale-faced people present. As the head of the family, he could do nothing at the moment. Wang Mingyun looked at Wang Xiaoli with resentment. If it weren't for this idiot, how could his Wang family suffer such a disaster? If killing her could solve the problem, Wang Mingyun would have wanted to sever ties with Wang Xiaoli right now and then slap her to death. On the right side of the Wang family, 3 old men were sitting on chairs. The 3 old men seemed amiable on the surface, but in fact they were restraining themselves, not letting the terrifying murderous aura show. The 3 old men were all nascent soul instructors of Tiandao Academy. They were originally practicing in an S-level secret realm belonging to the academy. As a result, Li Yuantian told them that Zhang Yan was assassinated by the death squad sent by the Wang family. Upon hearing the news, they immediately became angry and rushed out of the secret realm and rushed to the gate of the Wang family compound. This Wang family member is really brave. He actually dared to attack Zhang Yan. When they learned that Zhang Yan was the one who had achieved Jindan in school, they were extremely excited. An 18-year-old Jindan cultivator with such an incredible cultivation speed made them extremely happy. With this speed of cultivation, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become a demigod in the future. Cultivators are rare, and those with high cultivation are even fewer. Becoming a demigod is not only a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a breaking of the shackles of heaven and earth on cultivators. After reaching the level of a demigod, one's lifespan can reach thousands of years. There have only been 3 demigods in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thousands of years have passed, and people are not sure whether these 3 demigods have died. If they have not died, where are they now? The 3 men looked at Wang Mingyun with strong murderous intent in their eyes. Fortunately, Zhang Yan was fine. If anything happened to Zhang Yan, even if all the members of the Wang family were killed, they would not be enough to bury Zhang Yan with him. Feeling this terrifying murderous intent, Wang Yangming's face turned pale, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Originally, Wang Mingyun was planning to prepare a generous gift and go to Zhang Yan to apologize, but the next morning, before he even walked out of the gate, these 3 seniors came to kill him. The gate was blocked by the nascent soul cultivators, so he could not go anywhere and could only stay in the yard waiting to die. Moreover, the oppressive feeling that the nascent soul cultivators gave people was really terrifying. Hundreds of members of the Wang family knelt on the ground, not daring to think of resistance. They could only look at Wang Mingyun pitifully, hoping that their head of the family could come up with a good idea. Wang Mingyun took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and walked respectfully towards the 3 people, tentatively speaking. Well, those 3 seniors, I really didn't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with me. It's my... Stop. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Now that the matter has been exposed, you want to distance yourself from it. As the head of the family, don't you even have the courage to take responsibility for your actions? An old man raised his eyebrows and looked at him with displeasure. You have to believe me, this is really related to me. TSK. Before Wang Mingyuan finished explaining, he heard an old man tut impatiently. Seeing this, Wang Mingyuan had no choice but to shut up. He could only pray silently that Jiang Yan would listen to his explanation later. Chapter 114. I'm here to raid your house. Time passes by little. Soon, the convoy of the Law Enforcement Alliance headquarters arrived outside the Wang family residence. Everyone get out of the car and surround everyone inside. At the deputy director's command, a large number of law enforcement officers quickly surrounded the house. Seeing such a large scene, the Wang family members all turned pale. The law enforcement officers had indifferent expressions and exuded a hint of murderous aura. This huge sense of oppression made the Wang family members almost breathless. When the deputy director saw that the 3 nascent soul instructors from Tiandao Academy were also here, he hurried forward to pay his respects. The 3 of them nodded slightly in response. Wang Mingyun's heart tightened when he saw so many law enforcement officers inside and outside the courtyard. Wang Mingyun prayed madly for himself in his heart, hoping that Jiang Yan would listen to his explanation when he came later. After all, he really didn't think of sending anyone to assassinate him. Wang Xiaoli looked up at the large crowd of law enforcement officers around her. At this moment, she regretted that she should not have provoked Jiang Yan. She squatted on the ground with her head in her hands and began to cry bitterly. After crying for a while, she finally came to her senses. If Xiao Fei hadn't come back and said he was bullied, how could she have gone to Jiang Yan to ask for an explanation? And it was not until the night when she arranged for the assassins to come back that she found out that Jiang Yan had never attacked Xiao Fei at all. He was jealous of Jiang Yan, so he made up this lie and wanted them to teach Jiang Yan a lesson for him. It's all this rebellious son's fault. If it weren't for Xiao Fei's lie, which triggered a series of chain reactions, how could she have become like this now? Yes. It's all this rebellious son's fault. If he hadn't lied, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoli showed a smile on her face that was uglier than crying. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Wang Xiaoli became a little crazy, and kept muttering that all this had nothing to do with her and it was all the fault of her rebellious son. When the law enforcement officers at the scene saw Wang Xiaoli's crazy and pitiful appearance, they not only did not feel a bit of sympathy, but felt even more disgusted. They knew very well that criminals like this were best at pretending to be crazy and pitiful to gain sympathy. Suddenly, the 3 people sitting on the chairs felt a strange breath in the air. The 3 of them stood up and looked towards the gate. I saw a black figure slowly walking towards the inside, followed by 2 girls with extremely eye-catching looks and figures. Jiang Yan quickly walked in front of the crowd. He swept his calm gaze over everyone present. Only then did he notice Wang Xiaoli, who was squatting on the ground and acting a little crazy. It's only been a few days, and she, who used to be so arrogant and conceited, has turned into this horrible state. The deputy director walked up and smiled at Jiang Yan. Hello, Jiang Yan. I'm the director of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Alliance branch. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, and the deputy director continued. The director said that the 108 law enforcement officers present today are under your command. Please give your instructions. Yeah. Jiang Yan hummed softly. The law enforcement officers present were a little surprised after hearing this. They didn't expect that the director would ask them to obey the orders of this handsome young man. Then everyone cast curious eyes at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan then looked at the 2 people beside him and asked, "Why don't you find a place to sit down and rest?" Hearing what Jiang Yan said, Wang Mingyun hurriedly got 2 chairs and placed them respectfully next to them. Please take a seat, ladies. Wang Mingyun showed a very kind smile on his face. Looking at Wang Mingyun with a kind face, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. This old deng is quite capable. Qin Shui took Qin Yu's hand and sat directly on the chair. Wang Mingyun looked at Jiang Yan with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang Yan is truly a man of talent. He's already a golden core cultivator at the age of 18. After saying that, he walked forward and extended his hand respectfully towards Jiang Yan. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly gain some favorability so that Jiang Yan would let him go. When the law enforcement officers present heard that Jiang Yan was already a Jindan cultivator at the age of 18, their eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, this guy is not only handsome but also so powerful. No wonder the director ordered them to obey his command. The deputy director was also shocked. When the director ordered them to obey Jiang Yan's orders, he didn't understand but did not question it. Now he knew why the director did this. If such a genius could join the headquarters of their law enforcement alliance in the future, the director would probably wake up laughing in his dreams at night. You're quite interesting. I came here to raid your house, yet you're still so polite to me. Jiang Yan raised his hand and waved after he finished speaking. Swish swish. In an instant, the sound of hundreds of swords being unsheathed resounded throughout the house. All law enforcement officers looked at Jiang Yan, waiting for the next order. Seeing everyone draw their swords, Wang Mingyun took a deep breath and quickly explained, Brother Jiang Yan, this is a misunderstanding. The ambush you suffered a few days ago was the decision of a rebellious girl like me. I was completely unaware of this matter. Brother Jiang Yan, I hand this rebellious girl over to you for disposal. I have also prepared a small gift for you. I hope you can be lenient with the Wang family. Wang Mingyun's attitude was respectful and his tone was very sincere. TSK, you don't think I'm going to confiscate your house just for this, do you? Hearing Jiang Yan say this, Wang Mingyun suddenly felt something was wrong. At this time, footsteps were heard behind Jiang Yan. Wang Mingyun looked up and saw two disheveled figures staggering towards him. Thump! The two of them fell to their knees with a thud. Jiang Yan, who are these two? A tutor asked. These are the two assassins who came to kill me. Jiang Yan said calmly. Jiang Yan looked at the two of them and said, Tell me, what good things has the Wang family done behind the scenes over the years? Everyone in the Wang family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. The assassins were poisoned. If they leaked the secrets about the Wang family, they would suffer excruciating pain. The Wang family didn't have to worry about the assassins leaking the secrets at all. Even if their souls were searched, as long as these assassins could not admit it themselves, there would basically be no big problem. But what the two said the next second made everyone completely dumbfounded. The Wang family secretly trained assassins and used a special secret method to plant a poison in us. In order to win over the genius, they used ruthless means. If the genius did not agree, they would let the assassins kill the entire family. Furthermore, this goo must be nourished with human blood. Over the past 100 years, the Wang family has also used assassins to capture many people and used their blood to nourish the goo. The words of the two echoed throughout the entire house, and the faces of the law enforcement officers present turned dark instantly after they heard them clearly. Jiang Yan smiled faintly at Wang Mingyun. You don't think that just because they're poisoned, they can't reveal the Wang family's secrets, do you? This, Wang Mingyun couldn't understand why the two of them, who were clearly poisoned, revealed the secret but were not affected? Chapter 115 I said the evidence is conclusive, are you deaf? At this moment, Wang Mingyun was completely stunned. He looked at the two people kneeling on the ground. Their eyes were clear and they didn't look like they were being controlled at all. Could it be that the goo had lost its effect? This shouldn't be the case. This secret technique was accidentally discovered by the first head of the Wang family from a secret realm. Over the years, the goo used on the assassins has never lost its effect. What on earth is going on? Jiang Yan looked at the dumbfounded Wang Mingyun, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He originally wanted to kill the two men that day, but the poison in their bodies made him curious, so Jiang Yan chose to spare their lives. So that night, Senior Li brought the two of them back to Dan Pavilion. However, the teacher at Dan Pavilion studied it for a long time but still couldn't figure out the origin of the goo, and there was no record of such a thing in the book. In the following days, all the teachers in Dan Pavilion were frantically looking up various materials in ancient books, and reported them to the Research Institute in the middle of the process. After learning about this, the Research Institute immediately sent people with equipment to conduct research, but after several days of research, the progress was slow. This goo must be nourished by human blood. Once implanted into the human body, it becomes a part of the human body. Ordinary means cannot kill the goo in the body. After several days of research, the researchers decided to give the two people special medication. The medicinal materials used in this medicine can only grow in S-level secret realms and are extremely precious, but this medicine can only suppress the poisonous insects temporarily and cannot completely cure them. As the warm sunlight shines into the courtyard, Jiang Yan had an indifferent expression, his dark eyes staring straight at Wang Mingyun who was in a state of panic in front of him. Jiang Yan raised his hand and waved. There's solid evidence that the Wang family is plotting treason. Capture them all. The moment the words fell, A strong wind blew by, and hundreds of black windbreakers were blown by the wind, and the strong murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire compound. Jiang Yan always thought he was a very pure and kind person. He never takes the initiative to provoke anyone. Ever since he traveled through time and awakened the system, he has been practicing honestly. He just wants to practice immortality so that he can return to his hometown one day, but there is always a group of idiots who insist on provoking him. Then you can't blame him. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed on the spot. Jiang Yan's cold voice resounded throughout the Wang family compound. The Wang family members felt as if they were falling into an icy cave. The feeling of powerlessness, like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, made them close their eyes in despair. Wang Mingyun opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something, but after seeing Jiang Yan's cold expression, he could only shut his mouth obediently. Then it's your turn next. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoli with cold eyes. Jiang Yan. At this moment, Wang Xiaoli's face was pale and her eyes were empty. She forced herself to look at Jiang Yan. Her originally dim eyes now emitted a faint light. Soon she came back to her senses from her frenzied state and knelt on the ground, her whole body shaking with fear. Jiang Yan. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please. Please let me go. Boom boom boom. Wang Xiaoli began to kowtow to Jiang Yan frantically. Even though her head was bleeding and her flesh was covered in blood, she still did not stop. But Jiang Yan just watched the scene coldly. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Jiang Yan's words were like an icy blade piercing Wang Xiaoli's heart. No, don't please. Wang Xiaoli looked at Jiang Yan in horror. Her face was covered in blood and she looked particularly creepy. She trembled and kept backing away. Wang Mingyun closed his eyes in despair. Although he hated his stupid daughter, if it weren't for her, these secrets of the Wang family would never have been discovered. The foundation built by the Wang family for hundreds of years was about to be destroyed because of a woman. It's really sad. If he could do it again, he would never let Wang Xiaoli provoke Jiang Yan, but there is no rebirth in this world, and it is meaningless to say anything now. But as her father, Wang Mingyun really didn't want to see the cruel scene of his daughter bleeding on the spot. Qin Shui and Qin Yu were quite excited. They couldn't wait to see Jiang Yan kill the old woman. Just when Jiang Yan was about to kill Wang Xiaoli. Lily. Mom. Two urgent voices attracted the attention of everyone present. Jiang Yan looked up and saw three figures rushing towards him in a hurry. The law enforcement officers stopped them directly with knives. Stop, law enforcement officers are investigating the case. Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately. No, the woman kneeling on the ground is my wife. I am her husband. How can I call irrelevant people? Zhuang Yunhai said anxiously. After hearing this, the law enforcement officers looked at Jiang Yan, waiting for his orders. Let them in. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the law enforcement officers stepped aside to let the three people enter the compound. Soon the three of them rushed to Wang Xiaoli's side. Mom! What's wrong with you? Mom, say something. Zhuang Yunfei hugged Wang Xiaoli and began to cry bitterly. When Wang Xiaoli saw Zhuang Yunfei, she grabbed his neck with a look of resentment. Unfilial son. It's all because of you. If it weren't for your lies, how could I have become like this? I'll strangle you to death. Lily, what are you doing? Let go. Zhuang Yunhai hurriedly pulled the two apart. Zhuang Mingyuan saw Jiang Yan and quickly stepped forward to ask, Mr. Jiang, what on earth happened? Today is Wang Mingyun's birthday, and the banker had prepared a small gift a few days ago. However, half an hour ago, they received news that something big had happened to the Wang family and they had been surrounded by people from the Alliance headquarters. So the three of them rushed over directly. A few days ago, Zhuang Mingyuan felt that something big was going to happen in Kyoto. As he expected, something happened to the Wang family. They wanted to know what the Wang family had done to cause the Alliance headquarters to dispatch so many people. The evidence is irrefutable that the Kyoto royal family intends to rebel against the country. What? Hearing this, the three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. How is it possible to commit treason? Lily, what is going on? How did it suddenly become related to treason? Zhuang Yunhai asked anxiously. Wang Xiaoli collapsed on the ground and couldn't utter a word. Mr. Jiang, this must be a misunderstanding. The Wang family has always been loyal to Daxia. How could they possibly rebel and betray the country? Zhuang Mingyuan spoke up to explain on behalf of the Wang family. After all, the two families have been married for decades, and they know very well what kind of family the Wang family is. It is impossible for the Wang family to do such a heartless thing. Yes, Mr. Jiang, this must be a misunderstanding. Why don't you send everyone away first so we can sit down and have a good chat? Zhuang Yunhai walked forward and was about to shake Jiang Yan's hand. I said the evidence is conclusive, are you deaf? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the three people. Or are you, the banker, also planning to commit treason? As soon as these words were spoken, all the law enforcement officers at the scene drew their swords and pointed them at the three people. Chapter 116. Your mother seems to be dying. Seeing this, Zhuang Yunhai quickly explained, No, Mr. Jiang, that's not what we meant. But since you said the evidence is irrefutable, could you please tell us what the evidence is that the Wang family is plotting a rebellion? As soon as Zhuang Yunhai finished speaking, an answer popped up in his mind. Could it be that Wang Xiaoli sent someone to kill Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan frowned and looked at Wang Mingyun. Old man, tell me what good things your Wang family has done. Hearing this, Wang Mingyun stepped forward tremblingly told the story of how the Wang family had used human blood to raise assassins over the years, and how Wang Xiaoli sent people to assassinate Jiang Yan. After hearing this, the three of them were all shocked and speechless, simply because these things had such a huge impact on them. They didn't expect that the Wang family had done so many evil things behind the scenes over the years, and they were completely unaware of it. Zhuang Yunhai looked at Wang Xiaoli angrily. He had told her not to send anyone to touch Jiang Yan, so why didn't she listen? If Jiang Yan died and those two assassins chose to commit suicide, then this matter probably would not have been investigated, but now the assassination has been exposed. Although the consequences of this matter are very serious, they have been married for more than 20 years and have a deep relationship. He really doesn't want to see Wang Xiaoli being killed by Jiang Yan like this. When Zhuang Yunfei saw his mother become like this, he hated Jiang Yan to the extreme, but he could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure it. Zhuang Yunhai took a deep breath and suppressed his anger, looking at Jiang Yan. He decided to discuss with Jiang Yan. As long as Wang Xiaoli's life could be saved, he would agree to any conditions Jiang Yan proposed. Even if Wang Xiaoli was sentenced later, he could try to find a way around it. Mr. Jiang, I'm deeply sorry for the assassination attempt on you, but Xiaoli was just confused for a moment. I hope you can. Before Zhuang Yunhai finished speaking, Jiang Yan punched him. Bang! Zhuang Yunhai's tall body slammed into the wall of the yard. The huge impact force caused the wall to collapse, and Zhuang Yunhai was buried inside. Dad! Zhuang Yunfei rushed forward to check on Zhuang Yunhai's injuries. Puff! Several bloody teeth came out of Zhuang Yunhai's mouth. He felt that his internal organs were severely damaged. He looked at Jiang Yan with anger. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan would choose to attack him directly. Zhuang Yunhai, the head of the Zhuang family, is trying to protect the Wang family. Capture him. What? Zhuang Yunhai looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. He just wanted to discuss something with him, so how did it become a shielding? Zhuang Yunhai stood up while enduring the pain. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he saw several cold swords pointed in front of him. Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. Zhuang Mingyuan opened his mouth to explain for his son, but before he finished speaking, he noticed the murderous intent in Jiang Yan's eyes. It seemed as if he said another word, he would be executed on the spot. Seeing this, Zhuang Mingyuan quickly shut his mouth and said not a word. Jiang Yan looked at Zhuang Yunhai with a hint of disgust in his eyes. He had not intended to take action, but what Lao Deng had just said made him very annoyed. The evidence was conclusive, but Lao Deng actually dared to plead for Wang Xiaoli. He really didn't know how to write the word death, right? Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze and slowly walked towards Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli felt the terrifying murderous intent from Jiang Yan. She was terrified and wanted to stand up and run away, but her legs were too weak to move because of fear, so she could only rely on her hands to crawl forward. At the same time, she kept begging for mercy, Jiang Yan. I really know I was wrong, please spare my life. Before Wang Xiaoli could finish her words, Jiang Yan walked up to her, grabbed her neck and lifted her up like a chicken. I really know. As Jiang Yan increased the strength of his hands, Wang Xiaoli's face turned red and she couldn't say a word. Gradually, she felt suffocated. Jiang Yan! You beast, let my mother go! Zhuang Yunfei roared angrily, and his cultivation level of the 4th level and 9th level burst out directly. Anger devoured Zhuang Yunfei's reason, and he rushed out in an instant. Although the law enforcement officers in front of him reacted, the gap in strength between the two sides was quite large, and the law enforcement officers were directly knocked away by this terrifying force. Swish! The long sword in Zhuang Yunfei's hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a huge shadow of a long sword appeared in the air. He gripped the hilt tightly with both hands. "I'm going to kill you, you beast!" An astonishing momentum burst out, and the huge shadow in the air rushed straight towards Jiang Yan, as if to chop Jiang Yan into pieces. The shadow of the long sword seemed to have the power to destroy the heaven and earth. The moment the shadow chopped down, even the whole world trembled. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. Just as he was about to use Wang Xiaoli as a meat shield, he saw an instructor grabbing at the air. Bang! The phantom shattered instantly, and then a terrifying pressure pressed Zhuang Yunfei to the ground. Jiang Yan looked at his instructor, who smiled faintly and nodded at him. "Ah! Jiang Yan, you beast, you will die a horrible death. Let my mother go." "Ah! Beast!" Zhuang Yunfei lay on the ground, cursing Jiang Yan madly. At this moment, Zhuang Yunfei's eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted with extreme anger. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had never suffered such humiliation. The girl he liked was taken away by the beast Jiang Yan, and now Jiang Yan wanted to kill his mother, but he could do nothing and could only watch it all happen. Jiang Yan looked at Zhuang Yunfei lying helpless and furious on the ground and shook his head in disgust. "Zhuang Yunfei, open your eyes wide and watch carefully to see how your mother died at my hands." "Ah! Please, please." Wang Xiaoli's expression was extremely painful. She began to slap Jiang Yan's arm desperately, but it was of no use. As Jiang Yan's hand strength increased, the strength of her slapping became weaker and weaker. "No, don't." When Wang Mingyun saw that Wang Xiaoli was about to die, his heart began to ache, but he could do nothing but suppress his sadness and close his eyes in pain. "Aha!" Zhuang Yunfei watched all this with bloodshot eyes, his nails digging deep into the flesh and oozing blood. "Ha, your mother looks like she's going to die." Jiang Yan laughed jokingly. The law enforcement officers present couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene, and the deputy director looked at Jiang Yan as if he were a demon. Zhuang Yunhai closed his eyes tightly to prevent himself from seeing this cruel scene, but when he heard Jiang Yan's teasing voice, a surge of anger surged in his heart. "This beast!" Zhuang Yunhai cursed softly. "What did you say?" A law enforcement officer turned around and stared at him with an unhappy look. "Nothing, nothing." The law enforcement officer raised his hand to warn him, then turned back and continued looking forward. Snap! There was a crisp breaking sound, and Jiang Yan directly twisted Wang Xiaoli's neck and then threw her body to the ground as if throwing away garbage. "Aha!" Zhuang Yunfei howled in pain. Extreme sadness and overwhelming anger consumed him, and then his eyes turned black and he fainted. Chapter 117, No snowflake is innocent when an avalanche happens. Murder, murder. A member of the Wang family looked at the corpse on the ground with horror on his face. He retreated tremblingly but felt a chill on his neck. He looked down and saw that the blade, shining with a cold light, was only 0.01 centimeter away from his throat. If he dared to take another step back, he would be executed on the spot by law enforcement officers. When the other members of the Wang family saw Wang Xiaoli's body, they all collapsed to the ground in fear. Especially after seeing Jiang Yan's cold expression, they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. They thought Jiang Yan was a madman. An 18-year-old student could be so calm after killing someone, without a trace of panic, as if he was used to killing. Now that Wang Xiaoli is dead, is it their turn next? Don't kill me. I surrender. Some of the tribesmen present shouted loudly to surrender, some were handcuffed obediently, and some even stood up and wanted to escape, but as soon as they stood up, they were pinned to the ground by law enforcement officers and could not move. Although everyone was afraid, no one dared to attack the law enforcement officers. After all, there were 3 nascent souls sitting here. Anyone who dared to take action would be slapped into a bloody mist. Jiang Yan looked at the Wang family members who were trembling with fear in silence. He is not a monster who kills people without blinking an eye. Is there any need to be so scared? When Wang Mingyun heard the noise, he took a deep breath, suppressed the sadness and anger in his heart, and slowly opened his eyes. Although he had adjusted his mood, he was still so frightened when he saw Wang Xiaoli's miserable look with her eyes open in death that his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. When Zhuang Yunhai saw Wang Xiaoli's neck was twisted by Jiang Yan, he was extremely sad. They had been husband and wife for more than 20 years and were deeply in love with each other, but now they were separated by life and death. His eyes were full of malice when he looked at Jiang Yan. He wanted to kill Jiang Yan to avenge Wang Xiaoli, but it was just a thought. If he dared to reveal even a little bit of his murderous intention towards Jiang Yan, if Jiang Yan wanted to settle the score, the banker would be in trouble. Zhuang Yunhai looked at the unconscious Zhuang Yunfei. Now that the Wang family was about to collapse, he, as the head of the Zhuang family, had to keep an eye on Zhuang Yunfei. After all, he saw his mother die in front of him with his own eyes, but he could do nothing. This kind of powerlessness and pain will definitely make Zhuang Yunfei become extreme. For the future development of the Zhuang family, he must be kept under control and not allowed to do anything stupid. After dealing with Wang Xiaoli, Jiang Yan turned around and looked at Wang Mingyun, who was frightened and pale. Seeing Jiang Yan staring at him with cold eyes, Wang Mingyun was very flustered and he quickly spoke to defend himself. Mr. Jiang, capturing people and using their blood to feed goo has nothing to do with me. Those were done by the previous heads of the family. Since I took over as head of the family, I have never done anything to harm civilians. I never even used these assassins. It was all my rebellious daughter who did it all. Now she has been executed on the spot. Do you think you can be lenient with the Wang family? After Wang Mingyun finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yan cautiously, but Jiang Yan frowned after hearing that. You old man, you have lost all your dignity. You want to distance yourself from the matter with just a few words? You knew your ancestors committed a crime but deliberately concealed it. Weren't you worried about being discovered? Now that you've been discovered, you're trying to distance yourself from it? TSK, you old man are quite calculating. Jiang Yan showed a harmless smile, then slowly walked towards Wang Mingyun. Wang Mingyun saw Jiang Yan smile and thought he agreed. He stepped forward and was about to bow to thank him for showing mercy, but the next second he heard Jiang Yan's icy voice. No snowflake is innocent when an avalanche occurs. If you have anything to say, go tell the General Administration of Law Enforcement. Thump! Hearing this, Wang Mingyun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. It's over. It's all over now. Wang Mingyun never dreamed that the Wang family's century-long foundation would be destroyed by an 18-year-old boy. Ha 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 ha. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. Wang Mingyun laughed loudly towards the sky and began to become a little crazy. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Mingyun with disdain, then turned and smiled at the deputy director. Director, I'll leave the rest to you professionals. After all, he only came here to kill Wang Xiaoli, and now she is dead. As for the house search and confiscation, it should be left to professionals. Although there are many benefits to be gained from the house search, Jiang Yan is not very interested in those things. Hearing Jiang Yan call him director, the deputy director felt very happy. Well, this kid is quite sensible. No. Talent like this must be absorbed into the general administration. Jiang Yan walked up to Qin Yu and said, now that we're done, let's go back. Yeah, okay. Qin Yu nodded, stood up and took Jiang Yan's hand. Xin Shui sat on the chair with a silly smile on her face. Her mind was full of Jiang Yan's handsome and decisive look when he ordered the house to be searched and Wang Xiaoli to be killed. Hee, master is so handsome. Bang! Jiang Yan raised his hand and slapped Qin Shui on the head. Ouch, it hurts. Master, why did you hit me? Qin Shui covered her head and looked at Jiang Yan angrily. Jiang Yan said angrily, why are you grinning like an idiot in broad daylight? Hee, isn't it true that master was so handsome before? Qin Shui smiled. Hearing Qin Shui's answer, Jiang Yan rolled his eyes at her and said, you're the only one who knows how to praise others. He walked back. We. Qin Shui stood up and took Jiang Yan's arm, and the three of them turned around and were about to leave. Wait a moment, Jiang Yan. The deputy director hurriedly spoke when he saw Jiang Yan was about to leave. Director, do you have anything else to say? Jiang Yan turned and looked at him. Student Jiang Yan, are you interested in joining our law enforcement alliance? If a talent like you joins the general administration, I believe it won't be long before you're promoted to captain of the general administration. Hearing the deputy director's words, all the law enforcement officers present gasped. Promoted to branch director, oh my god. The deputy director said this, which means that as long as Jiang Yan enters the general bureau, his promotion to branch director is a foregone conclusion. You have to know how many people are trying their best to get into the alliance headquarters. Getting into the headquarters is not only a symbol of status. Moreover, the general administration's law enforcement officers can perform their tasks in other places almost unimpeded, and law enforcement officers from local branches will take the initiative to cooperate in the execution of their tasks. Not to mention the captains of the general administration. There are 6 captains in the general administration, all of them are outstanding people. Not only are they powerful, but their status when performing tasks outside is equivalent to that of the local branch director. The law enforcement officers looked at Jiang Yan with envy. Not only was he powerful, but he also had 2 beautiful girls following him. And as long as he nodded, they would become their superiors. He was definitely a winner in life. Chapter 118. Friends, this is not the way to confiscate a house. Looking at the deputy director with an expectant face, Jiang Yan scratched his head and said, "Sorry, director, I don't have any plans for the time being." When the law enforcement officers present heard Jiang Yan's refusal, they were all very puzzled and began to discuss among themselves in low voices. Huh? He just turned down such a good opportunity? Yeah, so many people are desperate to get into the general administration. It's such a great opportunity that others can't even ask for it. I don't understand why he refused. I guess they think our temple is too small to accommodate such a huge Buddha. Of course, I'm just joking. You can't say that. Everyone has their own ideas. How they choose is their own business. There's no need for us to judge them here. Well, I don't understand, but I respect that. The deputy director naturally heard the discussions of the law enforcement officers. He turned around and glared at them. Seeing this, the law enforcement officers shut up tactfully. The deputy director naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He gave Jiang Yan a very kind smile and said, "Student Jiang Yan, do you have any concerns?" "It doesn't matter. You can tell me whatever you have. As long as it is within my ability to solve the problem, I will do my best to solve it for you." Jiang Yan shook his head. I don't have any concerns. I just tend to follow my own will and don't like being constrained by others. Besides, I'm not very interested in joining the law enforcement alliance. Seeing Jiang Yan refuse again, the deputy director was not discouraged. He took out a business card from his jacket pocket. "It's okay. There's still a long way to go. Here's my personal contact information. As long as you're willing, the door to the general administration is always open to you." He knew very well that this matter could not be rushed. The more anxious he was, the more Jiang Yan would feel disgusted. Jiang Yan took the business card and nodded. Just as he was about to leave with the 2 of them, the deputy director stepped forward and whispered, "Student Jiang Yan, we're going to confiscate all of the Wang family's assets. You're the hero of this operation, so your property, weapons, and elixirs should be handed over and confiscated. But as a large family with a history of over 100 years, the Wang family must have collected a lot of martial arts and skills, so you understand." Jiang Yan naturally understood what the deputy director meant, but he was not very interested. Just as he was about to refuse, Qin Shui pulled Jiang Yan's hand and sounded very excited. "Master, I want to raid your house." "Okay, go ahead. Qin, you and I will go back first. Xiao He must be hungry by now. I'll go back and make him lunch." Master, I mean that the 3 of us go together to search the house." "That's a house search." "Master, aren't you interested?" "Not really interested. I still have to go back and feed He." Qin Shui took Jiang Yan's hand and began to act coquettishly. "Master, you and Sister Ye will go with me. Besides, how can Xiao He get hungry so quickly? I prepared 2 meals for him this morning. But the key is that this little guy Xiao He will eat whatever you give him. He has no idea how to eat. I'm afraid he will die of overeating." Jiang Yan said helplessly. "Don't worry, Master. The law enforcement officers are here. We will be back in 2 hours at most." Qin Shui patted her chest and promised. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Yu and said, "Okay, Qin Yu, if you want to go back, you can go back first, and we will be back later." Qin Yu shook her head. "No, I want to stay with you." "Oh well. Great, let's go search the house." Qin Shui excitedly pulled the 2 of them and walked into the house. When some single law enforcement officers saw the scene, their eyes almost popped out with envy. At the same time in the room, Xiao He was lying on the sofa and snoring, and the food bowl next to him had already been licked clean. Inside the Wang family compound, a large number of law enforcement officers were rummaging through drawers and cabinets in each room. In one room, several law enforcement officers were doing the job for Jiang Yan. These law enforcement officers seemed to be inexperienced and just rummaged through drawers, and when they saw that there was nothing in the drawers, they prepared to go to the next room. Jiang Yan called out to them, "Wait a moment. What's wrong, brother?" Several people turned around and looked at Jiang Yan with some confusion. "Are you sure you searched thoroughly?" "It should be, searched thoroughly," one of them said hesitantly. Several people looked at each other and nodded hesitantly. After all, it was their first time to search the house. Since there was nothing in the cabinets and drawers, there should be nothing in this room. Jiang Yan looked at the uncertain expressions of these people and shook his head helplessly. "My friend, this is not how you confiscate a house. Please give us some advice, big brother," several people said respectfully. Jiang Yan waved his hand to signal everyone to take a few steps back. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly took a few steps back. Jiang Yan walked to the wall, pressed his hand on it, and released a little spiritual power. As his hand brushed across the wall, he soon felt that there was an empty spot on the wall. Bang! Jiang Yan threw a punch and a big hole appeared in the wall instantly. When they looked up, they saw something wrapped in newspaper in the hole. "Look, it's mist." Jiang Yan opened it and saw several stacks of banknotes inside. Big brother is really awesome. He actually found the private money that people hid, a law enforcement officer said with great admiration. Jiang Yan looked at them and said, "When you search the house, you must search carefully. Don't just search the cabinets and drawers. The walls, ceiling, and floor are the key areas to search." "Yes." Several people nodded and began to search carefully. Soon, under Jiang Yan's guidance, they found some martial arts and private money. After seeing that the room had been thoroughly searched, Jiang Yan took a few people to the study. Soon they arrived at the study and began searching based on their previous experience. More than 10 minutes passed, and they only found a few books on the most basic martial arts and techniques. As for the ceiling, walls, and floor, they searched them carefully but found nothing. "Brother, these are the only things in this study." A law enforcement officer handed the things to Jiang Yan. Second level martial arts, sword of lingering affection. Second level body movement, flamenco dance steps. Jiang Yan flipped it over casually and threw it to them. A few of them packed up their things and prepared to go to the next room. "What's the rush? Didn't I tell you to search the house carefully?" Several people were very confused when they heard this. They had searched all the cabinets and drawers, and even checked the ceiling, walls, and floor carefully, but there was nothing. Seeing that several people were very confused, Jiang Yan sighed and said that these people were still too naive. "Do you think it is possible that a family with hundreds of years of history only has these things in its huge study?" Jiang Yan looked around, his eyes scanning everywhere. Finally, Jiang Yan turned his attention to the bookshelf. As his hand brushed across the bookshelf, a book that was slightly protruding caught his attention. Chapter 119. This old man is quite playful. Jiang Yan's intuition told him that there must be something wrong with this book. After Jiang Yan took out the book and saw the cover clearly, he was stunned. This is a novel. The picture on the cover is of a cold and beautiful woman in white. The picture is very explicit and there are a few big words written on it. Fairies. Seeing these words, Jiang Yan couldn't help but become suspicious. "Hiss, I'm afraid this isn't some serious novel, is it?" With a curiosity for knowledge, Jiang Yan began to look through the contents, and the others also came over to check it out of curiosity. When they read the detailed description of a certain fairy, the faces of several law enforcement officers began to blush. They were all very simple people, and the content described in the book had too much impact on them. "Brother, this seems to be should we give this book to?" "Ahem, you're right. How can such filth be left here? So I'll deal with this book myself." Jiang Yan put the book into his waist badge and spoke righteously. "Please search the bookshelf carefully to see if there are any more filthy things like this. If there are, I will dispose of them myself later." "Yes." After a few people responded, they began to search carefully on the bookshelf. Jiang Yan continued to investigate every corner of the room. He was very sure that there must be a hidden room in the study of a big family like this, but he didn't know where the mechanism to open the hidden room was. Several people couldn't help but sigh as they watched Jiang Yan searching seriously. Jiang Yan seemed so familiar with the task, he must have carried out many house raiding missions before. And the way he just now righteously proposed to deal with these filthy things personally made several people admire him even more. At only 18 years old, he's not only incredibly strong, but also possesses such noble moral character. Is this the child your parents always talk about? I admire him. More than 10 minutes later, several law enforcement officers finished checking the books on the bookshelf. There were several books by Liu Bei on the bookshelf. One of them collected the books and respectfully handed them to Jiang Yan. My Taoism. Xian Mao Strategy. TSK, this old man still likes to watch these things at such an old age. Jiang Yan flipped through the books casually a few times and put them into his waist badge. He had to deal with these filthy things personally. After searching the bookshelf, they stood aside obediently, waiting for Jiang Yan's next instruction. At this time, a wooden sculpture on the desk caught Jiang Yan's attention, and Jiang Yan raised his hand and touched it gently. The surface of the wood carving feels a bit rough, but the top feels exceptionally smooth, as if it has become smooth due to frequent stroking. It was obvious that there was something wrong with this wood carving. When they saw Jiang Yan's attention was on this wood carving, they immediately walked over out of curiosity. Jiang Yan grabbed the wooden sculpture with one hand and tried to turn it. Click. As the wood carving turned to the right, a clicking sound was heard, like the sound of a door lock opening. The bookshelf actually moved a distance to the right, revealing a hidden door. Oh my god, brother, you're so awesome. There's actually a secret door here, said a law enforcement officer in admiration. Jiang Yan turned around and looked at the secret door, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He knew that a big family with a history of 100 years like this must have hidden rooms in the house. Oh, what's in this room? It's so hard to guess. Jiang Yan walked forward and opened the door. The room was pitch black and the air was filled with an indescribable smell. Several people frowned when they smelled the smell. Jiang Yan fumbled on the wall and finally found the light switch. Bang! As the switch was pressed, a dark purple light came on, instantly dispelling the darkness in the room. After seeing the scene in the room clearly, several people were stunned. Not a buddy? What the hell is this? There was a big bed in the room, a large shelf on the floor, and shackles on top of the shelf to fix the wrists. Various QQ uniforms are hung in the cabinet on the side. As for the table on the left, there are some small props to add to the emotion. Because the light in the room was dark purple, the few people felt that the atmosphere in the room was special after only staying there for a few seconds. Several law enforcement officers suddenly felt a little hot, so they had to close their eyes and not look at it. Awesome, I really have nothing to say. Jiang Yan felt very speechless at this time. He had been investigating in the room for a long time, and in the end you just let me have these things? Jiang Yan was really surprised that this old man was still having so much fun at such an old age. Wasn't he afraid that he would tire himself to death one day? Since this room is used for that kind of thing, then this old man shouldn't be hiding anything in here, right? With a curious attitude, Jiang Yan began to search carefully. The indescribable smell in the room made Jiang Yan feel dizzy. He had no choice but to release some of his spiritual power to isolate himself from the smell. Looking at the traces on the ground and the handprints on the wall, Jiang Yan could already imagine how much fun this old man had in the past. Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and started recording the video. These were all evidence of the old man's chaotic private life. He was going to humiliate the old man later. Master, look what I found. At this time, Qin Shui ran in from outside with an excited look on her face. Wait a minute. Don't. Before Jiang Yan finished speaking, Qin Shui pulled Qin Yu in. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with some confusion. Master, what did you just say? No. It's okay. Jiang Yan shook his head. He originally wanted to ask them not to come in. After all, the scene before them might be a bit too embarrassing for them to see. But now that they were already in, there was nothing he could do. Oh my! Master, what is this? Qin Shui's face turned red instantly when she saw the scene in front of her, and at the same time, pictures that were not suitable for children appeared in her mind one after another. Qin Yu didn't say anything but just held Jiang Yan's hand tightly. However, Jiang Yan had noticed that Qin Yu's breathing began to become rapid and her face was as red as a ripe apple. Obviously, the impact of these things on her was still too great. When the law enforcement officers behind him saw the scene, they looked at each other and retreated tactfully. When Qin Shui walked forward and saw the particularly revealing clothes in the closet, her face became even redder than before. She began to wonder if Jiang Yan would. Suddenly, pictures appeared in her mind one after another. By the end, her whole body began to feel hot and her head became dizzy. Master! Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Shui. What? Hey, come here for a moment. Oh. Jiang Yan walked up to Qin Shui with some confusion, not knowing what she was going to do. What are you going to do? Chapter 120. Do you think I'm stupid? Hee hee, master, you smell so good. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with a silly smile on her face, and the next second she threw herself into Jiang Yan's arms in a daze. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui in his arms speechlessly. He thought Qin Shui was going to do something, but it turned out that she just wanted to hug him. Why? Jiang Yan sighed and was about to let Qin Shui hold him for a few minutes when suddenly Qin Shui exerted her strength and there was a bang. The two of them fell on the bed. Qin Shui turned over and pressed Jiang Yan under her. Jiang Yan stared at Qin Shui with eyes wide open in disbelief, but saw that Qin Shui's face was flushed and her eyes were flashing with love. What do you want to do? Jiang Yan was a little panicked. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. Qin Shui didn't say anything, but just looked at Jiang Yan with an obsessed expression. The next second, Qin Shui lowered her head and kissed him directly. Oh fuck! Jiang Yan quickly raised his hand to cover Qin Shui's mouth. He was a little confused. Did Qin Shui take the wrong medicine? Why did she suddenly want to kiss him? Just when Jiang Yan was still dazed, he felt a wetness on his palm. He looked up and saw Qin Shui licking his palm non-stop. Oh my god! Bang! Jiang Yan slapped her directly with just enough force to stun her but not hurt her brain. After the slap, Qin Shui's eyes, which were originally confused, instantly became clear. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan, who was pinned down, in a daze. Master, what's wrong with me? How should I know? Get up now. Oh. Qin Shui said oh and got up from Jiang Yan reluctantly. Qin Shui got out of bed and patted her head. At this moment, she seemed to be in a state of blackout after drinking too much. She had no memory of what had happened in the past few minutes. Jiang Yan stood up. He suspected that there was something wrong with the air in the room because he had just blocked his sense of smell, so he was not affected. Thinking that there was something wrong with the air, Jiang Yan hurriedly looked at Qin Yu, only to see Qin Yu staring at him with a dazed look in her eyes, then raising her hand to take off her clothes. Oh, I knew it. Jiang Yan sighed and teleported in front of Qin Yu. Jiang Yan. Qin Yu blinked and looked at Jiang Yan, just as she reached out to hug Jiang Yan. Bang! Jiang Yan raised his hand and slammed his head on Qin Yu's head. Hiss! Qin Yu covered her head, the pain instantly made her sober up. What happened to me? There's something wrong with this room. Let's go out and talk about it. The two followed Jiang Yan out of the room. The three of them quickly arrived in the yard and breathed the fresh air. The drowsy feeling they had felt before also disappeared at this moment, and Qin Yu and Qin Shui immediately felt much more comfortable. Jiang Yan, what happened just now? Qin Yu looked at Jiang Yan with confusion. She tried to recall what happened just now, but she had no memory in her mind. She only remembered that Jiang Yan hit her on the head. Master, what happened just now? I remember you slapped me. Qin Shui felt a burning pain on her face. Are you sure you want to listen? Jiang Yan asked tentatively. The two looked at each other and nodded. Jiang Yan took a breath and told everything that had happened in the past few minutes. Qin Shui heard that she was about to kiss Jiang Yan, and then Jiang Yan directly covered her mouth. She pouted, looking a little unhappy, and stared at Jiang Yan with a resentful look in her eyes. Jiang Yan felt frightened when he was stared at like that. When Qin Yu heard her reaching out to take off her clothes, her face turned red instantly. She lowered her head shyly, buttoning the corner of her clothes at a loss. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Jiang Yan quickly changed the subject. Qin Shui, didn't you just say you found something good? Show it to me. Okay, master. Qin Shui took out the martial arts technique she found in a secret room from her storage ring. Qin Shui handed the technique to Jiang Yan. Master, look, based on my experience of watching so many movies and TV shows, this technique is definitely not simple. Is this true? Jiang Yan looked at the tattered martial arts book with some suspicion. The name of the martial arts book was worn out and could not be seen clearly. Jiang Yan flipped through a few pages casually and frowned when he saw the content. It's not that he couldn't understand the text above, but he wanted to know why the content was intermittent. Come on, tell me how you are sure that this technique is not simple? Jiang Yan said, pointing at the intermittent text. Master, isn't it obvious? The text of this technique is discontinuous, which means someone doesn't want others to learn it, so they deliberately destroyed the text. Doesn't this mean that this technique is not simple? Qin Shui said confidently. After hearing Qin Shui's words, Jiang Yan and Qin Yu were stunned. Are you really a human being? Seeing Jiang Yan remain silent, Qin Shui thought that Jiang Yan was shocked by her wisdom. Qin Shui immediately put her hands on her hips and looked at Jiang Yan with a smug look on her face. What do you think, master? Did I make sense? Seeing Qin Shui so proud, Jiang Yan was speechless. Jiang Yan looked at Qin Shui as if she were a fool. If I were him, since I don't want others to learn this technique, why don't I just burn it? Poochie. Qin Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Shui was so funny. Eh? Jiang Yan's words stunned Qin Shui. Right. If you don't want others to learn it, why not just burn it? Why bother with it? Ha ha. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan awkwardly. When she noticed the look in Jiang Yan's eyes that looked like he was looking at a fool, Qin Shui suddenly became angry. She said angrily, Master, do you think I'm stupid? No, you are quite self-aware. How can you be stupid? Jiang Yan bit his lips tightly, trying not to laugh. Qin Yu also tried hard not to laugh. How could her sister be so stupid? Oh. Master, you bully me again. Qin Shui stomped her feet in anger. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going back. Then master, you say, princess, please go home. Qin Shui looked at Jiang Yan with some arrogance. But Jiang Yan will not indulge Qin Shui. It's up to you whether you want to come back or not. Qin Yu, let's go and ignore her. Yeah. Qin Yu took Jiang Yan's arm and turned to walk towards the door. Humph. Qin Shui snorted and closed her eyes. She didn't believe that the two would leave her. After waiting for a while and seeing no movement, Qin Shui felt something was wrong. Are master and sister Yaya really gone? Qin Shui quietly opened her eyes. Seeing that the two had walked away, she instantly became obedient. Hey! Master, I was wrong. Wait for me. Qin Shui jogged over and took Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Shui. Is it wrong? I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Do you want to have another chance? No, master, that's not what I meant. Qin Shui hurriedly explained. When the law enforcement officers in the hospital saw the scene, they were very envious of Jiang Yan. After all, who would not like such a beautiful and lively girl? Chapter 121, What Happened to the Free Service? My Passionate Horse. Soon the three of them returned home, and Xiao He, who was sleeping, rushed over immediately when he heard the noise. Qin Shui opened her arms and said, Xiao He is so good, come and give me a hug. Ah! Xiao He jumped into Qin Shui's arms very sensibly. Qin Shui hugged Xiao He and rubbed him. At the same time, she buried her face in Xiao He and started sucking him madly. Gurgle. At this time, Xiao He's belly cried out in frustration, and Qin Shui touched its head lovingly. Little He, be good. I'll go cook for you right away. Qin Shui carried Xiao He to the sofa, then turned and went into the kitchen to start working. Qin Yu returned to her room and started practicing. She knew that there was a huge gap between her and Jiang Yan, and she also knew that it would be difficult to catch up with Jiang Yan in a short time. But she would not give up just because of this. She firmly believed that one day she would catch up with Jiang Yan and stand by his side. After Jiang Yan returned to his room, he sat on the bed and prepared to study the martial arts book that Qin Shui had found. Jiang Yan opened it and began to study it carefully, but after only 5 minutes, Jiang Yan was completely speechless. It's just because this technique is so incomplete that it can't be any more incomplete. At least the content of the first few pages is still there, but each paragraph is discontinuous and occasionally a few words are missing, but I can still barely understand the meaning of the content. However, there are a lot of missing contents in the following dozens of pages. Either a description is missing here or there is a blank space there. If you don't want others to learn it, just say so directly. Why come up with something like this to disgust people? But the more this happened, the more curious Jiang Yan became. Just like Qin Shui had just said with such confidence that this technique was not simple, Jiang Yan now agreed with her idea. Since others do this, there must be a reason for it. So what if this technique is only a fragment? He believed that the system could easily solve this problem. After all, the system functions were quite complete. Maybe the system could fill in the gaps with just a glance. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan summoned the system that had been resting in his mind. Host, long time no see. What can I do for you? Help me complete this incomplete manual. Okay, it will take a few minutes to scan the remaining copy of the technique. Once the scan is complete, we will attempt to repair the missing parts. Please be patient. After hearing what the system said, Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Well, no wonder most time travelers have a system. This is so convenient. Next, he just needs to wait patiently. He wants to see what kind of martial arts this is? A few minutes later. I'm sorry, host. I can't do this. The system's apologetic voice sounded in my mind. Why? The main reason is that the technique lacks too much content, and this system has difficulty determining what the missing content is. TSK, I thought the system was omnipotent, but it turns out it can't even do such a small thing. Jiang Yan said with a pout and some disgust. Jiang Yan thought the system was omnipotent, but it turned out that it couldn't even complete the skills. It was really too lame. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, the system immediately became unhappy. Wow, host, you still have the nerve to say that? Where did you get this 18 hands technique? Don't you see how damaged it is? If this technique is only missing the first or last part, this system can also help you complete it through deduction. But this technique is missing a sentence here and a paragraph there. How can I fill it in for you? It's missing a lot of key information, so it's difficult for this system to deduce the complete technique. Didn't you say before that your system has functions that you can do, only I can't think of them? Ahem, I was just bragging, host, just take it as a joke, the system said somewhat awkwardly. The main reason is that it didn't expect that this technique could be so incomplete. What's the difference between this and asking an elementary school student to do a closed test in high school English? Awesome, I really have nothing to say. Jiang Yan lay on the bed speechlessly. Host, you can't blame me for this. I have to consider your safety. This incomplete technique is like the closed test you did in high school. I can fill it in for you, but I'm not sure if the answer is correct. If you go crazy while practicing, host, won't you explode? It seems like what you said is right. Right, if you want to blame someone, blame that idiot for making this kind of thing and disgusting people. Host, give me this technique book. You can go to the system store and get a technique book directly. I 1T charge your points. You've made me feel a little guilty. Jiang Yan was immediately moved. Oh, this is what the system is supposed to do. This is what's called an equal exchange, right? After the system stored this technique into the space, the store page popped up. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts techniques above, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Since you can get it for free, you must choose the expensive one. As the saying goes, expensive things are not necessarily good, but good things are definitely expensive. But when Jiang Yan saw that the prices displayed above were all zero and he couldn't check the original price, his face instantly darkened. The guilt in Jiang Yan's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. This damn system actually played such a trick. System, let me ask you something. Ahem, host, don't ask. If you ask, the answer is no. Jiang Yan was speechless and could only start choosing a technique. Tai Chi Cloud Hands. Xian Kuan Sun and Moon Slash. Great Compassion Golden Light Mantra. Next, these are too inferior. Is there any better one? Jiang Yan looked at these skills with disgust. While Jiang Yan was still screening, his eye suddenly lit up and the name of a martial arts technique caught his attention. Oh my god. Is this 8-dimensional displacement? Jiang Yan was a little shocked, but he quickly calmed down. After all, there are all kinds of strange and bizarre skills in the system store. He had bought the shapeshifting skill before, so it was normal for the store to have the 8 shapeshifting skill. Jiang Yan clicked on the introduction of the martial arts on the side. 8-point shift, the so-called moving at will technique. When used, practitioners can launch their attacks in 8 directions, thereby launching attacks from 8 directions simultaneously at speeds exceeding radio waves. Please note that using this technique consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so please use it with caution. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yan chose to buy it without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8 shift form skill. Does it cost 2,000 points to comprehend it? What the hell is consuming points? Isn't it free? Yes, host, the skills are free, but understanding them requires points. My hot horse. You're doing this to me, right? Then let me ask you, why is it so expensive to comprehend the martial arts? Jiang Yan cursed in his heart. What's so expensive about it? Naturally, the price of a powerful technique would be higher. Then may I ask, what is the difference between this price and me spending points to buy the skills and then spending points to comprehend them? Jiang Yan frowned. Of course there is a difference. This comprehension requires more points. Fuck you. Hey host, just tell me whether you want to use it or not. You. Jiang Yan was speechless for a moment. Damn dog system. Jiang Yan sighed and chose to consume points. Ding. Successfully consumed 2,000 points to begin comprehending the 8-point shift. Estimated time is 4 hours. Does the host need to consume another 2,000 points to complete the comprehension directly? Roll. Okay, brother. Jiang Yan got angry for a moment and then fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 122 Chi News Request, the mysterious girl with a high ponytail. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed into the room. Jiang Yan finally woke up after sleeping for more than 10 hours. Because he slept for too long, Jiang Yan was still a little confused. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, then yawned and walked into the bathroom to wash up. A few minutes later, Jiang Yan walked into the living room. Xiao He was busy showing off his breakfast. Xin Shui walked into the living room with breakfast in her hand. Hee, good morning, master. Xin Shui put down her breakfast and walked forward to hug Jiang Yan as usual. Good morning, Jiang Yan. Xin Yu smiled at Jiang Yan. Well, good morning. Jiang Yan nodded, then he looked at Xin Shui in his arms helplessly. How long are you going to hold me? Xin Shui rubbed against Jiang Yan's arms. Hey, hold me for a while longer. If you don't move, I'm going to give you an electric shock. When Xin Shui heard this, although she was a little reluctant, she still walked to the dining table and sat down obediently. At this time, Xin Yu looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, can you spar with me later? Huh? Why did you suddenly think of sparring with me? Jiang Yan said with some confusion. Jiang Yan didn't understand why Xin Yu wanted to compete with him for no reason. School is about to start, and I'm very interested in the college rankings, so I'd like to ask you for some advice on my strength. Xin Yu only said half of her words. She mainly wanted to see how big the gap in strength was between her and Jiang Yan. Okay, but I might be very heavy-handed. Jiang Yan joked. Yeah. Xin Yu nodded. Xin Shui saw that the two were going to spar. She was about to say that she wanted to go too, but Jiang Yan interrupted her directly. Remind you, Xin Shui, school is only a few days away. You should know what I mean, right? Oh. I see. After Xin Shui finished packing, she returned to her room in a depressed mood and started practicing. Looking at the disappointed Xin Shui, Xin Yu asked worriedly, Xiao Shui, is she okay? It's okay. I'm just putting some pressure on her so that she can concentrate on her cultivation. Jiang Yan said calmly. Jiang Yan felt somewhat disappointed with Xin Shui. All she did all day long was rubbing Xiao He and sticking to him. If she had put some time into cultivation, she would have established her foundation long ago, and he wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Let's go to the martial arts field. Since you want me to teach you, I will lower my realm and fight you. After all, you can learn a lot from sparring with people of the same realm. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and flew towards the academy. Xin Yu nodded and followed on his sword. Soon the two arrived at the martial arts training ground. There were still a few days before the new students enrolled, and most of the old students had already returned to the academy. At this time, many students had gathered in the audience seats of the martial arts arena. They looked at the two people on the field and began to discuss in a low voice. Wow! These two students are so good looking. But why have I never seen them before? He should be a freshman. Hey, freshman? I wonder how strong they are. In the martial arts arena, Xin Yu looked at Jiang Yan, only to see Jiang Yan standing there casually. Although Jiang Yan looked relaxed, Xin Yu felt invisible pressure. She took a deep breath to adjust her state, and nodded as Jiang Yan did. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Xin Yu's figure instantly cut through the air and rushed out like an arrow. What a fast speed, exclaimed the students watching the game. In just a blink of an eye, Xin Yu came in front of Jiang Yan. The long sword in her hand suddenly glowed, and a vast sword intent burst out directly. Clang! The sword made a crisp sound, and at the same time, two terrifying auras collided with each other. Bang! A sound like thunder resounded throughout the entire training ground, shaking the entire ground. The students watching the fight couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god. Are these two freshmen so fierce? Hey, there are always a few weirdos among the freshmen every year. I guess those seniors on the rankings this year are going to be in trouble again. These two seem evenly matched. I wonder who will win. At this moment, somewhere in the audience, a girl with a high ponytail shook her head when she heard the words equally matched. It was obvious that she did not agree with this view. In the martial arts arena, with Jiang Yin exerting force on his wrist, Qin Yu was directly picked up by the sword and flew out, flipped in the air and landed lightly on the ground. At this moment, the hand holding the sword could not stop shaking. She looked at Jiang Yin in shock. She and Jiang Yin were at the same level now, but she didn't expect that the gap in strength was still so big. In that case, just use that move. Qin Yu exhaled a breath of foul air, and a bone-chilling chill emanated from her body. The originally clear sky was now covered by a large number of dark clouds, and the sky suddenly became gloomy. Snap! A crisp sound of freezing was heard in the air, and in an instant a terrifying chill enveloped the entire training ground. When the people in the audience felt this terrifying chill, they were originally sighing, but the next second they were shivering with cold. They began to circulate the qi and blood in their bodies to try to resist the cold, but the cold easily broke through their defenses and penetrated into their bodies. Oh my god! It's so horribly cold, I'm almost frozen into an ice cube. Wow! I can't take it anymore, it's too cold. In just a few breaths, the students in the audience left one after another because they could not bear the horrible cold. The girl with high ponytail sat there calmly. The horrible cold had no effect on her. On the contrary, she felt quite comfortable with the coolness. Wow, are you going to use your ultimate move right when you come up? Jiang Yin teased. I want you to see the results of my 2 months of hard training. As soon as he finished speaking, the field was suddenly enveloped by thick fog, and Qin Yu's figure disappeared on the spot. Well, that's great progress. Jiang Yin nodded as he felt the cold air. The power of this cold air was far stronger than the first time they sparred. Of course, this cold air had no effect on him at all. You better be careful. Qin Yu's voice rang out, and instantly dozens of mirrors made of ice formed a circle and trapped Jiang Yin inside. Looking at so many mirrors, a hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yin's eyes. Qin Yu is so amazing. She has been able to condense so many ice mirrors in just 2 months. Chapter 123. Normal people will cry, but I am not normal. The girl with ponytail frowned slightly as she looked at the thick fog on the field. She was a little surprised that with her level of cultivation, she couldn't see through the fog to see what was going on inside. Jiruo, so you are here. Why didn't you reply to my message? The young man walked slowly towards the girl with a smile on his face. My phone was on silent mode and I didn't notice. The girl's voice was calm but revealed a sense of alienation. The young man sensed the alienation in the girl's voice, but he just smiled faintly and didn't care. Instead, he sat down next to the girl. The girl glanced at the young man and said nothing, then turned her head and continued to look at the martial arts field. The girl today was dressed in white and exuded a faint fragrance. Although she wore light makeup, she showed off her unique girlish temperament. The young man was a little dazed when he looked at her beautiful profile. Have you seen enough? The girl's voice sounded somewhat cold. The young man realized that he had lost his composure, but he did not look away. Instead, he looked more carefully. Jiruo, do you know how beautiful you are today? The young man's eyes were full of obsession, and he raised his hand to touch the girl's white and slender hand. Swish! The long sword at the girl's waist was instantly unsheathed, and the sword body with a cold glow was only 1 centimeter away from the young man's palm. It seemed that if his hand took another step forward, the girl would chop his hand off without hesitation. Seeing this, the young man withdrew his hand. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still wore a smile on his face. He tried to persuade her. Jiruo, why are you doing this? After all, sooner or later we will. The young man was interrupted by the girl's cold voice before he could finish his words. Chenjia, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Seeing that the girl was already angry, the young man suppressed his anger and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Jiruo, I was a little anxious. The girl retracted her sword and ignored Chenjia, continuing to focus her attention on the training ground. Seeing that the girl's attention was always on the martial arts arena, Chenjia also turned to look at the martial arts arena. When Chenjia found that he could not see through the fog, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Bang! At this moment, a deafening sound resounded throughout the entire training ground, and at the same time, spiritual power as vast as the ocean swept over in an instant. The two of them frowned as they felt this vast spiritual power. Chenja stared at the martial arts arena. Jiruo, who is in the martial arts arena? I'm not sure. According to what those people said just now, the two people on the field are freshmen who haven't enrolled yet. Oh? He's a freshman? Interesting. Chenja was a little surprised when he heard Bai Jiruo say that the two were freshmen. With such vast spiritual power, he thought that it was a fight between two senior students who ranked high on the college rankings. Bai Jiruo looked at the field, her mind full of the face of the handsome young man she had seen before. She always felt as if she had seen him somewhere, but she couldn't remember where for a while. At this time in the smoke, Xinya's clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. As she had consumed a lot of spiritual power in her body, she could hardly exert any strength now, and the long sword in her hand was broken into two pieces. Xinya looked up and saw Jiang Yan leisurely taking out a tissue and starting to wipe his sweat. At this moment, a deep feeling of powerlessness swept over her body. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking of the previous scene in her mind. Dozens of ice mirrors simultaneously transformed into dozens of clones that attacked Jiang Yan. Xinya originally thought that Jiang Yan would use his special body skills to dodge directly, and then find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. But Jiang Yan, holding the magic sword, was agile and graceful, and he found the location of her real body in just a few breaths. She burst out with terrifying sword intent again, but Jiang Yan knocked her away with another sword, and even the long sword in her hand was easily cut off by Jiang Yan. At this time, Xinya no longer had the idea of fighting. She thought that Jiang Yan would fight with her at a lower level. If she didn't win easily, she could at least beat Jiang Yan. But the result was that she couldn't beat him even after trying her best. Xinyu, you're great. You've made great progress in the past 2 months. Jiang Yan's voice was filled with appreciation. He lowered his realm just to see how strong Xinyu was now. Although Xinyu still couldn't beat him, it was already amazing that he could last so long in his hands. If it were someone else, he would have knocked them to the ground with just one punch and they wouldn't be able to get up. When Xinyu heard this, although she knew Jiang Yan was praising her, she inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable and even wanted to cry. What's wrong with you? Seeing Xinyu didn't say anything, Jiang Yan teleported over. I'm fine. Xinyu said in a low voice with her head down. Although Xinyu said that she was fine, Jiang Yan noticed that she was in a very low mood. This made Jiang Yan a little confused. Did he beat Xinyu into autism? That's not right. He didn't hit her too hard. It's okay, you've done very well. Jiang Yan patted Xinyu's shoulder and comforted her. Xinyu looked up at Jiang Yan. She had been wanting to cry, but now she couldn't hold it back any longer. She threw herself into Jiang Yan's arms and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Looking at Xinyu sobbing in his arms, Jiang Yan realized that he had said the wrong thing, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had just said. Xinyu was indeed very powerful. He couldn't understand why Xinyu was crying. Was it just because she didn't beat him? At this moment, he didn't dare to say a word, for fear that any words would irritate Xinyu again, so he could only gently stroke her head to comfort her. At this time, the fog on the field dissipated, and the two people in the audience looked at this scene with strange expressions. Bai Jiruo was filled with questions. What had happened? Weren't they sparring? Why were they hugging each other? At this time, Xinyu gradually stopped crying. She looked up at Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, do you think I'm being hypocritical? Xinyu thought that her behavior just now was very pretentious. It was clearly she who proposed to compete with Jiang Yan, but in the end when Jiang Yan praised her improvement in strength, she burst into tears. No, crying is normal. Any normal person may cry when encountering certain things. If you are in a bad mood, crying will make you feel better. Jiang Yan said lightly. Xinyu was surprised to hear Jiang Yan say this. She looked at Jiang Yan and asked curiously. Have you ever cried? No, I'm not a normal person. Jiang Yan joked. Puff. Xinyu couldn't help laughing when she heard this, and her previous loss disappeared instantly. Seeing that Xinyu was in a much better mood, Jiang Yan said, let's go back. Yeah. Xinyu nodded softly. When she calmed down and thought of the scene where she threw herself into Jiang Yan's arms and cried, her face turned red instantly. Jiang Yan turned and looked at the audience. When the fog cleared, he noticed that the girl had been looking at him. Out of politeness, he nodded to her. Bai Jiruo also nodded slightly to Jiang Yan. Chen, who was standing by, became unhappy when he saw this scene. He glared at Jiang Yan fiercely, with a clear warning in his eyes. But Jiang Yan was always a man who spoke his mind. He looked at Chen and asked, "Where's your mother?" Chapter 124, ninth on the ranking list? If you act cool, I'll make you fly. What did you say? Chen stared at Jiang Yan with wide eyes. He obviously didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so arrogant. Jiang Yan raised his middle finger towards Chen and said, "Look at your mother." Poochie. Bai Jiruo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Bai Jiruo laugh, Chen immediately became angry and his knuckles cracked. "Boy! Do you dare to fight me? I'll let you know what nightmares mean." Seeing Jiang Yan being so arrogant, Chen almost couldn't help but rush down and cripple Jiang Yan. But Bai Jiruo was here, and in order not to damage his image in Bai Jiruo's heart, he decided to have a just enough sparring match with Jiang Yan. He is ranked 9th in the college rankings. As long as Jiang Yan dares to agree, the college will not say anything even if he breaks Jiang Yan's legs, and will not even have to pay for the medical expenses. Jiang Yan looked at Chen with disdain. Since you like to show off, I'll let you fly." Jiang Yan was somewhat helpless. He was a very. Seeing Jiang Yan agreed, Chen immediately showed a ferocious smile on his face. He hadn't seen such an arrogant freshman for a long time. As a junior, he likes to take care of these freshmen who have no ability and like to bark like dogs. At this time, several students passing by saw that a freshman was going to challenge the 9th place in the college rankings, and hurriedly posted a message on the college forum. Shocking. A freshman who hasn't even enrolled yet is challenging Chen, who ranks 9th on the academy's rankings. The freshman even threatens to make Chen fly. Is this a case of a newborn calf fearless, or does this freshman possess incredible strength? Location: the academy's open-air martial arts arena. Come quickly. The students in the college are basically in a state of high-intensity surfing. Within less than a minute after the post was published, a large number of students left messages below. It's time for the annual college show, where freshmen challenge seniors. But this freshman is so arrogant he's challenging Chen, who's ranked 9th on the leaderboard. Oh, this is fun again. In previous years, there were a few ignorant freshmen who relied on their excellent martial arts exam scores to challenge the top 20 geniuses in the academy rankings. The result was either falling asleep or having their arms and legs broken. I remember the worst one was punched into the wall and couldn't be pulled out. Alas, young people nowadays are too impulsive. This won't work. You'll suffer greatly in the future. What you said above is not right. If young people don't have a strong temper, can they still be called young people? Fuck. I haven't even arrived at school yet. Those of you who are still at school, please help me record a video. I'll trade it with you for the URL of a pornographic movie. I'll go there. What are you talking about? We're all brothers, so I'll definitely help you. Soon all the returning students poured into the auditorium. Even the security guard stopped teasing the cafeteria lady and ran over to watch the fun. Chen looked at the crowd in the audience and nodded with satisfaction. This was the feeling he wanted. He, Chen, wanted to crush the self-confidence of this ignorant freshman under the spotlight of the crowd. Even if you're the genius your hometown people talk about, so what? This is Tiandaoan. There are so-called geniuses like you here as numerous as stray dogs on the roadside. As the first in Jiangbei province's martial arts exam, he was full of pride and looked down on everyone. At that time, he thought he was a martial arts genius picked out of thousands. When he entered the school, he was so ignorant that he challenged the 20th place in the college rankings. As a result, he was kicked away by a guy on the roadside. After this incident, he became obedient. In order to marry Bai Jiruo as soon as possible, he has been practicing hard. There is always someone better than you. In Tiandaoan, if you are a dragon you have to coil up, and if you are a tiger you have to lie down obediently. Chen, who hadn't taken action for a long time, began to stretch his muscles. He had to teach such an arrogant kid a lesson. Soon Chen finished warming up. He looked up at the opposite side and saw Jiang Yan standing there leisurely, with no fear on his face. Boy, if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to your grandpa now, I might consider being gentler later. Chen said sarcastically. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes after hearing this. This was too strong, a classic line from the minions in Lan Outyan's novel. Jiang Yan was speechless. Is this all people like them can say? These few lines are almost like the Bible. The battle begins. Following the referee's command, Chenja rushed out instantly. As he approached Zhang Yan, Chenja's blood surged, his muscles trembled, and the blue veins on his arms were exposed. His whole body unexpectedly became extremely strong. This was the special martial art that Chenja often used. This martial art could strengthen his muscles all over his body. It not only strengthened his physical defense, but also increased his strength by several levels. In just a blink of an eye, Chenja came in front of Zhang Yan, then he swung his right arm and punched Zhang Yan's abdomen with a punch that seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Boom! A deafening sonic boom sounded, and the ground beneath his feet could not withstand Chenja's terrifying power and shattered directly, and a huge cloud of dust suddenly rose on the field. After witnessing this terrifying punch, the students in the audience immediately started talking. Oh my god! Chenja's strength is terrifying. This freshman must have been blown away. It's not that minor. At such a close distance, I'm afraid this new student will need to be taken straight to the ICU for intubation. Hey, what's with the idea of a newborn calf not fearing a tiger? That's totally brainless. TSK, can this freshman give me some strength? I want to see the freshmen beat up the seniors. Ha, Chenja is ranked 9th on the list. If this freshman wins, I'll jump off the building and give everyone a free fall show. None of the students in the audience thought Zhang Yan could win. In the martial arts arena, Chenja's face was very solemn. He knew very well that the terrifying punch he just threw did not hit him. No, it cannot be said that it missed. He clearly saw that when the fist was about to hit Zhang Yan's abdomen, Zhang Yan disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chenja looked around vigilantly. No wonder this kid was so arrogant and had such a strange speed. Just as he turned his head and was still looking for Zhang Yan's figure. Where are you looking? Your dad is here. Zhang Yan's teasing voice sounded, and Chenja turned around suddenly. Zhang Yan's sandbag-sized fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, came straight towards him. Chenja was shocked and quickly started to use his martial arts. 4th level martial arts, Bones of Steel. In an instant, his skin emitted a metallic glow. With his iron bones and the martial arts he had previously displayed, his physical strength reached the extreme at this moment, comparable to that of a 6th level warrior. Chenja showed disdain on his face. His body was now ridiculously hard. As long as Zhang Yan punched him, he would at best suffer a fracture or even break his entire arm. But it was obvious that Chenja underestimated Zhang Yan's terrifying power. Boom! A terrifying airwave visible to the naked eye swept over, and a crisp crackling sound was heard. The intense pain made Chenja's eyes widen in disbelief. His proud defense was actually broken. The pain of broken bones made him groan, and then he was directly blown away by this terrifying force. Chenja didn't expect Zhang Yan to do what he said. He told him to fly and he really let him fly.